5 years ago, my most trusted best friend sent me to bed with a strange man. My boyfriend broke up with me on the spot, and my biological father. My parents then offered me a dowry of 800,000 yuan to marry off to a disabled wealthy businessman. That day, I finally understood that they had never treated me as their own daughter. 5 years later, I returned to China with a pair of genius twins. I didn't come back for a reunion, nor for forgiveness, but to make everyone who had hurt me pay the price. I still can't forget that night that changed my destiny. 5 years ago, a drunken night completely changed Lin Wan's life. That night, she was just drinking with her best friend Zhou, who was heartbroken from a breakup. But when she woke up again, she found herself lying in a strange hotel bed with a strange man beside her. The messy bed and the unusual feeling in her body constantly reminded her of what had happened the night before. Lin Wan lost her virginity, and the man she had slept with was none other than Gu Xiuyuan. This sudden reality left her completely bewildered and helpless. Gu Xiuyuan, too, hadn't expected that his usual self-discipline and restraint, his ability to prevent any accidents, would lead him to completely lose his temper over the drunken girl who barged into his room. After a night of debauchery, both of their lives veered off course. The first thing to crumble was the relationship Lin Wan had painstakingly cultivated for many years. When she walked out of the hotel, her boyfriend, Aching, had been waiting outside the door all night. But when he saw the marks on Lin Wan's body, the expectation on his face instantly turned into despair. Aching worried about her all night, only to be met with the cruelest result. Anger and disappointment completely overwhelmed him. He didn't give Lin Wan a chance to explain, broke up with her on the spot, and left without looking back. But after Aching left, Lin Wan gradually sensed something was wrong. Zhou Ying's disappearance last night was too coincidental. Aching's appearance was too coincidental. Even her entering the wrong room was ridiculously coincidental. A terrible suspicion began to slowly emerge in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Was it all just a coincidence? Could it have been a trap deliberately set up from the very beginning? But before she could find out the truth, even worse news had already befallen her. A month later, Lin Wan discovered she was pregnant, and with twins no less. She had taken emergency contraception and other preventative measures, but fate still played a cruel joke on her, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Even more cruelly, the doctor told her that if she chose to have an abortion now, she might never be able to have her own children again. That day, Lin Wan, only 22 years old, experienced true despair and helplessness for the first time. She had no husband, no one to rely on, and she couldn't even be sure who the father of her child was. But reality was already before her, and whether she wanted to accept it or not, fate had made the decision for her, forcing her to move forward step by step. However, what truly pushed her into the abyss was not the unplanned pregnancy, but her closest family members. When she returned home with the test results, she was not greeted with care and comfort, but with a cold, calculating transaction. Lin Wan's mother, Ji Chunying, is arranging blind dates for her. The man is quite old and has a physical disability, yet he's willing to offer a dowry of 800,000 yuan. In her parents' eyes, whether Lin Wan is happy or not is irrelevant. The dowry is the most important thing. They've even planned Lin Wan's future. 200,000 yuan for her own life, 600,000 yuan for her parents' retirement, and enough to buy a house for her younger brother's wedding. Everything is arranged, but no one has asked her if she's willing. At this moment, Lin Wan finally saw her family for who they truly were. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been her parents' precious daughter, but merely a tool that could be sacrificed at any time and used to exchange for their own interests. Her younger brother's name was Lin Tianbao, a name that embodied the hopes of the entire family. She, however, was like a dispensable appendage, always relegated to the bottom of the list. After suppressing her grievances for over 20 years, she finally erupted, choosing for the first time to live for herself. Faced with her parents' pressure and arrangements, Lin Wan no longer remained silent and submissive as before. For the first time, she stood up and resisted, for the first time refused that absurd blind date, and for the first time said no to this extremely biased family. For the first time, she refused to become a money-making tool for her family. This time, Lin Wan did not intend to bow her head again. Even if she was kicked out of her home, even if she lost everything, she would live her life the way she wanted because she had had enough of having her life arranged for her by others. More importantly, she decided to keep the baby. Because she had never received true love, she wanted to give all the love she had to her unborn child without reservation, to give them a complete and warm home. Ultimately, her father kicked her out of the house, threatening to sever all ties. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wan had been secretly saving money since university, working as a design contractor. The money, though not a large sum, was enough for her to survive and raise her unborn child. So she changed her phone number, blocked all her relatives, applied for a visa, packed her bags, and prepared to say goodbye to everything from the past. The moment the plane soared into the clouds, the cage that had confined her for over 20 years was finally left far behind. From that moment on, she was no longer anyone's daughter, nor anyone's ATM. She lived only for herself. 5 years later, Lin Wan has become a well-known designer in the industry. The desperate and helpless girl from back then has built a career and a home of her own through her own efforts, completely shaking off the shadows of the past. Now she has 2 sensible and adorable children, a warm and peaceful little world. And there's a man who has always quietly accompanied her and her children. That man is Ouyang Qian. Over the years, Ouyang Qian has been involved in almost every day of his children's growth. The neighbors have long since accepted him as the head of the household, and the children have long regarded him as their closest family member. Coco, in particular, would often secretly fantasize about how wonderful it would be if Ouyang Qian really became her father someday. But no one knew that Ouyang Qian had loved Lin Wan for many years, but had never confessed. To be with the mother and their 2 children, he even gave up returning to China to take over the family business, staying abroad alone for 5 whole years. He dedicated the best years of his youth to Lin Wan, but never received the answer he longed for. That evening at dinner, Lin Wan suddenly put down her chopsticks and said she was going back to China. The air instantly fell silent, and Ouyang Qian's worst fears had finally come true. For years, he had believed that time would change everything. He believed that one day Lin Wan would accept him. But reality shattered his illusions mercilessly, catching him completely off guard. Lin Wan told him that she had only returned to China for work. She would no longer let the past affect her life, nor would she stop for anyone, including her feelings and future. Ouyang Qian remained silent for a long time before finally asking the most crucial question. When Lin Wan uttered the words, Gu's Group, even he was stunned. The Gu Group is one of the top companies in the country. Receiving an invitation from headquarters is enough to prove that Lin Wan has reached the pinnacle of the industry. No one would easily refuse such an opportunity. In the end, Ouyang Qian chose to compromise. But at the same time, he also made a new decision. Since Lin Wan insisted on returning to China, he would go back with her and continue to stay by her side. He would take care of everything: the house, the school, the living arrangements. Faced with Lin Wan's refusal, he simply smiled and said it was just a friend helping out, but only he knew the real reason. He was willing to give up anything to stay by Lin Wan's side. Even knowing he might never see the outcome, he still couldn't bear to leave this woman and their 2 children. Upon learning they were going back to their hometown, the 2 children were both excited and nervous. There, they saw a vast ocean they had never seen before, but their beloved Grandma Zheng, who had always been there for them, was not there. Over the years, they have had neither grandparents nor a father. The only people who have accompanied them as they grew up are Aunt Zheng and Ouyang Qian, so the separation is especially painful for the children. In the days leading up to their departure, Lin Wan took her child to all the familiar places. Aunt Zheng quietly helped them prepare their luggage and daily necessities. Everyone knew that separation would come sooner or later. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Aunt Zheng stood at the door, repeatedly reminding them to take good care of themselves. Coco was the first to break down, crying and throwing herself into the old woman's arms, unwilling to let go. She choked back tears, saying that her grandmother must never forget her. Those words instantly shattered everyone's emotions. Even the usually sensible and calm Nan couldn't help but tear up. The group hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. In the end, Aunt Zheng, suppressing her reluctance, saw them off to their car. Because if they had stayed any longer, no one would have wanted to truly leave. The car slowly drove away, and the place that held 5 years of memories gradually disappeared into the night. A new journey had begun, and everything in the past was left behind. After takeoff, the 2 children quickly fell asleep. Ku nestled in Lin Wan's arms, while Nan quietly curled up in the back seat, and Ouyang Qian habitually covered them with blankets. This scene made Lin Wan feel even more complicated. It wasn't that she didn't know about Ouyang Qian's feelings, but after experiencing too much hurt, she had long lost the courage to start over. Just then, the man in the next seat suddenly spoke. From the moment he boarded the plane, he had been staring at Lin Wan and Coco, or rather, observing the mother and daughter with a look of utter shock. The mother and daughter looked so much like one person, someone they had been searching for 25 years. Realizing his lapse in composure, the man quickly apologized and tentatively began to ask questions. When the man learned that Lin Wan was from Shenzhen, his excitement grew even more pronounced. He too was from Shenzhen, and his sister, who had been missing for 25 years, had also disappeared there. What shocked him even more was that when Lin Wan revealed her age of 27, he was completely stunned. If his sister were still alive, she would also be 27 this year. The ages matched, the appearances matched, even the subtle nuances in their eyes and brows were almost identical. But what made his breath catch in his throat the most was Coco sleeping in Lin Wan's arms. Coco looked exactly like the child in that faded old photograph on his phone. Countless coincidences occurred at the same time, causing his heart to pound uncontrollably. At that moment, a thought he himself couldn't believe surged into his mind. Could this woman before him be the relative his Xiao family had been searching for 25 long years? Lin Wan, thinking the man was unwell, offered to help. The man took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his surging emotions, and then slowly revealed a regret buried for many years. It turned out that his younger sister had been abducted when she was 2 years old and had never been heard from since. Over the years, the entire family had never given up searching, but no matter how much effort they put in, they had no success. As he spoke, the man's disappointment was impossible to conceal. Lin Wan fell silent. She hadn't expected this gentle and refined man to bear such pain. Then, the man proactively handed her his business card. It bore 2 words Xiaoyang. When Lin Wan saw his identity, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. Xiaoyang is the president of the Xiao Group, one of the most prestigious and wealthy families in Shenzhen. But more than his CEO status, Xiaoyang is now concerned with something else, whether Lin Wan is truly his sister. Over the next few hours, Xiaoyang subtly probes into Lin Wan's past. However, the deeper he learns, the more shocked he becomes. A family that favored sons over daughters and parents who severed ties with her drove Lin Wan to the brink of despair. She raised twins alone abroad, and all clues pointed to the same conclusion. Lin Wan was very likely the Xiao family's long-lost daughter. But Xiaoyang dared not jump to conclusions. He knew that in the past 25 years, his family had experienced far too many cycles of hope and despair. Ouyang Qian's expression grew increasingly grim as he noticed Lin Wan chatting intimately with a strange man. In the past 5 years, he had never seen Lin Wan so relaxed with any man. What unsettled him even more was that Lin Yike quickly clung to Xiaoyang after waking up, giggling without any sense of unfamiliarity. This was the first time Ouyang Qian felt a genuine sense of crisis. After the plane landed, Xiaoyang offered to take Lin Wan and her son back to their residence. However, Ouyang Qian blocked their way, stating that everything had already been arranged, his tone dripping with hostility. Xiaoyang simply smiled, unconcerned, because his only thought at that moment was to find out Lin Wan's identity as soon as possible. If the speculation is true, then the family that has been broken for 25 years finally has a chance to be reunited. Lin Wan, however, is completely unaware of this. With this chance encounter, a secret buried for 25 years begins to surface, plunging her life into uncertainty once again. On their first night back in Shenzhen, the mother and her 2 children slept soundly due to jet lag. Late that night, Lin Wan had a vivid nightmare. A little girl, about 2 years old, was dragged into the darkness by a stranger, crying desperately. That desperate cry seemed to travel back 25 years, sending a chill down her spine. The child's face in her dream was almost identical to her own when she was a child. Lin Wan rushed over like a mad woman, trying to snatch the child back, but no matter how fast she ran, she felt trapped behind an invisible wall, unable to get close. When she saw the child's face clearly, she froze. It was Coco, her daughter. Lin Wan completely broke down, frantically calling out her daughter's name and desperately begging those people to stop. But they ignored her and disappeared into the darkness. When she finally saw the 2 faces, her blood ran cold instantly, because the people who took her child away were none other than Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua in their youth. Lin Wan woke up with a start, her body drenched in cold sweat. Coco gently took her hand, not crying, but hugging her and comforting her. "Mommy, don't be afraid. I'm here." This almost made Lin Wan lose control. She held her daughter tightly, as if she loosened her grip even slightly, her child would disappear again. Lin Wan, who lived next door, was also startled awake. The little boy ran in barefoot, his face full of anxiety, asking Lin Wan if she was sick. She tried to suppress her emotions and forced a smile. But while washing up, a thought exploded in her mind, and she finally understood why Xiaoyang felt so familiar to her. The more Lin Wan compared her reflection in the mirror to Xiaoyang's features, the more alarmed she became. Their features were almost identical, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Adding to this were Xiaoyang's words. His sister, missing for 25 years, was 27 years old this year, and she herself was also 27. All the clues matched up. Even the child in her dreams led her to make a bold guess. The child in her dreams might not be Coco, but rather herself as a child, because Coco looked almost exactly like her when she was young. Thinking of this, Lin Wan felt a chill run down her spine, and for the first time seriously doubted whether she was the Lin family's biological daughter. If all of this were true, then what did the suffering of the past 20 years matter? Lin Wan subconsciously picked up the business card Xiaoyang had left behind, wanting to dial the number immediately to find out who she really was. But her finger hovered over the dial button for a long time before finally putting it down, because she was afraid of the truth. Lin Wan suddenly ran over and grabbed her, asking innocently, "Mommy, didn't you say you were going to take us out to play?" These words pulled Lin Wan back to reality. She could only suppress all her guesses for the time being, because the most important thing right now was always her two children. After finishing their meal, the mother and her two children took a walk near their neighborhood. Shenzhen has changed dramatically in the past 5 years, with towering buildings and dazzling lights. The two children looked around excitedly as they walked. Just as they were about to go home, a familiar arguing voice rang out, and Lin Wan froze instantly. She overheard the stories of two people she least wanted to see again, Zhou Ying and Aching. 5 years had passed, and neither of them had regained their former glory. Zhou Ying cried and begged Aching to stop gambling, saying their family was falling apart, and she wanted to have another child to start over. Aching, however, acted like a madman, demanding money and even verbally abusing Zhou Ying in the street. Lin Wan finally understood that her suspicions from back then were all true. 5 years ago, Zhou Ying deliberately framed her to steal Aching away, ruining her reputation and destroying her life. But a marriage forcibly taken cannot bring happiness. Aching quickly went bankrupt, and Zhou Ying also lost all her savings. Just then, Aching suddenly saw Lin Wan and froze on the spot. Lin Wan, his voice trembled, as if he had seen someone he wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Lin Wan only gave him a cold look and said, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Then she prepared to leave. Aching rushed forward like a madman, trying to grab her and ask her how she had been all these years. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Wan, a small figure pounced out. Lin Wan bit his wrist hard, like a little wolf protecting its cub, standing firmly in front of Lin Wan. "Don't touch my mommy." The little boy spread his arms wide, firmly protecting his mother and sister behind him. His courage and determination moved Lin Wan deeply, while also igniting a strong sense of vigilance in Ouyang Qian. Aching, who had been seething with anger, froze instantly when he heard Lin Wan call out "Mommy." Only then did he truly notice the twins beside him, and their ages and the passage of time all clicked together in that instant. 5 years ago, Lin Wan suddenly disappeared, and now her children are 4 or 5 years old. The answer is almost self-evident. Aching stared blankly at his two children, feeling as if his chest had been pierced. If it weren't for that conspiracy back then, if he had chosen to believe Lin Wan, all of this should have been his. Those bright and adorable twins should have been his children. But now, he had destroyed everything with his own hands. Lin Wan didn't even bother to look at him again, leaving only a cold sentence. "It has nothing to do with you." Then she took the children and turned to leave. Aching wanted to chase after them, but was stopped at the door by security guards. He could only watch helplessly as the backs of the mother and her two children disappeared, and the belated regret in his heart completely engulfed him at that moment. On the other side, Zhou Ying was also stunned. She watched Lin Wan walk into the upscale residential area, looking at the expensive mansion and gardens, and jealousy almost instantly overwhelmed her reason. She just couldn't understand why Lin Wan, whom she had trampled into the mud back then, was living a better life than her. Upon returning to China, Lin Wan bumped into these two people, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. She even began to wonder if the man in the presidential suite 5 years ago was indeed a member of a wealthy family, and if she had inadvertently given him the opportunity. Looking at Chung now, limping, addicted to gambling, and filled with malice, Zhou suddenly felt that all her scheming over the years had been a colossal joke. What terrified her even more was that Chung had warned her before leaving not to hurt Lin Wan again. This meant that Chung already knew the truth about what happened back then. Thinking of this, Zhou felt fear for the first time. Because the secret she feared most was beginning to spiral out of control, and Lin Wan was no longer the girl who could be bullied at will. On the other side, Lin Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief after rushing into the elevator. For the first time, she felt that the expensive property management fees in this community were well worth it. Encountering two troublemakers on her first day back in China also made her realize that Shenzhen really isn't that big. Lin Nan stood on tiptoe, gently patted her back, and said earnestly, "Mommy, I will protect you and your sister from now on." Hearing this, Lin Wan's heart softened instantly. She hugged her son and realized for the first time that her child had truly grown up. Back home, Lin Wan lay on the sofa, lost in thought. Unpleasant memories of the past kept resurfacing, playing back in her mind like a movie. Meanwhile, Coco secretly picked up her phone and sent a message to Ouyang Qian. She told him that Mommy was in a bad mood and hoped he would comfort her quickly. Ouyang Qian had just finished dinner. Upon seeing the message, he immediately put down his chopsticks and dialed Lin Wan's number. When the call connected, Lin Wan's voice was noticeably lowered. Upon learning that she had met Zhou Ying and Chung, Ouyang Qian's face instantly darkened. His worst fears had come true. Those who had hurt Lin Wan had reappeared before her. Although he had never met those two people, after hearing Lin Wan's story, Ouyang Qian felt no less disgust than she did. Those who had ruined her life didn't deserve any sympathy or forgiveness. But the thought of Lin Wan's current peace and happiness stirred up complex emotions within him. If it weren't for the accident back then, if Lin Wan hadn't left the country, he might never have met her in this lifetime. On the phone, Lin Wan calmly mentioned that Chung was now addicted to gambling and even had a limp. She knew Chung liked to gamble 5 years ago, but at the time he didn't gamble much, and she always thought he would change someday. But now she finally understood that a gambler will never change for anyone. Hearing this news, she felt little emotional. 5 years had diluted her hatred, leaving only a sense of relief after complete understanding. Ouyang Qian, however, could not let go. In his view, if it weren't for those two people, Lin Wan's life would have been much happier. Worried that Chung would continue to harass her, he offered to help her move to a different house. But Lin Wan refused. She was no longer the girl who hid in a corner and cried 5 years ago. She was now a mother of 2. She had to move forward in life and couldn't let fear stop her. Ouyang Qian could only repeatedly tell her to call him immediately if those two people approached again. His phone was on 24/7, and he could be by her side at any time. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang Qian was already considering whether he should personally warn Ching and Zhou Ying to stay completely away from Lin Wan. His life was already inextricably linked to that mother and son. In fact, he had already confessed everything to his family before returning to China. Even though his family didn't support him, he never thought of giving up. Because spending these years with Lin Wan and their child had long become the most important thing in his life. Lin Wan originally wanted to tell Ouyang Qian about her suspicions regarding the dream and his origins, but considering his obvious hostility towards Xiaoyang, she ultimately swallowed her words and didn't bring it up again. She knew very well that her connection with the Xiao family was definitely not just a coincidence. But more important than investigating her origins was adapting to life in China as quickly as possible and getting things settled with her child and work. Late at night, the mother and her 2 children, jet-lagged, couldn't fall asleep. So they lay side by side on the sofa watching TV, enjoying long-awaited family time, making the whole room feel exceptionally warm and cozy. Taking this opportunity, Lin Wan suggested finding a kindergarten for the children soon. She explained that she would soon be going back to work and wouldn't be able to be with them every day, so the children needed to adjust to a new environment. As a result, both little ones showed expressions of resistance at the same time. Lin Nan said in a serious tone that he could cook and take care of his younger sister, and that he didn't need to go to kindergarten at all. He just wanted to stay at home. In fact, he preferred secretly studying the computer and disliked interacting with the other children at kindergarten. Coco's reason for objecting was simpler. Her biggest dream was to sleep until she naturally woke up every day. Lin Wan told them helplessly that things were different in China and abroad. She had to attend kindergarten first before she could smoothly enter primary school. This reminded her of her own repressed childhood. Because her family refused to spend money, she hadn't even attended kindergarten and was instead locked at home taking care of her younger brother. She would never forget those grievances and regrets. That's why she didn't want to neglect her children. She had even started considering buying a house in a good school district, hoping they would have the best environment to grow up in, instead of repeating her own mistakes. Upon hearing that they had to go to school, Lin Wan could only accept his fate, patting his chest and promising to take care of his younger sister. Lin Wan was amused by her son's earnest expression and gently kissed him on the cheek. Coco immediately became unhappy and also demanded a kiss. Lin Wan quickly gave her daughter a kiss on the forehead, strictly adhering to the principle of never favoring twins, which made both children beam with joy. After receiving the kiss, Coco was very satisfied and hugged Lin Wan sweetly, saying, "I love mommy the most." These words completely melted Lin Wan's heart, and many of her worries were swept away. It wasn't until dawn that the mother and her two children finally felt sleepy and went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. The next day at noon, after Lin Wan finished washing up, she started to wake up Coco, who was still in bed. Coco huddled under the covers, refusing to come out, while Lin Wan was the complete opposite. Even after only 6 hours of sleep, he still got up early and could even wash up on his own. If he weren't unfamiliar with the area, he would have even prepared to go out to buy groceries and cook by himself. In fact, when his grandmother wasn't home abroad, he started making breakfast on a stool before he was even 3 years old. Because he grew up without a father, Lin Wan was much more mature than children his age. In his heart, he had to grow up as soon as possible and become the most reliable support for his mother and younger sister. Coco, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. In order to wake up the little girl who was reluctant to get out of bed, Lin Wan had to resort to her ultimate weapon. "My brother and I are going to eat big steamed buns." The next second, Coco, who had been buried in the covers, instantly opened her eyes. All her sleepiness vanished on the spot, as if she hadn't been the one lazing in bed at all, leaving Lin Wan both amused and exasperated. Not long after, the little girl changed into a pretty dress, tied her hair in a bow, and ran out excitedly. But as soon as she stepped out, Lin Wan mercilessly teased her about her round face, saying it was all from eating too much. Coco immediately pinched her chubby cheeks and retorted, "This isn't called fat, it's called being so cute it's overflowing." Her words made Lin Wan laugh out loud, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. In the days following her return to China, Lin Wan took her child sightseeing. She wanted to make up for all the happiness she had missed in her childhood, and also to make up for the suffering she had endured in the past. Just then, Ouyang Qian brought up the kindergarten issue again. Lin Wan was officially starting her job in a few days, and they needed to arrange schools for their two children as soon as possible. However, reality quickly put pressure on her. Because the children were foreign nationals, they couldn't enroll in regular kindergartens, while international schools were incredibly expensive, causing her a major headache. Just as Lin Wan was worrying about this, Ouyang Qian took the initiative to speak. He said he knew of a very good international kindergarten, and that he could handle the enrollment and paperwork issues smoothly. Lin Wan didn't know that this kindergarten happened to be near Ouyang's home. Ouyang Qian's reason for making this arrangement was simply to be closer to the mother and her two children. From the moment he saw Xiao Yang easily win over the two children on the plane, Ouyang Qian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In 5 years, he had never been so nervous, because for the first time, someone had made him feel threatened. So this time, he would never give anyone another chance. Picking up and dropping off the children, spending time with them, taking care of them, these seemingly ordinary little things would become important opportunities for him to enter this family. Because he had already made his decision. No matter how much his family objected, no matter how others viewed it, he was determined to marry Lin Wan. And the person he needed to win over most was never Lin Wan, but the two children before him. While the two were chatting, Coco, sitting in the back row, suddenly leaned close to her brother's ear and whispered, "Do you want Uncle Ouyang to become your dad?" The little girl's eyes were full of seriousness and anticipation. Lin Wan was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded seriously. "As long as mommy likes it, I like it too." His answer was simple, yet it revealed a maturity and understanding far beyond his years. Coco was a little disappointed. She could sense that her mother relied on and trusted Uncle Ouyang a lot, but that feeling never seemed to have turned into true love. The next day, a special guest arrived at the house. Qian Zhehui, Lin Wan's best friend, and the only person who had always been by her side over the years, never leaving her. When Lin Wan was pregnant and fled abroad, Qian Zhehui even flew there to take care of her during her postpartum period. For Lin Wan, this friendship had long surpassed that of ordinary friends. It was more like that of family. The moment the doorbell rang, Lin Wan practically ran to the door. The instant the door opened, the two girls, separated for so many years, embraced tightly, neither wanting to let go. Qian Zhehui's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She knew better than anyone how much hardship Lin Wan had endured over the years, and how difficult it had been for her to get to where she was today. But when she looked closely at Lin Wan, she was completely shocked. Lin Wan, who had given birth to 2 children, hadn't aged at all. In fact, she was even more beautiful than before, and her demeanor had become gentle and mature. Just as the two were talking, a soft, sweet little voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, godmother." Coco ran over proactively, and the word godmother melted Qian Zhehui's heart. Especially that little face that looked almost exactly like Lin Wan's when she was a child. Qian Zhehui adored it. The little girl's words were as sweet as honey, and she couldn't stop smiling after just a few words. It wasn't until a soft cough came from the side that Qian Zhehui realized she had overlooked another child. Lin Wan stood quietly to the side, looking at everyone like a composed little adult. But when Qian Zhehui saw his face clearly, she suddenly froze. For some reason, she felt that this child's features were unusually familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. On the other side, Lin Wan looked at her son's face, and the image of the man from 5 years ago involuntarily surfaced in her mind. The man who changed her life, and also the real father of her 2 children. But she quickly forced herself to pull her thoughts away, because she had already told herself that she would never have any contact with that man again in this life, nor would she actively seek him out. That man will never know that she has twins, a boy and a girl, and Lin Wan will not willingly disrupt her current peaceful life. At least, at this moment, she still believes so. Qian Zhehui brought almost nothing with her on this visit. Bags and bags were filled with gifts for the 2 children. Coco's eyes crinkled into crescents with joy, and she kept calling them godmother. Within minutes, Qian Zhehui was completely won over by the twins. But something even more shocking was yet to come. When Lin Wan returned to the kitchen, Lin Wan actually put on an apron with practiced ease, preparing to go into the kitchen to help cook, his movements as natural as if he had done it countless times before. Qian Zhehui was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. "You can cook too?" Faced with her shock, Lin Wan simply nodded calmly, as if it were nothing special. Coco, standing nearby, immediately added proudly that when mommy was busy with work, her brother took care of her. He even said his cooking was better than many restaurant chefs. Qian Zhehui found this increasingly absurd. While other 4 or 5-year-olds were still playing with toys and watching cartoons, Lin Wan was already taking care of the entire family. Looking at this overly sensible little boy, she suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She knew that a child growing up too fast often meant shouldering too many responsibilities that weren't his. And all of this stemmed from the fact that he had never had a father since birth. Many things that should have been borne by adults had been silently carried on this child's shoulders. Soon, a steaming meal was laid out on the table. 2 of the dishes were even made by Lin Wan himself, and they looked and smelled delicious, not at all like something a child would make. Qian Zhehui initially thought it was just a child's hobby, but after taking a bite, she was completely stunned. The taste was actually quite good, even exceeding her expectations. She ate 3 bowls of rice during the meal. The 2 children couldn't help but secretly cover their mouths and laugh, the atmosphere as relaxed as a real family. After dinner, the 2 children ran to the living room to play with their gifts. Lin Wan and Qian Zhehui finally had a chance to sit down and chat. Having not seen each other for several years, the 2 seemed to have endless things to say. They chatted about work and life, about the past and the future. Then, when Qian Zhehui casually mentioned her new job, Lin Wan suddenly paused. "Which company are you working for now?" In response, Qian Zhehui smiled and replied, "Zhao's group." Hearing those 4 words, Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. The encounter on the plane, that strange dream, and the inexplicable sense of familiarity with Xiaoyang all surfaced in her mind at the same time, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Wan finally recounted her experience on the plane. This included Xiaoyang mentioning her missing sister and her own growing suspicions. But to her surprise, Qian Zhehui fell silent after hearing it all. At that moment, Lin Wan's heart clenched, because she knew this friend too well. If it were all just a coincidence, Qian Jiahui would never have shown such an expression. Sure enough, after a long silence, Qian Jiahui slowly nodded. She told Lin Wan that the Xiao family had indeed lost a daughter, and that this was practically an open secret within the Xiao group. Over the years, the Xiao family had never given up the search. Hearing this, Lin Wan's breathing became rapid. She finally asked the question that had been buried in her heart for many days. Jiahui, do you think I might not actually be a child of the Lin family? The room suddenly fell silent. Qian Jiahui didn't answer immediately, but looked intently at Lin Wan, her gaze filled with complexity and hesitation. Only at this moment did she truly realize how strikingly similar Lin Wan and Xiaoyang were. Especially their eyes, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. She had never considered this possibility before, but now, looking back, the resemblance was so obvious that it was impossible to ignore, making it hard to believe it was merely a coincidence. More importantly, she actually knew a secret about the Lin family all along. A secret buried for many years, but one she never dared to reveal. Over the years, her parents had repeatedly warned her not to meddle in other people's affairs. So even when she sensed something was amiss, she always chose to remain silent. But at this moment, seeing the expectation and unease in Lin Wan's eyes, Qian Jiahui suddenly didn't want to hide it any longer. Some truths, perhaps, should have been revealed long ago. Lin Wan gripped her hand tightly, her voice trembling. Jiahui, do you know something? She had a vague feeling that the answer was right before her eyes. Qian Jiahui remained silent for a long time before finally nodding slowly. Then she said softly, I'm sorry, all these years, I have indeed been keeping something from you. Lin Wan didn't blame Qian Jiahui. At that moment, she only wanted one answer. Why, from childhood to adulthood, had her parents never truly loved her? Qian Jiahui remained silent for a long time before finally revealing a secret buried for over 30 years. The Lin couple had been married for many years but had never had children, always wanting a son, but their wish had never come true. Then one day, they suddenly brought home a little girl who looked about 2 years old, claiming to others that she was a child adopted by a distant relative. From then on, the child stayed with the Lin family. Even more outrageous, the Lin couple had their fortunes told. The fortune teller said that this child was destined to bring a younger brother or sister, and the Lin family actually believed it. Not long after, Lin Tianbao was born. From then on, all the family's love and resources fell on this son, while the child who had been brought home was completely neglected. Hearing this, Lin Wan was completely stunned. At this moment, many inexplicable things finally had an answer, finally found a reasonable explanation. Why did the Lin family never celebrate her birthday? Why was she always the one who suffered injustice? Why were her parents able to push her out without hesitation to gain benefits? Because from the very beginning, she wasn't the Lin family's biological daughter. Qian Jiahui continued to recall. She remembered her parents saying that Lin Wan was about 2 years old when she was brought back. And Xiaoyang had personally mentioned that their missing younger sister was also taken away when she was 2 years old. Two seemingly unrelated clues suddenly converged at this moment. Lin Wan's defenses finally collapsed completely, and all the grievances and pain she had suppressed for many years surged out. But after crying, she felt much lighter. Because as long as she wasn't their biological child, she no longer owed the Lin family anything, and the debt of gratitude for raising her over the years had long been repaid. But if the Lin family really did obtain her through child trafficking, then things would be completely different. Thinking this, Lin Wan's eyes gradually turned cold, and for the first time, a strong hatred welled up within her. If the truth were true, she would never let any member of the Lin family go. But her only fear was that her hopes would be dashed again. She couldn't be sure if she was truly the Xiao family's long-lost daughter. Qian Jiahui kept urging her to give it a try. She reasoned that missing this opportunity might lead to a lifetime of regret. After all, some answers could only be found by seeking them out for oneself. Ultimately, Lin Wan admitted something. She really wanted to see her biological parents. Even just a glimpse from afar would be enough. That evening, Lin Wan lay in bed with her 2 children, lost in thought. Suddenly, Coco, who was almost asleep, asked a question that stunned her. Mommy, could Uncle Zhao's parents be your parents too? Lin Wan froze instantly. It turned out the children had overheard the adults' conversation during the day. The little girl became more and more excited as she talked. She thought Lin Wan and Xiaoyang looked remarkably alike, and if they stood together, people would definitely think they were a family. Lin Wan didn't deny it. because even she herself was starting to hope it was true. In the end, she promised the child that after she finished this busy period, she would go to Xiaoyang to confirm the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Wan wasn't sleeping at all. The computer screen in his room flickered incessantly, scrolling through vast amounts of data as he investigated everything about the Xiao family. No one knew that this child, who looked only a few years old, was actually a top-tier hacker. He had even amassed a fortune through his skills that most people could only dream of in a lifetime. More than anyone else, he hoped Lin Wan was truly the Xiao family's long-lost daughter, because then they would never be alone again and would finally have real family. Soon, all of the Xiao family's publicly available information was retrieved. But the more Lin Wan looked, the more shocked he became, because Lin Wan's resemblance to members of the Xiao family was astonishing. Almost a single glance was enough to sense that inexplicable blood connection. However, the crucial information about the Xiao family's missing daughter seemed to have been deliberately erased. No matter how hard he investigated, he couldn't find the truly vital information. Sensing something amiss, he hid his IP address and logged into a top-tier global hacker organization. The moment the account logged in, the entire group chat erupted in excitement. Countless messages flooded the screen, because the legendary hacker who had disappeared for so long had finally reappeared. His codename was just 2 words: Snow Wolf. This name was practically legendary within the entire organization. No one dared to underestimate him. Soon, a girl named Jiang Ninan stepped forward. She directly asked Snow Wolf who he wanted to investigate, because no one in the entire organization was better at intelligence gathering than her. Lin Wan finally sent a message. "Help me investigate someone. Shenzhen, the Xiao family." Those few words instantly livened up the entire group chat. But right after sending the message, he suddenly realized a problem. He seemed to have exposed too much, and some people might have been watching the Xiao family all along. The people in the group immediately started jeering, saying that they should just contact Jiang Ninan for this kind of investigation. But Lin Wan suddenly regretted it. He knew that with these people's abilities, if they followed the clues, they could very well uncover his true identity, which would bring a lot of trouble. Just then, Jiang Ninan initiated a private message. She reminded Shuelang to contact her directly if anything came up, and not to discuss it publicly in the group. She explained that people in the organization loved to join in the fun, and revealing one's identity would bring no benefit. Lin Wan expressed his gratitude to her sincerely for the first time. Jiang Ninan immediately made a condition. "If you really want to thank me, then come out and meet me." She was extremely curious about what this genius hacker, admired by the entire organization, actually looked like. Everyone in the organization thought Snow Wolf was a boy of about 15 years old. No one knew that he was actually just a child of a few years old. Faced with the invitation to meet, Lin Wan remained silent for a long time before finally replying with a single word: "Okay." He figured there would always be a way to resolve the identity issue later. Satisfied with the reply, Jiang Ninan logged off. Lin Wan, finally relieved, shut down his computer, ending his night's investigation. The next morning, Lin Wan had just stepped out of her room when she smelled the aroma of breakfast. Her son had already prepared breakfast, and her daughter ran over with a carefully chosen outfit. Looking at her 2 incredibly thoughtful children, Lin Wan felt a warmth in her heart. No matter what the future held, at least she still had 2 of the most important people in her life by her side. After breakfast, Lin Wan headed to the Gu group alone. Standing in front of the headquarters building, she couldn't help but sigh. Truly a business empire in Shenzhen. The towering building exuded a sense of awe, and today was also her first day officially joining the Gu group. A brand new beginning was about to unfold. As we entered the elevator, the doors were about to close. Suddenly, a hand blocked the door, and a tall, imposing man walked in. He was impeccably dressed in a suit and exuded a powerful aura. With his entry, the entire space seemed to fall silent instantly, instinctively creating a sense of pressure. Lin Wan instinctively retreated to a corner, and the man glanced at her casually. In that single glance, a strange sense of familiarity rose in both of them. But neither of them spoke. Soon, the elevator arrived at the Human Resources Department. Lin Wan had just stepped out when she discovered that the man had followed her out. To her even greater surprise, the Human Resources Manager immediately greeted the man with utmost respect, and the surrounding employees also stood up to greet him. Only at this moment did Lin Wan realize that this man's status was far higher than she had imagined. The next second, the man suddenly spoke. "Has Lin Wan arrived?" The manager quickly replied, "Don't worry, President Gu, she will definitely report on time today." Hearing this, Lin Wan was instantly stunned. President Gu? The man before him was actually the president of the Gu Group? Just then, a gentle voice came from behind. Hello, I am Lin Wan. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Gu Xiuyuan slowly turned around, and when he saw that face clearly, he froze on the spot. 5 years ago, on that night, the woman he had been searching for 5 whole years was now standing right in front of him, reappearing in his life without any warning. Meanwhile, Lin Wan's mind was also blank. She had finally recognized the man before her, the one who had changed her destiny. 5 years ago, the accident revealed that the true biological father of her 2 children was none other than Gu Xiuyuan, the president of the Gu Group and the richest man in Shenzhen. Lin Wan felt a chill run down her spine. For years, she had desperately distanced herself from the past, wanting nothing more to do with Gu Xiuyuan, but fate had brought them together again. Now the contract was signed. Gu's group had offered her an exorbitant sum to lure her back, along with a hefty penalty for breach of contract. She had no way out. More importantly, she still had 2 children to raise. The only thing that gave her some peace of mind was that top-tier wealthy families like the Gu family never lacked heirs. As long as Gu Xiuyuan didn't know about the children's existence, their lives wouldn't be affected. Thinking of this, Lin Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Gu Xiuyuan did not rush to leave. He stood there, quietly observing Lin Wan's every move, his gaze always fixed on her. This woman was unlike any other woman he had ever met. Others either fawned over him or worshipped him. Only Lin Wan's eyes were filled with avoidance and disdain. This reaction, however, only piqued Gu Xiuyuan's interest. The more Lin Wan tried to distance herself from him, the more he wanted to get closer to this woman he had been unable to forget for 5 years. After completing the formalities, Lin Wan prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiuyuan followed her directly into the office and casually sat down on the sofa. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Wan, making her extremely uncomfortable, especially thinking about her son at home, who looked almost exactly like Gu Xiuyuan, gave her an even bigger headache. If the child's existence were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Wan could only force herself to remain calm and pretend nothing had happened. Only after all the formalities were completed did Gu Xiuyuan finally get up to leave. Before leaving, he gave Lin Wan a meaningful look. I hope you won't disappoint me. A seemingly ordinary sentence, yet it sent a chill down Lin Wan's spine. She suddenly felt as if she had sold herself to the Gu family. After leaving the HR department, the manager personally escorted Lin Wan to the design department. On the way, he suddenly lowered his voice and reminded her that while she could offend anyone at Gu's company, there was one person she absolutely could not provoke. Lin Wan asked with some confusion who it was. The manager smiled wryly and slowly uttered a name by Shinran. Just mentioning this name made his expression extremely cautious. Then, the manager briefly introduced by Shinran's background, daughter of a high-ranking official, a longtime friend of the Gu family, and deputy director of the Gu Group's design department. These combined made her practically untouchable in the company. Over the years, everyone who had offended by Shinran eventually left the Gu family business. Some resigned voluntarily, others were marginalized, and in short, no one came out on top. Lin Wan silently memorized the name. She came to the Gu family business with only one purpose: to earn money to support her child. As for the power struggles within wealthy families and choosing sides in the workplace, she had absolutely no interest in them. But often, trouble never asks for anyone's opinion. Upon entering the design department, the entire office fell silent for a moment, all eyes fixed on Lin Wan. Because recently, a rumor had been circulating in the company. Gu's had spent a fortune to poach a top designer from abroad, but no one had expected her to be so young and beautiful. As soon as the HR manager finished his introduction, the office buzzed with excitement. People greeted him, offered their contact information, and male colleagues even came over to strike up a conversation. In just a few minutes, the design department resembled a giant matchmaking event. Just as the atmosphere was growing increasingly lively, a cold voice suddenly rang out from afar. Are you all free? The moment the voice fell, the entire office fell silent. Those who had been surrounding Lin Wan quickly dispersed and returned to their workstations. The next second, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground slowly drifted over. Bai Xinran appeared. She was tall and slender, with exquisite makeup, and every gesture exuded an air of superiority. Those sharp eyes swept across the entire office, finally landing on Lin Wan's face. The air seemed to instantly turn cold. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Bai Xinran had long heard that Gu Xiuyuan had personally poached a woman from abroad. But when she actually saw Lin Wan, her face involuntarily darkened. Because this woman was too beautiful. So beautiful that she felt threatened for the first time. As the most dazzling presence in the design department, she had never cared so much about another woman. Lin Wan noticed it too. The hostility in the other person's eyes was undisguised, requiring no reason, yet so intense it couldn't be ignored. Their eyes met, neither speaking. But everyone in the office knew that trouble was likely brewing in the design department soon. Bai Xinran's face grew increasingly grim, because her worst fears had come true. A woman even more beautiful than herself had appeared beside Gu Xiuyuan. Over the years, she had long considered herself Gu's future wife. The elders of the Gu family liked her, and the Bai family's background was powerful enough that, in her eyes, marrying into the Gu family was only a matter of time. Therefore, she would never allow any woman to get close to Gu Xiuyuan, especially Lin Wan. Looking at that face that even she herself envied, Bai Xinran's hostility grew increasingly obvious. But Lin Wan simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention. She came to Gu's group with only one goal, to earn money to support her child. As for Gu Xiuyuan, she wished she never had to see this man again. However, Bai Xinran clearly didn't see it that way. Before leaving, she directly warned Lin Wan in front of everyone that the company paid her to work, not for her to seduce men. After saying this, she strode away in her high heels, leaving a completely bewildered Lin Wan standing there, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just then, a gentle-looking woman spoke up. "Ignore her, she's always like this." The woman's surname was He, and everyone usually called her Sister He. Through Sister He's introduction, Lin Wan quickly learned about Bai Xinran's background. Bai Xinran was the mayor's daughter, the Gu family's tacitly approved future daughter-in-law, and also the person the Gu family absolutely couldn't afford to offend. More importantly, she had liked Gu Xiuyuan for many years, but Gu Xiuyuan had never accepted her. Therefore, over the years, any beautiful woman had become her target. After hearing all this, Lin Wan felt only helplessness. She had no desire to get involved in the feuds of the wealthy families, much less have anything to do with Gu Xiuyuan. But some troubles never disappear just because you back down. That afternoon, Bai Xinran reappeared in the design department and came directly to Lin Wan. She slammed a thick stack of documents onto the table. "Finish it within 2 days." The entire office fell silent instantly. Everyone knew that this was far more than 2 days' work. Even for experienced employees, it would take at least a week to complete. Bai Xinran was clearly deliberately making things difficult. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Wan simply glanced at the document and silently nodded. She didn't argue or resist, because what she needed most right now was money. For the sake of her 2 children, she had to keep her job. Bai Xinran had initially thought Lin Wan would back down, but seeing that she had actually accepted the task only made her more annoyed, and she wanted nothing more than to get rid of her immediately. Even long after closing time, when almost everyone in the design department had left, Lin Wan remained seated at her computer, busy processing the tedious tasks. Before leaving, Sister He even stayed behind to help. Several colleagues she was on good terms with also secretly shared some of the tasks, which warmed Lin Wan's heart. When she looked up again, it was completely dark outside. Only then did she suddenly remember that her 2 children were waiting for her at home. After packing her things, Lin Wan hurried downstairs. But just as she stepped out of the company, a black luxury car suddenly stopped in front of her, and the window slowly rolled down. Gu Xiuyuan's familiar face appeared before her again. Lin Wan's scalp tingled instantly. She never expected to run into him so late at work. Working overtime, Gu Xiuyuan looked at her, his tone meaningful. Lin Wan subconsciously took a step back and politely greeted President Gu. Her attitude was as polite as if she were dealing with a stranger. But the more polite she was, the more interesting Gu Xiuyuan found it, and his gaze never left her. He had never forgotten that night 5 years ago. He also didn't believe that Lin Wan could truly forget it completely. So he offered to take her home. Lin Wan's expression changed instantly. She absolutely couldn't let Gu Xiuyuan know about the child, especially since Lin Yinan's face was almost identical to his. If the two met even once, all the secrets would be exposed. So, without even thinking of an excuse, she directly rejected Gu Xiuyuan's suggestion. No need. After saying that, she turned and left, as if avoiding some dangerous person, her steps noticeably quickening. Gu Xiuyuan sat in the car without chasing after her, simply watching her departing figure. After a moment, a meaningful smile slowly appeared on his lips. Because he was becoming increasingly certain of one thing. Lin Wan hadn't forgotten what happened 5 years ago at all. On the contrary, she had been deliberately avoiding him. And the more she did this, the more intrigued Gu Xiuyuan became. He increasingly wanted to know what secrets this woman was hiding, and why she was so afraid of him. Lin Wan ran all the way home, and as soon as she opened the door, her 2 children rushed into her arms. Coco complained that she was too late, but immediately helped her hang up her bag. Nan quietly arranged her slippers. Her maturity at such a young age was heartbreaking. Seeing her 2 children surrounding her, Lin Wan's emotions, which had been suppressed all day, finally eased. No matter how much she suffered outside, as long as she returned home, she felt it was all worth it. Ouyang Qian came over with a cup of warm water, and upon learning that she had been targeted on her first day of work, his face immediately darkened. He immediately offered to help her change jobs, and even offered to arrange for her to join the Ouyang family's company. Lin Wan still refused. She couldn't afford the breach of contract penalty from the Gu family, and more importantly, she didn't want to owe Ouyang Qian any more favors. Some debts, once incurred, can never be repaid. Ouyang Qian remained silent. He had liked Lin Wan for so many years, even rejecting all blind dates for her sake, but this woman had always maintained just the right distance, never giving him any chance. That evening, Lin Wan continued working on the unfinished tasks. She was giving it her all to keep her high-paying job. When she looked up again, it was almost dawn. The next day, she arrived at the company with dark circles under her eyes, forcing herself to stay awake with iced coffee. She knew Bai Xinran was deliberately making things difficult for her, but the more she was treated this way, the less willing she was to admit defeat. Sister, he watched as Lin Wan frantically chugged coffee, her heart aching for her. But Lin Wan simply smiled and shook her head. Her fear wasn't of the hardship itself, but of losing her job and no longer being able to protect her 2 children. For the next 2 days, she poured almost all her time into work. Sister, he also proactively helped share the burden, allowing her to finally complete all her tasks by the morning of the 3rd day. The consecutive all-nighters left her dizzy and lightheaded, almost unable to stand. Fortunately, her 2 children were exceptionally understanding and never bothered her. They even offered to massage her shoulders, which helped her grit her teeth and persevere. After completing the task, Lin Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes to rest, and prepared to hand over the results to Bai Xinran at noon. She also planned to find time to treat Sister He to a meal to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Gu Group building, a little girl in a pink princess dress stood in the scorching sun, clutching a doll and constantly tiptoeing to peer into the company gate. She had secretly run away. Lin Wan had been working late into the night every day for the past few days, and Coco was heartbroken. She had called her mother many times, but no one answered, so she had to come to the company gate alone to wait for her after get off work. Just then, a tall figure shielded her from the glaring sunlight. The man looked down at the exquisitely beautiful little girl and couldn't help but ask her why she was standing there alone. Coco looked up, her eyes instantly lighting up. This uncle was so handsome, and inexplicably, he felt a sense of familiarity with her. She immediately flashed a sweet smile and obediently told him that she was waiting for her mother to come home from get off work. Gu Xiuyuan initially thought the child was simply cute, but when he truly saw the little girl's face, he was inexplicably startled. The child's features and smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wan. He crouched down to be at Coco's eye level, patiently chatting with her, even his tone unconsciously softening. Even Gu Xiuyuan himself didn't realize that he had never been so patient with any other child before, especially when the little girl praised him for being handsome in her sweet, childlike voice. His heart melted completely. The feeling was strange and unfamiliar, yet he couldn't bear to leave. Before leaving, Gu Xiuyuan even specifically instructed the security guards to take good care of the little girl and not let any strangers get close. Only then did he turn and enter the company. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was unaware that her daughter had already met Gu Xiuyuan. In the office, her colleagues were excitedly discussing the beautiful, doll-like little girl downstairs. Lin Wan merely frowned slightly when she heard this discussion, not even considering the possibility of her daughter. After all, she never imagined that Coco would come to Gu's group alone to find her. Then the phone suddenly rang. On the other end, Nan's voice was more panicked than ever before. He told Lin Wan that Cuckoo was missing and they had been searching for her for a long time without any luck. Lin Wan's mind went blank. She suddenly realized that the little girl her colleagues were talking about, standing alone downstairs at the Gu's building, was very likely her daughter. She didn't even bother ordering takeout. She grabbed her phone and rushed out of the office. After running frantically downstairs, she finally spotted the small figure clutching a doll in the crowd. Her heart had just settled, but anger and lingering fear surged up simultaneously. Almost instinctively, Lin Wan called out her full name, Lin Yike. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed tension. The moment Kiki heard her full name, she knew her mother was truly angry. The little one reacted quickly, toddling into Lin Wan's arms and beginning to whine and apologize. Sure enough, Lin Wan's anger instantly dissipated by half. Faced with her daughter's aggrieved eyes, she couldn't bring herself to continue scolding her and could only helplessly hug her tightly. Coco, holding her, whispered in explanation, "Mommy's been working overtime a lot lately. I was worried you weren't eating properly." These words left Lin Wan speechless. It turned out that she had only casually complained about how tiring work was, but her little one had taken it to heart. She even secretly came to the company under the scorching sun just to check if she had eaten on time. Looking at the beads of sweat on her daughter's forehead, Lin Wan felt a pang of heartache and self-reproach. Only then did she realize that she had put her phone on silent to rest, missing all the calls. Coco didn't blame her at all. Instead, she hugged her sweetly and said, "Mommy is the best mommy in the world." All her anger vanished instantly, leaving only deep guilt. Lin Wan then noticed that several security guards were staying by Coco's side. The little girl immediately boasted that a very handsome Uncle Gu had arranged for them to protect her. But Lin Wan didn't suspect Gu Xiuyuan at all. She just assumed that some kind employee was helping to look after the child. After confirming that her daughter was all right, she took Coco home directly. When he got home, Nan had already prepared lunch. Seeing his sister return safely, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was still filled with self-blame and regret. When Coco sneaked out, he was dealing with matters within the organization. He dared not tell Lin Wan these secrets. Who would believe that 2 children under 5 were top-tier hackers? Even members of the organization didn't know their real ages. The siblings tacitly kept all the secrets hidden because neither of them wanted to worry their mother. In the end, Nan could only promise Lin Wan that she would take good care of her younger sister from now on. Lin Wan didn't doubt her, but repeatedly told the 2 children not to run away alone again, especially Coco. Before leaving, Lin Wan specifically warned her not to run around today. But the little one obediently agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she was already thinking about that Uncle Gu. Meanwhile, Lin Wan had just returned to the company when she bumped into Bai Xinran. Bai Xinran had clearly been waiting for a while, and her eyes immediately fell on the work she was working on. Seeing that Lin Wan had actually completed the task, Bai Xinran was visibly stunned. Even the most experienced members of the department would need at least 3 days to finish that workload. At that moment, she finally realized that Lin Wan was not only beautiful, but also incredibly capable. Yet, the more she realized this, the stronger her hostility became. However, Bai Xinran didn't mention work at all, but instead seized on the issue of being late. She immediately announced the cancellation of Lin Wan's entire bonus for the month. After saying that, she turned and left in her high heels, not even giving her a chance to explain. It seemed that from beginning to end, she only wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Lin Wan. At this moment, Lin Wan finally faced reality. She had originally thought that as long as she didn't provoke them, they would eventually back down. But as it turned out, some malice doesn't need a reason. She had no way out. The contract was already signed, and she couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract. Even if she felt wronged, she could only grit her teeth and persevere, because she had 2 children to raise. Meanwhile, Coco's bright little face kept appearing in Gu Xiuyuan's mind. That very night, he even had a dream that he himself found absurd. In his dream, Coco sweetly called him Daddy. Upon waking, Gu Xiuyuan found himself still smiling, a fact he found unbelievable. He had never liked children and had never considered marriage or having kids. Yet, that little girl always managed to easily influence his emotions, making him involuntarily care for her. The next day at noon, Gu Xiuyuan went downstairs as if possessed. He himself didn't know what he was expecting or who he was waiting for to appear. But when that familiar little figure didn't appear at the company entrance, he felt a strange sense of loss. He had only met the child once, yet he couldn't forget her. Just then, a soft, sweet voice came from behind him. The next second, a little girl in a new dress happily ran towards him. Gu Xiuyuan immediately bent down and caught her, gently reminding her not to run too fast. The emptiness he had felt earlier vanished completely at that moment. Looking at that little face, so similar to Lin Wan's, Gu Xiuyuan felt that familiar feeling rise within him once more. For a fleeting moment, He even felt that this child should have always belonged to him. Coco, however, was completely captivated by Uncle Gu's good looks. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, even secretly comparing Uncle Gu to Uncle Ouyang. Gu Xiuyuan gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and tidied her messy hair. He was so patient and doting that he didn't even realize it himself. During the conversation, he unexpectedly learned that Coco had never met her father or had any grandparents. She was only accompanied by her mother, brother, and Uncle Ouyang. These words instantly stung Gu Xiuyuan. They even made him instinctively begin to dislike the man who had never appeared before, because no one could bear to abandon such a lovely child. So he couldn't help but ask who Uncle Ouyang was. But Coco's next question made Gu Xiuyuan's expression immediately become somewhat complicated. Uncle Ouyang is handsome, rich, and has always wanted to be my daddy. Hearing this, Gu Xiuyuan felt a strange pang of jealousy. Then, without even realizing it, he blurted out, "Is he more handsome than me?" He was stunned for a moment after asking. Gu Xiuyuan didn't even know who Coco's mother was. But hearing the little girl praise another man still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Coco immediately added that in her heart, Uncle Gu was the most handsome man. This instantly cheered Gu Xiuyuan up, and he even started asking if he was number one. The little girl shook her head seriously. She said that the first place would always belong to her brother, and Uncle Gu could only be second, and even then, by a tiny bit. Gu Xiuyuan was immediately a little unconvinced. But when he learned that Coco and her brother were actually twins, he felt a strange sense of envy. Having such smart and adorable twins must be incredibly blissful. Without realizing it, he even began to fantasize about what his future children would be like. And every time he thought of these images, the woman who appeared in his mind was Lin Wan. Even Gu Xiuyuan himself wasn't aware of this. After glancing at the time, he offered to take Coco out for lunch. The little one immediately nodded in agreement, so happy that she forgot she had originally come to see her mother. Gu Xiuyuan picked her up casually. Coco naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, and a thought suddenly popped into her mind. If only Uncle Gu really were her father. Gu Xiuyuan, too, couldn't bear to let her go. In the restaurant, he poured all his patience into this young woman, his gentleness almost unrecognizable to himself. Picking up food, wiping her mouth, attending to her emotions, every action was meticulously performed, unlike the usual Gu Xiuyuan. This scene quickly caused a sensation throughout the company. Many employees secretly followed and watched. The more they looked, the more something seemed off, because President Gu was spoiling this child way too much, far beyond a normal relationship. Even their eyes and brows bore a faint resemblance. Various outrageous speculations quickly spread throughout the company. Some suspected that Gu Xiuyuan had secretly married and had a child, while others speculated that the little girl was the Gu family's little princess. In just half a day, the news had spread throughout the entire Gu corporation. The first person to be affected was by Shinran. The moment she heard these rumors, her face completely darkened. For years, she had always considered herself the future mistress of the Gu family. She would never allow any woman to get close to Gu Xiuyuan, much less have any children with him. But now, someone was telling her that Gu Xiuyuan might even have a daughter. At that moment, the jealousy and resentment in her heart were almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was completely unaware that the company was in complete chaos. After receiving Nan Nan's call, she panicked instantly. Coco had disappeared again. She had promised yesterday not to run off, but today she had secretly gone out again. Lin Wan was almost pale with fright. Ignoring everything else, she rushed downstairs while frantically dialing her daughter's number. But the phone remained unanswered, intensifying her anxiety. Lin Wan grew increasingly frightened, even taking off her high heels and running barefoot downstairs. She couldn't bear to think about what would happen if something truly happened to her daughter. She feared she would completely collapse. Meanwhile, Gu Xiuyuan and Kiki had returned to the Gu family's building. Before parting, Kiki suddenly said that she might not be able to come out often anymore, so she wanted to add Uncle Gu on WeChat in advance. Gu Xiuyuan was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected a 4-year-old girl to know how to use WeChat. This request surprised and amused him. Coco immediately puffed out her little chest proudly, declaring that she could recognize words at the age of 2. Her smug little face made Gu Xiuyuan burst out laughing. Soon, the two successfully added each other as friends. Looking at the newly added contact on his phone, Gu Xiuyuan suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if they had known each other for a long time. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the two of them were not like strangers who had just met, but rather like a real father and daughter, a thought that even he himself found absurd. Gu Xiuyuan then offered to take her to see her mother, but Kiki resolutely refused. She knew that her mother must be frantic with worry, and any further delay would have serious consequences. Just as Gu Xiuyuan was about to leave, Coco suddenly called him back. The next second, the little one tiptoed and gently kissed him on the cheek. Gu Xiuyuan froze on the spot. A few seconds later, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He even felt that this was the happiest day he had had in years. This scene was witnessed by all the company employees once again. Thus, the rumor that President Gu has a daughter was completely confirmed, and no one doubted its truth anymore. After all, besides his biological father, who would allow a little girl to be so close to him? But Gu Xiuyuan didn't care about these rumors at all. He was in an unusually good mood at the moment. Just as he entered the lobby, he bumped into Lin Wan, who was rushing downstairs. She was so preoccupied with finding her daughter that she hadn't even put on her shoes. She ran past Gu Xiuyuan, carrying her high heels, without even glancing at him. Gu Xiuyuan instinctively turned around and realized she was barefoot. At that moment, his instinct was to chase after her and ask what was going on. But there was no time left in the meeting, and the two could only brush past each other hastily without exchanging a word. Coco, downstairs, immediately stood up straight. She knew very well that the real crisis had finally arrived, and her mother would definitely not let her off easily this time. In less than half a minute, Lin Wan had rushed out of the company gate. Lin Yike. Upon hearing her full name, Kiki instantly put on an innocent and pitiful expression. But this time, Lin Wan did not soften her heart as easily as yesterday. She pulled her daughter to a shady spot, and after confirming that she was not suffering from heat stroke, her eyes slowly reddened. Because she was genuinely terrified. Her fear wasn't about her child being disobedient, but rather that she herself had been lost as a child, so she understood the consequences better than anyone. If a child truly went missing, it would be a nightmare for a family from which they could never awaken. This was why she had lost control so drastically. Faced with Lin Wan's anger, Coco remained completely innocent. She even felt that she wouldn't get lost at all, that she could take a taxi, and that she knew the way home. There was no danger whatsoever. But Lin Wan was genuinely frightened. For the first time, she sternly reprimanded her daughter, even calling her by her full name, Lin Yike. Seeing that her mother was truly angry, Coco finally lowered her head and admitted her mistake. But while she verbally apologized, she was still secretly plotting something. She had promised not to run around yesterday, but that didn't mean she couldn't come out today. This mischievous little thing almost made Lin Wan laugh in exasperation. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to hit her, only giving her a symbolic pat on the bottom as punishment. But in that instant, Lin Wan felt a sudden pang of sadness. All these years, she had worked tirelessly to earn money, yet she still couldn't give her children a complete family. For the first time, she began to seriously consider a question. Perhaps her children truly needed a father, someone who could accompany them as they grew up. Coco was still skillfully using her charm, promising she definitely wouldn't run off tomorrow. But Lin Wan immediately realized the problem. If she wouldn't run off tomorrow, could she continue the day after? Watching her daughter play this word game so earnestly, she suddenly realized that this little girl was getting smarter and harder to fool. When Coco heard the words, "You may never see mommy and brother again," she finally calmed down completely and dared not argue any further. She obediently admitted her mistake and promised not to worry her mother again. Seeing her daughter's aggrieved look, Lin Wan finally softened. The mother and daughter then had a simple lunch. Coco, who had already eaten with Gu Xiuyuan, could only grit her teeth and continue stuffing food into her mouth. She didn't dare mention Uncle Gu at all, because she knew that if her mother knew she was eating with a strange man, she would be even angrier. Because she was in a hurry to get back to the company, Lin Wan could only contact Qian Zhehui to come and pick up the child. Not long after, Qian Zhehui rushed to the scene. All the way there, she kept reminding Coco not to run around. But the little one sneakily approached and said she had a secret. After being assured that she wouldn't tell, she finally revealed the truth. It turned out that she had secretly gone to Gu's these past 2 days, not just to find her mother. The person she really wanted to see was Uncle Gu. Coco's eyes lit up when she mentioned Gu Xiuyuan. She was incredibly excited. From eating together to adding each other on WeChat, to being held in someone's arms, she recounted almost everything without holding anything back. Qian Zhehui grew increasingly surprised as she listened. She never expected a strange man to be so attentive to Coco. It went far beyond normal enthusiasm. The next second, Coco suddenly whispered, "Godmother, I think Uncle Gu looks just like Dad." The car fell silent instantly. This was the first time she had so clearly expressed her longing for a father's love. She even began to secretly wonder who her biological father was. But faced with her child's expectant gaze, Qian Zhehui could only remain silent, because she knew very well that even Lin Wan herself didn't know who that man was. In the end, she could only change the subject. But she felt increasingly sorry for the mother and son, because she knew that this kind of loss could never be easily made up for. Meanwhile, Gu Xiuyuan had returned to the company after lunch. However, the entire Gu group was in an uproar because of a rumor. President Gu had an illegitimate daughter, and that little girl had kissed him earlier that day. The news was becoming increasingly outrageous, even detached from reality. Eventually, all the rumors reached Bai Xinran's ears. Upon hearing the news, she nearly went mad, her face turning ashen. For years, she had considered herself the future mistress of the Gu family. But now, someone was telling her that Gu Xiuyuan not only had a woman, but even a child. Jealousy instantly overwhelmed her reason. She disregarded the occasion and consequences, rushing towards the conference room in her high heels. The meeting was in progress. More than a dozen senior executives of the group were seated inside, but the next second, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. Bai Xinran stormed in, her high heels clicking. Her assistant tried desperately to stop her, but to no avail. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, because everyone knew that Gu Xiuyuan hated being interrupted in meetings, and Bai Xinran had crossed that line. Bai Xinran didn't care about any of that. She only wanted to know one thing, whether Gu Xiuyuan had a child outside the marriage. So, in front of all the senior executives, she directly questioned Gu Xiuyuan. At that moment, the last shred of patience in Gu Xiuyuan's eyes finally ran out. He coldly announced the adjournment of the meeting. He knew very well that if Bai Xinran continued to cause trouble, the meeting could not possibly continue. Gu Xiuyuan coldly tossed out a "come with me," then turned and went straight back to his office. Bai Xinran immediately followed. In her view, as long as Gu Xiuyuan was willing to talk privately, it meant there was still a chance for things to turn around. But the moment the door closed, the last shred of patience on Gu Xiuyuan's face vanished completely. He didn't even bother to sit down, simply standing there coldly, telling Bai Xinran to get to the point. Looking at the man's icy and distant attitude, Bai Xinran felt deeply wronged. All these years she had followed Gu Xiuyuan around, and everyone had assumed she was his future wife, but Gu Xiuyuan had never even given her a second glance. Gu Xiuyuan's frustration grew increasingly intense. Especially considering the important meeting that had just been interrupted, his tolerance for this woman was nearing its limit. Finally, Bai Xinran couldn't help but ask the question that mattered most to her. Who was that child from lunchtime? And why was he so close to Gu Xiuyuan, even to that extent? Gu Xiuyuan didn't even bother to hide it, directly admitting that he had indeed had dinner with Kiki. This instantly broke Bai Xinran's defenses, amplifying her suspicions. She was almost certain that the child was Gu Xiuyuan's daughter. She even began to demand to know who that woman was, and why Gu Xiuyuan would rather have a child with someone else than accept her. Listening to these increasingly absurd speculations, Gu Xiuyuan finally frowned. He realized for the first time just how far the outrageous rumors about the company had gone. So he told Bai Xinran directly that Coco was not his daughter at all. Hearing this, Bai Xinran visibly relaxed, her expression softening considerably. But Gu Xiuyuan's next words made her face turn pale again. "My affairs have nothing to do with you." His tone was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. At that moment, Bai Xinran finally realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change Gu Xiuyuan's attitude towards her. This feeling of powerlessness almost drove her crazy. But she was still unwilling to give up. She even reached out and held Gu Xiuyuan's hand, trying to act coquettishly like before, hoping to get a little response in return. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Wan, holding the documents, stood directly in the doorway, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. The first thing Lin Wan saw was Bai Xinran holding Gu Xiuyuan's hand. She paused slightly, then immediately looked away, her face expressionless. In her mind, the two were clearly together. No wonder Bai Xinran dared to be so unrestrained in the company. It turned out she really did have Gu Xiuyuan backing her up. Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably annoyed. She quickly said, "Excuse me," turned to leave, and even considerately closed the door for the two of them. But the next second, Gu Xiuyuan abruptly shook off Bai Xinran's hand and chased after her without hesitation. This scene left Bai Xinran frozen in place, her face extremely pale. In the corridor, Lin Wan was about to leave when Gu Xiuyuan called her back. She immediately said that she hadn't seen anything and would never go out and spread rumors. But then Gu Xiuyuan suddenly began to explain, even emphasizing that his relationship with Bai Xinran wasn't what she imagined, his tone unusually serious. This confused Lin Wan. In her view, there was no need for him to explain such things to her, nor was there any need for explanation between them. She could only hand over the documents and quickly turn away, not wanting to linger. But just as the two were exchanging documents, Gu Xiuyuan suddenly froze. The closer he got to Lin Wan, the more he felt that Kiki looked like her. Especially her eyes, they were practically identical. This sense of similarity grew stronger, even sparking a ridiculous thought in his mind. But he quickly suppressed it. According to the timeline, if Coco was Lin Wan's child, she should have become pregnant after that night 5 years ago. But he clearly saw Lin Wan take the medicine with his own eyes. Thinking this through, Gu Xiuyuan could only attribute it all to coincidence. After all, there are many people in the world who look alike, and one shouldn't let a slight feeling lead to wild speculations. This scene, however, was witnessed by Bai Xinran in the office. Especially when she saw Gu Xiuyuan staring blankly at Lin Wan's retreating figure, her sense of crisis instantly reached its peak. Because she had never seen Gu Xiuyuan pay such attention to a woman before. Even when facing her, Gu Xiuyuan had never shown such a look in his eyes. So she finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you like Lin Wan?" Her voice was filled with obvious panic and unease. Gu Xiuyuan merely glanced at her coldly before uttering 3 words, "Don't touch her." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable warning. Those 3 short words completely broke Bai Xinran's defenses. Because in her eyes, protection itself was a form of favoritism, and favoritism often meant liking. For the first time, she truly felt panic. Although she hadn't won Gu Xiuyuan's love all these years, at least no woman had ever truly gotten close to him. But after Lin Wan appeared, everything changed. Gu Xiuyuan began to actively pay attention to a woman, even going so far as to warn her for her sake. However, Gu Xiuyuan was too lazy to explain further. He simply closed the office door, completely shutting Bai Xinran out without showing any mercy. At that moment, Bai Xinran utterly hated Lin Wan. All her resentment, jealousy, and anger were transferred to that woman. In his office, Gu Xiuyuan rubbed his temples, his mood extremely irritable. But when he opened WeChat and saw Coco's adorable profile picture, his mood inexplicably eased. So he took the initiative to send a message, asking if Coco had arrived home safely. Almost instantly, the little one's reply popped up. Coco diligently reported her itinerary, even promising not to run around again today. Her obedient and earnest demeanor was palpable even through the screen. Reading the lines of adorable text, Gu Xiuyuan's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. He himself didn't realize that his mood was gradually improving. But the next second, Coco suddenly sent a photo. In the photo, a little boy and a woman were sitting in the living room talking, a very warm scene. Gu Xiuyuan, who had been smiling, froze completely the moment he saw the boy's back. He even paused for a moment. Because that child looked remarkably like him when he was a child. From his posture and facial features to his back view, it was as if he were seeing a miniature version of himself. Gu Xiuyuan stared intently at the photo. In the photo, a little boy and a woman were sitting in the living room talking. Gu Xiuyuan, who had been smiling, froze completely the moment he saw the boy's back. Because that child looked remarkably like him when he was a child. Even their head shape was almost identical. Chapter 36 Lin Wan's photo. His mother had shown him some old photos before when she was sorting through them. What a coincidence. Perhaps this is fate? Is this little boy your brother? Gu Xiuyuan asked. He remembered Coco telling him that they were twins. Yes, my brother is great. But he'll probably be keeping a close eye on me these next few days, so I probably won't be able to visit my uncle for a while, Lin Wan replied. Little one, don't run around alone. If you miss your uncle, I can send a car to pick you up, but you need to tell your mommy beforehand. Or you can come to the company with your mommy. You can see me here, Gu Xiuyuan said. He had only been chatting with the little guy for a few minutes when all his previous irritation disappeared. If Bai Xinran were even half as likable as this child, he wouldn't have kept her at arm's length. Yay! Lin Wan was overjoyed. She wanted her mommy to meet the handsome uncle, since her mommy's company was huge and they might not even know each other. Even if the handsome uncle can't be her daddy, it's still a good thing for mommy to have a handsome male friend. After chatting with the little guy for a while, Gu Xiuyuan finally got back to work. He has been busy with work since taking office, and the company is thriving. He has also become the youngest, richest man in the history of Shenzhen Stock Exchange. He had never been in a relationship, nor did he have any plans to get married or have children. Apart from Lin Wan, he had never been with any other woman. Although he had many suitors, he really didn't like any of them. But right now, he really wants a well-behaved and adorable daughter. Lin Wan herself didn't expect that she would be exhausted in her first week at the new company. The weekend finally arrived, but she slept until late morning and still hadn't gotten out of bed. Lin Nan had prepared breakfast and called her twice, but she didn't respond. The little one felt sorry for her mother and didn't bother her anymore. Lin Wan was eventually woken up by a phone call. Ouyang Qian said that he has found a kindergarten for the children, and they can go and take a look today. If they are satisfied, they can start school as early as next Monday. This also helped Lin Wan solve a big problem. At least she doesn't have to worry about her daughter running around outside every day anymore. It made her very anxious. She tried to ask Bai Xinran for leave so she could stay home and spend time with her child, but as expected, she was refused. Lin Wan then got up, washed her face, ate something quickly, and took the children out. Ouyang Qian's new car was already parked downstairs waiting for them. A brand new Cullinan stands out conspicuously. Lin Wan had always known that the Ouyang family was quite wealthy, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful, as they bought such an expensive new car as soon as they returned to China. Wow, this car is so cool, Lin Nan exclaimed. He had seen this car online. Although the front of the car looked a bit old-fashioned, the overall appearance of the car was very grand and stable. The most important thing is that it's expensive. Since joining the organization, he no longer lacks the money to buy this kind of car, but his biggest problem now is that he can't get a driver's license. If you do the math, there are still more than a decade to go. Oh my god. He longs to grow up quickly so he can drive all sorts of cars he likes. Once he gets his driver's license, he'll definitely buy them all. I'll buy you a new one when you grow up. Ouyang Qian smiled and patted Lin Nan's head, speaking very naturally. And it was very sincere. If he could, he really hoped he would still be there for his children when they grew up. Whether it's a car, a villa, or even a yacht, he can buy them anything they like. Then thank you in advance, uncle. Lin Nan didn't say anything more. He can't make some decisions for his mother. If mommy is willing to be with Uncle Ouyang, he wouldn't object. Alright, get in the car, there's a surprise inside. Ouyang Qian opened the passenger door for Lin Wan. He always reserved the passenger seat for her. The two children unceremoniously sat in the back row, and only after they got in did they realize what the surprise Ouyang Qian had mentioned was. This car even has a starry sky roof. It was Ouyang Qian who specially paid for the installation, just to surprise the children. He knew they would love it. It's so beautiful. Lin Yike was attracted by the roof of the car. I'm glad you like it. Ouyang Qian was very happy. He felt the money was well spent as long as they were happy. Uncle, where have you been these past 2 days? You haven't come to see us at all, Lin Yike asked again. Uncle has a lot to take care of since he just got back to China, including your kindergarten, Ouyang Qian said as he started the car. He already missed the two little ones after only 2 days apart. He wouldn't have left them alone if he hadn't been so tied up with other commitments. I'm sorry to have troubled you with the kindergarten matter again, Lin once said apologetically. She felt that she owed Ouyang Qian more and more over the years, and she didn't know how to repay him, which made her very uneasy. Why are you being so polite with me? You've just returned to the country, and many things haven't been settled yet. Isn't it only right that I help you? Ouyang Qian said. He was busy with all this not only for the two children he had watched grow up, but also to ease Lin Wan's burden. Moreover, he never thought about getting anything in return, and even though he and Lin Wan didn't end up together, he didn't regret his efforts. This kindergarten is quite good, and the fees are a bit high, but it's within your budget. Most importantly, they don't restrict the child's nationality. As long as your nationality is still in China, you can just get a paternity test to prove they are your child. Ouyang Qian changed the subject. He didn't want to hear too many words of thanks, and he didn't want any distance between himself and Lin Wan. He really wanted her to depend on him for everything. Is it really that simple? Lin Wan asked. Her household registration was transferred out of the Lin family when she graduated from university, which is why she was able to leave so easily. However, she has not changed her nationality in the past few years. The kindergartens she had previously visited were either too expensive or required children to have Shenzhen residency, and some required not only residency, but also a house in the school district. But if the children are born abroad, their nationality will automatically be registered there, leaving them with limited options. However, some of the more lenient fees are too high. After all, she has 2 children and has to pay 2 fees, which is a bit of a burden for her. She doesn't want to lower her children's quality of life. Yes, it's that simple. We'll have an interview today, and if everything goes well, you can enroll and start school on Monday. You can take the school bus, or you can move to a place nearby after a while. It's not too far from your company, so it'll be convenient for everyone, Ouyang Qian said. He really considered all factors before making the decision about the children's kindergarten. Chapter 37, Ouyang's Confession. Of course, it's also very convenient for Ouyang Qian himself, because it's very close to his home and company. He can see the children anytime. He admitted that he also had some selfish motives involved. Half an hour later, the car drove into the kindergarten gate. The headmaster was already waiting there. She had to give him some face because of his connections with the Ouyang family. He is, after all, one of the shareholders. Hello, Mr. Ouyang. The kindergarten director greeted them warmly. Hello, these two children are the ones who will be starting school soon. This is their mother, Ms. Lin. Ouyang Qian introduced to the principal. Hello, principal. Lin Wan greeted her with a smile. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The two little ones also greeted each other in unison. He then gave a brief self-introduction. They said they were coming for an interview, but it was just a formality. The headmaster didn't have any other requirements for them. The two children were quite adorable. They are all well-behaved, polite, and good-looking. She likes it quite a bit. The principal led them on a tour of the entire campus to show them the environment. Lin Wan was very satisfied with the place. Most importantly, in a slightly better private kindergarten in Shenzhen, this kind of environment only costs 8,000 yuan, which is really cheap. She could still afford the tuition of more than 10,000 yuan for two children. After the so-called interviews were just a formality, the children were enrolled in school. The principal specifically instructed that since the child is a foreign national, both parents, who are of Chinese nationality, need to submit paternity tests. These are already exceptionally lenient conditions. Both parents? This put Lin Wan in a dilemma. She couldn't very well ask Gu Xiuyuan to do paternity tests on the children. She couldn't let him know about the two children. The first 2 times Coco ran downstairs to the company, she was terrified. Luckily, it wasn't Nan Nan who came. Otherwise, if Gu Xiuyuan had seen him, he would have definitely recognized that it was his son. She really hoped that Nan Nan would look more like her, rather than like that man. I'm sorry, principal, I'm a single mother. My husband and I separated a long time ago, and we've lost contact. Lin Wan said awkwardly. Only then did Ouyang Qian realize that he had overlooked this issue. He thought that only Lin Wan's paternity test was needed. I thought I had done it perfectly, but something still went wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lin. Then please submit the paternity test results with the children within 10 days. The headmistress said with a smile. No one had told her about this situation before. That's so embarrassing. She had assumed the children simply took their mother's surname, or that the children's father also had the surname Lin, but she never expected that this was the case. However, this Miss Lin doesn't seem to be very old. She's divorced and has 2 children at such a young age, which must be quite difficult for her. The headmaster's face showed a hint of sympathy. The principal's expression momentarily stunned Lin Wan, but she quickly recovered. From the day she decided to have 2 children, she was prepared for people to look at her differently. Okay. Lin Wan nodded. After completing the enrollment procedures, the children could start classes next Monday, which put Lin Wan at ease. At least the children are safe while she's at work. After leaving the kindergarten, Lin Wan took the children directly to get paternity tests done, which she could submit on Monday. After dinner, Ouyang Qian accompanied the mother and her 2 children for a walk on the beach. The sea breeze caressed her cheeks, and Lin Wan felt relaxed and happy. She was exhausted from work this week, and with the added worry of the children, she could finally relax. Seeing that the 2 children were quite far away from them, Ouyang Qian mustered up his courage and said, Wan, have you ever thought about finding a father for the children? Huh? Lin Wan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Ouyang Qian to ask that. I mean, have you ever thought about getting married and finding someone to rely on? Ouyang Qian's Adam's apple was trembling with nervousness. He had kept this to himself for years, and he wanted to speak out. If you don't speak up, you'll never have a chance. If in the end we really can't even be friends, he'll accept it. He just wants an answer, a result. Not yet, Lin Wan said honestly. Although she was framed for what happened with Gu Xiuyuan back then, she also bore some responsibility herself. She did not develop any aversion to men because of Gu Xiuyuan. In recent years, all her thoughts have been on her children and work, and she has never thought about the future. Moreover, with 2 children to raise, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable partner. Most importantly, there was no one who made her heart flutter. I don't think someone like her, who gave birth out of wedlock and has 2 children, can possibly rebuild a happy family. If she gets married, she worries that her partner won't treat the children well enough, and that she'll have to face the possibility of having another child. The most important thing in her life was her 2 children, not herself. Will you consider it in the future? Actually, the children really need a father. Coco secretly told me that she really wants a dad, Ouyang Qian said. Even breathing became difficult. He had already decided to confess his feelings when Coco said those words to him. These words silenced Lin Wan. She had never dared to confront this issue directly. Children rely more on their mothers when they are young, but as they grow older, they begin to need their father's love, especially when they see other children playing with their fathers. She wasn't blind to the children's envious eyes, but she had too many concerns. Wan, Ouyang Qian spoke again, his voice a little hoarse. You've always known my feelings, and I know you have many concerns about marriage. But as long as you're willing to give me the chance to take care of you both, you don't need to have any worries. With me, you don't need to think about having children anymore. I raised them from a young age, and I treat them no differently than my own children. Having them in our lives is enough. Who the children's biological father is doesn't matter anymore. He's never been a part of your lives, has he? What matters most is who loves them the most, and I am the best choice. Ouyang Qian was unaware that Lin Wan's current boss, Gu Xiuyuan, was the biological father of their 2 children. He thought that the man had never appeared again, and would never appear again. Ouyang Qian really wanted to hug Lin Wan, but he held back. I can't hold you back, Lin Wan said. Although she didn't know much about the Ouyang family, she knew that Ouyang Qian was his parents' only son. The Ouyang family was so wealthy that they couldn't possibly not want to have their own descendants. Putting aside whether they love each other or not, being together would only hold each other back. Chapter 38, She's willing. I did it willingly. How can you call it a delay? Ouyang Qian's eyes were red. You should find a girl who is your equal. I already have 2 children, and we are really not suitable for each other. Besides, I have always considered you a friend. I know you are very good to me, and I know you have helped me a lot. But you also need to think about your family, Lin Wan explained. She admitted that Ouyang Qian would be a very good marriage prospect, but she wasn't interested and he wasn't a good match for her. She had always tried to carefully maintain this friendship, and it wasn't something she could just let go of. But no parent would want their unmarried son to marry a woman with 2 children, let alone a wealthy family. Can't you think about yourself and the children too? Is there anyone in this world who can treat the 3 of you better than me? Ouyang Qian said. He doesn't think anyone can surpass him. He wouldn't feel comfortable handing the mother and her 2 children over to someone else. The gap between us is too big. I don't care about any of that. I really don't care. I just want to be with you all. I treat the children like my own. You know that. Ouyang Qian's voice was choked with emotion. He really sacrificed a lot. Lin Wan knew this, of course, but she really didn't want the friendship to turn sour, and she didn't want to hold the other person back. Don't worry. I've told you before that you don't need to worry about anything anymore. I will handle everything, including my family. Please trust me, okay? Ouyang Qian said sincerely. His family did object, but they eventually compromised for his sake. Qian, don't hurt your parents who love you for anyone. Besides, a marriage without your parents' blessing is unlikely to be happy. You shouldn't do this. Lin Wan still wanted to refuse. If they love me, they will respect my decision. Who I marry is related to my happiness for the rest of my life, and they understand that. Wan, please give me a chance. Let's try it out. If you still feel it's not right, we'll break up. Think about it. I will bring you and the children happiness. The children like me very much, don't they? Ouyang Qian said. The 2 children have always been very close to him. For more than 4 years, he has always given them fatherly love, and he believes that the children will be willing to accept him. The children need their father. They need a more complete family, Ouyang Qian continued. These words successfully touched Lin Wan's heartstrings. As a mother, she may not consider herself, but she must consider her child. Okay. Lin Wan raised her head after thinking about this. What? Ouyang Qian thought he had misheard. We can try dating, and if it doesn't work out, let's not bring it up again, Lin Wan said. She's willing to give each other a chance, unless she really can't accept getting married to this man. Really? That's great. Ouyang Qian's face lit up with a childlike smile. He couldn't believe his ears. He had already prepared himself for rejection. Yes, it's not a formal relationship. It's an attempt at dating. You understand what I mean, Lin Wan reiterated. I understand. Even so, Ouyang Qian was already satisfied. Having received the answer he wanted, Ouyang Qian was beaming with joy. He wanted to hug Lin Wan, but he held back in the end. He ran over, picked up the two little ones, and spun them around. Babies, can I be your daddy? The two little ones had already overheard the adults' conversation. Lin Wan was very willing. If his mother was willing, he was willing too. Lin Yike, who once desperately wanted Ouyang Qian to be her father, is now conflicted. She seems to prefer spending time with Uncle Gu now. I just don't know what mommy is thinking. Will she like Uncle Gu as much as she does? Uncle Ouyang is a good person, but she can sense that her mother doesn't like him. Even a child knows that a forced relationship won't be happy, but some adults don't understand this. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that Ouyang Qian finally took the mother and son home, and the smile on his face never faded the whole way. He was so excited that he waited until the lights upstairs were turned off before driving away. Today I finally got closer to Lin Wan. On Monday morning, the two little ones will officially start school. Lin Wan decided to personally take her child to school. She would consider the school bus or moving house later. Mommy, do I look good in this dress? Lin Yike jumped around excitedly like a little rabbit. I've changed my clothes several times. She was so happy. She could finally go to a crowded place. She had been so bored at home for the past few days, and she loved being around people. She looks good in everything. Hurry up and call your brother to go to school. Lin Wan patted her daughter's head. Although her two children are twins, they have completely different personalities. The younger sister is outgoing, enthusiastic, and bold, while the older brother is introverted and calm. For both of them, it was their first day at a new school, but Lin Wan and his sister had completely opposite reactions. He didn't want to go at all and dawdled for a long time before finally coming out of his room with his school bag on his back. And he looked so listless. He has to go to school again, and he'll have to face a bunch of chattering little brats again. He really doesn't want to play with them, okay? They had absolutely nothing in common, and if it weren't for his younger sister accompanying him, he would never have gone to school. All right, kids all have to go to school. Cheer up and give me a smile. Lin Wan rubbed her son's little face. Her son is far too precocious. Sometimes she really felt that he was a little adult. Hee. Lin Wan gave a fake smile that couldn't be more fake. He really wanted to ask his mom if he was happy now. Forget it, stop laughing. Let's go, we're going to be late. Lin Wan pulled Lin Wan's arm and walked out. Whether you like it or not, you have to go through the process of going to school. Lin Wan never thought about her two children becoming top students or outstanding talents. She only hoped that they could be healthy, receive an education, and complete their academic journey. Downstairs, Ouyang Qian, who had been waiting there, leaned against his new car. She waited for her sweetheart with great joy. They had agreed yesterday that he would drive the children to school today, and then take Lin Wan to work. She no longer kept her distance from him. She was willing to let him stand beside her. Good morning, Uncle Ouyang. Lin Yike's smile was always sunny. Good morning, Lin Wan said, his head drooping, looking unhappy. Is it absolutely necessary to attend this kindergarten? He already has enough money to ensure a life of luxury for him and his mother for the rest of their lives, so going to school is meaningless to him. Besides, he already knows everything that's taught in school. Chapter 39 Rivals Meet, Eyes Furious. Lin Wan was extremely resistant to going to kindergarten, but she had no choice but to go. At least if my sister goes inside, she won't run around, and mommy will have less to worry about. What's wrong, you brat? You're sighing and groaning about going to school. Uncle Ouyang promises you, if you study hard, I'll buy you a model airplane. A limited edition, you know. I have connections. Ouyang Qian directly grasped the little guy's psychology. He raised the children himself, so he knows all too well what they like. Really? Lin Wan's eyes lit up immediately. He really likes cars, airplanes, yachts, and other such things, and he also likes their models. The more expensive the better. He had always wanted that model airplane, and if he wasn't afraid of arousing his mother's suspicion, he would have bought it himself long ago. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Okay, let's go to school, here we go. Ouyang Qian thoughtfully opened the car door for the mother and her two children. See you this afternoon, Mommy. I'll miss you, I'll love you. I'll take good care of my brother. Bye-bye. Lin Yike was even more excited when they arrived at the kindergarten gate. He waved his hand vigorously. Bye-bye, see you tonight. Lin Wan waved and turned to get back into her car. She could finally relax. Once the children were at school, they would be safe. The kindergarten had surveillance cameras, and she could see her two children anytime on her phone. Now she can finally focus all her energy on her work. The more Bai Xinran wanted her to leave, the more she felt compelled to stay. Otherwise, who would raise her child? Bai Xinran had underestimated a mother's patience. Lin Wan didn't want Ouyang Qian to actually help her raise her child. Even if the two of them officially started dating, she wasn't after money. When Ouyang Qian dropped Lin Wan off at the company, Gu Xiuyuan happened to arrive at the company just then and saw Lin Wan getting out of Ouyang Qian's car. The other person even kindly opened the car door for her. A strange sour feeling spread from the depths of his heart. Who was that man? Her boyfriend? The sight of the two chatting and laughing made him very unhappy. He took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Miss Lin." Lin Wan then noticed the person behind her, President Gu. She inexplicably felt a little nervous, as if she had done something she shouldn't have. "Your boyfriend?" Gu Xiuyuan glanced at Ouyang Qian and raised an eyebrow slightly. He could tell at a glance that the other party was no match for him in any way. "No." "Yes." 2 different voices appeared at the same time. Lin Wan denied it because she felt that they were not officially dating yet, and she always felt guilty when facing Gu Xiuyuan, even though there was nothing between them. Ouyang Qian gave a very affirmative answer. Sparks flew between the 2 men the moment their eyes met. As a fellow man, Ouyang Qian could naturally sense Gu Xiuyuan's feelings for Lin Wan. He wanted to assert his sovereignty first. He just didn't expect Lin Wan to deny it. She even let him drive her to work, and he thought she would be open about their relationship. Could it be that she has other feelings for this man? She just called him President Gu. Could this man be Gu Xiuyuan? Ouyang Qian just realized what was happening. "Did you hear that?" Miss Lin said no. Gu Xiuyuan's lips curled up slightly, and he looked at Ouyang Qian with a wicked expression. He thought Lin Wan had a boyfriend, but it turned out he was just a suitor. Then there's nothing to fear. He didn't think the other person could compare to him in any way. Wan. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Wan, hoping she would say something. "All right, time to get back to work. Qian, see you this afternoon." Lin Wan didn't want the 2 of them to get entangled any longer. "Okay, I'll do whatever you say," Ouyang Qian said, glancing at Gu Xiuyuan. The other person's eyes were full of provocation, but he wasn't afraid. Even if the other party really was Gu Xiuyuan, the president of the Gu group, he wasn't afraid. He just wanted to win Lin Wan's heart with his sincerity. He believed that Lin Wan was never someone who coveted wealth and status. After Ouyang Qian left, Lin Wan walked quickly into the company without looking back. Why is Gu Xiuyuan everywhere? What does it matter to him whether she has a boyfriend or not? The scene she witnessed in Gu Xiuyuan's office last time made Lin Wan convinced that Gu Xiuyuan and Bai Xinran had a special relationship. She had absolutely no desire to have anything to do with this man. She didn't want him to keep appearing in front of her. Bai Xinran called Gu Xiuyuan several times over the weekend, trying to find out his whereabouts and whether he had gone to see any other woman, but no one answered. She also brought gifts to the Gu family and took the opportunity of visiting Gu's parents to try to see Gu Xiuyuan, but he was not at home. Even his parents didn't know where he went. The more this happened, the more uncertain Bai Xinran felt. She always felt that Gu Xiuyuan had either been seeing that little girl and her mother or Lin Wan during the past 2 days of avoiding her, and there was even the possibility that he had seen other women. Although Gu Xiuyuan clearly stated that the little girl was not his daughter, Bai Xinran received a secretly filmed video. It was a video of Gu Xiuyuan having dinner with the little girl at a restaurant. Although the image quality was a bit blurry, it was still clear that Gu Xiuyuan was very close to the child. Even if that wasn't his illegitimate daughter, it was still Gu Xiuyuan who had taken a liking to the child's mother. Otherwise, why would he be so kind to a child with whom he has no blood relation for no reason? She knew perfectly well that Gu Xiuyuan didn't like children. Bai Xinran grew angrier the more she thought about it, and early Monday morning, she blocked Gu Xiuyuan's office door, wanting to find out where he had been these past 2 days. Sure enough, Gu Xiuyuan arrived at work on time before 9 o'clock. He didn't even glance at Bai Xinran, who was guarding the door. "Gu Xiuyuan," Bai Xinran shouted angrily. Didn't he see her? "What is it now? Hurry up and say it." Gu Xiuyuan was very impatient. "Where did you go this weekend? Why didn't you answer my calls? Who were you with?" Bai Xinran asked directly. "It's none of your business. Don't get too involved." Gu Xiuyuan didn't want to answer these pointless questions. He was already annoyed when he saw Ouyang Qian, and now seeing Bai Xinran pestering him like this only made him more annoyed. They all paid Mayor Bai to do things for them. It was just a mutually beneficial exchange, a voluntary transaction. Why does Bai Xinran always act like he owes her something? He's already been very accommodating to her for so long and cleaned up her messes so many times. Now they're even interfering in his private affairs. Was he too tolerant of her, causing her to have some kind of illusion? Chapter 40. Cried after being publicly criticized. Did she really think he could accept everything about her? If he weren't afraid that Mayor Bai would secretly sabotage him, he would have driven Bai Xinran away long ago. This kind of woman really disgusts him. Bai Xinran stammered angrily. Tell me, did you secretly go to see Lin Wan, or that child's mother? What do you like about them? Tell me. She was really unwilling to accept it. Gu Xiuyuan took a step forward, leaned slightly to meet Bai Xinran's eyes. What does it matter to you where I go or who I go to? So what if I go to them? If you have free time, improve your work skills, or find a man to date. Stop staring at what I'm doing all day long. Everything I do is none of your business. There's no need for me to report to you. Our relationship is simply that of boss and employee. Know your place and stop acting crazy. Gu Xiuyuan's words showed Bai Xinran absolutely no respect. He'd rather break off all ties completely. He could let minor squabbles slide in the past, but Bai Xinran had been pushing his limits lately, and he wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. After saying these words, Gu Xiuyuan turned around and went back to his office, not even giving Bai Xinran a chance to react. But all these words pierced Bai Xinran's heart. He actually said that he had gone to look for them. Do you want to spend the whole day with me? Bai Xinran looked aggrieved and wanted to wipe away her tears. She's the daughter of a high-ranking official, with no shortage of money or power in her family. She's a typical, rich, beautiful, and successful woman, and countless men pursue her, but she doesn't even look at any of them. On the contrary, Gu Xiuyuan, who humbled himself to pursue her, treated her this way. This was hard for her, who had always been very proud, to accept. This scene was not only clearly seen by Gu Xiuyuan's assistant, but also by several employees who came up with documents for Gu Xiuyuan to sign. What are you looking at? Are you laughing at me? Get out of here! Bai Xinran shouted aggrievedly. The sound was very harsh. Gu Xiuyuan actually disrespected her in public. How is she supposed to get along at the company now? Bai Xinran now looks at everyone who passes by with a sharp gaze. Little did she know that Gu Xiuyuan hated her crazy behavior the most. However, the fact that Bai Xinran was publicly rebuked by Gu Xiuyuan and cried could not be kept secret, and the news spread throughout the entire company in less than half a day. They know everything they should and shouldn't know. Even the security guard at the gate knows it all clearly. Everyone's gossip-loving nature was completely aroused, and even the cats kept at the company heard about it. In fact, everyone already knew that Gu Xiuyuan didn't like Bai Xinran at all. She was just using her family's influence to bully others in the company. In addition, Gu Xiuyuan never cared about her, which made her even more arrogant. Even if everyone looks down on her, they wouldn't dare to openly offend this young lady. But behind her back, people often mocked her, saying that even if she offered herself to someone, no one would want her. They said that if her family weren't powerful, who would even look at someone like her? They were really making a mountain out of a molehill. Everyone was talking about it all day long, and they spent most of their break time discussing it. Even the few lackeys who usually fawned over Bai Xinran got to enjoy the gossip. Bai Xinran was so angry after losing face in front of Gu Xiuyuan in the morning that she refused to leave the office all day and didn't even eat lunch. She didn't want others to look at her differently. She was such a proud person. However, being alone did not allow Bai Xinran to calm down and reflect on her behavior. Instead, it allowed jealousy to grow rampant in her heart. She needed to vent all her bad emotions, and the best outlet for her was Lin Wan, whom Gu Xiuyuan had spent the whole day with. Doesn't he like this woman? He just doesn't want this woman to have an easy time at the company. This will also let this slut know what happens when she seduces a man. It wasn't until the afternoon that Bai Xinran touched up her makeup, put on her high heels, and transformed back into a proud peacock as she left her office and went to the design department next door. The people who were gossiping about Bai Xinran immediately dispersed when they saw her come in, pretending to get back to work. They were terrified of being targeted by this living devil, which would be troublesome. Bai Xinran glanced around the entire design department and was quite satisfied to see that everyone was still as afraid of her as before. It seems that what happened this morning did not damage her prestige in the design department. Lin Wan. Bai Xinran's tone was icy. When Lin Wan's name was called, she felt a chill run down her spine. It seems they're after her again. Director Bai, I'm here. Lin Wan turned around. Is she going to get into trouble again today? Bai Xinran tossed a USB drive she was holding onto Lin Wan's desk. This is a new order. The client specified you. Give it to me tonight. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Her targeting of Lin Wan was just the beginning. Everyone knows she likes Gu Xiuyuan. How could Lin Wan not know? Knowing this, she still dared to seduce Gu Xiuyuan, so she shouldn't blame her for being impolite. Lin Wan held the small USB drive. She was a new employee, and the client specifically asked her to design something? That was ridiculous. It would be better to just make it clear that you're targeting her. Lin Wan almost swore. She knew that Bai Xinran's arrival was never good. Although Bai Xinran holds the title of Design Department Director, she never does any work, and she is not even a design major. She delegated all the work to her subordinates while she enjoyed the air conditioning and played on her phone in her private office. They can even be late or leave early, and no one will care. Sometimes you can't even find them, and you can't even sign anything. This caused a lot of headaches for the design department, but they were helpless. Looks like Mr. Gu didn't scold her enough this morning. Sister, he muttered under her breath. A leopard can't change its spots. They have no bottom line when it comes to messing with people. She's just deliberately making things difficult for me. What can I do? Lin Wan was now dejected. This salary is truly pathetic. No wonder some people are managing salaries plus humiliation allowance. They're deliberately making you work overtime again. Why don't you just quit and go directly to General Manager Gu? Sister, he suggested. She had heard quite a few gossips, one of which was that Gu Xiuyuan himself said he had spent the whole day with Lin Wan. She couldn't ask Lin Wan these questions directly. But if it's true, as long as President Gu speaks up, Lin Wan can't be bullied. When it came to finding Gu Xiuyuan, Lin Wan immediately pictured the face that looked remarkably like her son's. She shook her head vigorously and said, forget it, forget it. I can't hide forever. It just means I won't be able to pick up my kids from school if I have to work overtime. She had no desire to have anything to do with Gu Xiuyuan, and she couldn't be bothered to listen to Bai Xinran's gossip. Chapter 41. You have a child? Because Lin Wan didn't want to hear Bai Xinran's gossip about Gu Xiuyuan, she still didn't know that Gu Xiuyuan had told Bai Xinran that he had spent the whole weekend with her. She'd rather be bullied by Bai Xinran than go to Gu Xiuyuan, and she'd rather work overtime. Babies? School's out. Sister, his eyes widened. What did she hear? Did you get a pet? But pets don't have to go to school. Or perhaps she has younger siblings. No, Lin Wan told her that she has no other relatives here, and that she hasn't been in contact with her adoptive parents for a long time. Could it be? Yes, my two babies are twins, a boy and a girl, and they're already in kindergarten, Lin Wan said generously. She doesn't mind at all that others know she has a child. She just doesn't usually mention her child to her colleagues at work, mainly because Nan looks too much like Gu Xiuyuan, and she doesn't want to arouse any suspicion. Sister, he was an exception for her. Twins? No way. Sister, he deliberately lowered her voice, thinking that Lin Wan didn't want others to know. Moreover, she couldn't tell at all that Lin Wan had already had 2 children. If she didn't know that Lin Wan had a master's degree and had worked for 2 years, she would have thought that Lin Wan had just graduated from university. Is it really possible for a woman to have the same figure as before giving birth? Sister, he felt a bit sorry for the unfairness of the creator. She exercised a lot after giving birth to maintain her figure, but her figure is still not as good as before. Yes, she's over 4 years old and goes to kindergarten, Lin Wan said. So you had a baby at 23? Sister, he asked. Nowadays, very few young people have children so early, and considering her age, Lin Wan actually had a child before pursuing her postgraduate studies. Sister, he couldn't help but start to question some of the rumors circulating in the company. Wasn't Lin Wan already married? How could she possibly have something going on with President Gu? Indeed, gossip is something you should only listen to and not believe completely. Yes, they are super cute. Lin Wan felt a warm glow in her heart when she thought of her 2 children. They really are the cutest babies in the world. She really wanted to show Sister he how cute her babies were, but she held back. Now was not the time to show off her kids. Twins, Xiaowan, you're so lucky. Sister, his eyes were full of envy. Having both a son and a daughter is her dream, but unfortunately her husband isn't supportive, so she can only work hard and is already content with raising her daughter well. Making money is more important to her than having a second child. Hey, what does your husband do? Why did you get married so early? Sister, he asked casually. Sister, to be honest, I'm not married, and I had a child as a single mother. So, please keep this a secret for me, Lin Wan replied seriously. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked so many questions, Sister, he said apologetically. A young girl who has lost contact with her adoptive parents, it's easy to imagine how difficult it must have been to raise 2 children alone. She felt even more sorry for Lin Wan now. No wonder she was so patient. It was all for the sake of the child. Sigh, I guess everyone has their own fate. Regardless of the reason why Lin Wan gave birth as a single woman, as long as it wasn't immoral or immoral, there's nothing wrong with it, and she won't have any opinions about it. It's nothing. How old is your daughter, Sister? Lin Wan asked. They're over 10 years old now. Teenagers are really hard to manage. Oh, by the way, I should bring the kids out to play sometime. My daughter loves children, and a few years ago she was even begging me to give her a younger brother or sister. Sister He smiled broadly as she talked about her daughter. Okay. Lin Wan smiled and changed the subject to work. Of course, she hoped the children could have another friend, but she hadn't decided whether to let Sister He know that the two children's biological father was Gu Xiuyuan. After talking to Sister He about her children, she missed them even more and lost all interest in work. Since she couldn't avoid working overtime today anyway, she might as well rest for a while and see what the children were doing. He then put on his headphones and turned on the kindergarten surveillance camera to check on the children's movements. Sure enough, her precious son sat by himself with his hands supporting his chin, ignoring everyone and not even showing any interest in interacting with the teacher. The daughter, on the other hand, is a real leader among the children, setting the tone for the entire class. They also interacted with the teacher very actively. Lin Wan couldn't help but smile as she looked at the two children. After looking at the children for a while, she casually sent a message to Ouyang Qian, asking him to pick them up that evening, as she had to work overtime. Lin Wan put away her phone and got back to work. They were designing their own blueprints very seriously. By 7 p.m., everyone in the office had long since left. She video chatted with the children for a while, and they said that Ouyang Qian had left early because of an emergency, but they would behave themselves and told her not to worry. She continued working overtime after hanging up the video call. If Bai Xinran hadn't made her hand it in tonight, she could have taken it home, finished it, and handed it in tomorrow morning. Moreover, Bai Xinran left work before 5 p.m. It's just pure torture. Lin Wanming knew the other party was making things difficult for her, but she was helpless because she couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract. The contract was only for 1 year, and she could grit her teeth and bear it. She definitely wouldn't renew it after a year. But this year has been incredibly difficult and chaotic, and this is just the beginning. Lin Wan sighed as she continued making revisions. Just then, a tall figure flashed past the office door and quickly disappeared. Lin Wan, who was engrossed in her work, didn't notice anything amiss, only that she felt a chill down her spine. It wasn't until almost 11 p.m. that Lin Wan finished the design drawings, printed them out, delivered them to Bai Xinran's office, and then hurriedly left the company. It's so late, the children must be getting worried. Moreover, she was exhausted after working at high intensity for several hours. What kind of client is this, with so many demands? Even black has to be a multicolored black. As she walked downstairs, a cool breeze blew by, and Lin Wan shivered, rubbing her arms. The temperature difference between day and night is now large, so she didn't bring a coat when she went out in the morning. Looks like I'll need to keep spare clothes in the office from now on. She was cold, hungry, and tired, and all she wanted to do was go home, take a hot shower, and go to sleep. When Lin Wan got to the roadside, she realized that the ride-hailing service she had hailed from the office hadn't been accepted yet. Strange. Is this some kind of ghost? I've never encountered this situation before. I tried to flag down a taxi, but several taxis that passed by were already occupied. Why am I having such bad luck today? As Lin Wan waited listlessly for a car by the roadside, she muttered, I'll marry whoever takes me home now. Chapter 42, Sending You Home. So you're getting married so casually? A deep, magnetic voice came from behind, carried by the light. Lin Wan turned her head and saw a car slowly stop next to her, with a face that was all too familiar in the car window. What's it to you? Lin Wan turned her head away irritably. I was already exhausted and couldn't get a taxi, and now seeing this face is making me even more annoyed. If he's so capable, he should fire her. Well, if he fires her, he won't have to pay compensation. How can this man appear out of nowhere? It's already past midnight, and he still manages to show up in front of her. Doesn't he need to go home? Instead of being annoyed by Lin Wan's retort, Gu Xiuyuan even smiled. Don't wait if you can't get a taxi. It's cold. Get in the car, I'll take you home, Gu Xiuyuan said gently, feeling a pang of heartache as he looked at her shivering. He has never been so patient with any woman before. Bai Xinran completely ignored his words. No need to trouble Mr. Gu. I can take a taxi myself. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She didn't want to ride in his car. She didn't want to be alone with this man either. She preferred to wait a little longer in the cold wind. Although it was really cold, she hadn't been back to China for several years and had forgotten that the temperature in Shenzhen had already turned cold at this time of year. She thought it was time to buy the children some autumn clothes. They didn't bring many clothes with them when they returned to China. But as soon as she finished speaking, a cold wind blew by, and Lin Wan unconsciously hugged her arms. Gu Xiuyuan got out of the car, grabbed Lin Wan's arm, and shoved her into the passenger seat. What are you doing, Gu Xiuyuan? Let me go. Lin Wan didn't even have a chance to struggle before she was shoved into the car. Gu Xiuyuan closed the car door as quickly as possible and returned to the driver's seat to lock all the doors. Put me down right now. Gu Xiuyuan, did you hear me? Put me down. Lin Wan was angry. Is this person some kind of bandit? She had already told him not to ride in his car. I said I'd take you home. Sit tight and buckle up, Gu Xiuyuan said calmly. She had just called his name for the first time, and he liked it very much. I can hail a taxi myself. Lin Wan tried to open the car door, but found that she couldn't open it no matter what she did. It's cold outside. Without waiting for a reply, Gu Xiuyuan put his coat over Lin Wan. Her arms were ice cold. Remember to bring clothes next time, it's getting cold. The temperature difference in Shenzhen is huge this time of year. You're a local, you should know that, Gu Xiuyuan said. How can she be so inconsiderate of herself? The words local made Lin Wan stop struggling. It seems he hasn't forgotten what happened 5 years ago at all, and still clearly remembers that she's a local. I haven't been in the country for the past few years, so I forgot, Lin Wan muttered softly. Gu Xiuyuan then remembered that Lin Wan had just returned from abroad. He then took out a cup of hot milk and handed it to Lin Wan, saying, warm your hands up first, they're very cold. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Lin Wan looked at Gu Xiuyuan in confusion. Did you buy this for me? Even if she were stupid, she could tell that this glass of milk was prepared for her. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just the right temperature, and Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't have appeared in front of her at just the right time. And this too, just make do with this for now. It's not good for your health to skip meals. Gu Xiuyuan took out 2 more steamed buns, one with red bean paste filling and the other with beef filling. He called his housekeeper to have steamed something fresh and brought it over when he saw Lin Wan working overtime and not even having time to eat. You haven't left? Lin Wan was surprised that he knew she hadn't eaten dinner. Okay, I'll wait for you. He didn't want to beat around the bush. He needed to let her know how much he cared for her. Why? Lin Wan asked, puzzled. She hasn't had any contact with him in the past few years. Consider it compensation. Bai Xinran made you work overtime, so it's my fault too, Gu Xiuyuan said casually. He really didn't want to leave Xinran blank. Oh, Lin Wan lowered her head and took a big bite of the steamed bun. So it was because of Bai Xinran. Well, they were both in the office last time. Don't misunderstand, there's nothing else between us. Gu Xiuyuan finally realized what was going on and quickly explained. Her abuse of power is also my dereliction of duty as the boss. She stayed in the company for other reasons, not because I wanted to. So, I'm really sorry. I'll deal with her. Gu Xiuyuan tried to defend himself, saying that what he had just said made it sound like he had an affair with Bai Xinran. You don't need to explain so much to me. I'm not interested in President Gu's private life. However, it is indeed your dereliction of duty not to manage your subordinates well, Lin Wan said, taking another big gulp of hot milk. She wasn't interested in the relationship between Gu Xiuyuan and Bai Xinran, but rather in what brand of milk it was, since it tasted quite good. The steamed buns were also delicious, much better than the ones she usually buys. Since he knew he had neglected his duty, he still brought her food. At least he still has some conscience. Also, as compensation for what happened 5 years ago, Gu Xiuyuan said unhurriedly. The thought of the man who drove Lin Wan to work this morning triggered his possessiveness. Cough cough, Lin Wan almost spat out the milk in her mouth. He actually brought up 5 years ago. This is so embarrassing. Gu Xiuyuan quickly handed over a tissue. Drink slowly. I'm not going to take it from you. Seeing her blushing face, he secretly smiled. It seemed she hadn't forgotten what happened 5 years ago. She hasn't forgotten him either. He knew she was always avoiding him, and the more she did that, the more he wanted to appear in front of her and make his presence known. 5 years ago, she made him lose control of himself that night, and now she makes him just as irresistibly want to get closer to her. Lin Wan turned her face away and ate her steamed bun, completely ignoring him. Gu Xiuyuan just leaned back and watched her eat and drink her fill. The man who brought you to the company this morning isn't coming to pick you up? Doesn't he know it's dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night? Gu Xiuyuan deliberately brought up Ouyang Qian. Gu Xiuyuan had a very bad first impression of Ouyang Qian because he couldn't even take any action to pursue her. His words were somewhat intended to sow discord. He's busy with something. Lin Wan didn't turn her head. Where do you live? It's late. I'll take you home now, Gu Xiuyuan asked. He had seen Lin Wan's information. It only showed her address abroad, not in China. Platinum Mansion, Lin Wan said, squinting. The car was warm, and Gu Xiuyuan's coat had a pleasant, faint, yet relaxing scent of perfume. She fell asleep shortly afterward. Seeing that Lin Wan had fallen asleep, Gu Xiuyuan did not rush to start the car, but instead leaned down to look at her sleeping face. Chapter 43 The Same Face. Gu Xiuyuan stared, somewhat lost in thought. Lin Wan's face gradually overlapped with the face she had 5 years ago. 5 years have passed, and she hasn't changed at all. A unique fragrance belonging to Lin Wan spread through Gu Xiuyuan's nostrils. My heart started to beat faster, my face felt slightly hot, and all the muscles in my body tensed up. Gu Xiuyuan quickly sat up straight. Sure enough, this woman still had the same fatal attraction for him as she did 5 years ago. I took several deep breaths to suppress a certain thought in my mind. Gu Xiuyuan then slowly drove the car out, heading towards the Billionaire mansion. Slow as a snail, as if afraid of waking Lin Wan from her sleep. What should have been a 20-minute drive took Gu Xiuyuan almost 40 minutes to complete. Once inside the residential complex, Gu Xiuyuan reluctantly woke Lin Wan up, as he still didn't know which building she lived in. Lin Wan then opened her eyes. She had actually fallen asleep in the man's car. Looking out the window, she realized they had arrived in the residential area. Which building? Gu Xiuyuan's voice was very gentle. Just drop it off here. Lin Wan looked around. Her building was nearby, not far away. She was already very unwilling to be sent back to her apartment complex. She didn't want the man to know which building she lived in, and she didn't want him to see her 2 children. She suddenly regretted not insisting on getting off the bus earlier. She was just too tired and was still feeling groggy. She was genuinely afraid that if Gu Xiuyuan found out about the 2 children, they would be taken away from her. Okay. Gu Xiuyuan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he got out of the car and went around to open the door for Lin Wan. As soon as Lin Wan got out of the car, she shoved her coat into Gu Xiuyuan's hands. Your clothes. Gu Xiuyuan casually draped his coat back over Lin Wan's shoulders. It's chilly. You've just woken up and you'll catch a cold if you get chilled. You can return it to me tomorrow. I'm driving back, so it's not cold. Gu Xiuyuan's gentle tone made Lin Wan feel unreal. This man was never like this at the company. She had always thought he was a cold person who was indifferent to everything. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Lin Wan pulled her coat tighter. It was unusually cold tonight. Even with a coat on, a cool breeze still blows in. Don't mention it. I'll talk to Billionaire again tomorrow. She won't dare to make things difficult for you again. A fire rose in Gu Xiuyuan's heart. Lin Wan nodded. She originally didn't want to have any conflict with Billionaire, but then she thought about it again. She hadn't offended that woman at all since she came to the company, had she? Yet she was still being targeted all the time. It wouldn't be a bad thing if someone were willing to step in and take care of it. She only asked to work at the company steadily for a full year before leaving. Go home and rest. See you tomorrow, Gu Xiuyuan said. He really enjoyed spending time alone with her and was reluctant to end things now, but reason told him that Lin Wan needed to rest. Okay, goodbye Mr. Gu, you can go back now. Lin Wan wanted Gu Xiuyuan to leave first before she went into the building. Bye-bye. Gu Xiuyuan left without hesitation. Lin Wan didn't turn around and go into her apartment building until she saw Gu Xiuyuan's car drive out of the residential area. As soon as she entered the lobby, a tall figure came out from the entrance of the residential complex. Gu Xiuyuan had a slight smile on his lips. He knew where she lived, but he didn't know why she was avoiding him. He always felt that Lin Wan was hiding something from him. The scene between the 2 downstairs was clearly seen by the little ones sitting on the bay window upstairs waiting for their mother to come home. Their floor wasn't very high, so although they couldn't hear the conversations downstairs, they could clearly see everything. Brother, look. Lin Yike excitedly patted Lin Nan, who was playing on his tablet. She wasn't mistaken, was she? Wasn't that Uncle Gu who was taking Mommy home downstairs? So Mommy knows Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu even took Mommy home late at night. It seems she probably doesn't need to try to set them up anymore. Judging from Uncle Gu's attitude towards Mommy, he really likes her. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was overjoyed. She knew she and Uncle Gu were destined to be together. What's wrong? Why are you so startled? Is it a ghost? Lin Nan put down his tablet and looked in the direction his sister was pointing. She saw her mother seemingly get out of a man's car, wearing a man's suit jacket. A man took Mommy home? But this person wasn't Ouyang Qian. Didn't Mommy promise Uncle Ouyang that she would date him? Lin Nan asked, completely bewildered. Mommy's dating another uncle? What about Ouyang? He doesn't object to Mommy dating any man, as long as they are good to Mommy. But if that's true, Uncle Ouyang might cry. Although he also liked Ouyang, he longed for his biological father more, but he also knew that they might never meet in this lifetime. He and his sister are twins, but they don't look alike at all. His sister looks a lot like their mother, and the man who is suspected to be his uncle doesn't look like him either. He has also thought that perhaps he looks more like his biological father. This will probably become the biggest regret of his life. No matter how good his stepfather is in the future, it will be difficult for him to truly replace his biological father. Lin Wan rubbed his eyes, trying to get a good look at the man downstairs who looked even taller than Ouyang Qian. Mommy wants a boyfriend, so he has to be handsome, right? Forget about Ouyang for now. Brother, look closely at this uncle's face, Lin Yike said anxiously. At this moment, Lin Wan also got a clear look at the man's general appearance. He gaped in astonishment. How could someone look so much like him? He felt that he was a miniature version of this uncle, or rather, that Gu Xiuyuan's face was what he would look like when he grew up. Holy crap, am I hallucinating? How could this be? Lin Wan still found it hard to believe. Ouch, what are you doing? Lin Wan suddenly felt a pain in his leg. Let me show you this isn't an illusion. Lin Yike withdrew her hand from her brother's thigh. This is the Uncle Gu I told you about. I told you he looked a lot like you know? You looked a lot like him. You didn't believe me, but now you do. Humph. She had mentioned Uncle Gu to her brother. They even talked about how the two looked alike. Lin Wan thought there were plenty of people in the world who looked alike, and it was probably just a coincidence. It couldn't possibly be their biological father. Otherwise, since he works at the same company as their mother, they would have seen each other before. But this backfired. No, how could this be? For the first time, Lin Wan felt like his brain was about to crash. But he quickly realized what was happening. Chapter 44, Could he be our daddy? A person's appearance is determined by genetics. People who are not related by blood may look alike, but they will never look exactly alike. Unless. Lin Wan was completely numb. Coco, do you think it's possible that this person is our daddy? Otherwise, I wouldn't look so much like him. Lin Wan's voice trembled as he spoke. He looked down at the face downstairs that looked remarkably like his own and felt that the possibility was very high. Extremely high. Actually, I had this feeling the first time I saw him. I also found it incredible, which is why I went again, Lin Yike said, looking downstairs. That day, she actually noticed that many people were secretly watching them and discussing something. When she first met Gu Xiuyuan, he treated her like his own daughter. That feeling was something she had never experienced with Ouyang Qian before. It's very likely, and mommy never wears other people's coats, Lin Wan said. Aside from Ouyang Qian, this was the first time they had seen someone take their mother home so late. Even if it was Ouyang Qian, their mother would never wear his clothes, and the two always maintained a safe physical distance. But he clearly saw the man who looked a lot like him putting a coat on his mother. This has never happened before. Lin Wan's heart was pounding with nervousness. Could they really be getting a daddy? It seems necessary to investigate this person. Since we've already asked Jiang Yan'an to investigate Xiao Yang, one more won't make a difference. Anyway, I've already incurred this favor. Sigh. Thinking of this, Lin Wan started to sigh again. He still doesn't know how to deal with Jiang Yan'an. If he dares to hide from that young lady, she'll probably turn the whole world upside down to find him. Lin Yike thought her brother made sense. Then she noticed that Gu Xiuyuan, who had already left, had returned and was standing not far away, looking in their direction. Is he looking at his mother? She was about to send Gu Xiuyuan a WeChat message, but just then, she heard the door open. The little guy immediately ran out barefoot like a gust of wind. Mommy, I miss you so much, hug me. Then, as soon as Lin Wan entered the room, she found herself in the arms of a tiny, soft baby. Why aren't you asleep yet? Be careful not to stunt your growth. Lin Wan gently rubbed her daughter's head. She thought the children were asleep, so she opened the door very quietly. We're waiting for Mommy to come home. Mommy works so hard. Lin Wan also came out. Since returning to China, without Grandma Wang by his side, he feels even more like a man, someone who needs to protect his mother and sister. He has matured a lot and rarely asks his mother for hugs anymore. The children's words alone made Lin Wan's fatigue disappear by more than half. With two such wonderful children, what more could she possibly want? Mommy, whose coat is this? Lin Yike asked deliberately. She wanted to hear what her mother had to say. It's my mom's colleagues. Lin Wan made up a random excuse. Oh, is that so? Isn't this uncle handsome? He's taking Mommy home so late. He's such a nice guy, Lin Yike exclaimed. This left Lin Wan at a loss for words. She didn't like lying to the children, but she couldn't tell them about this. She knew the children wanted a father, but the Gu family was beyond their reach. If the Gu family wants a child, she has no power to fight against them. Has Mommy eaten? Lin Wan was even more convinced of his idea after seeing Lin Wan's hesitant expression earlier. We've eaten. Okay, go to sleep now. You have school tomorrow. Lin Wan said as she pulled the two children toward the bedroom. She wouldn't let the children know about Gu Xiuyuan's existence. Let's just say she was selfish. Her 2 children are her everything, and she can't bear to let them leave her side. Back to school again. Lin Wan muttered to himself as he walked. Is this school absolutely necessary? After a day there, he felt even more bored and didn't understand what the children were so happy about. He also disliked the games and words his teachers taught him. He found them boring. Little girls would often come up to him, wanting to hug him and saying he was handsome and that they wanted to marry him when they grew up. Sigh. Being handsome is a kind of trouble. He had this kind of trouble since he was a child. After returning to his room, Lin Wan locked the door, turned on his computer, logged into his account, and sent a message to Jiang Yinan. Is the young lady asleep? Lin Wan asked. It seemed like mommy didn't intend to say anything, so he decided to check it out himself first. He just wanted to confirm whether the man from earlier was indeed their father. As for whether or not they will acknowledge their relatives, it all depends on her mother's own wishes. If her mother doesn't want them to know, they will pretend they know nothing. For the siblings, mommy is definitely more important than daddy. He needs to figure out at least whether his dad is unaware of their existence or whether he doesn't want them anymore. This is also important. Just as Lin Wan thought Jiang Yinan was asleep and was about to turn off the computer, Jiang Yinan's avatar started flashing. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you ready to meet me and treat me to dinner? Jiang Yinan was not polite at all. You're overthinking it. Oh, then I guess I was overthinking it. Don't bother me with anything in the future. I can't do it. My fault. Please don't be angry, Mississippi. Speak, what is it? You wouldn't come to me for no reason. I wanted to ask how the investigation into the Xiao family is going. Any progress? That's enough. Is that all? If you have nothing else to say, you can leave now. I'm going to sleep. If you delay my growth, you'll regret it. Yes. Could you help me investigate Gu Xiuyuan? Just impersonally, no need to investigate his family. I mainly want to know if he has a girlfriend or wife, and his whereabouts over the past few years, especially 5 years ago, Lin Wan said eagerly. He was even wondering just now, if this man really was their dad, could it be that mommy was avoiding him because he had a wife? He saw the name Gu Xiuyuan in his sister's WeChat contacts. That will take 2 meals. Oh, if you don't want to, then go find someone else. I won't even take your money, but you won't even treat me to 2 meals. Yes, 2 meals it is. Lin Wan gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, once they've met, Jiang Yinan will know their identities, so what's one more meal? Chapter 45. Could it be that he and his sister are rich kids? Just wait. Jiang Yinan replied to this message and then went offline. Lying in bed, Lin Wan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He just saw that Gu Xiuyuan's car was much better than Ouyang Qian's, so his wealth was definitely no less than Ouyang's. And since she works for Gu's company, could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Wan searched for the name Gu Xiuyuan on his phone. Even though he was mentally prepared, the results still surprised him. The search results clearly stated, Gu Xiuyuan, president of Gu's group. However, the search results showed that he did not have a spouse, which relieved Lin Wan. It's good that he and his sister aren't illegitimate children. Looking at the photos of Gu Xiuyuan's face online, he felt even more that he looked just like him. Could it be that he and his sister are from wealthy families? Although money is not important to him, he was very interested in this man who was suspected to be his biological father. The next morning, Lin Wan packed Gu Xiuyuan's coat neatly and brought it to the company, intending to return it to him. Yesterday, because of this jacket, Coco kept pestering her until bedtime, asking whose jacket it was, whether the uncle was handsome, and when she could meet her brother. She was pestered by the little guy for a long time. This must never happen again. It seems too ambiguous. That incident from 5 years ago is long gone, and she doesn't want to have any further relationship with him now. Her relationship with him could only be that of boss and employee, and only for this year. As soon as the contract expired, she would run away, take her child and go back abroad, and never come back. The 2 children were born for my own sake, and had nothing to do with anyone else. Given Gu Xiuyuan's circumstances, there would be plenty of women willing to have his children. Early in the morning, Lin Wan took a tote bag containing her coat to Gu Xiuyuan's office. Come in. A deep voice came from behind the door after a knock. When he saw that it was Lin Wan, Gu Xiuyuan, who had been expressionless, smiled. Mr. Gu, here's your coat, thank you. Lin Wan put down her coat and was about to leave. Before Gu Xiuyuan could speak, the office door was closed again. Lin Wan left quickly. This made Gu Xiuyuan feel very unhappy. You really want to keep your distance from him? Gu Xiuyuan took the clothes out of the handbag. They still carried a faint scent of Lin Wan. Now, The only people who can stir his emotions are Lin Wan and Kiki. These are the two people he most wants to be close to. But the worst part is that this feeling is beyond his control. These two people represent his ideal image of a wife and daughter. Lin Wan came out of Gu Xiuyuan's office and quickly left. She didn't want others to see or misunderstand. Unfortunately, someone from the design department happened to come to Gu Xiuyuan for a signature and saw that Lin Wan had been to Gu Xiuyuan's office. What's even more coincidental is that both of them are by Xinran's lackeys. Was Lin Wan carrying clothes when she went in? One of the people asked in surprise. It seems the previous rumor was true. Lin Wan really does have something going on with President Gu, otherwise why would she come over to deliver clothes? And he came out empty-handed. It should be. Let's go, quickly informed Director Bai. This Lin girl is really bold, daring to openly seduce President Gu in the company. I've disliked her for a long time, another person said. Bai Xinran was a figure feared by everyone in the design department. No one wanted to get close to her except for these two people, who always acted as her followers and flattered her daily. This way, their job will be easier in the design department, and they'll never have to do the hard work. Bai Xinran would also consider them if there were other opportunities to get bonuses or raises. Therefore, no matter what rumors circulate within the design department, they will report them to Bai Xinran immediately. As a result, the entire design department didn't dare to say a single bad word about Bai Xinran. Before long, Bai Xinran arrived at Gu Xiuyuan's office in high heels. It's as if she wasn't the one who got roasted by Gu Xiuyuan yesterday. She didn't even knock. She just pushed the door open and went in. Didn't anyone teach you that you need to knock before entering someone's office? Gu Xiuyuan looked at Bai Xinran with a cold expression. It seems someone reported what happened earlier. On the day Bai Xinran left, her lackeys should pack their things and leave too. His company doesn't need people like that. But that's perfect. It saves him the trouble of going to see her alone today. A Yuan. Bai Xinran's voice was filled with grievance. He's becoming increasingly indifferent to her. He wasn't like this before. Is it all because of Lin Wan? I've said it many times, call me President Gu, this is the company. Gu Xiuyuan really hated this woman calling him that, and he had corrected her many times, but she never changed it. No way. What would Lin Wan want with you? Bai Xinran's eyes had already fallen on the handbag. This has nothing to do with you, but you're not allowed to. Before Gu Xiuyuan could finish speaking, Bai Xinran grabbed the handbag and asked, what's inside? Don't move. Gu Xiuyuan immediately stood up and tried to snatch it back. However, Bai Xinran had already torn the bag apart, revealing the suit jacket inside. Gu Xiuyuan's face turned ashen. Bai Xinran, completely oblivious, reached out and grabbed the coat. This is the coat Lin Wan gave you? You certainly know how to spend money. She was so angry she could have teeth itched. Lin Wan was clearly seducing Gu Xiuyuan. She recognized the brand of the coat. This one top alone cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Wan certainly knew how to spend money to please others. It's her fault for not driving Lin Wan away from the beginning, which gave the other party the opportunity to seduce Gu Xiuyuan. It seems that the lesson she taught Lin Wan was too lenient, making the other party fail to understand her own position. These are my own clothes. Gu Xiuyuan grabbed his clothes back. It seems that Bai Xinran knew perfectly well that Lin Wan had not only come by earlier, but had also brought him clothes. Your clothes? You two were together again last night. Bai Xinran felt a pang of heartache just saying the word again. She could accept that Gu Xiuyuan had slept with other women, but she couldn't accept it happening again and again. She now even thinks that Lin Wan probably slept with Gu Xiuyuan long ago before coming to the company. That bitch. She despises women who will stop at nothing to get a man. So what if it is? I've already told you it has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere in anything I do anymore. Also, you're not allowed to hurt Lin Wan. This is your last warning. Gu Xiuyuan said. This wasn't the first time he'd issued such a warning, but Bai Xinran repeatedly tested his patience. Chapter 46. She did indeed have a child with him. His patience also has its limits. If it weren't for his parents' interference, he would never have allowed Bai Xinran to stay at the company for so long, bullying employees and forming cliques. You too. Bai Xinran's tears flowed. A Yuan. You know how I feel about you. You know I've liked you since I was a teenager. Why can't you give me a chance? What am I lacking? My dad can bring greater benefits to your company. Marrying me would be the most profitable thing for you. The more she said that, the more annoyed Gu Xiuyuan became. There's no reason why I don't like you. I just don't like you. I've already said there's absolutely no possibility between us, so why are you still bothering me? As for the benefits you mentioned, I don't need them at all, Gu Xiuyuan said coldly. He had lost all patience. She actually dared to compare herself to Lin Wan. She should take a look in the mirror and see her increasingly stiff, tech-savvy face. Of course, appearance was secondary to him. The most important thing was that Bai Xinran's character was really terrible. She even tried to use her family's power to seduce him. Is he such a depraved person? You like Lin Wan that much? Bai Xinran asked unwillingly. She couldn't understand what Lin Wan had that gave her. Yes, Gu Xiuyuan replied confidently. For the first time, he faced his own heart. Although they hadn't known each other for long and had only been intimate once, he had never forgotten that night 5 years ago, nor had he forgotten the woman who had captivated him time and time again. He thought that after a long time since they stopped seeing each other, he would forget that feeling, but when he wanted to see her again, he still had the urge to possess her. This is probably what liking someone means. Moreover, he really hates people who are eager to get close to him, especially someone like Bai Xinran. Lin Wan was also the only woman who consistently avoided him. But she has nothing to offer you besides her body and beauty. I'm different. Yuan. Tell me, are you just after something new? It's okay, I won't mind. Just tell me, and I'll accept it. Bai Xinran frantically tried to grab Gu Xiuyuan's hand. This was the first time Gu Xiuyuan had admitted to liking a woman in front of her. She couldn't accept that he had someone else in his heart. Gu Xiuyuan shook her off. Enough. What right do you have to talk about whether you mind or not? I'll say it one last time. Don't provoke Lin Wan anymore, and don't have any more illusions about me. Otherwise, I will handle it in my own way. If Bai Xinran doesn't know when to stop and goes too far, he won't be lenient with the Bai family. He himself didn't realize that at this moment, his protective instincts towards Lin Wan were overflowing. Yuan, Bai Xinran cried, wanting to rush up again and hug him. Roll! Gu Xiuyuan's roar carried into the corridor even through the thick soundproof door. For the rest of the day, the whole company was talking about how Lin Wan had given Gu Xiuyuan clothes that morning, and how Bai Xinran, jealous and demanding an explanation, was scolded and cried, and then didn't show up again for the rest of the day. Gu Xiuyuan's shout of "Get out!" was deliberately leaked by his assistant. Let those who usually fawn over Bai Xinran reflect on their actions. Moreover, the rumors became increasingly outlandish, starting with the delivery of clothes and escalating to the claim that Lin Wan had seduced the president shortly after joining the company in order to climb the corporate ladder. Even more outrageous claims have been made that the two are not only dating, but have also been secretly living together. Of course, not many people spoke up for Bai Xinran, since they had often suffered at her hands. Some people looked down on Lin Wan's behavior, while others looked down on Bai Xinran's behavior, thinking that she is both pretentious and wicked. This can be considered a kind of retribution. Director Bai cried terribly today. I saw her run out of President Gu's office crying with my own eyes. TSK, I really can't tell. This Lin Wan looks so innocent, but it turns out she's not doing anything good in private. Mr. Gu must be incredibly naive to want a woman who sleeps with any man so easily. Rich people are just playing around. Otherwise, how could Lin Wan have married into a wealthy family? Wealthy families don't care about looks, they care about family wealth. This Lin Wan is just a designer. You can't see what the Gu family values. That's true. I'm going to tell you a secret, but don't spread it around. Oh, just tell me already. Stop keeping me in suspense. I saw Lin Wan with a little girl over the weekend, about 3 or 4 years old, who looked just like her. Do you think she might be her daughter? Isn't that obvious? She's almost 30, and the child is 3 or 4 years old. If she's not her daughter, then she's her sister. Didn't she say she wasn't married? There are many people in this society who don't get married and have children. What's so strange about that? Does President Gu have a taste for this? Think boldly. Maybe that child is the one she had with President Gu? Have you forgotten that someone said they saw him having dinner with a little girl at a restaurant next to the company? She was about this age. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. No wonder she's not even afraid of Director Bai. While several people were chatting animatedly in the break room, Lin Wan decided to come over and make herself a cup of coffee. Upon seeing the person in charge of the gossip arrive, these people immediately stopped their discussion and left. This kind of gossip can only be enjoyed in private. However, Lin Wan had heard all of this clearly while standing outside the tea room. I deliberately walked in because I couldn't stand it anymore. This wasn't the first time she'd heard these gossips today. Rumors are spreading everywhere that Gu Xiuyuan made Bai Xinran cry because of her. What's even more outrageous is that those people just now said she had a child with Gu Xiuyuan. Okay, I did have a child. What she didn't expect was that Gu Xiuyuan might have a child with someone else. However, this was just a rumor spread by a few people, and it shouldn't be taken seriously. Besides, even if it were true, What would it have to do with her? It would be better if Gu Xiuyuan had children, so he wouldn't be thinking about her 2 kids. She must keep her distance from this man from now on. It was just a jacket, yet it stirred up a storm of rumors within the company. This can't go on forever. She still wants to work hard. In the afternoon, Gu Xiuyuan's father, Gu Feng, who had been retired for several years, suddenly came to the company and went directly to Gu Xiuyuan's office. The old man was so angry he was puffing out his beard and glaring at her. What are you doing? How did you make Xinran cry again? Is it worth it for a woman? Was it easy for him, trying to find a good marriage for his son? His son, however, was a constant source of worry for him. Mayor Bai's daughter is not someone anyone can just marry. She's a young woman, willing to marry him, and even took the initiative to express her feelings. How come he's so clueless about romance? Chapter 47: The 4 Siblings of the Xiao Family. You're almost 60, don't get angry so often. Be careful with your blood pressure. Gu Xiuyuan calmly poured his father a cup of tea. He had long anticipated this kind of drama. If you're really worried about my high blood pressure, then behave yourself and talk to Xinran properly. Stop bullying her. Father Gu's anger was far from subsiding. What kind of attitude is this? Shouldn't you investigate by Xinran's behavior at the company first? Do you really want me to be with an arrogant and domineering woman? Gu Xiuyuan asked. Sometimes he felt heartbroken. His parents only wanted him to have a good marriage, but they never thought about what kind of person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Don't talk nonsense. Xinran is your Uncle Bai's only daughter, so naturally she's a bit spoiled, but she's not as unruly as you say. Besides, she's truly devoted to you. How can you hurt her for another woman? I'm telling you this now. I don't agree to you marrying another woman, Mr. Gu said sternly. Bai Xinran always presented a different face to them. Indeed, some people in the company had given him hints about Bai Xinran's actions, and Gu Xiuyuan had also mentioned it. However, he felt that it was normal for someone of Bai Xinran's status, who was used to being pampered at home, to have a bit of a temper. As long as she is genuinely good to her son, that's enough. Marriage should be based on matching social status and economic conditions. Even if she isn't Bai Xinran, she must be a well-bred young lady from a prominent family in Shenzhen. The gates of the Gu family home are not places that just any woman can step into. Upon hearing his father's words, Gu Xiuyuan's face finally showed a hint of anger. Dad, I've told you many times that I will never marry Bai Xinran. You'd better give up on that idea. I will never compromise. Gu Xiuyuan's attitude was very firm. He disliked Bai Xinran and also loathed the practice of arranged marriages. He has the ability to make himself invincible, so there's no need for him to sacrifice his own happiness. Do you know how many people want to become the Bai family's son-in-law? Do you know how much help you can get by becoming your Uncle Bai's son-in-law? Father Gu insisted on his point of view. She tried to persuade her son. He felt that after so many years in the business world, his judgment would be better than his son's. In the end, his son was still too young and didn't understand how important it was to have a powerful father-in-law. Whoever wants to be my son-in-law is free to do so. It's none of my business, and I have no interest in it. I hope Bai Xinran leaves the company as soon as possible and doesn't cause me any more trouble. Gu Xiuyuan firmly refused to budge. Your Uncle Bai has helped our family before. You can't treat Xinran like this. Gu's father used his old excuse again. But Gu Xiuyuan was already tired of hearing those words. That's between you and him. I've never asked him for anything, and I don't owe him anything. Do you really think that the grudges between you and Mayor Bai need to be settled by sacrificing your son's happiness? Gu Xiuyuan looked calmly at his father. He doesn't recognize his parents, which means they don't love him, but he doesn't agree with that old-fashioned idea that it doesn't matter who he lives with, and he should put that aside. His life will only be in his own hands. He would rather lose the Gu group than listen to anyone's arrangements. Especially marriage. You? Father Gu slammed his hand on the table in anger. You really like that woman? You can play around outside, but do you expect to bring an ordinary woman home? She won't be of any help to you. Gu's father was only considering his own interests. His marriage to his wife was also an arranged marriage, for the benefit of both families. Fortunately, the two got along quite well, and their relationship remained good. They always felt that as long as their son married Bai Xinran, there would be no problem with adjusting to each other after marriage. Their overly conservative views led them to overlook their son's own emotional needs. Moreover, Mayor Bai was willing to help him so much back then because Bai Xinran had always liked Gu Xiuyuan. They had intended to arrange a marriage between Bai Xinran and their family as early as when Bai Xinran came of age, and it was the Bai family that took the initiative to propose it. Yes. Gu Xiuyuan himself did not expect his answer to be so firm. You've really grown up, haven't you? Think it through. Mr. Gu said angrily. I won't change my mind. Bai Xinran must leave the company, and there's no future for us. I will give the Bai family an explanation. Please leave now. I have a meeting to attend. Gu Xiuyuan directly told his father to leave. Faced with his son's tough attitude, Mr. Gu left the office fuming. Before leaving, he made a special trip to the design department and caught a glimpse of Lin Wan, who was tearfully complaining about seducing Gu Xiuyuan. She seemed rather well-behaved, quite different from Bai Xinran's description, and she was also good-looking. But looks alone are not enough to catch the eye of Gu Jia. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. He wouldn't rule out considering anyone with a decent background. The Gu family would not accept a daughter-in-law from an ordinary background. After that, Bai Xinran didn't come to the company for several days in a row. This was a relief for everyone, especially the design department. Without Bai Xinran around, they all felt much more relaxed. These past few days, Gu Xiuyuan has been trying to contact Lin Wan from time to time, but she always avoids him, as if she doesn't want to see him. The more he did this, the stronger his possessiveness towards Lin Wan became. He wanted to keep Lin Wan firmly in his grasp. It just so happens that Ouyang Qian is preparing to take over the company these days and is very busy, so he doesn't have much time to meet with Lin Wan. Since they agreed to try dating, they have increased the number of times they talk on the phone and video chat. However, the two children were not as enthusiastic towards Ouyang Qian as before. They were more interested in Gu Xiuyuan, the man suspected to be their biological father. Their longing for family affection grows stronger with age. As they eagerly awaited news, Jiang Yan'an soon sent word. The Xiao family has finished their investigation, and Jiang Yan'an has sent all the collected information to Lin Wan. She never asked Lin Wan about his purpose in investigating the Xiao family. She only repeatedly reminded him that he still owed her 2 meals. If he dares to go back on his word, I'll twist his head off. The two little ones sat together in front of the computer, staring blankly at the information on the screen. Despite being mentally prepared, I was still shocked by the survey results. According to the Xiao family's records, there were 4 children in the Xiao family up to Xiao Yang's generation. The eldest, Xiao Yang, the second, Xiao Yan, the third, Xiao Rou, and the underage fourth, Xiao Wan. There were exactly 2 men and 2 women. The third child, Xiao Rou, was abducted when she was 2 years old and her whereabouts are still unknown. Calculating her age, she is exactly 27 years old, which matches Lin Wan's age. The Xiao family has been searching ever since, but has yet to find any clues. Chapter 48, they have a daddy now. They even offered a reward of up to 1 million. Anyone who could provide information about Xiao Rou's whereabouts could claim the reward from the Xiao family. The document also contains specific information about the Xiao family's businesses, as well as the personal information of Xiao Yang, the current head of the Xiao family. It also included a photo of Xiao Rou as a child, as well as a family photo of the Xiao family of 5. At that time, the 4th child, Xiao Wan, had not yet been born. Lin Wan looked at Xiao Rou's childhood photos, then at his younger sister's face. They were practically identical. He had no doubt that the photo was of his mother when she was a child. It seems that the Xiao family is our maternal grandparents' family, and Uncle Xiao is our maternal uncle. Lin Yak stared at the photo in a daze. All of this came as a complete surprise. They never expected to find their relatives as soon as they returned to China. Lin Wan nodded. He is now certain that the Xiao family are their relatives, and that they will have grandparents, uncles, and aunts to love them in the future. He could be certain that the Xiao family loved their daughter very much, based on the fact that the Xiao family had never given up searching for her. There is another document. Lin Wan's hands trembled slightly when he opened it. This is related to whether they can find their biological father who cares about them the most. A second, even more explosive document came into view. According to available information, Gu Xiuyuan, president of the Gu Group, is unmarried, has no children, and has no romantic history whatsoever. He is known in Shenzhen's wealthy circles for being averse to women. Of course, this information is only available to the public. Jiang Yan'an's in-depth investigation actually yielded some results. 5 years ago, Gu Xiuyuan had a one-night stand with a strange woman in a hotel room while drunk. The woman's name was Lin Wan, and she had graduated from university not long ago. That night, she was tricked into going to Gu Xiuyuan's room after being plied with alcohol by her best friend. After that, Lin Wan completely disappeared from the country, losing contact with all her relatives and friends. Zhou Ying, Lin Wan's best friend who got Lin Wan drunk, married Lin Wan's ex-boyfriend Chun Liqing not long afterward. After reading the information, Both children understood. It turns out they weren't illegitimate children. Their mother and father conceived them by chance. However, his mother was framed. Looking at the photo of Gu Xiuyuan's face on the screen, the two little ones had no doubt about their blood relationship with Gu Xiuyuan. All the information now matches up. Lin Yike realized why she felt so close to Gu Xiuyuan the first time they met. Brother, so this means that handsome uncle really is our daddy. Do you think daddy doesn't know we exist? Lin Yike suddenly became melancholy. Judging from her interactions with Gu Xiuyuan, he clearly likes children, or at least he likes her a lot. If daddy knew they existed, he couldn't possibly keep ignoring them forever. She felt very lucky that she met her daddy on her way to find her mommy. He hugged her, smiled at her, and even fed her. I still send her messages frequently. I guess so. We're kids with dads now. Lin Wan's expression was still somewhat blank. This information left him somewhat bewildered. He felt so sorry for his mother. A bad upbringing, a terrible best friend. How much courage must she have had to give birth to them all by herself? He didn't know if he would ever have the chance to reunite with his father. He obtained this information through Jiang Yan'an, so he couldn't directly confront his mother. He couldn't very well tell his mother that he had taken his sister to join some mysterious organization, could he? It would scare her. He didn't want his mother to worry about them. Brother, mommy should contact uncle, right? But I really want to reunite with daddy. What should I do? Lin Yike pouted. I have an idea, but I don't know if mommy will be unhappy if she finds out. Lin Wan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Not only does his sister want to reunite with Gu Xiuyuan, but he also wants to see his biological father in person. Brother, tell me quickly. Lin Yike shook Lin Wan's arm. She originally wanted to bring daddy and mommy together. Lin Wan explained his idea to his younger sister, and the two little ones immediately agreed. With Bai Xinran not coming to the company, Lin Wan naturally felt much more relaxed. Having been at the company for some time, she had become familiar with the environment and was gradually getting the hang of her job. Apart from the various rumors circulating inexplicably about her and Gu Xiuyuan within the company, everything else is fine. She has been trying her best to avoid Gu Xiuyuan, but that man always managed to appear before her in various ways. I don't know if he did it on purpose or not. By the weekend, Lin Wan, now completely relaxed, decided to get to the bottom of her relationship with the Xiao family. Whether she is truly a daughter of the Xiao family or not will soon be revealed. Since learning that she was not the biological daughter of the Lin family, and might even have been abducted, Lin Wan spent a long time preparing herself mentally. She finally mustered up the courage to call Xiaoyang. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Just as she was about to hang up, a very young voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is this? The unfamiliar voice startled Lin Wan. It wasn't Xiaoyang's voice either. Could this business card be fake? That's impossible. She even searched for Xiaoyang's photos online, and it's definitely the same person she saw on the plane. Hello? Are you still listening? The voice on the other end came again. This brought Lin Wan back to her senses, and she tentatively asked, Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiaoyang? I'm Mr. Zhao's assistant. I can pass on any information to him. Mr. Xiao is busy right now, the person on the other end said. Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Please tell Mr. Xiao that my name is Lin Wan, and that I need to talk to him about his sister. Understood, please wait a moment. The assistant hung up the phone immediately. Is there news about the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? Lin Wan gripped her phone tightly, her palms sweating with nervousness. The answer was about to be revealed. Although only 2 minutes had passed, Lin Wan felt as if she had waited for an entire day. A cell phone ringing brought her back to reality. Seeing Xiaoyang's name flashing, she answered immediately. Hello? Is this Mr. Xiao? This is Lin Wan. Do you remember the business card you gave me on the plane? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Of course I remember. A familiar voice came, filled with excitement. Lin Wan was certain that this time, the person opposite her was Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had been waiting for this phone call for a very long time. During this time, he also conducted an investigation into Lin Wan, including her family. The investigation revealed that 25 years ago, the Lin couple, who had never had children, suddenly brought home a 2-year-old girl. Chapter 49 Meeting with Xiaoyang. All signs pointed to Lin Wan as Xiao Rou, who was abducted from the Xiao family. Xiaoyang had been waiting for this call from Lin Wan for the past few days. At the same time, give yourself some time to mentally prepare. Finding his sister, who had been missing for over 20 years, felt like a dream to Xiaoyang. He didn't dare tell his family the good news, fearing that Lin Wan might not be his sister. Wouldn't that cause his elderly parents further harm? He will only let his family know when he is 100% sure. Do you have time now? I'd like to talk to you about your sister, Lin Wan said, getting straight to the point. Xiaoyang told her his sister's story and left her his business card. His purpose was clear, so she didn't need to beat around the bush. Yes, I'm in a neighboring city right now. I'll head back immediately. See you at noon. Xiaoyang tried his best to hide his excitement. We're done with the business here. I'll leave my assistant here. I need to go back to Shenzhen immediately. For the Xiao family, nothing was more important than their younger sister, Xiao Rou, returning home. Okay, call me at noon, and I'm ready to go any time, Lin Wan said. After agreeing on a time with Xiaoyang, I hung up the phone. Lin Wan sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Did she find her real family so quickly? It feels so unreal. Although she didn't want to see the Lin family again, she inquired about their current situation from Qian Zhehui after returning to China. 5 years ago, after she went abroad, she lost contact with everyone except Qian Zhehui. Lin's mother and father went to her former company to look for her. When they were told that she had resigned, Lin's parents did not believe it and accused them of harboring their daughter. They made a scene at the company. In the end, the matter was only resolved after the former company called the police. Lin's parents, who had been laid off years ago, did not look for other jobs, but relied on Lin's father to do odd jobs occasionally to make a living. After Lin Wan left, Lin's mother continued to play mahjong as usual and went around telling others that Lin Wan was a beast, that she had raised her for nothing, and that she had left without leaving them a penny. He even berated Lin Wan for being ungrateful, saying she wouldn't even marry a rich man and enjoy a life of luxury. Aside from occasionally doing odd jobs, Lin's father was either drinking or on his way to drink. When he was drunk, he would stay at home and berate Lin Wan for being heartless and not helping them raise their son. Her younger brother, Lin Tianbao, who was spoiled since childhood, was even more useless. He failed to get into high school when he was a teenager and has been wasting his life ever since. Now he is over 20 years old and has no proper job, no house, and no car. He can't even find a girlfriend. He kept complaining that his parents let Lin Wan go. He said that if they had just forced Lin Wan into that rich man's bed, they would have made it a fait accompli and she wouldn't have complained. Even if things don't go well, she's not his biological sister anyway, so why not just let her be his wife? It's better to keep the good stuff in the family. He had been lusting after Lin Wan's body since puberty. If they weren't nominally siblings, he would have made his move long ago. Only Lin Wan herself and the family didn't know that she wasn't their biological daughter, simply because the Lin family was afraid she would run away if she found out the truth. To this day, the Lin family of 3 still lives in their old, dilapidated 2-bedroom apartment, struggling to make ends meet. When Lin Wan learned that the Lin family had become increasingly miserable over the years, she felt no sympathy whatsoever. Especially after learning that she had been abducted from her biological parents by them. She felt no gratitude for their upbringing and only wished for their horrible death. Because of their momentary greed, her biological parents and their family were plunged into endless grief. If it weren't for them, she would have grown up surrounded by love by her parents and brother, living a carefree life as a little princess. Life would be completely different. She could feel her parents' grief over losing her just from Xiaoyang's description. Therefore, she now only feels endless hatred towards the Lin family. In the afternoon, Xiaoyang rushed back to Shenzhen from out of town. He had contacted Lin Wan in advance, and they met at a restaurant at 1 p.m. When he saw the face that resembled his own, Xiaoyang immediately stood up and stared intently at it. You've come. Xiaoyang's voice trembled slightly, and he was having trouble breathing. He was unsure whether to call her Wan Wan or Xiaoro. Xiaoro is his younger sister's nickname. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed, and he hasn't heard the name Xiaoro for many years. On his first time flying economy class, he encountered Lin Wan and her 2 children. He knew then that it was a sign from heaven that the Xiao family was blessed and that they were destined to be reunited. For more than 20 years, they tried every possible method to find their sister, but to no avail. My parents have always done good deeds and donated money for all kinds of things, hoping to accumulate some good karma so that they can see their daughter again before they die. Now, this miracle has occurred. Long time no see, Lin Wan greeted with a smile. The last time they met, they chatted comfortably all the way, but this time the feeling was completely different. Where are the children? Didn't they come? Xiaoyang looked behind Lin Wan, but didn't see the 2 little ones he wanted to see. That's his own nephew. He wanted to raise him as his own child. He's over 30 and still unmarried, and his second son is also 30, but they're not in a hurry to get married or have children. My younger sister is still young. Seeing their parents' hair turn white, they still couldn't hold their grandson. The elderly couple were also anxious. Now that my younger sister has brought 2 children back, I wonder how happy the 2 elderly people will be. He needed to get the DNA test done as soon as possible. He wanted to give his parents a huge surprise. With the children at home, there are some things that are not convenient for them to hear, Lin Wan said truthfully. Although both children are intelligent and know the general outline of what happened, she wants to have a paternity test done so that she can bring the children to meet their biological parents once the results are in. She knew the children longed for family affection, and she didn't want to disappoint them. Okay, please sit down and let's eat first. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered some of it first. We can order more later if you want. Xiaoyang warmly invited Lin Wan to sit down. We asked the waiter to bring out the dishes, which were all the restaurant's best and most expensive signature dishes. These are all foods that Xiao Rou liked to eat when she was a child. I wonder if her tastes have changed over the years. No need to order any more. I love all of these. Lin Wan looked at the table full of dishes, and without exception, they were all her favorites. It seems that Xiaoyang even has similar tastes in food as hers. The 2 chatted while eating, and Xiaoyang asked Lin Wan a lot of questions about her life after returning to China, such as whether she had adapted well and whether her work was tiring. He didn't get down to business until Lin Wan had almost finished eating. You called me today. Did you have some suspicions? Chapter 50 Xiao Rou, the daughter of the Xiao family. Xiaoyang asked directly. The purpose of our meeting today is something we both understand without saying a word. Yes. Lin Wan nodded and said, I felt an immediate sense of closeness when I first met you, a feeling I've never had with anyone before. It was because of the stories you told me, and the fact that we look alike. I did receive a hypothesis that I myself couldn't believe. A friend I grew up with told me that she had always known I wasn't their biological child, but rather that my adoptive parents had brought me home from outside. I was exactly 2 years old that year. Lin Wan looked up at Xiaoyang, tears welling in her eyes. I think we should be siblings. After serving the Lin family like a slave for over 20 years, she is finally going to find a home of her own. She saw the same answer in Xiaoyang's eyes. She thought that with Xiaoyang's abilities, investigating the Lin family should be very simple. Don't cry, we're almost home. Your parents miss you terribly. Xiaoyang handed over a tissue. I also found out that the Lin family brought a little girl home 25 years ago, and the timeline matches perfectly. You are undoubtedly our Xiao family's daughter. It was only at this time that he learned that Lin Wan was not having a good time in the Lin family. His hatred for the Lin family intensified. He had originally thought that if they were just buyers and treated his sister well enough, he would consider letting them go, but now that's impossible. However, they beat and scolded their younger sister. She had to do laundry, cook, and take care of her younger brother when she was young. She even completed her university studies by working and taking out loans. In the end, they even wanted to sell her to a rich man. He could even imagine how his sister had managed all these years. If the Lin family hadn't done such a heinous thing, his sister would have continued to live like a princess in their family. She would never suffer any hardship or pain. Her life should have only had one option, sweetness. At this point, his hatred for the Lin family had reached its peak. He wants them to pay the price. Xiaoyang looked at Lin Wan and waited for her emotions to calm down before slowly beginning to tell the story. Our parents had 4 children. I am your eldest brother, Xiaoyang. Your second brother is Xiaoyan. You are the 3rd child and the only daughter in the family at that time. Your full name is Xiao Rou. When we were little, we all called you Xiao Rou Rou. The name Xiao Rou Rou touched a memory that had been buried deep within Lin Wan's heart for more than 20 years. She began to remember this nickname. When she was taken home by the Lin family, she had already started to remember things, but the fear made her completely forget everything that had happened before. The name Xiao Rou was one that the Xiao family had called out countless times in their home, spoiling her. I'm 4 years older than you. Your second brother is 2 years older than you. And we also have a younger sister named Xiaowan, who was born to mom and dad a few years after you left home. 25 years ago, Xiaoyang recounted the entire process of Lin Wan's disappearance. Lin Wan listened attentively. To her surprise, besides her older brother Xiaoyang, she also had a second older brother and a younger sister. If she hadn't left back then, they would be a large family now. It was only at this time that Lin Wan learned that 25 years ago, her parents already had 3 children and that her parents had a very good relationship. As the only daughter in the family, she was doted on by her family. Back then, her family's company wasn't as successful as it is now. Her father was always busy working, wanting to provide a better life for the whole family. Her mother stayed home, full-time to take care of her 3 siblings. One day, Her mother and nanny took the three siblings out to play. Her mother and eldest brother went to chase after her naughty second brother, and because the nanny was not paying attention to her, she was taken away by someone. No trace was left behind, which made the search very difficult in an era when surveillance was not yet widespread. The Xiao family used every connection they could, practically turning the entire Shenzhen market upside down. They even found a neighboring city. There were no clues whatsoever. Xiao Rose simply vanished without a trace. We couldn't find you. We even thought you had been trafficked to another city. Dad used his connections in other places to look for you. But we never expected that you had been in Shenzhen all along, so close to us, but we had never seen you. Xiaoyang choked up as he spoke. He once felt that fate was unfair. His sister was so well behaved. How could she have been taken away by someone else? The nanny who was in charge of Xiao Rou did not notify them immediately after Xiao Rou disappeared, nor did she call the police directly. Instead, she chose to run away. By the time they discovered it, Xiao Rou had vanished without a trace. After you were taken away, the nanny ran away and disappeared. Your mother also blamed herself for not taking good care of you and suffered from depression for many years. Your second brother also felt guilty for his mischievousness back then. His childhood was always in the shadows, and he felt that it was all because of him that this happened. Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly. His happy family was destroyed by the Lin family. He still clearly remembers how much laughter and joy filled his home when he was a child. Lin Wan also shed tears, her heart aching along with them. After she left, her family searched for her so frantically and lived such a painful life. Having become a mother herself, she understands a mother's feelings all too well. Later, Mom's condition improved a little, and to ease their longing, they decided to have another daughter. That's how our little sister Wenwen was born. She looks a lot like you when you were little, and she's very well behaved and obedient. She brought happiness back to our family, and we poured all our love into her. Wenwen was raised by her mother, and she never dared to entrust her child to anyone else again. She trusted no one. But that doesn't mean we stopped loving you or missing you. Until I met you, we never stopped searching for you. Do you know how excited I was when I saw you and Coco on the plane? Coco looks exactly like you when you were little. I knew then that you were back. Xiaoyang tried his best to control his emotions. He took out his phone, found a photo, and handed it to Lin Wan. This is a photo of you when you were little. Even after so many years, I can still recognize you at a glance. There are many photos of you at home, and your old room is still well preserved. For so many years, your parents have refused to move. They want to wait for you to come home. Lin Wan looked at the photo and burst into tears. It turns out that her family loved her so much. They never stopped loving her for a single moment. Just like she loves her own child. Childhood memories surged forth from the depths of my memory like a floodgate bursting open. Chapter 51 Gu Xiuyuan's Jealousy. Memories pieced together fragmented images in Lin Wan's mind, like scattered pieces. She could vaguely recall that she had a mother who loved her very much, who would smile gently at her, and who would hug her all day long. I remember our house was very big, and I remember the laughter and joy we shared. All of this came to an abrupt end when she was taken away by the Lin family. Xiao, how about you take the kids home to see your parents sometime? Everyone misses you. With your two little grandchildren around, your parents can finally enjoy their golden years. Xiaoyang reached out and took Lin Wan's hand. If only he had held onto those tiny hands a little tighter 25 years ago, they wouldn't have been lost. He blamed himself for many years. I think we should do a paternity test first to confirm that I am Xiao Rou 100%, then I will take the child home, Lin Wan said, crying, suppressing the urge to go home to see her biological parents. Although she now clearly knew her identity, she still felt it was all too unreal, like a beautiful dream. She was afraid that there was only 1 in 10,000 chance, and that she and her children would be disappointed. Once she's completely sure, she'll immediately go home to see her parents and reunite with them. A paternity test is the best way to put everyone's minds at ease. Okay, I'll go get the test done this afternoon. Xiaoyang agreed without hesitation. That was what he originally thought too. The reason he didn't tell his parents after meeting Lin Wan and investigating the Lin family was because of this. Only after he is completely certain can he tell his parents about it, and only then can they officially recognize each other. He needs to give the elderly couple time to prepare themselves. As you get older, the thing you fear most is getting too emotional. Paternity testing is the most effective way to prove parentage. Can I have a couple of drinks with you, brother? Xiaoyang asked. He usually doesn't drink except when talking about life, but today was an exception, and he was happy. Okay. Lin Wan wiped away her tears. She felt incredibly safe and secure by her older brother's side. The brother and sister had a couple of drinks and chatted as they drank. Xiaoyang told Lin Wan a lot about what had happened at home since she left, including the birth of her younger sister. Xiaoyang also showed Lin Wan photos of her family members over the years, so that she could easily identify who she would see on the day of the family reunion. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was harmonious and pleasant. The situation is different outside the restaurant. The air around Gu Xiuyuan seemed to grow colder. Lin Wan had been avoiding him for the past few days. Today, he wanted to go to her apartment complex to find her, but as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Lin Wan hurriedly hailing a taxi and leaving. He chased them all the way here. At this moment, Gu Xiuyuan was leaning against his car, his eyes fixed on the restaurant entrance. She's been inside for over an hour and still hasn't come out. Just as he decided to go straight in to find Lin Wan, his assistant sent him a message. According to his investigation, Lin Wan was having dinner with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Was it him? The name made Gu Xiuyuan unconsciously frown. Xiaoyang, the eldest son of the Xiao family, was 2 years older than him, but he believed that he was superior to Xiaoyang in every way. Moreover, the Xiao family has always been overshadowed by the Gu family in Shenzhen, ranking second. He never expected that Lin Wan, who had been avoiding him for several days, would actually have dinner with Xiaoyang today. The most important thing is that Xiaoyang is still single. This made Gu Xiuyuan feel a sense of crisis, and for the first time, he lost confidence in himself. Is he not even as good as Xiaoyang? She hasn't been back in China for long. How could she know Xiaoyang? Could it be an old acquaintance? But the possibility is not very high, as Lin Wan's background and social circle would not overlap at all. An unnamed fire rose within Gu Xiuyuan. He would rather Xiaoyang had come to poach him today, since their two companies had always been competitors in business. In terms of workability, Lin Wan is indeed very outstanding. In the restaurant, the brother and sister chatted for a long time, but Lin Wan didn't mention a word about the children's background, and Xiaoyang didn't ask any questions either. It doesn't matter who the children's father is. What matters is that they are all descendants of the Xiao family. From now on, they will receive the Xiao family's boundless love, including a share of the Xiao family's assets. Xiaoyang only called a halt when Lin Wan's cheeks turned red. All right, that's enough for today. We'll stop here when you go home. You can drink with your second brother and mom and dad again. Alcohol should be consumed in moderation. One should never overindulge under any circumstances. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, big brother. Lin Wan's face was full of smiles. I'm so happy to have found you all. I never knew there were so many people in this world who still love me. As Lin Wan smiled, tears welled up in her eyes. She had once thought that no one loved her. This call of big brother brought tears to Xiaoyang's eyes. He had waited for over 20 years. He pictured Xiao Ro as a child, just learning to speak, chasing after him all day calling brother, brother. When Gu Xiuyuan saw Xiaoyang helping Lin Wan out of the restaurant, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. She actually allowed other men to touch her hand. Moreover, she's been inside for almost 2 hours, and she looks like she's been drinking. Xiaoyang's hands and Lin Wan's slightly flushed face from drinking alcohol stung Gu Xiuyuan's eyes. He was about to lose control of his anger. How could she be so inconsiderate? She went out to meet a single man alone and even dared to drink alcohol. Okay, brother, I'm fine. I'll head back now. The kids are still at home. Can I let them see you after the results come out? Lin Wan asked. Facing her incredibly kind older brother, Lin Wan felt for the first time that she also had someone to rely on. Since she could remember, apart from her 2 children, she had never truly felt family affection. She realized how wonderful this feeling of security and happiness was. She believed that the entire Xiao family was her strongest support. Okay, I'll take you back, otherwise I won't feel at ease, Xiaoyang said. His sister doesn't seem to be a good drinker. As for his 2 children, although he misses them dearly, he can wait a couple of days. He will send the samples away soon, and the test results will be available quickly. Then they will be able to reunite as a family. No need. I want to walk around by myself to sober up before going back. Don't worry, I'm almost 30 years old, not a child anymore, Lin Wan smiled. It feels so good to have someone care about and love you. But she had been drinking today and didn't want to go home too soon, afraid that the children would smell the alcohol. It's nice to take a walk around the city. 5 years have passed, and the city has changed a lot. The city center is much more prosperous than before. China's development is truly progressing rapidly. She hasn't looked at it carefully since returning to China. Chapter 52 The blonde guy riding a ghost fire. Let me take you. I'm really worried about leaving you there, Xiaoyang said. They were completely unaware that someone was approaching. No need to trouble you. I'll take her home. Gu Xiuyuan grabbed Lin Wan's wrist without saying another word. He has always been a very emotionally stable person. His action just now was entirely subconscious. Xiaoyang was also taken aback when he saw Gu Xiuyuan appear. I was still wondering how he ended up here. Then I remembered that my sister said she was now working at the Gu Group. It seems that Gu Xiuyuan is interested in his sister. This is interesting. Gu Xiuyuan usually acts arrogantly in front of him, yet he wants to be his brother-in-law? Then he'll have to really put on a good show of being the older brother-in-law from now on. Although he thought Gu Xiuyuan was arrogant, they had known each other since childhood, and he still thought highly of Gu Xiuyuan's character. Moreover, the Gu family and the Xiao family are truly well matched in terms of social standing, making it a good marriage. If the two children don't want to accept the family name, they can simply change their surname to Xiao and inherit the Xiao family business. Of course, Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't agree if he wasn't sincere enough. You've been following me? Lin Wan then realized that the person who suddenly grabbed her hand was Gu Xiuyuan, and her face was full of displeasure. She didn't believe he had just happened to be passing by. He had been appearing in front of her frequently these past few days. No, is he sick? Why is he following her around all day? Doesn't he have anything better to do? She wasn't familiar with him. So what if it is? Gu Xiuyuan admitted without even thinking. His possessiveness is especially intense when he's around other men. Xiaoyang dares to try and take one from him. He wouldn't dare say he could bankrupt the Xiao family outright, but it would be enough to severely damage them. Seeing Gu Xiuyuan's fiery gaze, Xiaoyang realized that Gu Xiuyuan saw him as a rival in love. He deliberately said, Wan, I had a great time having dinner with you today. See you next time, bye-bye. He then turned around, got into his car, and drove off. He didn't know what had happened between his sister and Gu Xiuyuan, and he wouldn't interfere in their affairs. He also believed that Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't hurt Lin Wan casually. However, he found Gu Xiuyuan particularly displeasing today. Why does it also give off a blonde guy vibe who rides a will-o'-the-wisp? Watching Xiaoyang leave, Gu Xiuyuan suppressed the hostility in his eyes and turned to Lin Wan. Why were you avoiding me? Why did you come out with him? Why were you drinking? He didn't like her drinking, except when she was with him. He couldn't accept her smiling at other men, especially since they had just had physical contact, and she didn't seem to mind at all. It's none of your business, you're crazy. Lin Wan tried to shake off Gu Xiuyuan's hand. I'm asking you why you're drinking, and what your relationship is with Xiaoyang. Gu Xiuyuan not only didn't let go, but gripped even tighter. How could it not be related to him? They had the closest contact before, didn't they? It hurts. Gu Xiuyuan, let go of me. Lin Wan felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Gu Xiuyuan immediately let go of his hand, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He then realized he had used too much force, and her wrist had turned red. How could he be so unable to control his emotions? But as soon as he let go, Lin Wan turned and left, muttering curses under her breath. Gu Xiuyuan immediately took a step forward, reached out, and pulled Lin Wan back, shoved her into his car, and locked the door. What's wrong with you now, Gu Xiuyuan? Please, be normal for once. Lin Wan tried to get out of the car, but she couldn't open the door. Once inside the car, Gu Xiuyuan gradually calmed down. He has indeed gone mad, and only Lin Wan can cure him. Why are you avoiding me? Gu Xiuyuan composed himself and decided to ask one question at a time. These past few days, Lin Wan would turn and leave whenever she saw him. He even called her, but she refused to answer. He leaves work as fast as the wind. He wanted to know why, and even more so, whether it was because of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's words, Wan, see you next time, kept stimulating his nerves. Judging from Xiaoyang's ambiguous attitude, it's impossible that he's trying to poach designers from him. She ignored him but chatted and laughed with other men. He didn't understand why. Because of you, and because of Bai Xinran. I come to the company to work, not to be hurt by rumors. I'm just a small employee and don't want to get involved in the boss's private affairs. I don't want others to misunderstand, and I especially don't want Bai Xinran to misunderstand and affect your relationship, Lin Wan said. She had witnessed Bai Xinran and Gu Xiuyuan's intimate moments. Moreover, because of the fact that she gave Gu Xiuyuan a coat, Bai Xinran didn't come to work for several days. Although she disliked Bai Xinran, she never intended to hurt her. I have no feelings for Bai Xinran, Gu Xiuyuan said, word by word. Her dad and my dad used to have some connections, which is why she was able to work at the company. I admit that my parents like her, but I don't, and we have no relationship whatsoever. Don't overthink it. He was afraid that Lin Wan might misunderstand something. I can make those rumors stop immediately. No one is allowed to discuss them anymore, and no one will bother you, including Bai Xinran, Gu Xiuyuan assured him. He deeply regretted not protecting Lin Wan when she first arrived, which caused her to suffer injustice. Although he had never forgotten her over the years, he never expected to fall completely in love with her so quickly. He originally wanted to give each other some time to adjust, and to confirm whether his feelings were truly irreplaceable. But when he saw Lin Wan and Xiaoyang chatting and laughing together, he was absolutely certain that he was unhappy, jealous, and didn't want her to have contact with other men. He was even jealous that Lin Wan would smile at Xiaoyang. This was the first time in his life he had ever felt jealous of Xiaoyang. He desperately wanted Lin Wan to belong to him alone. Don't explain to me. Whether you and Bai Xinran have a relationship or not is none of my business. I come here to work and earn money, not to listen to gossip, and I certainly don't want to be the subject of gossip. Lin Wan simply didn't want to listen. She wasn't interested in his private life. She returned to China to work for the Gu family simply because they offered her a lot of money. There was no other reason. If you want money, I can give you a raise, or even a promotion. The position of design director is still vacant, which is perfect for you, Gu Xiuyuan said. Based on her abilities, Lin Wan really deserves this position. Bai Xinran's position as deputy director was purely due to pressure from his father. Otherwise, they wouldn't even hire someone like Bai Xinran as a regular employee. She doesn't meet their company's standards. Chapter 53 Forced Kiss. No matter how much money Lin Wan wanted, he could give it to her. Money is just a number to him. Lin Wan was taken aback for a moment, then declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gu, but it's not necessary. I just want to earn money with my own hands. It's more honest and reliable." She didn't want his money. She likes money, but Gu Xiuyuan's money holds no appeal for her. Lin Wan turned her face away and looked out the car window. The more she acted like this, the more Gu Xiuyuan liked her. "Then can you tell me how you met Xiaoyang? Why did you have dinner with him? And drink with him?" Gu Xiuyuan pressed, the air around him seeming to grow cold. He desperately wanted to know the answer. "This is my personal matter. I don't think I need to report it to President Gu," Lin Wan said, unwilling to answer. "Tell me." Gu Xiuyuan leaned over and pressed down on Lin Wan's shoulder. He didn't like hearing the title President Gu, as it made him feel that she was distant from him. The contrast with Xiaoyang made him feel even more uncomfortable. "It has nothing to do with you. It's not what you think." Lin Wan tried to break free. "Let go of me. Stop going crazy." "It has nothing to do with me." Gu Xiuyuan frowned. A faint fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol rushed into his nostrils and straight to the top of his head. This tastes exactly the same as it did 5 years ago. Gu Xiuyuan once again felt his body was out of control. "Yes." Lin Wan hadn't finished speaking when Gu Xiuyuan kissed her back passionately. Lin Wan went from trying to break free to passively accepting it. A few minutes later, Gu Xiuyuan released her, still not satisfied. "It wasn't alcohol that made him lose control 5 years ago. Is that enough? Put me down." Lin Wan's voice was filled with grievance. This man is too domineering. How dare he kiss her without her consent? She didn't want to spend another second with him. He not only stalked her, but also forcibly kissed her. "No, you've been drinking. I'll take you home now," Gu Xiuyuan said and started the car. He knew where Lin Wan lived. Lin Wan looked out the window the whole way, without speaking to him or even glancing at him. That scoundrel. Once downstairs, Lin Wan immediately got out of the car and ran into the building, not wanting to say another word. "Lin Wan," Gu Xiuyuan called out. Lin Wan stopped walking, but did not turn around. "Can you promise me that you won't drink alcohol anymore, and you definitely won't see Xiaoyang again?" "No." Lin Wan said those 2 words and quickly ran upstairs. After calming down, Lin Wan realized that she hadn't mentioned her building number, yet Gu Xiuyuan had parked his car right in front of her building, which meant he already knew her address. What if they come and see the 2 children one day, especially Nan Nan? No, she has to find a new place to move out immediately and avoid any contact with Gu Xiuyuan in the future, including at work. Watching Lin Wan run away quickly, Gu Xiuyuan savored the kiss from earlier, and most of his anger dissipated. She just said that her relationship with Xiaoyang is not what he thought. It seems he needs to conduct a simple investigation. "Brother, look, did Daddy make Mommy angry? Mommy seems unhappy. Didn't Mommy say she was going to see Uncle? Why did Daddy bring her back?" Lin Yak leaned on the bay window and looked down. "I was a little curious, but also a little sorry for my dad. What had he done to upset my mom again?" Ever since she learned that Gu Xiuyuan was their father, her heart has been severely tilted. Despite Ouyang Qian's companionship over the years, it ultimately could not overcome the bond of blood ties. I don't know, maybe he's just too much of a straight man, Lin Wan said, shrugging helplessly. He saw that Gu Xiuyuan downstairs was still standing there motionless, refusing to leave. It seems he doesn't know how to charm girls. Fortunately, he didn't inherit his father's personality. He's very good at pleasing his mother. He's a little different from his sister. Although he also wants to acknowledge this daddy, his mommy is the most important person in his heart. If his mommy is angry, it must be his daddy's fault. Hearing the door open, the two little ones forgot about Gu Xiuyuan downstairs and ran over barefoot. Mommy's back. Thank you for your hard work, Mommy. Lin Yak helped Lin Wan put her bag away. Mommy, have you been drinking? I'll make you some hangover soup later. Lin Wan helped her change her shoes. Mommy smelled of alcohol, and her face was super red. He also noticed that his mother's wrists were a little red. Could it be that his father did it? You had a little drink with your uncle. In a few days, Mommy will take you to see your maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts, okay? Lin Wan hugged the little ones in her arms. And I have some good news for you. You have 2 uncles and 1 aunt. Lin Wan only learned about her family background today. She now has 2 more siblings, which is great. When she takes the children back, it will be a lively and bustling family gathering. Thinking of this, Lin Wan's frustration from the conflict with Gu Xiuyuan vanished. That's great. More people will care about us now. Lin Yak jumped up and down happily. It would be even better if Daddy could join their family someday. I just don't know if Daddy can really step up his game. He seems to want to woo Mommy, but can't seem to get her. Lin Yak was secretly worried for her own father. Fortunately, my brother had already figured out how to help. Congratulations, Mommy, on finding your own Daddy and Mommy, Lin Wan said with a smile. They had to pretend to be very surprised, but in reality, they had already investigated the members of the Xiao family long ago, and knew about their second uncle and aunt 2 days earlier than their mother. Seeing the children so happy, Lin Wan felt a little guilty. For more than 4 years, she has been the only mother to the 2 little ones, and no other relatives have been by their side. They also need more love and care. Returning to the Xiao family would definitely be a good thing for all of them. When I was abroad, Aunt Wang and Ouyang Qian were by my side. Now Aunt Wang is on the other side of the world, and Ouyang Qian has been extremely busy lately, because he took over the company. They hadn't seen each other for several days. Thinking of Ouyang Qian, Lin Wan felt a lump in her throat. She had clearly agreed to try dating Ouyang Qian, but Gu Xiuyuan kept pestering her. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. The next day, Lin Wan went to work as usual, hoping only that she would never see Gu Xiuyuan again. But what you fear most is what happens most often. She had just gotten into her work when she heard a commotion in the office again, and everyone's attention was focused on the doorway. Wow, it's President Gu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Good morning. Hearing everyone greet each other, Lin Wan knew that guy had come again. Chapter 54 Young people are too unrestrained. Lin Wan slowly turned her head and saw a man in a sharp suit walk in through the door, heading straight in her direction. Before she could react, Gu Xiuyuan took a small medicine bottle from his hand and placed it on Lin Wan's desk. This medicine can reduce swelling. It works very well. After saying that, he left directly. Everyone in the design department stared wide-eyed at the process that lasted less than a minute. Soon, the shock in everyone's eyes turned into a gossip frenzy. What happened? Why would President Gu come over so early in the morning to bring Lin Wan medicine to reduce swelling? Where is she swollen? Could it be? Everyone had the same thought and turned to look at Lin Wan at the same time. They really wanted to know, but they couldn't bring themselves to say it. This morning everyone received a notice from above that from now on, no one in the company is allowed to talk about Lin Wan. Isn't this also a sign of President Gu's favoritism towards Lin Wan? Nobody would believe it if you said there was nothing between them. No wonder Bai Xinran hasn't been to work lately. It's so painful, so incredibly painful. There's a juicy story right in front of us, but nobody can enjoy it. Lin Wan felt numb from being stared at by so many strange gazes. What is Gu Xiuyuan up to now? Is this because they're afraid others won't misunderstand? She really just wanted to come to work. Others might not dare to discuss it, but sister, he is different. The company doesn't allow private or public discussions, but she can ask the parties involved. Xiaowan, sister, he quietly approached Lin Wan and called her softly. Lin Wan immediately tensed up. She knew she couldn't escape it. Why did President Gu send you this medicine? What's going on between you two? What happened? Sister, he could barely contain her anger. They're all adults. She understands everything. Sister, don't overthink it. It's not what you think. My wrist is just a little swollen. Lin Wan rolled up her sleeve to show Sister He. They wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but upon closer inspection, the misunderstanding only deepened. How did it get so swollen? Mr. Gu is so ungentlemanly, so fierce. It's so good to be young. Sister He looked at the redness and swelling on Lin Wan's wrist with a mix of heartache and amusement. Young people are indeed not very self-disciplined. Seeing Sister He's gossipy gaze, Lin Wan felt completely numb. She was quick to explain, her face flushed. No, ma'am, it's really not what you think. But she didn't know how to say it, and telling the truth would only make things worse, wouldn't it? The fact that Gu Xiuyuan kissed her doesn't seem to prove their innocence. I understand. We're all from Chengdu, and I've been through this before. Sister He had an expression of complete understanding on her face. There's really nothing between him and me. You know I have a child, so with him. Lin Wan didn't finish her sentence. Well, after all, the child is Gu Xiuyuan's. Relationships are between the two of you. It's good that he's willing to accept 2 children, Sister He said. But inwardly, he was worried for Lin Wan. In wealthy families like the Gu family, dating is easy, but marrying a wife is not something to be taken lightly. She admired Gu Xiuyuan quite a bit. So many people wanted to marry him, but he only took a liking to Lin Wan and didn't mind that she had a child. She could tell that Gu Xiuyuan truly liked Lin Wan. It's one thing for him to like it, but whether his family can accept it is another matter entirely. Seeing that the more she explained, the deeper the misunderstanding became, Lin Wan simply stopped explaining. As long as one person sits in their seat and sighs. She really warned this man to stay away from her in the future. Otherwise, it would really cause her a lot of trouble. The news that Gu Xiuyuan went to deliver swelling-reducing medicine to Lin Wan early in the morning spread within a small circle within the company. The main dissemination area is within the design department. Bai Xinran has always had informants in the design department. She naturally found out about it very quickly. Enraged, she smashed up the entire office. Lin Wan seduced Gu Xiuyuan and even took him to bed. They even shamelessly let the people in the company find out. Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't even touch her hand, yet he was willing to have sex with other women. Bai Xinran was furious. After smashing everything, Bai Xinran angrily sat back down in her chair and threw the last mouse on the table away. She hasn't come to work these past few days. Besides not wanting to be talked about, she also went to the Gu family to complain to Gu Xiuyuan's parents. But it seems to have had little effect. Gu Xiuyuan is still doing things his own way, and now he doesn't even listen to his father anymore. Bai Xinran decided to start with Lin Wan. She had someone conduct a simple investigation into Lin Wan and discovered that not only was there always a man around her, but she also had 2 children. This was fantastic news for Bai Xinran. She wondered how long Lin Wan could remain arrogant in the company. She has a husband and children, yet she still dares to seduce other men. Bai Xinran felt she had caught Lin Wan red-handed. Once Gu Xiuyuan found out that Lin Wan had a child, it would be absolutely impossible for them to continue their relationship. Gu Xiuyuan hates being lied to the most. Moreover, the Gu family would never accept a woman like Lin Wan. Thinking of this, Bai Xinran felt incredibly confident. She wanted to share this good news with Gu Xiuyuan and also let the Gu family know about it. Ideally, they would also expose Lin Wan's true colors throughout the entire department. Lin Wan will soon be kicked out of the company. He will never be able to set foot in the Gu family again. Having vented her frustrations, Bai Xinran swayed her hips as she walked to the CEO's office in her high heels. As usual, I didn't knock and just went in. Ah Yuan. Bai Xinran couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of what she was about to expose. Gu Xiuyuan, who was looking down at his documents, felt extremely uncomfortable just hearing this voice. He said impatiently, "Why are you here again? Didn't you say you were going to resign? Just resign already, so I don't have to worry about you." Gu Xiuyuan didn't even want to look at this woman. He thought that Bai Xinran, after what happened last time, would not come back to work for the sake of saving face. He has already drafted a candidate for the new deputy director of the design department. Having capable people in positions that require their skills is absolutely beneficial to the company. With further training, Lin Wan will soon be able to take on the position of director. He didn't expect Bai Xinran to come again with such shamelessness. He had already figured out how to explain things to Mayor Bai. "Ah Yuan, why are you talking to me like that again? Can't you listen to anything Uncle Gu says?" Bai Xinran scolded playfully. "It's okay, she can endure it now, but soon she will show Gu Xiuyuan what kind of person Lin Wan really is. Is it an honor to tattle? Get out." Gu Xiuyuan started kicking people out without any politeness. Chapter 55 Lin Wan already has a child. Wake up. Gu Xiuyuan hates people who use underhanded tactics behind people's backs the most. Bai Xinran really doesn't understand him at all. She keeps jumping on his sore spots. Bai Xinran's eyes turned red when she heard Gu Xiuyuan tell her to get lost. She bit her lip and said unwillingly, Yuan, I already know that you went to deliver medicine to Lin Wan this morning. Did you two stay together last night? No matter how Gu Xiuyuan treats her now, she cannot leave. Is it what you think? Are you satisfied now? Can you get lost? Gu Xiuyuan finally raised his head, his eyes full of mockery. How can someone be so shameless? He had run out of patience with Bai Xinran. What's so great about a piece of trash like Lin Wan that you're so obsessed with? Bai Xinran shouted. All her dignity was trampled to pieces by Gu Xiuyuan's repeated shouts of get out. She could abandon all self-respect in front of him, but he preferred that despicable woman, Lin Wan. The word rotten goods immediately infuriated Gu Xiuyuan. He threw the documents in his hand away. I might let it go for your father's sake, but don't let me hear about it happening again. I won't allow anyone to stray into her territory. Get out. The veins on Gu Xiuyuan's hands bulged, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. But not hitting women is his principle. Bai Xinran is lucky. She has a husband and 2 children. What is it about her that makes you so infatuated, Gu Xiuyuan? Wake up, Bai Xinran said boldly. I just like it. What did you say? Gu Xiuyuan's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. I'm telling you, Lin Wan already has 2 children. They're in kindergarten, and she has a man. She lied when she got the job, saying she was single. Yuan, she deceived you. She doesn't deserve your kindness at all. Bai Xinran became arrogant. She had been holding back her anger just now, waiting for this moment. Holding Lin Wan's weakness in her hand, and seeing Gu Xiuyuan's surprised expression, she felt nothing but satisfaction. She knew that Gu Xiuyuan definitely didn't know these things. They didn't even consider whether this was a blow to Gu Xiuyuan. They didn't care about Gu Xiuyuan's feelings at all. All she wanted was Gu Xiuyuan himself and the position of Mrs. Gu, a position that everyone could envy. This so-called persistent love has always been just her own self-indulgent sentimentality. Bai Xinran said smugly. Yuan, are you sure you want to be with a woman like this? Are you sure you want to be someone's mistress? Are you sure you want to be someone's stepfather? She kept her mouth shut, trying to get Gu Xiuyuan to turn around. But she didn't get the answer she wanted. Get out! Gu Xiuyuan roared, like a lion about to go berserk. Yuan. Bai Xinran wanted to say something more, but Gu Xiuyuan grabbed her and threw her out the door. The door slammed shut. How come this is completely different from what she expected? Shouldn't Gu Xiuyuan be at his most vulnerable and in need of comfort after learning the truth? Compared to a woman who deceived him, shouldn't he be able to appreciate her goodness even more? How did she get kicked out? Bai Xinran returned to her office dejectedly. Although the result was different from what she expected, at least Lin Wan's true colors had been exposed, so it was worth it. As long as Lin Wan doesn't have another chance to seduce Gu Xiuyuan, he'll be hers sooner or later anyway, so she's not in a hurry. Next, all she had to do was torment Lin Wan, expose her dirty secrets, and finally kick her out. Bai Xinran was already calculating her own options, completely unconcerned about Gu Xiuyuan's attitude towards her earlier. She had already made a plan yesterday and prepared the most difficult list for Lin Wan. This is the most difficult client of all their clients. If they can't handle it, they'll just leave. Having offended both a major client and Gu Xiuyuan, she wanted to see what Lin Wan would use to turn things around. Bai Xinran felt that her plan was flawless. She was just waiting to comfort Gu Xiuyuan when he was injured, and then she would use some tricks to make her parents bring up the marriage proposal with the Gu family as soon as Gu Xiuyuan touched her. By then, it will be too late for Gu Xiuyuan to back out. It will happen naturally. When Lin Wan received this task, she was completely numb. She looked at the densely packed requirements on the list and didn't know where to start. She has never seen such complicated requirements in her entire career. If this thing is messed up, things will probably get even worse from now on. Bai Xinran has gone too far. Aren't you sure you want to talk to President Gu about this? There's no need to put up with her. I thought she wasn't coming. She's so shameless, humph. Sister, he said indignantly. If she had been publicly humiliated like that, she would have resigned immediately. However, given Bai Xinran's personality, she will definitely be competitive and won't let Lin Wan off easily. After all, she had been pursuing Gu Xiuyuan for several years, and Lin Wan had won him over not long after she arrived. Sister, he is now convinced that Lin Wan and Gu Xiuyuan are together. Never mind, let's get to work. Lin Wan didn't say anything. She was too lazy to explain the matter between her and Gu Xiuyuan. In short, She would rather be bullied than say a single word to that man. It's better to put all your energy into your work. This was the first time she had encountered such a difficult order, which was quite a challenge for her. She also wanted to test the limits of her abilities. Meanwhile, Gu Xiuyuan kept the office door locked, shutting himself in, his mind constantly replaying by Shinran's words. Lin Wan got married. Her kids are already in kindergarten, 2 of them. She got married and had children right after graduating from university. So she's avoiding him because she has a husband and children? But he just couldn't understand why. If that was the case, they didn't just tell him directly. Why keep it from him? After much deliberation, he decided to ask her directly and also send someone to investigate who Lin Wan's husband was. It's possible that Bai Xinran is just talking nonsense. She's been spouting nonsense for a long time, and she'll use any means to satisfy her own selfish desires. Why should he believe her? Gu Xiuyuan still felt very uncomfortable. Lin Wan was the first person to make his heart flutter. He didn't care about her background or status. He just wanted to be with her. As long as she was willing, he could handle everything else. He didn't care about social status or worldly conventions. He couldn't bring himself to steal a married man. He can accept that she has children, but he cannot accept that she has a husband. As Gu Xiuyuan thought about it, he recalled the first time he met Lin Wan in the hotel room. My child, kindergarten, the first time 5 years ago. Rome. Chapter 56's child? Gu Xiuyuan still felt that none of these things made sense, which was very strange. He was certain that it was their first time together that night. If we consider that Lin Wan's child is currently in kindergarten, then Lin Wan got married and became pregnant very quickly not long after having a relationship with him. At this moment, Gu Xiuyuan was in a state of utter confusion, unable to sort things out. He slumped back in his chair, looking dejected. At the foot of the Gu Group building, 2 small figures slowly moved over. Brother, this is it. Mommy works here, and Daddy works here too. Oh, no. This company belongs to Daddy. Lin Yike pointed to a building in front of her that read Gu's Group. My brother said that Daddy is the owner here. Isn't that the legendary domineering CEO? No wonder he's her dad. Their mothers took them to school in the morning, but they ran away in the morning. It turns out that the older brother found school too boring, so he had already explored every part of the school and found a way to escape, all of which were blind spots of the surveillance cameras. These are all trivial matters for them. Call him out now, Lin Wan said, taking a deep breath. I'm about to meet my biological father in person. He was very nervous. But my sister said that Daddy is a very good and gentle person. His younger sister has already hugged Daddy, so he wants to hug him too. Okay. Lin Yike immediately took out her phone and sent a voice message to Gu Xiuyuan. Handsome uncle, do you have time? I'm coming to find you. I'm downstairs from your company, the usual place. Gu Xiuyuan, who had been completely numb, immediately perked up when he heard Lin Yike's soft and sweet voice. The gloom in my heart was also dispelled a lot. This little cutie really has a way of healing him. I'm coming down right away. Stand there and wait for me. Don't move, okay? Gu Xiuyuan sent this message and went downstairs like the wind. He hadn't seen this little cutie for several days. They had spoken on the phone, and Coco said that she had been attending kindergarten for the past few days and hadn't had time to come see him. His sudden visit today was a huge surprise to him. Gu Xiuyuan jogged out of the office building, very worried about the little cutie's safety. He had never seen such a bold child before. Uncle, Lin Yike rushed over to the tall figure that was running towards her. She really wanted to call him Daddy. Hug. Lin Yike stretched out her little hands. She wanted her daddy to hug her more. Gu Xiuyuan looked at the little one running towards him, and subconsciously opened his arms and picked her up. I miss you. Lin Yike hugged Gu Xiuyuan's neck and leaned on his broad shoulders. She finally has a daddy, just like other kids. Lin Wan, who had been hiding to the side, saw a tall and imposing man holding his younger sister. The man's face was a magnified version of his own. He's even more handsome than in the photos, and he looks more like him. This person is their biological father, Gu Xiuyuan. Uncle misses you too, but you have to promise me you won't run around alone anymore, okay? Call me if you miss me, and I'll pick you up. Gu Xiuyuan gently instructed. He didn't want such a lovely child to be in danger. Okay, but uncle, I came today to give you a gift, a surprise gift. Lin Yike said excitedly. Daddy would be so happy if he knew they were his children. He treated her so well without her even knowing it. You even brought me a gift? Take it out, and let me see. Gu Xiuyuan put the little one down and held out his hand to her. What kind of gifts can you give a child? It's usually just a small toy or a small ornament. Gu Xiuyuan was still looking forward to it, and felt a warmth in his heart. He had thought countless times that he wished Coco were his daughter. Brother, come out. Lin Yike waved to the side. Gu Xiuyuan followed Lin Yike's gaze, but the next second, the smile on his face froze, replaced by shock. What did he see? Isn't this himself as a child? It looks exactly like the photos in his home. He was starting to doubt if this was his son. No, could this really be his son? The child looked to be 4 or 5 years old, and he had only had a relationship with Lin Wan 5 years ago. If the child is 4 years old, 5 years ago, that makes perfect sense. Does he really have a son? No way. She got pregnant on her first try, and he left her emergency contraception. Didn't she take it? Even with some doubts, when Gu Xiuyuan saw the child's face, he was absolutely certain that this was his son. Coco called him brother just now. Are they siblings? Gu Xiuyuan remembered that Kiki said she and her brother were twins, which meant that Kiki could also be his daughter. He has twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Wanqing's? Who was the man next to Lin Wan that, by Shinran mentioned? The moment Gu Xiuyuan saw Lin Yinan's face, which was so similar to his own, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. As the little boy drew closer, Gu Xiuyuan's voice trembled. What's your name? It's so similar, so incredibly similar. My name is Lin Yinan, and my sister's name is Lin Yike. We are twins and are over 4 years old. Lin Yinan pretended to be very calm. My mind was in turmoil. He had actually wondered if his father would be willing to acknowledge them if he never knew they existed. Since daddy has always been there, why doesn't mommy tell them? As the richest man in Shenzhen, Gu Xiuyuan is so wealthy that he should have plenty of women willing to have his children. Does he have other children? Does he still need his siblings? These thoughts kept swirling in his mind. But when he saw Gu Xiuyuan holding his sister affectionately, he knew that his father would acknowledge them and love them well. He was very certain. The look in someone's eyes when they love them doesn't lie. What's your mommy's name? Gu Xiuyuan asked again. His surname is Lin, the same as Lin Wan's. In addition, as by Shinran mentioned today, Lin Wan has a son and a daughter. All the information matched up. These 2 children are definitely his. Gu Xiuyuan felt that all of this happened too suddenly. Suddenly, he had both a son and a daughter. Lin Wan, is it because my sister isn't noticeably beautiful enough? Lin Yinan said speechlessly. Gu Xiuyuan then realized why he always felt that Kiki looked a lot like Lin Wan. They were biological children. How could they not look alike? He had always assumed that Lin Wan was still single, so he never considered this possibility. After receiving the children's definite answers, Gu Xiuyuan's heart pounded with nervousness. Chapter 57 Daddy loves you all. He has children, 2 of them, and twins, and even the best of all, a boy and a girl. He's really lucky. He had been so angry all morning about Lin Wan being pregnant that he hadn't thought about it carefully. So the 2 children were his? That's great. With the children as a bond, Lin Wan won't be able to escape his grasp. But he couldn't understand why Lin Wan would hide the child from him, knowing full well that it was his. And the man beside Lin Wan, no matter who he is, he must leave his wife and children. We also saw you taking mommy home, Lin Yike said. Her smile makes her look even more like Lin Wan. Gu Xiuyuan felt he should have discovered this a long time ago. Lin Wan avoided him because she was afraid he would see the child. After all, you can tell at a glance that his son is his biological son. But she clearly gave birth to the child and knew it was his. So why didn't she tell him? He must find Lin Wan and get to the bottom of this. The gloom of the morning was swept away by the unexpected joy brought by the arrival of the 2 children. Gu Xiuyuan's mood brightened again. Suddenly I became a father. It feels like a dream. So, you should know our relationship with you now, right? Lin Yinan asked tentatively. He noticed that Gu Xiuyuan had been lost in thought for a while, and he felt a little nervous, not knowing what he was thinking. They probably don't like their presence. If that's the case, he promises he won't see him again. I know. Gu Xiuyuan nodded. It seems the 2 children already knew his identity. Daddy, Lin Yike shook Gu Xiuyuan's hand. Do you like me and my brother? She figured she liked it, so she changed her mind very directly. That one word, Daddy, made Gu Xiuyuan feel sweeter than if he had eaten honey. He had previously dreamed of Coco being his daughter, and now his dream has come true. Faced with his daughter's question, Gu Xiuyuan shook his head. It's not that I like it. Just as the 2 children were feeling disappointed, he knelt down and looked at them earnestly, saying, Daddy loves you. I'm sorry, my darlings. Daddy didn't actually know you existed, so I owe you so much and missed out on your growth. I'm really sorry. Would you be willing to give Daddy a chance to make it up to you? Gu Xiuyuan's voice trembled. He felt he owed his 2 children, and also owed Lin Wan. He wasn't even around, so how did she have the courage to give birth to 2 children, and how did she raise them? The two children seemed to be growing up very well, all thanks to Lin Wan. He used to dislike children, but now he realizes that he only disliked other people's children. When it comes to his own children, he wants to give them his whole heart and give them all the good things in the world. Okay, Daddy, I love you. Lin Yike threw herself into Gu Xiuyuan's arms, hugging his neck and acting coquettishly. From now on, don't envy other kids anymore. She has the most handsome and best dad in the world. Daddy loves you both very much. Gu Xiuyuan's eyes were a little red, and he reached out his hand to his son. Son, come here and let Daddy give you a hug. Lin Wan nervously clenched her hands, took a step forward and threw herself into Gu Xiuyuan's arms, leaning on his broad shoulder and forcefully wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He always felt that he was a boy and had to be strong, not act like a spoiled little sister. But in his father's arms, he felt that he was still a little child who needed protection and love. With a forceful pull, Gu Xiuyuan lifted both children up at the same time. They stick this on and look at that, never getting enough of it. I never knew having a child was such a wonderful thing. He deeply regretted not properly investigating Lin Wan's whereabouts back then, which caused him to miss the children's infancy. They took the initiative to come to him, so they must really need him. The two little ones affectionately called him Daddy from left to right, and Gu Xiuyuan was completely captivated by their sweet calls of Daddy. Now that both children are in his arms, Lin Wan can't escape anymore. After spending a while being affectionate, Gu Xiuyuan took the children to a nearby restaurant and ordered a table full of their favorite dishes. His parents were pressuring him to get married and have children soon, hoping to hold their grandchildren as soon as possible. Now he has a complete family of grandchildren. I wonder how happy his parents will be when they find out. With these two children, he won't be forced to date other women anymore. He was already prepared to turn against the Bai family. He wanted everyone to know that he, Gu Xiuyuan, had two children, and that the mother of those two children was the woman he was going to marry. But there's one thing we need to figure out first. Children, you said you've been living abroad for the past few years? Gu Xiuyuan asked. Lin Wan did indeed win an award abroad, which is why he brought her back. When fate comes, you can't stop it. Yes. Lin Yike kept chewing like a little hamster. Has your mommy been dating anyone? Gu Xiuyuan got down to business. If Bai Xinran's information is correct, then he needs to know who the man who has been by Lin Wan's side all along is. You want to ask about Uncle Ouyang, right? Lin Wan looked up. After spending time together, he was convinced that his father was indeed the good person his sister had described. But it seems that Daddy isn't very popular with Mommy. Who is Uncle Ouyang? Gu Xiuyuan asked nervously. Our neighbor abroad often takes care of my sister and me. Lin Wan decided to tell the truth. There's nothing to hide. Strictly speaking, he's the one who has given my sister and me fatherly love these past few years. However, he's not Mommy's boyfriend. Mommy just agreed to try dating him. If you want to win Mommy over, you'd better hurry up. Lin Wan finished speaking and continued eating. His heart was initially wavering. You can choose whether or not you want to see Mommy. But when he actually met Gu Xiuyuan, he was certain that his heart was with his biological father. Although this feels like betraying Ouyang, what child doesn't want to live with their parents? This is a basic human instinct, isn't it? He thought Ouyang might get friend-zoned. Gu Xiuyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the children say that Uncle Ouyang and Lin Wan were not officially dating yet. The man Bai Xinran mentioned who frequently appeared around Lin Wan must be him. Thinking about it this way, Gu Xiuyuan felt even more guilty towards the children. His child needs another man to give him fatherly love, which is a dereliction of duty on his part as a father. Chapter 58 Please, can you put a little more effort into pursuing my mommy? So, do you like Daddy more or Uncle Ouyang more? Gu Xiuyuan asked. The two children looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Is Daddy jealous? It seems to smell quite strongly of vinegar. Of course I like Daddy, Lin Yike said without hesitation. Although she also liked Uncle Ouyang very much, she still felt that her own father was the best. Uncle Ouyang will have his own children someday, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuyuan's lips remained curved in a smile. Everyone says daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, but his Coco is like an ultra-cool-down jacket, while his son is like a leather jacket, but thankfully he doesn't let in any wind. Do you know Xiaoyang? Gu Xiuyuan asked again. He still remembers that day when Xiaoyang called Lin Wan in a very ambiguous way, and the two of them even drank together. He still feels uncomfortable about it to this day. That's our uncle, Lin Wan said, shaking his head and sighing. Why is his dad so stupid? Why can't his dad find out things that he can find out? He thought his father, who was the richest man in the country, was very, very smart. Your uncle? Gu Xiuyuan was completely confused. My mother was kidnapped when she was a child. Her original name was Xiao Rou. She was the eldest daughter of the Xiao group. Xiao Yang is our maternal uncle, Lin Wan said calmly. Well, it seems Daddy sees uncle as a rival in love. Indeed, love can make people blind, and sometimes it can even lower their IQ. She's Xiao Rou? Gu Xiuyuan was even more shocked. How many surprises does Lin Wan still hold that he doesn't know about? He even held Xiao Rou when she was little, but then he heard she was lost and never found again. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Wan. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar when he first met her. He bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Wan, the second young lady of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this news, Gu Xiuyuan's heart pounded wildly. He knew that his parents looked down on Lin Wan because of her humble background and wanted to find him someone of equal social standing. He had even prepared to stand up to his parents if he could win Lin Wan's heart. Now it seems unnecessary. No one in the entire Shenzhen market is more suitable for him than Lin Wan in every aspect. Of course, he didn't intend for his parents to know this now. He wanted them to know just how outrageous his class consciousness was. Please, can you put a little more effort into pursuing my mommy? Lin Wan said with a hint of disdain. You can't win a girl's heart just by saying, I like you. Daddy understands. Gu Xiuyuan nodded. He didn't seem to have considered this much beforehand. After all, he had zero experience in dating. He felt that having such wonderful children was his greatest blessing. If Coco hadn't come looking for Lin Wan and happened to run into him downstairs, he wouldn't have known he had 2 children. Lin Wan seemed to have no intention of letting him know about this. Thinking about this, Gu Xiuyuan was still a little annoyed. He called Lin Wan, wanting to ask her directly, but she didn't answer and hung up immediately. In the end, he sent his assistant to find Lin Wan. Ms. Lin, Mr. Gu requests your presence, the assistant said respectfully. This woman is the one who gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Gu family, and she is also the apple of Mr. Gu's eye. He dares not neglect her in the slightest. As for Bai Xinran, she probably has no chance at all this time. He heard everything that happened this morning. Bai Xinran had gotten a little bit of information and was planning to set a trap for Lin Wan, but she didn't expect that she would end up burying herself instead. The assistant was quite happy to see this result. After all, Bai Xinran had bullied him quite a bit. Before Bai Xinran arrived, everyone in the company treated him with utmost respect. Even the higher-ups had to give him face. He is Gu Xiuyuan's capable assistant. Looking for me? Lin Wan looked at her assistant with a puzzled expression. She really didn't want anything to do with this man anymore. Although no one said much about the bottle of medicine that morning, she could see how strange the looks they gave her were. Yes, Miss Lin, rest assured, it's definitely a good thing. Please go ahead. The assistant adopted a very humble attitude. He was certain that Lin Wan would be their boss's wife in the future. Given Gu Xiuyuan's temperament, once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Seeing how respectful her assistant was, even using honorifics, Lin Wan felt even more uncertain. Amidst everyone's curious gazes, Lin Wan still followed her assistant. She was taken to a restaurant next to the company. She felt that Gu Xiuyuan was up to something again, and she had no interest in having dinner with him. But what she didn't expect was yet to come. When her assistant opened the door to the private room for her, the first thing she saw was her 2 children happily having dinner with Gu Xiuyuan, calling him daddy all the time. Lin Wan almost fainted on the spot. She'd been hiding for so long, and now she'd finally admitted it, even calling him daddy. What are you 2 doing here? Lin Wan asked seriously. She personally took both children to kindergarten in the morning. How did I end up here? The security at this kindergarten is terrible. The worst part is that the teacher hasn't even called her yet. It's terrifying to even think about it. She immediately decided to change her child's kindergarten. We sent the children in for safety, but we didn't expect that they couldn't be kept inside at all. But when she took out her phone, she realized that her teacher had been calling her non-stop. She had simply not heard the calls because her phone was on silent. Okay, it's a misunderstanding about the kindergarten. Her 2 little rascals are just too hard to manage. Not only did she sneak out of kindergarten, but she also came to claim her father herself. They are really going to be furious with her. We're here to see Daddy. Mommy, come and eat. Lin Yike waved to Lin Wan with a fawning smile. Then she kept giving Gu Xiuyuan meaningful glances. They had just agreed that if Mommy blamed her, Daddy would protect her. What daddy? Where's your daddy? Come home with me right now. Lin Wan's face was very unpleasant. She was so angry that she had a headache. She'll have to discipline these 2 little ones properly when she gets home. It seems she's been too lenient with them. She's lost her authority at home. The heartwarming scene just now shows that Gu Xiuyuan not only accepted the two children as his own, but also really likes them. She absolutely cannot let him take the children away. And how did these two little guys know that their daddy is Gu Xiuyuan? She didn't tell anyone about this, not even Xin Jiahui. Gu Xiuyuan himself was unaware of the existence of the two children. She suddenly remembered that someone in the company seemed to have said that Gu Xiuyuan had once taken a little girl out to eat near the company. If she counted the time, wasn't that the same 2 times that Coco came to see her? She only realized it belatedly. Chapter 59. Our family of 4 living together. Lin Wan had always wanted to hide her 2 children, but she never expected that her daughter had already met Gu Xiuyuan on the 2 occasions when she came to see her. Daddy. Upon hearing that they were going home, the 2 little ones immediately hugged Gu Xiuyuan on either side. Gu Xiuyuan had been staring at Lin Wan ever since she entered the room, and now he was holding the 2 children tightly and refusing to let go. Lin Wan, how long are you going to keep this from me? Now that he is reunited with his 2 children, he can't possibly let go. His children must be raised by him. Lin Wan is no exception. She can't escape it either. Gu Xiuyuan wanted to complain, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. She didn't know his identity a few years ago, and he didn't leave her any personal information, which was his fault. But after returning to China, when they met again, Lin Wan did not want to tell him the truth. He is willing to take responsibility. He had already sent someone to investigate while he was coaxing the 2 children to eat. Lin Wan went abroad 5 years ago when she was newly pregnant, and has since lost contact with everyone. He had no idea how she had managed to give birth to and raise the child all by herself over the past few years. You, come out with me. Lin Wan glanced at Gu Xiuyuan, then turned and walked out. There are some things that children shouldn't hear. She couldn't tell the children that their relationship was based on one-night stands with their parents. It would be bad for such young children. Seeing Lin Wan walk out, Gu Xiuyuan immediately stood up and followed her. Daddy may be a little slow, but he's obedient, Lin Wan complained. Brother, what do we call Daddy? Lin Yak asked. Wife slave. Lin Wan could sense that his mother treated his father and Uncle Ouyang differently. There was a polite distance between her and Uncle Ouyang. But he spoke to his father in a commanding tone. His father is a cold-faced CEO when facing others, but as docile as a kitten in front of his mother. He thinks they're a match made in heaven. After they came out, Gu Xiuyuan led Lin Wan to the private room next door. He had booked the whole place, so no one would bother them. At that moment, there were only the 2 of them in the next private room. Tell me, why didn't you tell me about the child? You know perfectly well that the child is mine, Gu Xiuyuan said. Lin Wanzong's meaning shouldn't be too obvious. She would rather raise her 2 children alone than tell him the truth. How can I tell you? Did you tell me your name or your address that night? So what if I know the child is yours? Can I find you? Lin Wan said, biting her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. She brought up that night on her own initiative. She originally intended it to be just a dream, but she never expected to get pregnant. At that time, she did think about finding the child's father, but where could she find him in the vast sea of people? In just a moment, she completely gave up the idea and prepared to forget about this person. I'm sorry, I lost control that night. Didn't you take your medication that day? Gu Xiuyuan asked suspiciously. When he mentioned what happened that day, he was filled with guilt. At that time, he had just taken over the position and did not seem to think about taking any responsibility. He completely regarded Lin Wan as some business partner who had put her in the room for him. He didn't want to be blackmailed by anyone, and naturally, he didn't want to have any contact with Lin Wan. But he waited for a long time, and no one came to talk to him about it. He then realized that there had been a misunderstanding, but by then he had no news of Lin Wan at all. Looking back now, however, he was too hasty. He only left behind a box of emergency contraceptive pills and didn't watch her take them. She was too young and hadn't considered what would happen if the other person didn't take the medication and got pregnant, then used the child to blackmail him. I ate it, but I still got pregnant. I don't know why. Lin Wan lowered her head. Can a simple, out of control heal her trauma? She still doesn't want to recall how she was tortured that night. Well, she was partly responsible for what happened that night. If she hadn't trusted Zhou so easily, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Gu Xiuyuan felt a surge of excitement. The fact that they were able to conceive after taking the medicine shows that they were destined to have a child. He had wanted Lin Wan before, and now he wanted her even more. The warm and cozy life of a family of 4 is what he wants. But why didn't you tell me directly after we returned to China? You already knew my identity, and you never forgot me, did you? Gu Xiuyuan reached out and pressed Lin Wan's shoulder. I don't want to, and it doesn't matter anymore. I kept these two children for my own sake. They are my children. They have my surname. They are my own children. They have nothing to do with anyone else, and I don't want our lives to be disturbed, Lin Wan said, turning her face away. She dared not look Gu Xiuyuan in the eye. She knew she was being selfish, but she didn't want her child to be taken away. But I am the children's biological father. They have half of my blood. I have a duty to raise them, and you cannot take that away from me. I don't care about the children's surname. They can have whatever surname you want. If you gave birth to them, they will take your surname, Gu Xiuyuan said in one breath. He only cares whether the child is his biological child. No, you'll have someone to have children for you in the future, if you want. I'm different. I only have these two. I don't need you to raise them. I can do it myself, Lin Wan said, shaking her head. Given Gu Xiuyuan's status, there's no doubt that plenty of women would be willing to have his children if he wanted to. So why would he compete with her? She dares to give birth to the child and is confident she can afford to raise it. She had no interest in the Gu family's assets whatsoever. What's more, she now has the Xiao family back. The Xiao family was her strongest support. I never intended to take them away, nor did I ever think about having children with another woman. You and the children are irreplaceable to me. You know that? Gu Xiuyuan said earnestly. I don't want to know. I have my own life, and who cares what you do? I'm saying I don't want to be disturbed. Do you understand? Lin Wan said unhappily. This is not about the child's surname at all. I am the children's biological father. Think about the children. They need me. No matter how good Ouyang Qian is, he is not my biological father. If you are with him and have your own children, it is hard to guarantee that he will treat the children the same way he does now. Gu Xiuyuan felt disgusted whenever Ouyang Qian was mentioned. Did those two tell you? Lin Wan asked in surprise. Gu Xiuyuan actually knew Ouyang Qian. Yes. Gu Xiuyuan didn't hide anything. I don't want my children to have a stepfather. If possible, my greatest wish is for the four of us to be together. That would be the best outcome for the children. Chapter 60, I only want your children. Gu Xiuyuan felt his heart race when he said those words. This could be considered a confession of love. Anyway, Lin Wan can't run away. She and the child have to stay by his side. Seeing that Lin Wan didn't speak, Gu Xiuyuan quickly added, I'm single, have no dating history, and have only ever been with you. I'm handsome, rich, and a top-quality man. What are you barking like a dog? Lin Wan couldn't stand it anymore. I gave birth to these children. You can't have any of them, and no one wants to live with you. This man is shameless. Lin Wan herself didn't realize that she only showed this temper in front of Gu Xiuyuan. I really won't fight you for the child. I'm serious. I want both you and the child. Gu Xiuyuan leaned closer to Lin Wan. Lin Wan was forced back into a corner by Gu Xiuyuan's tall figure. A warm breath wafted towards me, filled with an air of ambiguity. The temperature in the entire private room was about to rise. Lin Wan blushed as she recalled the scene of Gu Xiuyuan forcibly kissing her last time. I don't want to go away. I want to take the child home. Lin Wan tried to push Gu Xiuyuan away, but when she used her strength on Gu Xiuyuan, it was like tickling him. Gu Xiuyuan grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Don't be with that Ouyang kid, okay? Give me a chance, just for the sake of the children. They need a complete family. If you want children, let other women have them for you. My children belong only to me. Lin Wan wanted to refuse. Enveloped by a broad chest, she was completely unable to move. I don't want children born to other women. I only want you to give me children. Gu Xiuyuan hugged her even tighter. Hearing Gu Xiuyuan's strong heartbeat, Lin Wan's emotions gradually calmed down, and she let the man hold her. This man is acting like a scoundrel. Has he really never been in a relationship? Lin Wan remained skeptical about this. It wasn't until she felt Gu Xiuyuan's breathing become heavy and his body seemed to be getting hot that she struggled and said, Gu Xiuyuan, let me go. Stop being a pervert. The more she struggled, the more excited Gu Xiuyuan became. But he managed to suppress that feeling. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Wan on the lips. You called me a hooligan, so I have to admit it quickly. Gu Xiuyuan raised his head with lingering interest. The kids are really happy to have lunch with me and eat with me. Given Lin Wan's love for her two children, as long as the children are in his hands, Lin Wan will definitely not be able to escape. Looking at the person in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her, Gu Xiuyuan thought that this must be what is called physiological attraction. He used to really dislike women getting close to him, especially someone like Bai Xinran. He had absolutely no interest in her. No, Lin Wan refused. Then, Gu Xiuyuan pretended to be about to play the rogue again. I promise you, Lin Wan was afraid that this guy would do something reckless again. The president of the prestigious Gu group is actually quite the brooding sly one in private. Let's go, the children are still waiting. Gu Xiuyuan's smile never faded. He now has a wife and children. Lin Wan tidied her hair and clothes before following Gu Xiuyuan back to the next private room. Lin Yike ate until her face looked like a little kitten's, then looked up at her parents as they came in and casually asked, "Mommy, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Wan then realized that her face was still burning. It's all Gu Xiuyuan's fault. Fortunately, the child is still young and doesn't understand these things. Your mommy isn't feeling well. Daddy will take you home after dinner, Gu Xiuyuan said with a smile. Then he turned and looked at Lin Wan with an ambiguous gaze. Lin Wan was so angry she wanted to stomp her feet, but she didn't dare to vent her anger in front of the child. Mommy isn't feeling well, so you should drink more hot soup. I'll make you something delicious tonight, Lin Wan said as she served food to her younger sister. Their family really can't function without him. You can cook. Gu Xiuyuan looked at his 4-year-old son in surprise. When he was that age, he was still catching fish and playing in his family's small bathtub. Yes, my brother is a great cook. Lin Yike took another big bite of food. Daddy can have dinner at home too, and try my brother's cooking. She wants her daddy to be with them right now. Okay. Gu Xiuyuan patted his daughter's head. He was just worried about not having an excuse. However, considering that his son could cook at such a young age, he looked at Lin Wan as if he wanted to ask her something, but ultimately didn't say anything. Such a young child has to cook and take care of his younger sister. These three must have had a very hard time these past few years. Gu Xiuyuan felt even more guilty. If he had found them sooner, he wouldn't have made them suffer so much. During the meal, the two children interacted affectionately with Gu Xiuyuan. Lin Wan saw all of this. Nan, in particular, only acts like a child in front of his father, otherwise he acts like a little adult. The two little ones had never acted like this in front of Ouyang Qian. Is this the magic of blood ties? Lin Wan recalled how relaxed and friendly she felt when she first met Xiao Yang. She wondered if her thoughts were too selfish. The children needed their father far more than she imagined. Isn't it unfair to the children that she doesn't want them to recognize him? She herself longed to find her biological parents when she learned that she was not the Lin family's biological daughter, let alone the two young children. Moreover, Gu Xiuyuan doesn't seem to have any intention of taking the child from her, so she should rebalance her relationship with Gu Xiuyuan. She just didn't think she really had a future with this man. It's uncertain whether the Gu family will accept these two children. Besides, she had just agreed to try dating Ouyang Qian a few days ago. Lin Wan was conflicted. She herself knew very well that she had never had romantic feelings for Ouyang Qian. She simply owed him too much. After lunch, Lin Wan called the kindergarten teacher back, apologized, and asked for leave for the children. Gu Xiuyuan then naturally escorted the mother and her two children home. He granted Lin Wan leave, and no one dared to object. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan said sternly to the two children, "Do you two know that it was wrong to sneak out today? Do you know how worried your teacher was about you?" "Mommy, I'm sorry, it won't happen again," the two little ones said in unison. "The children came out today to find me," Gu Xiuyuan was about to plead. "Shut up too. I criticized them, not you, didn't I? The kids are immature, but are you immature too? Do you know how dangerous this is?" Lin Wan was really going to be driven crazy by the father and his two sons. She finally realized who these two mischievous kids took after their personalities from their biological father. Chapter 61: Inviting a Wolf into the House. Gu Xiuyuan was completely speechless after being rebuked by Lin Wan. He himself didn't know that he could be so tolerant of someone. "I'll take you to apologize to the teacher tomorrow," Lin Wan said to the two children. Children are not forbidden from making mistakes, but they need to know where they went wrong, and more importantly, they need to know what they can and cannot do. How about we change the children to a different kindergarten? A prestigious kindergarten can guarantee absolute safety, Gu Xiuyuan suggested. In his view, the fact that two such young children could sneak out shows that the kindergarten's supervision is inadequate and cannot guarantee the children's safety. He's already being merciful by not pursuing the matter. How could he possibly make his child apologize? Forget it, it's too expensive. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She had inquired about elite kindergartens when she first returned to China, and she knew they were safe, had good environments, and had high-quality teachers. But all of these things require money to obtain. Where would she get the money to send two children to such expensive schools? Ultimately, she was just an employee. They're not really part of the same social circle as the wealthy. Even though the Xiao family is so wealthy, she never thought of asking them for money to raise her child. However, she thought that once they were officially recognized as relatives, her older brother would definitely get involved in the child's schooling. Xiao Yang's love for his two nephews was overflowing. I'm not asking you to spend any money. They are my children, and I have a duty to support them. Besides, all my money will be theirs in the future. From now on, they are already super rich second-generation heirs, Gu Xiuyuan said nonchalantly. He had no intention of having any more children unless Lin Wan gave birth to another one for him. Regardless of the children's surnames, they are their family's children. Once the children are exposed to the outside world, their safety becomes very important. Good schools and good educational resources are essential. Moreover, even if he didn't care, Xiao Yang would definitely make arrangements. How can a father not take care of his child and let his uncle do it? At this point, Gu Xiuyuan completely regarded Lin Wan and her 3 children as his wife and children. Lin Wan's true identity also relieved him of any worries. The status of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is definitely not something that the mayor's only daughter can compare to. Hearing these words, the 2 little ones looked at each other. In less than a month, their status had changed from ordinary children to third-generation rich kids, and now to super-rich second-generation kids. They have such a rich and wonderful life experience at the age of 4. I can raise my child myself, Lin Wan retorted. I want to give my children the best, Gu Xiuyuan said. He actually wanted to say that he would also support Lin Wan, but he was afraid of being scolded, so he didn't say it. Gu Xiuyuan turned around and glanced at the 2 children in the back row. He hadn't been by their side for the past few years, and he would make it up to them every day from now on. His children deserve all the good things in the world. Seeing that Lin Wan remained silent, Gu Xiuyuan pressed on. I'm serious. The children's safety is the most important thing. The transfer should be arranged as soon as possible. Money is not a problem. This left Lin Wan speechless. She really couldn't compete with Gu Xiuyuan in terms of money. She earns enough in a day to be a slave for the rest of her life. She certainly didn't have the right to prevent her 2 children from enjoying a good life. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. Gu Xiuyuan was definitely determined. The kindergarten has been changed. We'll get ready to do it right away. Once they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lin Wan spoke to him. We're home. You can go back to the company now. Thank you for bringing us back. Didn't you say you were going to treat me to dinner? Gu Xiuyuan showed no sign of leaving. He immediately gave the 2 children a meaningful look. Yes, we promised Daddy we'd have dinner. Yes, I said I'd let Daddy try my cooking. The 2 little ones immediately grabbed Gu Xiuyuan's hand on each side and ran upstairs. Lin Wan shook her head as she walked. These 2 children cannot be kept. She's only known her dad for a few hours, and she's already forgotten about her mom. Both of them are heartless, just like their father. Don't worry, Daddy, we'll help you win Mommy's heart. You're our only daddy, Lin Yike whispered as she pressed the elevator button. If she had to choose between Uncle Ouyang and her dad, she would definitely choose her dad. Uncle Ouyang is very good, but he doesn't have a fatherly feel to him. Moreover, Daddy is better in every way, especially their looks. As a little girl, her biggest wish is, of course, to live with her mom, dad, and brother. Gu Xiuyuan was overjoyed by his daughter's words. As expected, that Ouyang guy couldn't replace him. You really are my good daughter. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Gu Xiuyuan reached out and pinched Coco's chubby little face. When he was little, he actually wanted a cute and cuddly little sister. Later, they had a simple-minded younger brother. It left him with regrets for many years. Aren't you going to compliment me? Even though it's a leather jacket, at least I don't let the wind through. Lin Nan asked for praise. Daddy, don't be too biased. Judging from the information he saw online, he seems to have an uncle, and his sister is the only girl in the Gu family. It's foreseeable that people might show favoritism. Sigh. Oh well, what can I do? He loves his sister too. Girls should be pampered a little. My son is great too. Gu Xiuyuan reached out and patted Nan's little head. It's furry. When Lin Wan went upstairs, the father and his 2 sons had already entered the house. Gu Xiuyuan sat on the sofa without any politeness, holding the 2 children in his arms, acting like the master of the house, and wearing a pair of slippers that didn't fit him very well. He wanted to buy a new pair of slippers right away, and it was obvious that these were the ones Ouyang Qian had worn. But once you get through this door, everything else is negotiable. Letting Lin Wan in was no different from inviting a wolf into the house. Leaving is out of the question. He had already taken a look at the house. Although the location is okay, it's too small and the decor is terrible. How can his wife and children live in a place like this? We need to get them a new house as soon as possible. Moreover, he learned from the children that this house was also rented by Ouyang Qian, so he was even less likely to live there. You're quite impolite, Lin Wan said, rolling her eyes at Gu Xiuyuan. She never knew this man was so shameless. He was practically refusing to leave someone else's house. Don't ask, the answer is because of the child. In order not to spoil the children's fun, Lin Wan tried to get along peacefully with Gu Xiuyuan. Actually, after the two children recognized Gu Xiuyuan, she was not averse to contact with this man. The main reason she avoided him before was that she didn't want him to know about the two children. Moreover, she herself didn't realize that she felt much more relaxed with Gu Xiuyuan than with Ouyang Qian. Chapter 62 The First Step in Capturing Lin Wan. Why would I be so polite at home? Right, my darlings? Gu Xiuyuan smiled. Yes, the two little ones said in unison. You get too excited over a little kindness. I let you in because Nan promised to cook dinner for you, and I can't deprive you of your interaction with the children. But please leave as soon as you finish eating. I'll be at work as usual tomorrow, but I hope you won't tell anyone about the two children, Lin Wan instructed. She absolutely did not want her colleagues at the company to know that she had given birth to Gu Xiuyuan's two children. Yes, I understand. Gu Xiuyuan nodded repeatedly. Now he'll agree to anything Lin Wan says. But agreeing is one thing, doing it is another. The three of them had already discussed their strategy when they ran upstairs. All he has to do is cooperate with their acting. Gu Xiuyuan was very pleased to have such a sensible child. He really couldn't resist showing off his two children to everyone. Gu Xiuyuan spent the whole afternoon with the child. Coco chattered on, mostly about the funny things that happened between her, her brother, and her mother. Moreover, she cleverly deleted all the parts about Ouyang Qian manually. Nan, who is usually very quiet, would occasionally chime in with a few words. The whole house was filled with laughter and joy. Lin Wan, who had been watching them from a distance, was also affected by the atmosphere. She increasingly felt that preventing the children from reuniting with their biological father was a mistake. She truly loves children and should prioritize their happiness. In the evening, Lin Wan tied on her little apron and began preparing to cook. Gu Xiuyuan wanted to get involved, but having never cooked before, he ended up making things worse by being clumsy and ineffective. The event ended with the kitchen being a complete mess. Fortunately, the food was served normally. Gu Xiuyuan hadn't expected that his son could actually cook. He thought the child was just joking and wanted him to stay for dinner. He's lived for almost 30 years, yet he's not even as good as a 4-year-old child. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. But after the meal, Lin Wan started to kick people out. You've finished eating, can you leave now? Lin Wan gave him the hint to leave. Don't think you can stay here with her forever. Is she the kind of person who compromises step by step? I'll wash the dishes. There is a dishwasher in the kitchen. Then I'll clean up the kitchen. I've finished cleaning up. Then Gu Xiuyuan thought of an excuse while giving the child a meaningful look. Why do you have so many excuses? It's getting late, go back and rest, Lin Wan said. Okay. Gu Xiuyuan only agreed verbally, without making any move. Then why don't you leave? Lin Wan said unhappily. Is this man trying to stay here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She was already making a concession by letting him eat here for the sake of the child. Mommy, Lin Wan said, mustering his courage. Could Daddy sleep with me tonight? I've been having nightmares these past few days, and I can't sleep well. I'm scared. He looked quite aggrieved as he spoke, and at first glance, it really did seem to make sense. Lin Wan, What did this kid say? Is he scared? He was already sleeping in his own room when he was just over a year old. But he never said he was afraid. No wonder everyone says that sons are like leather jackets, hot to wear in the summer and not cold in the winter. It's drafty on all sides. She wouldn't believe a single word that kid said. The two children have already turned against each other on their very first day of recognizing each other. What exactly did Gu Xiuyuan say to the children behind her back? Lin Wan looked at Gu Xiuyuan with a suspicious gaze. Don't look at me like that. I didn't say anything. It's not that I don't want to leave, it's that my son can't live without me, Gu Xiuyuan said shamelessly. These two kids are really clever, they're definitely his sons. There are no pajamas, no change of clothes, and no slippers here. Lin Wan glanced at the slippers that Gu Xiuyuan had long ago thrown there in the entryway. These slippers were worn by Ouyang Qian when he visited before. Gu Xiuyuan is a head taller than him, so they didn't fit properly, and he simply took them off. It's no big deal. I can have someone bring it over right away. Spending time with my son is important. Children need to feel safe, so they won't be timid when they grow up. Psychological development during childhood is very important. Gu Xiuyuan made up a story while calling his assistant. The father and his two sons were completely baffled by Lin Wan. How did her two beloved pets, whom she had raised for over 4 years, betray her in such a short time? How can you be so at ease with yourself? Didn't you think about how she felt as a mother? Is daddy more important than mommy? At this moment, Lin Wan felt a little jealous. Her child, whom she had raised with great difficulty, was bewitched by Gu Xiuyuan in just half a day. While Lin Wan was still in a daze, Gu Xiuyuan's clothes, shoes, and other daily necessities were all delivered to her door. When the assistant came to deliver something and saw Lin Wan, she changed her address from Miss Lin to Madam. He realized that President Gu was serious this time. This is the only woman who can make Gu Xiuyuan's heart flutter. She's definitely going to be his future wife. I'm going to bathe and put my son to bed now. Good night. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Gu Xiuyuan picked up his son, grabbed his things, and ran off. She was terrified that Lin Wan would kick her out at any moment. Lin Wan didn't fully realize what had happened until she heard her son's bedroom door slam shut. Was she set up by Gu Xiuyuan with the help of her own children? What just happened? Before she could even react, the man had already moved into her home. Is this reasonable? Mommy, let's go to sleep too. I'm sleepy, Lin Yike said, rubbing her eyes. She has to be sleepy now, otherwise her mommy will punish her soon. Coco baby, tell mommy, is it true? Before Lin Wan could finish her question, her daughter darted away. Good, good, good. These three heartless people have conspired together. Lin Wan felt that she shouldn't have brought it up. She should have insisted on taking the child away at noon. But she would soften when Gu Xiuyuan said it was for the sake of the child. This man really knows how to exploit her weaknesses. After returning to his room, Gu Xiuyuan casually locked the door. No one can get rid of him tonight. He's not in a hurry. This is just the first step in his pursuit of Lin Wan. He hastily gave his son a bath, and the two of them lay on the bed together, staring at each other, ready to have a chat. Lin Wan snuggled closer to Gu Xiuyuan, hugged his arm, and whispered, Daddy, I missed you so much. Aside from expressing his love for his mother, this was the first time he had ever acted affectionately towards another person. I feel a little uncomfortable and a little embarrassed. Chapter 63 First Day as a Father. Lin Wan rubbed his fluffy little head against Gu Xiuyuan's body. This was the first time he had experienced true fatherly love. Ouyang Qian was a good person, but he wasn't his biological father after all, and he always felt there was something between them. He had never been so close to Ouyang Qian before. Even though he had just met Gu Xiuyuan today, he felt a strong urge to rely on this man, who was both strange and familiar. Gu Xiuyuan pulled his son into his arms. With daddy by your side from now on, you don't need to pretend to be an adult anymore. You can be as spoiled as you want, and do whatever you want. Daddy will pamper you. After spending half a day together, he could tell that although the boy was young, he was very mature and acted like a little adult, protecting his mother and sister. A child's simple, I miss you or daddy, is enough for him to give everything. Lin Wan hid in Gu Xiuyuan's arms and secretly wiped away her tears. Daddy understands him. He also wanted to be a child who didn't have to think about anything, but he couldn't. Gu Xiuyuan could clearly sense the child's emotions, but he didn't disturb him. He just quietly stayed with the little guy until his own emotions calmed down. Son, does that Ouyang Qian come to our house often? Gu Xiuyuan asked. The use of the word, our family, was anything but polite. We were neighbors when we were abroad, and we would see each other often, but our landlady also lived with us. Lin Wan quickly explained for his mother. Mommy and Uncle Ouyang have always been friends. He came back to China with us, but I haven't seen him recently. He seemed to smell a very strong sour smell coming from his dad. However, Ouyang Qian seems to have disappeared recently. I don't know what he's been busy with. He hasn't even called. Does he really like your mommy? Gu Xiuyuan made no attempt to hide his sourness. There aren't many people with the surname Ouyang in Shenzhen, but he had actually heard of one family with it. Who dares to steal his woman? If it weren't for the fact that Ouyang Qian had taken good care of the two children, he could have made the entire Ouyang family disappear from Shenzhen. However, he is not an ungrateful person. One thing at a time, he will definitely be grateful for taking care of his children. However, if Ouyang insists on having feelings for Lin Wan, he won't be too polite. If Ouyang Qian voluntarily gives up Lin Wan, he will compensate the Ouyang family in terms of benefits. Yes, but mommy only sees him as a friend, so daddy should try harder to win mommy's heart, Lin Wan said honestly. Although Ouyang Qian happily told them that his mother had agreed to give dating him a try, he still didn't feel that his mother had any feelings for him other than friendship. He could remain neutral until he met Gu Xiuyuan. He wouldn't interfere with whoever his mother wanted to choose. But things are different now. His heart is firmly on his father's side. If possible, he would prefer his original family members to live together. No child in this world truly wants their parents to separate. After hearing his son's words, Gu Xiuyuan felt much better. Lin Wan can only be his. It's late. How about daddy holds you while you sleep? Gu Xiuyuan asked softly. On his first day as a father, he had no idea how to treat his child well. He will gradually integrate into their lives and slowly learn to be a good father. Okay. Lin Wan snuggled closer to his father. I found a comfortable position and fell asleep quickly. His broad arms made him feel very safe. Gu Xiuyuan stared at his son's sleeping face as if he were guarding some rare treasure. He felt very lucky. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep and had a beautiful dream. The last time I slept so soundly was 5 years ago, on the night I was with Lin Wan. This is probably what it means to have a sense of belonging. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the other side, Lin Wan was wide awake. What is she doing? Why would they let this man stay here overnight? She clearly wanted to refuse, didn't she? How did it turn into a series of compromises? She felt like she was under a spell all day. She originally planned to hide her 2 children. If she could get through this year, she could terminate her contract with the Gu family without paying any penalty, and then take the children back to where she used to live, never to return. Unexpectedly, after all the hiding, the children came to their door to acknowledge their father. And Gu Xiuyuan, with his thick skin, just stayed at her house like that. What if he keeps using the child as an excuse to pester them? Lin Wan's face began to burn as she thought about how this guy had forcibly kissed her twice. Huh? Mommy, why is your face all red again? Do you have a fever? Lin Yike, who had just finished taking a bath and dried her hair, was wearing a princess nightgown and reached out her little hand to touch her mother's forehead. Lin Yike, Lin Wan called out very seriously. The little guy was so scared that he immediately put his little hands down and sat up straight. If mom calls you by your full name, you're guaranteed to get scolded. If mommy is angry, you should quickly comfort her. Did you run into Gu, or your daddy the first time you went to the company to see me? Lin Wan asked. Yes, I think my brother looks like him, and I like him a lot too. I never thought he was really my daddy. Lin Yike blinked her big eyes, looking completely innocent. If Lin Wan weren't her biological mother, she would have truly believed her. Why didn't you tell mommy you'd seen him? Lin Wan asked. Because mommy was too busy with work those few days. Lin Yike carefully observed Lin Wan's expression. Lin Yike, answer me properly. Did you recognize him as your father, and that's why you brought your brother to find him? Lin Wan's face was very serious. Her 2 children are indeed intelligent, but they are too intelligent. She really can't control them anymore. Yes, mommy, don't be angry, it's Coco's fault. But Coco and her brother both really want a daddy. All the other kids have one. Lin Yike looked aggrieved. This trick is absolutely the winning formula for getting under a mother's thumb. It never fails. But as they talked, the added grievances turned into genuine grievances. She really wants a daddy. I saw tears welling up in my daughter's eyes. Sure enough, Lin Wan softened immediately. She would feel that she was too fierce and scared her daughter. Moreover, her daughter's words also hurt Lin Wan deeply. No matter how much maternal love she gives her children, it can never completely replace the presence of their father. She always believed that as long as she gave enough love, the children would be happy and blessed. But the reality was not what she thought. Chapter 64. If you want me to kiss you, just say so. She shouldn't impose her own ideas on the children, thus ignoring their own needs. This is also why she repeatedly made concessions to Gu Xiuyuan's behavior. Lin Wan gently hugged her daughter and said, I'm sorry, baby. Mommy didn't mean to be mean to you. But mommy also wants to tell you that children shouldn't skip school or run around on their own. It's dangerous. Haven't I told you this many times? Mommy, I'm sorry, Coco was wrong. It won't happen again. Lin Yike reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She's found her daddy, and she won't run away anymore. You should have explained your father's situation to your mother first, instead of taking your brother to meet him, understand? Lin Wan said patiently. She thought that if the children had told her about this beforehand, she would eventually compromise for the sake of their feelings and let them recognize each other as father and son. Coco was wrong. Mommy, don't be angry anymore. Lin Yike leaned on Lin Wan's shoulder. Her little hand patted Lin Wan's back casually. Mommy's not angry anymore. Tell mommy how you met daddy, Lin Wan asked, holding her daughter. Okay. Lin Yi sat up straight and began to tell the story of how she met Gu Xiuyuan. That's how it happened. My brother also thinks daddy is our real daddy, so we want to find him. We didn't tell mommy because we were afraid she wouldn't let us go. Although my brother hasn't said it out loud, he really wants daddy too. We love mommy, but we love daddy too. Daddy and mommy love us very much, don't they? Lin Yike said, looking into Lin Wan's eyes. She recounted the entire process and her true feelings. She could sense that her mother didn't seem to want them to reunite with their father, and she needed to let her mother know how they felt. Mommy loves them so much, she'll definitely understand them. Lin Wan then realized that the children actually needed their father more than she had thought. Perhaps this was fate, destined that she and Gu Xiuyuan would have a one-night stand, destined that she would give birth to these two children, and destined that they would recognize each other. She was confused about the future that Gu Xiuyuan had mentioned. Gu Xiuyuan's words to her were very direct and intense, and she naturally understood them. The children also made it clear that they hoped they could live together. But she no longer wanted to believe in love. How should she explain this to Ouyang Qian? Would the Gu family be willing to accept these two children who are not legitimate? How will the outside world view this? Can Gu Xiuyuan withstand the pressure? These are all problems. Lin Wan always felt that things weren't as easy as Gu Xiuyuan made them out to be. Given the Gu family's status and position, and considering that Gu Xiuyuan is the eldest son, they would probably prefer him to marry a woman from a similar social class. But she was just an ordinary person with two children. Even if she is recognized by the Xiao family, the Gu family might not necessarily look up to her. She never imagined that she would become the daughter of the Xiao family. Having grown accustomed to an ordinary life, she always felt that the concept of a wealthy family was far removed from her life. She wants to reunite with the Xiao family mainly for the sake of her biological parents, and she hopes to be able to stay by their side in the future. Lin Wan didn't sleep well that night, waking up and falling asleep repeatedly. I always wake up with dark circles under my eyes in the morning. Good morning. When Lin Wan came out of the room, she saw Gu Xiuyuan setting out their breakfast on the dining table. He had his assistant deliver this first thing in the morning. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at him. I'll have breakfast with you, and I'll also accompany you to take the kids to school later. Just make do for the next couple of days. They'll be transferring schools in a few days, so come and eat. Gu Xiuyuan didn't treat himself like an outsider at all. Just as Lin Wan was about to refuse, the two little ones came over and pulled her on either side. Mommy, it's time for breakfast. We want Daddy and Mommy to take us to school together, okay? Even Lin Yike, who usually sleeps in late, woke up exceptionally early today because of Gu Xiuyuan. She had been snuggling in her daddy's arms for quite a while. Today was another happy day for her. To make the children happy, Lin Wan reluctantly compromised once again. They knew exactly what tricks Gu Xiuyuan was using, but they were helpless. Lin Nan, who had always been reluctant to go to kindergarten, was unusually enthusiastic about going to school today. Right after finishing his meal, he took the initiative to put on his little school bag. They kept urging me on. He never answers when other children ask him about his dad. He wants everyone to know that he also has a father. Not the bastard that others talk about. Gu Xiuyuan hummed a little tune as he escorted the children to the kindergarten. He's been driving himself around lately to find Lin Wan, as his driver is on leave. The two little ones chattered away, talking to him nonstop. This was also the time when Lin Wan talked the most to her son. The little guy seems to have endless things to talk about with his dad. It's clear that the father and son had a very pleasant time together last night. After dropping the child off at school, Gu Xiuyuan then put Lin Wan, who wanted to take a taxi to work, into the passenger seat. It wouldn't be good if someone saw me taking a taxi. Lin Wan wanted to get out of the car. This guy is using this trick again. If someone saw her taking Gu Xiuyuan's car to work, she really wouldn't be able to work there anymore. What's wrong with that? We already have two children. You're the mother, and I'm the father. It's not illegal. Gu Xiuyuan said, leaning closer to Lin Wan. Just as Lin Wan subconsciously thought this guy was going to do something to her again and reached out to push him away, Gu Xiuyuan simply helped her fasten her seatbelt. The passenger needs to wear a seatbelt. Why are you pushing me? If you want me to kiss you, you can just say so. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't help but smile. He loved seeing her blush with shyness. Startled like a fawn. Has no one ever told you that you're an annoying person? Lin Wan was furious. This man's tactics are always different. I'm not teasing you anymore. I'll let you get out of the car when we're near the company. Gu Xiuyuan started the car. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Lin Wan was already in his grasp, and it was only a matter of time before he won her over. But he wanted her to marry him willingly. He knew all too well that forced relationships are never sweet. As promised, Gu Xiuyuan let Lin Wan get out of the car in a secluded spot near the company. However, he didn't go far. Instead, he parked his car on the side of the road and followed Lin Wan's footsteps not far behind. Having reunited with his 2 children yesterday and stayed overnight at Lin Wan's house, Gu Xiuyuan was in a great mood, with a smile on his face the whole time. When he walked into the company, everyone thought he was possessed. Chapter 65 Undisguised Admiration. Gu Xiuyuan can laugh. This surprised everyone. Is this still their cold-faced CEO? Good morning, everyone. Gu Xiuyuan was in a good mood and took the initiative to greet the passing employees. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Did the sun rise in the west today? President Gu has started to greet them proactively, something that has never happened before. Gu Xiuyuan only became expressionless when passing by Xinran, completely ignoring her as he walked past her. He thought he had been blunt enough, and that Xinran would have resigned voluntarily if she had any sense. He didn't expect her to come back like this again. He had already given the Bai family face. Gu Xiuyuan's attitude hurt Xinran's heart again. He ignores her when he greets his employees. What did she do wrong? Could it be that Gu Xiuyuan was provoked by her exposing Lin Wan's true colors yesterday? This is very abnormal. Thinking of this, Xinran cleverly followed Gu Xiuyuan's footsteps, wanting to comfort him when he was stressed. No matter what means she uses, she must get Gu Xiuyuan's body as soon as possible to bind him and make the Gu family give her an explanation. As soon as Gu Xiuyuan entered the office, Xinran followed him in. Yuan. A sweet, delicate voice came from behind Gu Xiuyuan. He got goosebumps from hearing that. He still preferred Lin Wan calling him Gu Xiuyuan in that angry little cat-like way. Call me President Gu, Gu Xiuyuan said expressionlessly. Yuan. Go out all the time, it's so annoying. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't stand it anymore. Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Let me keep you company. Xinran wanted to get closer. Gu Xiuyuan immediately stopped her. Don't come any closer, get out now. I don't want to see you, and I'm not upset about it. He was only interested in Lin Wan. Seeing Xinran made him truly uncomfortable. Yuan, are you upset because of Lin Wan's pregnancy? I told you long ago that that woman is not a good person. Xinran steered the conversation towards Lin Wan. She automatically ignored Gu Xiuyuan's repeated requests for her to leave. Which eye of yours saw that I was agitated? Gu Xiuyuan frowned. He disliked anyone speaking ill of Lin Wan. But she already has a child, Xinran said tentatively. I know, they're twins, a boy and a girl, very cute. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't help but smile when he mentioned his 2 children. He has twins, a boy and a girl, and he really wants to show them off to the world. Xinran was stunned by Gu Xiuyuan's expression. She even wondered if this man was starting to lose his mind. Was he praising Lin Wan's 2 children as cute? He was clearly very angry when he found out about this yesterday. She kept observing him, and didn't leave the office for quite a while. Are you happy? Xinran looked at Gu Xiuyuan in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Wan used some abnormal methods on him? Just thinking about Lin Wan taking leave yesterday afternoon gave Xinran a bad feeling. If Lin Wan hadn't used some tricks, how could she have gotten Gu Xiuyuan to accept the fact that she was pregnant in such a short time? She needs to talk to Uncle and Aunt Gu as soon as possible to see if they should invite a master to take a look at Gu Xiuyuan, because he is acting very abnormally right now. Furthermore, she also needed to speak with the Liu family again about Lin Wan having a child, asking them to intervene. Something's really wrong. The Gu family values their reputation so much, they certainly won't let Lin Wan off easily. Thinking about how easily Lin Wan had won over Gu Xiuyuan, Xinran was filled with hatred. Of course, Gu Xiuyuan put away his smile. The thought of Xinran deliberately sowing discord between him and Lin Wan yesterday made him furious. Xinran, I'm giving you 2 choices. Either resign immediately or work hard. Don't cause trouble, and especially don't mess with my woman. Otherwise, I won't give your father any more face, and you'll have to bear the consequences. He had already been very tolerant of Xinran, and had given the Bai family enough face. He knew that Xinran's personality made it absolutely impossible for her to work quietly and peacefully at the company, so he was prepared to break ties with the Bai family. He has recently collected a lot of information about Mayor Bai's actions over the years. Gu Xiuyuan's words exploded in Xinran's mind like a bomb. What did he just say? Lin Wan is his woman? He told her not to mess with her? Has he gone mad? That woman has a man and a child. How could he accept that? Does he even know what he's doing? Yuan, tell me, did Lin Wan do something to you? How could you accept a woman like that? Yuan. In her panic, Bai Xinran tried to get closer to Gu Xiuyuan with her body. She willingly gave herself to this man. It's just a pity that they didn't want it at all. Get out, Gu Xiuyuan roared. Bai Xinran ran out of Gu Xiuyuan's office, crying once again becoming the laughing stock of the entire company. After crying her fill in her office, Bai Xinran finally pulled herself together. No, she couldn't admit defeat. No matter what, she can't possibly be inferior to a woman with a child. She was determined to make sure the Gu family knew about this. They would not accept Lin Wan, much less her child. Gu Xiuyuan can only be hers. No one can take him away from her. A ruthless glint flashed in Bai Xinran's eyes. Lin Wan always eats lunch with Sister He and the others at the company cafeteria, which is clean and affordable. But Gu Xiuyuan never goes to this place. He made a rare appearance here that day. While eating, he stared at Lin Wan not far away with a smile on his face, looking dazed and simple-minded. The adoration in his eyes was not concealed at all. This also drew the attention of other diners. Sister He noticed this too, and whispered, "President Gu has been watching you the whole time. And he's been grinning like an idiot." As someone who's been through it all, Sister He knows that Gu Xiuyuan is completely obsessed with Lin Wan. I never expected that their CEO, Mr. Gu, would also be so obsessed with romance. Who was it that spread the rumor that President Gu likes men? He's really stupid. Like a lunatic. After saying that, Lin Wan picked up her phone and sent a message to Gu Xiuyuan. "Hurry up and eat your food. Stop looking at me." Gu Xiuyuan quickly replied, "I also left work a little earlier this afternoon to spend time with the kids. They really need my company right now. Coco just sent me a WeChat message saying she misses me." Chapter 66, truly worthy of being his son. Lin Wan glanced at the message and immediately put her phone away, not wanting to respond at all. This guy didn't take her words seriously. They would use the child to manipulate her. Although it really works. Last night, when her daughter hugged her and said that they needed and loved their daddy very much, she completely gave in. Because her love for children is unconditional. The children's happiness is far more important than her own. This is why Gu Xiuyuan is so arrogant now. He knew all too well how much Lin Wan loved her child, and that she wouldn't refuse his current actions for the sake of the child. Moreover, Coco and Lin Wan talked about this last night, and the little guy already told him. He would take 2 more steps forward if Lin Wan would compromise on something. For example, right now, Gu Xiuyuan showed no restraint and continued to stare at Lin Wan with a cheerful expression. Is this because they're afraid others might misunderstand something? Forget it. If I can't afford to offend her, can I at least avoid her? Lin Wan quickly ate a couple of bites of rice and left. She didn't want people looking at her with strange eyes. Sister He followed her closely, mainly because she wanted to be on the front lines and get a glimpse of the drama. She didn't believe Lin Wan's claim that there was nothing between her and Gu Xiuyuan. Gu Xiuyuan's adoring and doting gaze was unmistakable. "Xiaowan, tell me honestly, what's going on between you and President Gu?" Sister He gave a meaningful smile. The redness and swelling on Lin Wan's wrist yesterday also says something. Moreover, neither of them came in the afternoon, and today Gu Xiuyuan was being blatantly ambiguous. "What do I have with him? He's just acting crazy," Lin Wan said angrily. She couldn't just tell Sister He that both of their children were Gu Xiuyuan's, could she? She didn't want to talk about it too much. "But Mr. Gu seems to really like you. Aren't you going to consider him? He's tall, handsome, and rich. There's a line of women who want to marry him, but he only seems interested in you," Sister He asked. None of the company's longtime employees had ever heard of Gu Xiuyuan having any women in his life, except for Bai Xinran, who had been persistently pursuing him, but without any results. However, Lin Wan didn't seem very interested, and even seemed a little resistant. "I don't want to think about it at all. We're just not compatible," Lin Wan said, slumped over her desk. She herself was unsure how she felt about Gu Xiuyuan. It's difficult to make her fall in love with someone in a short period of time. Moreover, their backgrounds were completely different, and she really didn't think they were from the same world. Seeing that Lin Wan didn't want to say more, Sister He didn't ask any further questions. After all, Lin Wan has a child, and the Gu family would probably find it hard to accept. If the two of them are sure there is no future, it's better to end it now than to suffer for a long time. Mothers tend to think more about their children. After get off work, Lin Wan deliberately stayed a little longer before leaving. Everything went much smoother for her work after Bai Xinran stopped interfering. When she arrived at the company building, Lin Wan was still furtively observing her surroundings, afraid that Gu Xiuyuan's car might suddenly appear. Fortunately, her fears did not come true. But when she quickly hailed a taxi and got home, she was stunned. The two children clung to Gu Xiuyuan like little ornaments. The living room was filled with the cheerful laughter of the father and his two sons. Lin Wan was nowhere near his usual mature demeanor. At this moment, he acted exactly like a 4-year-old child. She can laugh loudly, act cute, and be clingy. Lin Wan was dumbfounded when she saw Gu Xiuyuan carrying one on his back and holding another in his arms. "Mommy!" The two little ones rushed over to Lin Wan as soon as they saw her. "Good boy." Lin Wan stroked a little head with one hand, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Xiuyuan, who had come uninvited. This man was still wearing his pajamas. Did he really think this was his own home? "What are you doing here again?" Lin Wan said unhappily. If it weren't for the familiar surroundings, she would have thought she had gone to the wrong place. "I already told you, I'll come back a little earlier this afternoon to be with the kids, and you didn't refuse," Gu Xiuyuan said, sounding perfectly justified. Lin Wan then realized that the message he sent her at noon meant this. She hadn't even read it carefully at the time. "Now that you've had your time, can you change your clothes and leave?" Lin Wan directly gave him the order to leave. They really don't treat themselves like family. "No, my son says he has some special dishes he wants me to try. Isn't that right, son?" Gu Xiuyuan winked at Lin Wan. "Yes, Mommy, I promise, Daddy. I'll go cook now." "Mommy, you've worked hard, take a good rest," Lin Wan said and ran into the kitchen. "Whatever you want," Lin Wan said before returning to her room. She couldn't deprive her children of their time with their father, but she also didn't want to have too much contact with Gu Xiuyuan. Since that incident 5 years ago, she has completely lost interest in romance. Even though she knew Ouyang Qian's feelings, she never thought of crossing the line. Especially after learning that Zhou Ying and Qing got married after she left, she thought that all men were like that. Completely lost hope in love. Back then, Qing also said that he would be devoted to her and would only love her for the rest of his life. But what happened next? She wasn't upset that Qing broke up with her after that incident, but she couldn't accept that he got together with Zhou Ying so quickly. The vows of eternal love we once made now seem like a joke. Even ordinary men are like this. Who can guarantee that Gu Xiuyuan, a handsome and wealthy man, isn't just infatuated with her, or that his current actions are entirely for the sake of the child? Seeing that Lin Wan didn't want to talk to him, Gu Xiuyuan followed his son to the kitchen. "Do you need any help?" Gu Xiuyuan asked eagerly. "No need, I can handle it myself." "Daddy, you should play with my sister instead." Lin Wan quickly refused, thinking of his father who had made things worse yesterday. Cooking really requires talent, and he inherited his mother's talent. His CEO dad can't even wash vegetables. He looks busy in the kitchen, but it's unclear what he's busy with. In the end, he just makes things worse. He might as well do everything himself. He inherited his father's face, but his mother's practical skills, so he can be said to have inherited the best qualities of both parents. He himself thinks he's really good at picking genes. Feeling rejected, Gu Xiuyuan could only hold his daughter and watch his son cook. Despite his young age, the little guy cooks with remarkable efficiency. He's only slightly taller than the stove, so he stands on a stool. Their movements were so practiced, it was heartbreaking. Gu Xiuyuan felt that he and Lin Wan were really amazing to have such an awesome child. A 4-year-old who can cook. Everyone who sees this would have to praise him as a prodigy. He truly is his son. Chapter 67. I will never let my child have a stepmother. Daddy should learn to cook. You should cook for Mommy. You need to put more effort into it. Otherwise you won't be able to win over any girls, Lin Wan said to Gu Xiuyuan in a mature tone while cooking. You talk like you've had a crush on someone. You're so precocious. Although Gu Xiuyuan said this, he was determined to learn how to cook properly. He really wanted to cook for Lin Wan himself. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Lin Wan said. Even though Daddy has eaten pork, he still doesn't know how pigs run. They must have eaten there, otherwise how did he and his sister get there? Come on, I'll learn from you again today. What's so difficult about cooking? Gu Xiuyuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Let's salvage yesterday's dignity. The result was the same as yesterday. No progress whatsoever, and it was a complete mess again. When Lin Wan was called out by her daughter, food was already laid out on the table. Mommy, come and try this. Daddy helped my brother make dinner tonight. Daddy cooked it especially for you. Lin Yike pulled Lin Wan to the dining table. Daddy doesn't seem to be very popular with Mommy. They need to help him out. She just wants her parents to live with her forever, just like they do now, and she likes it very much. Are you learning to cook? Lin Wan asked in surprise. She thought he was just curious, and it was just a passing fancy yesterday, but he actually cooked again today. This kind of young master from a wealthy family has probably never stepped into a kitchen. Yes, I learned it from my son. I wanted to cook for you, Gu Xiuyuan said without batting an eye. He almost believed it himself. Actually, he can't even chop vegetables properly, let alone cook. But he made some progress today. At least he was able to wash the vegetables clean. He has a strong mental fortitude and isn't intimidated at all. Daddy has improved today. Mommy, you should try this. Daddy helped make it, Lin Wan said, pointing to a dish of green vegetables on the table. This is the simplest and least likely to be discovered. It turns out that his dad wasn't as powerful as he thought. He thought his richest dad was omnipotent, but it turns out he doesn't even know the most basic life skills. Lin Wan had doubts about Gu Xiuyuan's ability to cook. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite with a suspicious look on her face. Wasn't this exactly the taste of what her son made? Now the father and his two sons are truly of one mind. Since the children are all willing to praise Gu Xiuyuan, she can't very well undermine them. Give me some face. This meal was very heartwarming. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a happy family of four. Facing Gu Xiuyuan, Lin Wan gradually relaxed. She discovered that the man at home was completely different from what she had imagined. After dinner, Gu Xiuyuan offered to wash the dishes, thinking as he washed them about getting a bigger house for the mother and her two children. The new house absolutely must have a dishwasher. He never wants to wash dishes again. Doing housework is indeed a very tiring thing. It takes more than an hour to wash this bowl. Anyway, they were just dawdling and didn't want to leave. He's willing to share a room with his son, as long as he can stay. The house here may be a little small, but it's home as long as my wife and kids are here. His villa was big enough, but it felt cold and lifeless. Staying here allows him to be with his child and also to get closer to Lin Wan. He was willing to wait until Lin Wan accepted him, even if she was only doing it for the child's sake. He just wanted to keep her by his side. His two children will eventually be recognized by the Gu family, and the only mother for them can be Lin Wan. He will never let his children have a stepmother in his life. Are you clean? If you are, let's go early. We should rest. Lin Wan directly gave them the order to leave. She knew this guy didn't want to leave. She cannot keep giving in. I want to spend more time with the children. I've been absent for the past few years, and it's time to make it up to them. Don't worry, I won't disturb your life. I can share a room with our son, Gu Xiuyuan said with a wronged expression. Lin Wan. He can share a room with his son? What kind of talk is that? What else can he do? Do you want to move into the master bedroom? No, I'm not used to having outsiders in my house all the time. Lin Wan refused outright. She was willing to let him have more contact with the children because he was their biological father, but not to let him take advantage of her and move in. She cannot back down step by step. Gu Xiuyuan is the kind of person who shines brightly when given a little encouragement. Do you really want to kick me out? I don't want to live alone. It's so lonely. I like being with the children. Gu Xiuyuan looked like a wronged young wife about to be kicked out of her home. Lin Wan was stunned by this expression. How come she didn't know this man had this side to him? Mommy, please let Daddy stay. Mommy, I love sleeping with Daddy. I didn't have any nightmares yesterday. Please let Daddy stay with me. The two little ones started to plead and beg for mercy. Look, the children are reluctant to part with me. As long as you let me stay with the children, I'll agree to any condition you set. Gu Xiuyuan began to show weakness. No, it's either you leave today, or I leave. Lin Wan wasn't willing to compromise on anything. Mommy, the two little ones tried to plead. Go back to your rooms and sleep, Lin Wan said seriously. She can't keep indulging them like this. After all, she and Gu Xiuyuan were not in a romantic relationship, and living under the same roof forever was not a solution. Then I'll be leaving now, don't be angry. Gu Xiuyuan knew when to stop. There's still a long time ahead, so he has to take it slowly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle if he offended Lin Wan. This was the first time in his life he had ever felt so humble in front of someone. My darlings, Daddy has to go now. I'll pick you up for school tomorrow morning. Take good care of Mommy for Daddy. Good night, my darlings, Gu Xiuyuan said reluctantly. Good night, Daddy. See you tomorrow, Daddy. The two little ones each hugged Gu Xiuyuan and kissed him on the cheek. Gu Xiuyuan reluctantly said goodbye to the children and left. I sat in my car downstairs for a long time before driving home. In the not-too-distant future, the four of them will surely live happily together, and just thinking about it makes Gu Xiuyuan feel wonderful. Lost in pleasant daydreams, the car drove into a manor and stopped near the main building. Gu Xiuyuan entered the room humming a little tune. He immediately spotted his parents sitting in the living room with serious expressions, seemingly waiting for his return. Yuan, why are you so late? Where have you been? Gu's father questioned. Don't you already know, second brother? Just ask whatever you want. Chapter 68 Showdown. There's no need to beat around the bush, Gu Xiuyuan said. It's obvious that Bai Xinran will come to complain. Gu Xiuyuan sat down on the sofa, loosening his tie with one hand. It's perfectly normal for him to come home late. His parents never question it. However, he was also planning to lay his cards on the table today anyway. He was determined to marry Lin Wan, regardless of whether his parents agreed or not. He should be in charge of his own life. At worst, he can move out and live with Lin Wan and her son. He can also give all his assets to his younger brother. He can simply step down and live a peaceful life with his wife and children. No one can arrange his marriage, not even his parents. You have the nerve to say that? Humph, do you even respect us? What did I tell you last time? It's fine to play around with other women, but you actually took it seriously? Father Gu was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his mother. He had already turned a blind eye to Lin Wan's existence, even though Bai Xinran hadn't complained. He would definitely protect his own son. But now this kid is going too far. He even told Bai Xinran that he wants to be with Lin Wan. With the Gu family's status, how could they possibly let their son marry a woman with a child? Besides, they had heard that Lin Wan had a man. What kind of situation is this? Although their eldest son has been very opinionated and difficult to discipline since childhood, they had no choice but to intervene in his marriage. Although the marriage alliance may seem like a sacrifice of personal happiness, it is the best way to maintain stability for the entire Gu family. This is no child's play. No matter what, they couldn't marry such a woman. How could they, as Gu family members, put their faces down? They would become a laughingstock in Shenzhen's upper-class circles. Even if the daughter-in-law isn't Bai Xinran, she should at least be a wealthy heiress of equal social standing. Their in-laws must be either rich or powerful, possessing either power or money. When I didn't want to date, you pressured me, but now that I want to, you're against it, Gu Xiuyuan said with a cold laugh. He disagreed with his parents' views and didn't like being controlled. Since his father retired, the Gu family has been under his control, and he doesn't want to be manipulated by others. We don't object to you dating, but you can't date just any woman, Gu's mother said, her face full of displeasure. She has very high standards for her future daughter-in-law. She wouldn't accept someone else's child. This would make us a laughingstock. Wan is fine, Gu Xiuyuan said. Okay, even if she has a child, it's okay? She's divorced, and you're already with her? You didn't even tell us about something this big. Let me make this clear. The Gu family will never raise someone else's child. Mr. Gu became increasingly angry as he spoke. Didn't Bai Xinran already tell you all? Do I need to tell you? Gu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to tell his parents the good news that they had a grandchild. But Bai Xinran's behavior still disgusted him. This woman must be eliminated. He hates anyone who tries to control him, except for Lin Wan. If they hadn't kindly told us, how long were you planning to keep it a secret? Gu's mother questioned. Although her son is very opinionated, he is also very filial and rarely disobeys them. Ever since Lin Wan came into the picture, my son has changed a lot. This further worsened Gu's mother's impression of Lin Wan. How could an ordinary woman with a child dream of marrying into the Gu family and becoming a wealthy wife? That's just wishful thinking. I didn't intend to hide it from you, otherwise you wouldn't have known, Gu Xiuyuan said. He was very dissatisfied with his parents' actions. If they were to arrange a marriage, how was he any different from a pawn? He is a human being, a living, breathing human being. He has human rights, the right to choose his own partner, and he does not want anyone to interfere in his marriage. For him, the foundation of marriage is love, and love is pure. He will absolutely not interfere in his children's marriages once they grow up. Look at you. Xinran is a young woman, and she's already gone to so much trouble. How could you treat her like this? You didn't give her any face at the company. How am I supposed to explain this to Mayor Bai? Mr. Gu coughed angrily. He already knew how Gu Xiuyuan treated Bai Xinran at the company. Mayor Bai's career is currently at its peak, and he may even be promoted further in the future. Marrying Bai Xinran would surely ensure the Gu family's meteoric rise and maximize their profits. He didn't want his family's business to be ruined in his hands. Even if he doesn't marry Bai Xinran, he doesn't want his son to marry a woman with a child. This Lin Wan is absolutely unacceptable. I've already said I didn't want Bai Xinran to stay in the company, but you insisted on putting her in. As for Mayor Bai, I don't have any relationship with him. You can't sacrifice your own son for your own benefit. Gu Xiuyuan's tone was full of resentment. The parents prioritized their own interests and personal relationships over their biological son. This chilled him to the bone. He won't accept this arrangement, and neither will his younger brother. He's a father now, and as a father, he will love his child unconditionally. Therefore, he finds it difficult to understand his parents' thoughts and actions. You, Father Gu stammered, wasn't I doing this for your own good? Do you think anyone can just marry by Shinran? Do you even know who Mayor Bai's father-in-law is? How can you only see immediate gains? Mr. Gu became more and more agitated as he spoke. How can a real man disregard the bigger picture for a little bit of love and romance? He felt he was paving the way for his son. Gu Xiuyuan did not answer his father's question directly, but changed the subject. Do you too want to have grandchildren? He also wanted to know where his grandchildren ranked in his parents' hearts. If profit is still more important, then the two children don't need to go back to the family home to reunite. He can just move out. At worst, he can just change his surname to Lin Wan's. Of course we want that. Your mother and I have always hoped you would get married and have children, as you know. But the child can only be your own. We will not raise someone else's child. The Gu family cannot let outsiders ruin its bloodline, Gu's father said firmly. The Gu family is the wealthiest family in Shenzhen. If they bring two children from other families home, how will he ever face anyone again? Even if the two children changed their surnames and took their surname Gu, he would not accept it. Changing your surname won't help if you're not a descendant of their family. Anyway, Lin Wan and her two children can't come in. If she can't bear to leave her son, she can raise him outside. Just give him money. Isn't this kind of woman just after money? Oh, is that so? What if Lin Wan's child is my biological child? Would you still be so adamant? Gu Xiuyuan said, leaning back on the sofa with a half smile. Chapter 69, I will marry no one but Lin Wan. Of course, that's a different story when it comes to one's own children. Father Gu immediately changed his tune. If they were his own grandchildren, he would of course take them home. But Lin Wan wanted to come in, but that wasn't allowed. You said it yourself. Gu Xiuyuan had a wicked expression on his face. He took out his phone, opened an album full of photos of his two children, and placed it in front of his parents. My dear granddaughter, take a look. Gu Xiuyuan's face still carried pride and smugness. He wanted to see how his parents would pressure him further. This. Mr. Gu stared at the photos on his phone, completely dumbfounded. He thought his son's words were just to find out his thoughts. He never expected that the two children were actually his own. He's a grandfather now? Looking at the two beautiful dolls on her phone, Gu's mother was so excited she almost cried. Yuan, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us sooner? She would have taken these two wonderful children home to raise long ago if she had known they existed. What are you doing raising your own children outside? They all assumed that Lin Wan had two children with another man and was now trying to climb the social ladder by marrying into their family, hoping her two children would rise to prominence. As a result, Lin Wanqing's two children were from the Gu family. How come she never knew her son had been in a relationship? They hadn't even seen him interact with any woman. They only recently learned about Lin Wan. She went to great lengths to get her son married and had children as soon as possible. They introduced him to many heiresses from wealthy families, but he didn't like any of them and wouldn't even get to know them. It was only because they insisted on giving him by Shinran that he was accepted. She even questioned her son's sexual orientation. As a result, they received a big surprise today. Since they got older, the couple's biggest wish has been to have a grandchild. Two of them came right away. 5 years ago, the children were over 4 years old. They were twins, a boy and a girl. They grew up abroad and only recently returned. Their mother, Lin Wan, raised them all by herself. I owe them a lot, Gu Xiuyuan said apologetically. Just thinking about it makes me realize how difficult Lin Wan's life has been these past few years. He not only wants to make it up to the children, but also to Lin Wan. They've grown so much. Gu's mother looked at the photo with great delight. Judging from her son's account, she guessed that even he himself had only recently learned of the existence of the two children. In other words, Lin Wan did not use the child as leverage to force her to marry into their family, and her impression of Lin Wan improved slightly. Have you done a paternity test? Mr. Gu asked, suppressing his excitement. He felt that it was best to have the DNA test done, since it concerned the bloodline of the Gu family and the distribution of their assets. What's the point of any appraisal? Look at this little boy. He looks exactly like a Yuan when he was a child. What's the point of any appraisal? He's our own grandson. Mother Gu was so happy that she wiped away tears. Her grandson looks so much like her son when he was a child that there's no need for any testing. It's obvious at a glance, and she wouldn't doubt it at all. As for the little girl, she doesn't look much like the son. She probably takes after her mother. The two children are twins, so the little girl can only be their granddaughter. After so many years of waiting, I finally have both a grandson and a granddaughter. The elderly couple were a little taken aback. I felt happy, excited, and confused all at the same time. That's wonderful. The Gu family finally has an heir. The elderly couple looked through their son's photo album again and again, liking it more and more each time. What wonderful children they are. It's just a pity about their mother. It is still difficult for them to accept, as the concept of social class is deeply rooted in their minds. A daughter-in-law from an ordinary background is unlikely to be of much help to their family, and may even be ridiculed by other wealthy families in Shenzhen. If they could, they would just leave the two children behind and give Lin Wan some money so she could leave. The children can live the best life and receive the best education in Gujia. If Lin Wan loves these two children, she should know what is the best outcome for them. What they could give the children, Lin Wan could never give back in her lifetime. However, it seems unlikely that the son will agree. Do you like it? Gu Xiuyuan asked. He did it on purpose. You could tell how much his parents loved the two children just by looking at their expressions. However, based on his understanding of his parents, he knew that their liking for the two children did not equate to their liking for Lin Wan, and they would definitely have objections to Lin Wan's identity. So he deliberately didn't mention the relationship between Lin Wan and the Xiao family, leaving his parents with a big secret. Let them know that their ideas are wrong. It also lets them know that no one can interfere in his life. Yes, of course I love them. These two children are so good-looking. They both look just like you, Mrs. Gu praised. When are you going to bring them home so your father and I can see them? She couldn't wait to see the two little ones and hear them call her grandma. You can see the children, and you can take them back. But I have one condition. The children cannot have a stepmother. Their mother can only be Lin Wan, who raised them with great difficulty. As for me, Gu Xiuyuan said solemnly to his parents, I will marry no one but Lin Wan in this life. Don't have any other ideas. He didn't need to ask to know that his parents were definitely considering whether to let the mother stay or keep the child. This is absolutely impossible for him. You're even threatening us now. Father Gu's face darkened again. His own son dared to threaten him for the sake of a woman. He just wanted his son to marry a woman of equal social standing. What did he do wrong? Yes. Gu Xiuyuan admitted it readily. He intended to threaten him. You're turning against us for a woman? We're your own parents. Mr. Gu said angrily. Just because you are my biological parents, I don't understand why you don't consider my happiness. Wan raised the child all by herself, which was very hard. I owe her a debt that I must repay. No one is allowed to separate her from the children. You need to think carefully about whether you want to acknowledge the children back. If you want to hear them call you grandpa and grandma, you have to agree to my conditions. I'm tired, I'm going to rest. After saying this, Gu Xiuyuan turned and walked upstairs without looking back. They didn't give their parents a chance to refuse. He knew that the two children were Lin Wan's life. She couldn't lose them, and he couldn't lose her either. They've really grown wings and started to rebel. Father Gu slammed his fist on the table in anger. They were at their wits' end after their son's repeated words. Becoming grandparents has been their long-cherished wish. With their son approaching 30 and unwilling to even date, they were already worried about his marriage. Now that they suddenly have a child, they should be happy. But they really didn't approve of the woman their son wanted to marry. Chapter 70 Gu Xiukai. Calm down, you're getting old. Don't get so easily angered, Gu's mother advised. After seeing the photos of the two children, her heart began to waver. If her son is so determined, she will definitely give in. Look at the son you raised. Now he's all grown up and doesn't respect us anymore. How old is he and he's still so willful? Mr. Gu was still very angry. Accustomed to being in charge, he dislikes being contradicted and hates being threatened. He has always maintained that he has been in charge of the family for so many years and is much more experienced than his young and impetuous son. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. You're blaming me now? Have you ever let me interfere in our son's education? Gu's mother retorted, clearly unhappy. Her husband, Lao Gu, is good in every way, except that he's feudal, conservative, and stubborn. Mr. Gu was speechless after being rebuked. He had been primarily responsible for the education of his two sons, especially his eldest son, Gu Xiuyuan, who had been groomed as his heir since birth. Why don't we just acknowledge Miss Lin as our family? Being together as a family is more important than anything else. I don't want the two children to be left out in the cold. Besides, don't you know Yuan's personality? If you don't acknowledge him, he definitely won't let you see the two children, Gu's mother said again. Doesn't she know her own son well? Once Gu Xiuyuan has made up his mind, no one can change it. And she can't wait to see her two children. Just thinking about the two adorable faces in the photo made Gu's mother wish she could bring them home immediately. Except, You make it sound so easy. If we accept this daughter-in-law, where will I put my old face? Humph. Go to sleep. Father Gu turned and left. Although he said that, ever since he learned about the existence of his 2 little grandchildren, he felt an itch in his heart like a cat scratching at him. I really want to hear the 2 children call me Grandpa. However, he could not compromise so easily. He had to prioritize the overall situation of his family. The best outcome would be to keep both children and allow their son to marry a daughter-in-law they both desire. Come out. Aren't you tired of eavesdropping? As soon as Gu Xiuyuan went upstairs, he saw a suspicious-looking guy around the corner. Brother, I have a nephew and niece. Why didn't you tell me sooner? A face that resembled Gu Xiuyuan's, but was younger, emerged from the shadows. He is Gu Xiukai, the second son of the Gu family and Gu Xiuyuan's younger brother. He had been hiding upstairs, eavesdropping on the conversation between his parents and older brother downstairs. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a huge, juicy secret. His older brother, who was known for his aversion to women, had secretly fathered 2 children outside the marriage. He said his older brother must have some skills. It seems that his future sister-in-law is Lin Wan, the company designer his parents have been mentioning these past few days. He listened to the whole process when Bai Xinran came to complain. However, he supports his older brother. He dislikes Bai Xinran and opposes arranged marriages. Anyway, if his parents arrange a marriage for him in the future, he will definitely run away. Yes, they're twins, a boy and a girl. Your older brother is amazing, isn't he? Gu Xiuyuan couldn't hide his smile. Lin Wan and her 2 children constantly tugged at his emotions. Amazing, Gu Xiukai exclaimed in praise. He had never seen his older brother laugh so much in his life. It seemed that his future sister-in-law must be a very good woman. Otherwise she wouldn't have won his older brother's heart. There are women all over Shenzhen and even Kyoto who are pursuing his older brother, but they all end up getting rejected. He's starting to wonder what kind of person his sister-in-law really is. Would you like to see the child? Gu Xiuyuan asked. He finally got a chance to show off his baby. He never understood what was so special about his child until he became a father himself. Seeing how wonderful his child was, he couldn't help but want to show off. Of course I want to. Gu Xiukai's face was full of anticipation. He had just overheard his mother saying that his nephew looked exactly like his older brother when they were young, which made him even more curious about just how similar they were. Come with me. Gu Xiuyuan waved and walked towards his room first. Gu Xiuyuan loves his younger brother very much, and the older he gets, the more he realizes that his relationship with his brother is much more harmonious than his relationship with his parents. This younger brother is his biggest fan, his little shadow. Although the 2 are quite different in age, they always have common topics to talk about. Gu Xiuyuan also dotes on his only younger brother. Gu Xiukai followed his older brother into the room, all excited and eager. Here you go. Gu Xiuyuan opened his photo album without hesitation. When Gu Xiukai saw the child's photo, his eyes widened. Holy crap! It looks so much like the child. It's like a copy and paste. Gu Xiukai looked at the photo of his older brother when he was a child on the table, and then at the photo of his nephew in his phone's album. The nephew looked more like his brother than he did. It's not an exaggeration to say they're exactly the same. He bears a striking resemblance to his older brother, though he has a more youthful appearance, clearer eyes, and more expressive and lively features. The 2 brothers have completely different personalities. One is quiet, aloof, and mature. The other is passionate, outgoing, and energetic. The older brother is called Nan Nan, and the younger sister is called Ku Ku, Gu Xiuyuan added. But they both take their mother's surname, which is now Lin. Lin Nan, Lin Ku. He never thought about changing the child's name. It's just a title. Nothing is as important as blood ties. Doesn't Coco look like my sister-in-law? Gu Xiukai looked at his nephew and niece, his heart filled with joy. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity just looking at the photos. Blood ties are truly amazing. I feel like his little niece looks a bit like Xiao Wan from the Xiao family. Yes, she looks just like your sister-in-law when she was little, Gu Xiuyuan said. The image of Xiao Ro, whom he had seen when he was a child, flashed into his mind. Fate is a truly wonderful thing. His parents once lamented that if Xiao Ro, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, hadn't been lost, he would have been the perfect match for her. They never expected that they would meet again after all the twists and turns. Moreover, he was very pleased that his younger brother addressed Lin Wan as sister-in-law, thinking the boy was quite savvy. While flipping through the photo album, Gu Xiukai used his older brother's WeChat to send messages to his own account. These photos opened his eyes. This collection includes not only photos of the children, but also many photos of the older men with the children. It's clear that the eldest brother is genuinely happy when he's with the children, a stark contrast to his life at home. No wonder the eldest brother said he wouldn't marry anyone but his sister-in-law. When Bai Xinran came to their house to complain, swearing that the woman who was clinging to his older brother had already given birth, they felt that there was definitely something fishy going on. Bai Xinran's words are not credible. He was right. However, his older brother gave him a huge surprise. He actually became an uncle like that. His brother really kept it a secret. Chapter 71 Gu Xiuyuan's Little Scheme. Even though he hadn't met Lin Wan yet, Gu Xiuyuan was already giving his future sister-in-law a high score. His older brother's judgment must be correct. As for Bai Xinran, it was always just wishful thinking on her part. He had expressed his dissatisfaction to his parents about this matter many times. In any case, he did not agree to Bai Xinran becoming his sister-in-law. He had already made it clear that if his parents forced him to marry a woman he didn't like, he would run away from home. He was much more dashing than his older brother when it came to doing things. However, the two had different training directions, and Gu Xiuyuan had many more concerns than his younger brother. This is also a major reason why Gu Xiuyuan has been able to tolerate Bai Xinran's domineering behavior. But he is different now. He is much stronger than before, and no one can threaten him. At the same time, he also developed a weakness, and someone he wanted to protect with his whole life. "Brother, when can I see the child?" Gu Xiuyuan asked eagerly. He didn't care whether the child's surname was Lin, Gu, or whatever. He was still his nephew. He always thought he didn't like children, but now he realizes that he just doesn't like other people's children. "I just changed my phone wallpaper to a picture of my two kids. This requires your sister-in-law's consent," Gu Xiuyuan said. But she shouldn't refuse. He himself didn't realize that he, who was always decisive and uncompromising, now put Lin Wan's ideas first in everything he did. My goodness, is this really my brother? He's not even married yet, and he listens to his wife and everything. TSK, I never expected this. Gu Xiuyuan joked. I never expected his older brother to be such a henpecked husband. He's not just a henpecked husband, he'll be a henpecked husband forever. The look on his brother's face when he mentioned Coco was so full of doting affection. That's true. The Gu family hasn't had a girl for generations, and Coco is their only little princess. Stop teasing me. You'll see when you start dating. Gu Xiuyuan's smile couldn't fade. Love really is sweet. No, I don't want to date. I'd rather be a monk, Gu Xiuyuan said, waving his hand. He has never liked any girl until now. Although many girls liked him when he was young, he was not interested in any of them. All right, go be a monk then. Go back to your room and chant sutras. I'm going to sleep. Gu Xiuyuan raised his long leg and kicked his younger brother in the butt. Lying in bed, Gu Xiuyuan's mind was filled with Lin Wan, and he suffered from insomnia almost all night. No, he had to get Lin Wan to move to his side immediately. Gu Xiuyuan settled the kindergarten arrangements for the two children as quickly as possible. However, he also used a little trick of his own. They deliberately chose a school for their child that was far from Lin Wan's home, almost requiring them to cross half of Shenzhen to get there. It's not only far from Lin Wan's home, but also quite a distance from the company. Furthermore, elite schools do not provide school buses. Every day when students go to and from school, there are all sorts of luxury cars lining up to pick up and drop off those young masters and ladies. This put Lin Wan in a difficult position. Living in her current place, she has to leave home at around 6 a.m. every morning to take her child to school. Moreover, she didn't buy a car after returning to China, so she can only take taxis, which are very expensive. The key issue is that she has to get up at around 5 a.m. every day. Her son is alright, but her daughter, who loves to sleep in, definitely won't be able to get up. Most importantly, even after dropping her child off at school, she might still be late for work. This is too rushed. It's a long-term battle. It's exhausting for both adults and children. Lin Wan complained a little, but Gu Xiuyuan said that this kindergarten had the best educational resources in the entire city of Shenzhen and was very difficult to get into. It would be a pity if she didn't go. He was doing it for the child's own good. This was something Gu Xiuyuan had discussed with the children long ago, all for one purpose: to move. The father and his two sons shared the common wish that the four of them could live together, and they quickly reached an agreement. Only Lin Wan was kept in the dark. This is causing her great distress. For the sake of her child's future, she is unwilling to give up such excellent educational resources. But the houses there were simply not options for her, and the rent was several times more expensive than in other places. Lin Wan looked at Gu Xiuyuan, hesitant to speak. How about we move to a place near the school? That way you won't have to get up so early and the kids can sleep in a little longer, Gu Xiuyuan suggested. He had been waiting for these words for a long time, just waiting for Lin Wan to start to struggle. Moving isn't out of the question, but living near the school is not an option. The houses there are incredibly expensive, let alone buying them, Lin Wan said listlessly. As her boss, doesn't Gu Xiuyuan know how much she earns a month? This is far beyond her means. School district properties near kindergartens often cost tens of millions of yuan, and villas can even cost hundreds of millions. Is this something an ordinary person like her should consider? I can take care of the housing. It's not like I'm asking you to pay for it, Gu Xiuyuan said. He disliked Lin Wan for calculating everything with him so clearly, as it made him feel very distant. Especially when it comes to children, even though they are also the children's parents. He just wanted her to rely on him more and not be too independent. No, you're already paying for the child's tuition. I can't take advantage of you. I also have a duty to support the child, Lin Wan refused. She knew that Gu Xiuyuan was very rich. He could easily throw out enough money to support an ordinary person for a lifetime. But she didn't want to depend on her for everything. She agreed to let the children reunite with him not for his money, but simply because the children needed a father. She didn't want to owe him too much. The house is registered in the child's name, not yours, so you don't need to feel guilty. There's a villa next to the kindergarten that I bought a few years ago, and it's now registered in the children's names. It belongs to both of them jointly. You're the children's mother, so naturally you have the right to live here. And I'm their father, so it's only right that I buy them a house. What's mine is theirs, Gu Xiuyuan said generously. A house worth a little over 100 million is nothing to him. Huh. Lin Wan's forehead was covered in question marks. The most expensive villa in the prestigious kindergarten district was given to her two children? Why didn't anyone tell her about something so important? Even if you have money, you don't have to be so reckless. Don't overthink it. I'm doing this for the children's good, aren't I? Don't rush to reject me. Moving there is definitely the best choice for the children, including their future social circles, which are all upper class in Shenzhen, Gu Xiuyuan said. Chapter 72 Precise Control. They keep saying it's all for the good of the children. His key to understanding Lin Wan's psychology was the child. Because she truly loves children, she is willing to give everything for them, including being with them. Gu Xiuyuan was well aware of this, so he gradually worked with the children to instill it in them. Gu Xiuyuan's words silenced Lin Wan. This was indeed the best choice, and she had no reason to refuse. But he always felt awkward, as if she was taking advantage of him all along. However, from the children's perspective, Gu Xiuyuan's approach was correct. Whether for the children's studies or their safety, it was undoubtedly the best course of action. Perhaps she should seriously consider moving? Think it over carefully. Don't feel guilty. I am the children's father and have a duty to raise them. It is only right for me to do anything for them. And you giving birth to them is the greatest sacrifice you have made. Gu Xiuyuan tried to persuade Lin Wan. He had always felt guilty about this. He didn't know she was pregnant and wasn't by her side. In recent years, she has been working, studying, and raising her child all at the same time while living abroad. I don't know how difficult it will be. Lin Wan endured the most difficult times on her own and still raised both children very well. He only paid some money that he didn't need at all. For him, these things are nothing and cannot make up for his absence over the past few years. Gu Xiuyuan persuaded Lin Wan for a long time before she finally wavered. Looking at the house she hadn't lived in for very long, she sighed and said, "Then let's move." She had no choice but to do what was best for the children. Okay, move in as soon as possible, and you can start school on Monday. It was renovated last year and cleaned up. You can move in any time. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't hide his happiness. He knew she would agree. As a parent himself, he was willing to give everything for his child, and he believed that Lin Wan would love the child even more than he did. Are we moving to a bigger house? Lin Yike's big eyes were practically sparkling. Daddy, I want a princess room. Daddy has prepared everything for you. A very, very big princess room. Do you like it? Gu Xiuyuan coaxed his daughter. He clearly loves his son just as much, but he always finds himself wanting to pamper his daughter more. Perhaps this is what my brother meant by a daughter slave? Then I'll move my computer over there too, Lin Wan said excitedly. No need to move. Daddy will buy you a new one, fully equipped, and set up a gaming room for you right away. But kid, play on the computer too much, it's bad for your eyes. Gu Xiuyuan rubbed his son's head. This kid not only looks like him, but even has the same hobbies. He's been a computer whiz since he was a child, and he never imagined that his son, who's only in kindergarten, could already type and use a computer so skillfully. Thank you, Daddy, Lin Wan said excitedly. He actually has plenty of money. He could afford not only a computer, but even his dad's villa. But he just loves how much his dad loves him. By the way, there's something I wanted to tell you. I've already told my parents about the children, and they know they exist. My younger brother also wants to see the children first. Is that all right? Gu Xiuyuan asked. You have a younger brother? Lin Wan asked. She was prepared for the Gu family to find out about the two children. As long as they didn't try to take the children away, it would be good for the children to have more relatives. Gu Xiuyuan had promised her that no one would try to take the child away. The child can reunite with the Gu family, or go home to visit the elderly, but must be raised by her side. Neither can leave her. Gu Xiuyuan agreed to all of them. What she didn't expect was that Gu Xiuyuan actually had a younger brother. She thought he was an only child because she had never heard him mention his siblings. Yes, it's my younger brother, Gu Xiukai, who's still in college. He really wants to see the two kids, Gu Xiuyuan said. He hadn't had a chance to tell Lin Wan about his family situation yet. It's not too late to introduce it in detail when we meet. Moreover, his younger brother has always been well protected, and many people outside the family do not know that the Gu family actually has two sons. They still don't want their younger brother, who wasn't considered an heir, to appear in the public eye too much. Okay, Lin Wan agreed readily. Daddy, is Uncle handsome? Linny asked, hugging Gu Xiuyuan's neck. She thought that since he was her uncle, he must be very handsome. After all, her dad was already so handsome. She's a total looks-obsessed person. Her looks determine how much she loves her uncle. Very handsome. Gu Xiuyuan gave a very objective evaluation. If he's the most handsome man in Shenzhen, then his younger brother is definitely the second most handsome. Will he be more handsome than Daddy? Lin Yike asked. Do you think there's anyone in this world more handsome than your dad? Gu Xiuyuan asked deliberately. Of course not. Daddy is the most handsome man in the world. Lin Yike looked at her father's face. Yes, that's right. She wasn't lying at all. Of all the men she had ever met, none were as handsome as her father. Didn't you used to say I was the most handsome? Lin Wan said quietly. My sister used to say that ever since Daddy came along, he's been relegated to second place. Then brother and Daddy are tied for first place. They're both equally handsome. Lin Yike immediately started serving water. She can't show favoritism. I'll reluctantly believe you for now, Lin Wan snorted. Give your sister some face. The father and his two sons joked and played around together again. Lin Wan gradually got used to this kind of life, and the atmosphere of interaction between father and son continued to influence her. This made her even more convinced that it was the right choice for her to agree to their recognition of each other. Since her father came into the picture, she has noticed that her two children have become much more cheerful and have been smiling more often. However, when evening came, Gu Xiuyuan was still pitifully kicked out. Okay, he can wait. Lin Wan will be moving into his house soon. Since being angered to tears by Gu Xiuyuan, and then complaining to the Gu family twice, Bai Xinran has taken a few days off from work. Her parents were also quite angry about Gu Xiuyuan's actions, telling her to quit her job and not to put up with this. They said the family would just arrange a better job for her. This is outrageous. But she still stubbornly came to work at Gu's again. She couldn't give up on the person she had liked since she was a teenager. She had tried, and during the days she rested at home, Gu Xiuyuan was all she could think about. I keep wondering if he's back with Lin Wan, or if he's helping Lin Wan take care of her child. Chapter 73, Make You Apologize. The more Bai Xinran thought about it, the more upset she became. Moreover, she received information from her informants in the design department that Lin Wan and Gu Xiuyuan seemed to be getting closer and closer these past few days. They also saw Lin Wan get into Gu Xiuyuan's car after get off work, and saw two children in the distance, presumably Lin Wan's two children. Bai Xinran went to the company with a stiff upper lip. As long as she hasn't resigned, she remains the deputy director of the design department, and Lin Wan will be under her command. The order she gave to Lin Wan a few days ago hasn't been checked yet. Don't think that just because Gu Xiuyuan dotes on her, she can avoid doing any work. The old lady from the Ouyang family is a regular customer of their company. She is rich, but she is extremely picky. She specifically chose this list to train Lin Wan's abilities. Just as she expected, the old lady of the Ouyang family was not satisfied with Lin Wan's initial design draft, and had already complained to her. She had to go to the company to see how Lin Wan had made a fool of herself. Where are the talents we promised to recruit with high salaries? Is that all the ability you have? She even suspected that Lin Wan had seduced Gu Xiuyuan first, which was why she was specially recruited. When Bai Xinran reappeared in the design department, wearing high heels, and walking with her head held high. Everyone was taken aback. Everyone assumed that Bai Xinran would definitely resign because of what happened last time. Anyone would find that intolerable. I never expected her to be so shameless. Good morning, Director Bai. Good morning, Director Bai. Hello, Director Bai. Everyone greeted each other, and then quickly left. Nobody wants to get too close to Bai Xinran. Otherwise they might be targeted for making things difficult if they say something wrong. That's how exaggerated it is, so everyone avoids her. After arriving at the company, Bai Xinran went straight to the design department and stood arrogantly next to Lin Wan. What's wrong with you? You can't even complete such a simple task. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what Bai Xinran was up to today. Now that Gu Xiuyuan is so obviously protecting Lin Wan, everyone can see it, but Bai Xinran is the only one who still wants to walk right into the line of fire. Everyone guessed the ending, except for Bai Xinran, who refused to believe she was a clown. People from other departments even stopped at the entrance of the design department to watch the drama unfold. They wanted to know how far Lin Wan and Gu Xiuyuan had progressed, and even more so, they wanted to know when Bai Xinran would finally be kicked out. It can be considered as venting the anger of those who were bullied by her. It's understandable that someone from a third-rate school who didn't graduate with a relevant degree would be parachuted into the design department as deputy director through family connections, since they really have powerful backing. However, her bullying of others in the company because of her powerful connections made her disliked by many people. They're just hoping to see her make a fool of herself. Oh, Director Bai is here at work. I thought you weren't coming anymore, Lin Wan said without any politeness. Her politeness and tolerance only resulted in repeated difficulties. I originally thought I could just endure it for a year. But later she also realized that no matter whether she had contact with Gu Xiuyuan or not, as long as she had this face, she would definitely become a thorn in Bai Xinran's side. The other party will not tolerate her. A soft persimmon will be squeezed until it is crushed. Moreover, she also thought that Bai Xinran would not come again. Gu Xiuyuan had already told her that he wanted to promote Sister He to the position of deputy director. In terms of seniority, education, and workability, Sister He is qualified for this position. Recently, Lin Wan has been in more contact with Gu Xiuyuan because of the child, and she has only recently learned that Bai Xinran was someone Gu's father insisted on planting in the family. Gu Xiuyuan himself did not intend to keep her, and had no ambiguous relationship with this woman. Bai Xinran was furious. She didn't expect Lin Wan to talk to her like that. It seems her previous weakness was all an act. Now that she has Gu Xiuyuan as a powerful figure to rely on, she doesn't need to be afraid of her anymore, right? During work hours, the only thing we should talk about is work. Director Bai, you can just say whatever you need to say. Lin Wan's tone was very calm. She didn't want to listen to any more nonsense from the other party. She knew Bai Xinran came with malicious intent the moment she arrived today. She didn't want to use Gu Xiuyuan to do anything to Bai Xinran, but rather that such a person was unfriendly to every employee in the company. She had also heard many complaints from other colleagues. What? Aren't I talking to you about work? The customer is dissatisfied with the order I gave you. Isn't that your own problem? You can't even do something this simple. Are you even thinking about your job? If you can't do it, then quit. Don't just take the company's money for nothing, Bai Xinran said arrogantly. She looked down at Lin Wan with an air of superiority. Now that Lin Wan has made a mistake at work, shouldn't her supervisor criticize her a bit? Even if Gu Xiuyuan came, he couldn't find fault with her. She hated Lin Wan's current attitude towards her. Did she really think that just because she slept with Gu Xiuyuan, she was Mrs. Gu? The Gu family would never allow Lin Wan to enter their home, let alone accept her child. She knew very well how much people in this circle cared about their reputation. Even if Bai Xinran doesn't end up marrying Gu Xiuyuan, she won't allow Lin Wan to be the one to do so. I designed this order according to the customer's own requirements. If they are not satisfied, they can communicate with me directly, and I can make modifications. It's not like Director Bai is trying to fire me on his own initiative. I don't think you have that right, Lin Wan retorted directly. She's completely fed up with it now. If Bai Xinran continues like this, she is planning to resign. Regarding the compensation, she thought that Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't make things too difficult for her for the sake of the children, since she was earning money to support them. The breach of contract penalty has been settled, and she can find another job at any time. It will be difficult to return to the country. The two children are extremely dependent on Gu Xiuyuan now. She can't leave, so she will have to let the children see their father at least once a month. She'd accept any job she found in the future, even if it didn't pay as well as her current one. At least she wouldn't have to put up with all the mistreatment every day. Bai Xinran is like a ticking time bomb, always ready to explode at any moment. Over time, she's afraid her mental health will suffer. She had heard from her colleagues about this difficult client. The client was very picky and would ask for the same design from anyone, no matter who they chose. The design would be rejected after going through 10 or 8 drafts, but the client insisted on ordering from their company. Bai Xinran deliberately gave her such a difficult client, and Lin Wan had already mentally prepared herself for this. It was also the first time in her career that a client had criticized her. The client paid for the design, so you have to make sure they are satisfied. Now they are not satisfied with your design and are asking you to redesign it and apologize. Chapter 74, Because I Love Her. Bai Xinran raised her eyebrows as she spoke. She had also met the old lady of the Ouyang family because of business matters. It's true that people are dissatisfied. However, it was Lin Wan who took the initiative to suggest that Lin Wan apologize. This old lady is very difficult to deal with. She just wants to see how Lin Wan makes a fool of herself and is ridiculed. Just thinking about it makes me feel so proud. Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't let her openly target Lin Wan, so she'd have to deal with her secretly. She's not the only one making a fool of herself in this company. The Ouyang family is considered one of their major clients, and the old lady really likes their finished products. No matter how protective Gu Xiuyuan is of his own, he can't directly offend customers, otherwise it will damage the reputation of the Gu family. Hearing Bai Xinran's words, Lin Wan felt a headache coming on. How could there be such a customer? If there are any problems or dissatisfaction, you can raise them, and she can just redo it. Why do you need to apologize? Although Lin Wan wasn't feeling well, she still agreed. Where is it? I'll go right away. Let her go. At worst, she can just quit. She doesn't want to continue working here anyway. Being targeted every day is too depressing. If she hadn't been constantly suppressed by the Lin family since childhood, she wouldn't have such a strong ability to withstand pressure. The fact that she hasn't become depressed yet is all thanks to her good mental fortitude. I heard that Bai Xinran has lured away more than just 1 or 2 designers. Apologize properly and reflect on your actions. Bai Xinran rolled her eyes and left after giving him the address. Anyway, she has already achieved her goal. Gu Xiuyuan received the news just as Lin Wan left the company. He never interfered with the design department's affairs. As long as Bai Xinran maintained her bottom line and didn't ruin his business, he had always given the Bai family face. However, ever since Lin Wan arrived, he has also planted spies in the design department. He received intelligence as soon as Bai Xinran left the design department. It seems Bai Xinran is determined to cross his bottom line, so he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. He will ruthlessly tear off the Bai family's hypocritical veil. Bai Xinran had just returned to her office and was complaining that the cleaning staff hadn't even cleaned her room since she hadn't come to work when her office door was kicked open with a bang. The sound startled Bai Xinran so much that she almost dropped her phone. Yuan, why are you here? Bai Xinran felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Gu Xiuyuan's angry face. She had never seen him so angry before. She had been here for several years, and this was the first time Gu Xiuyuan had taken the initiative to come and find her. I warned you not to mess with my woman, but what did you do, huh? Gu Xiuyuan's eyes were practically spitting fire. Bai Xinran was so frightened that she couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't me, it was Mrs. Ouyang who was dissatisfied with Lin Wan's work. You know Mrs. Ouyang's temper, and we can't afford to offend our clients, can we? Bai Xinran looked tremblingly at Gu Xiuyuan, who resembled an angry lion. Her face still showed signs of grievance. It seems he already knew and came here to confront him. Does he care that much about that woman? You could have found someone else, but you deliberately gave it to her. Gu Xiuyuan didn't want to hear any explanation from the other party. However, Mrs. Ouyang did give him a heads up. Ouyang Qian also has the surname Ouyang, doesn't he? Although he didn't know this person, the children said that the Ouyang family was very rich. In this city, there is only one family that is wealthy enough and has the surname Ouyang. Because Mrs. Ouyang specifically instructed that this piece of jewelry is very important to her and must be given to the best designer, Lin Wan, isn't she? I gave it to her because I think she is excellent enough and I am confident in her workability, Bai Xinran argued. But she dared not look directly at Gu Xiuyuan. Gu Xiuyuan sneered. Did they think they could convince him with such childish arguments? Did they think he was stupid? Gu Xiuyuan took a step closer to Bai Xinran. I don't want to hear any of your explanations. I just want to tell you that I've decided on Lin Wan for the rest of my life. She will be my lawfully wedded wife. Put away your inappropriate thoughts. This is the last time I'm giving Mayor Bai face. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Looking at the handsome face she had been longing for day and night right in front of her, Bai Xinran didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. Gu Xiuyuan's gloomy face frightened her so much that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Why? Bai Xinran asked, her voice trembling with tears. She really wanted to know where she was lacking. What methods did Lin Wan use to bewitch Gu Xiuyuan, even though she already had a child with another man? She always thought that Gu Xiuyuan was just temporarily infatuated and that he would stop getting entangled with Lin Wan once he had had his fill of fun and sobered up. She's willing to wait. But what she received was Gu Xiuyuan saying that he wanted to marry Lin Wan. Because I love her, Gu Xiuyuan said, then turned and left. Yes, because of love, he is now very certain that he loves Lin Wan very much. He loved her so much that he wanted to marry her, live with her, and spend his life with her. He loved her so much that he was willing to fight the world for her. At this moment, Bai Xinran, provoked by these words, squatted on the ground and cried loudly, completely disregarding her image. Gu Xiuyuan turned around and went to the parking lot, then drove his car straight to the Ouyang family's company. He wanted to personally bring Lin Wan back, so she wouldn't have to suffer for this deal. Whether the Ouyang family gives him face or not is up to them. Given the current development of their company, they don't need this one order. The Ouyang family can be blacklisted from now on. He didn't care. Especially given that Ouyang Qian might be a member of the Ouyang family, he couldn't allow Lin Wan to be there alone. While Gu Xiuyuan was looking for Bai Xinran, Lin Wan had already taken a taxi to Ouyang's company building. The old lady of the Ouyang family asked someone to tell her that if there was anything, she could just talk to her grandson. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Wan was quickly led to an office. President, Gu's designer has arrived, the assistant said from outside the door. Please come in. A slightly tired voice came from inside the office. When the door opened, Lin Wan looked at the person sitting in the chair in surprise. It's you? She only knew that the owner of this place was surnamed Ouyang, but she never expected that it was actually Ouyang Qian. Wan, it's been a long time. Come and sit down. Ouyang Qian stood up with a smile. After Lin Wan agreed to try dating him last time, he made the truth clear to his family. He also planned to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Wan first. But a major change suddenly occurred in his family. His father fell ill, and the company was leaderless. He had no choice but to be pushed into the position. Moreover, his family made it clear that if he wanted to continue with that woman, he should first inherit the company and do a good job in his career, so as to stop his father from worrying about him. Thus, Ouyang Qian was forced into this role and had to work non-stop every day. Chapter 75. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang, for taking care of my wife and children. Having just joined the company and lacking any foundation, Ouyang Qian was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to meet with Lin Wan. I only make a phone call occasionally to say a few words or video chat with the children. He planned to take Lin Wan and the children out to play once he was less busy these next few days. Since Lin Wan has agreed to give it a try, he hopes that she can accept him soon. But the complexity of the matter far exceeded his imagination. The Ouyang family used this tactic. Since they couldn't control Ouyang Qian's heart, they would completely bind him to the company. If you don't have time to meet, your feelings will naturally fade. Ultimately, they still couldn't accept Lin Wan, who had 2 children. What are you doing here? Lin Wan looked at Ouyang Qian, who was dressed in a suit and tie, and felt unfamiliar with him. She had never seen him so formal before. I've been telling you I've been very busy lately. My family asked me to take over the company, and look, this is what I see. I'm working myself to the bone every day. I'm sorry, Wan, I haven't had any time to spend with you lately. Ouyang Qian said apologetically. It also carried a hint of bitterness. He didn't want it to be like this either. But there's no other way. He has to come out and be the pillar of support now. If his family hadn't forced him, he would have preferred his more capable sister to take over. He didn't think he was suited to be a businessman. As the eldest son, this seemed to be an inescapable responsibility for him. Even after not seeing each other for several days, Ouyang Qian still felt his heart flutter when he saw Lin Wan again. 5 years had passed, and this feeling had never changed. However, Lin Wan looked away from Ouyang Qian's affectionate gaze. She had promised Ouyang Qian she would try dating him, but now, the 2 children's hearts had long since fallen for Gu Xiuyuan. Moreover, as long as she dates Ouyang Qian, that guy will definitely come and cause trouble. She didn't want to cause Ouyang Qian any trouble. Most importantly, she only felt friendship and kinship towards this man who had been with her for several years, and couldn't find any romantic feelings at all. When Ouyang Qian confessed his feelings last time, she readily agreed, hoping that her children might have a loving father. But now the two little ones clearly prefer Gu Xiuyuan and have repeatedly hinted to her that they would prefer their own daddy and mommy to be together. This made her feel guilty towards Ouyang Qian. Regardless of the reason, she has to break her promise. Is this your family's company? Lin Wan asked. She thought it was just a coincidence that they both had the surname Ouyang. Yes, so you don't need to worry or apologize. I'll handle things with my grandma. She was just being picky. Ouyang Qian smiled gently. But he always felt that Lin Wan seemed to have a distance from him this time, and it was even stronger than before. What happened during the time, he was so busy and overwhelmed. Thank you. Lin Wan felt relieved. Why are you being so polite with me? Have the children been behaving well lately? I haven't seen them in a long time. I'll take them out to play when I have some time. Ouyang Qian's eyes softened as he spoke of the two children. He hasn't taken them out to play in a long time. I wonder if they miss him. They're all very well behaved. But, Lin Wan hesitated for a moment before saying, they're transferring schools. She felt that some things should be clearly stated. Transfer schools? Where to transfer to? Ouyang Qian asked. Hearing this news always makes my heart skip a beat. He had carefully selected this school, and Lin Wan was very satisfied with it at the time. There must be some important reason why she suddenly said she wanted to transfer schools. She transferred to the St. Petersburg kindergarten, Lin Wan said truthfully. Why? Is this school not good? There. Ouyang Qian really wanted to say that the kindergarten there was very expensive and that Lin Wan couldn't afford it, but in the end he swallowed his words. He really wanted to know why Lin Wan would send her child to such an expensive school. He was waiting for an answer that might disappoint him. Ouyang Qian felt his heart pounding. He thought of the tall, handsome man he had seen downstairs at Lin Wan's company the last time he drove her to work. The way that man looked at Lin Wan was anything but innocent. Could it be because of him? Because Lin Wan was interrupted by another voice before she could finish speaking. Because of me. The office door opened, and a tall figure walked in, exuding an aura of authority. Mr. Gu, you can't come in. Ouyang Qian's assistant was still pretending to stop people he couldn't stop at all. But you still have to put on an act in front of your boss. What a joke. How could he possibly afford to offend Gu Xiuyuan? After Gu Xiuyuan entered the office, the assistant immediately closed the door. As their eyes met, the flame in Gu Xiuyuan's eyes seemed to want to engulf Ouyang Qian. Gu Xiuyuan? Ouyang Qian looked at the familiar face. He had only heard the name before, but did not know what the person looked like. I only learned about it recently when I took over the company. Because not only are my children transferring schools, but the three of them, including my mother, are also moving to my house near the school. Gu Xiuyuan looked down at Ouyang Qian. He never considered this person as his opponent. With a wave of his hand, he could make the already crumbling Ouyang family disappear from the city. You? Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Wan with disbelief. He had expected Gu Xiuyuan to pursue Lin Wan, but he never imagined that Lin Wan would get together with Gu Xiuyuan before they even officially started dating. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. He was still indulging in the fantasy that he would pursue Lin Wan whenever he had free time. What he found most unacceptable was that Lin Wan was going to move in with Gu Xiuyuan, taking the child with her. Ouyang Qian felt a wave of suffocation. No, it's me and the kids who moved in, but he bought the house for the kids because he is their father. Lin Wan wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start. Regardless of what happened between her and Gu Xiuyuan, she no longer needed to hold Ouyang Qian back. She had only been out for a short while when that guy caught up with her. Ouyang Qian stared at Gu Xiuyuan's face and murmured, No wonder he felt that Gu Xiuyuan looked a lot like someone when he first met him. He should have thought of that sooner. He never imagined that Lin Wan would meet the children's biological father again, let alone that it would be Gu Xiuyuan. Ouyang Qian felt a sense of powerlessness. What does he have to offer to compete with Gu Xiuyuan? 5 years of companionship have ultimately come to nothing. I am very grateful to Mr. Ouyang for taking care of my wife and 2 children. My wife said that you are a very, very good friend of hers. In the future, I will provide business assistance to the Ouyang family to express my gratitude. Chapter 76. My dear wife, don't be angry. Although Gu Xiuyuan spoke very politely, his face remained expressionless. Moreover, every sentence was a reminder to Ouyang Qian that Lin Wan and her son were his wife and children. The word wife stung Ouyang Qian's heart. Are they progressing that fast? Lin Wan tried to explain, but Gu Xiuyuan held her shoulders tightly. But this explanation is meaningless. Gu Xiuyuan can be considered the best shield to make Ouyang Qian give up. I wish you happiness. Only bitterness remained on Ouyang Qian's face. It turns out there really are so many coincidences in this world. The boss of the company Lin Wan joined after returning to China happens to be the biological father of her child. He had only ever seen this kind of scene on television. Perhaps this is fate. He didn't want to accept his fate, but he had no choice. No amount of time he spent with his children could compare to the blood ties between them and Gu Xiuyuan. Ouyang Qian's heart was bleeding. Thank you. I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. Gu Xiuyuan showed no intention of letting go of Lin Wan and turned to leave with his arm around her shoulder. Watching the two figures leave, Ouyang Qian slumped into his chair. In just over 10 days since they last met, things had already spiraled out of his control. This time, he's probably really going to fade out of Lin Wan and the children's lives. But after 5 years of living and working together day and night, it's not something that can be easily severed. Ouyang Qian felt as if his own flesh was being torn off, and the pain in his conscious state overwhelmed him. He regretted letting Lin Wan return to China. He wanted to go back to the life he used to have. He wanted someone who could stay by her side as a friend even when they weren't together, instead of watching her being embraced by another man, as he is now. Goodbye, my Wan Wan. Ouyang Qian, standing in front of the French windows, watched the two people getting into the car together downstairs, tears blurring his vision. Lin Wan finally shook off Gu Xiuyuan's hand when they arrived at the Ouyang Company building. Gu Xiuyuan wasn't upset by this. He could tell that Lin Wan had just tried to use his identity to make Ouyang Qian back down. She knew he wouldn't let her date other men. Just tell me if anything happens in the future, and I'll help you solve it, Gu Xiuyuan said. No need, I can handle it myself. Why did you come all this way? Lin Wan asked. Of course I came to see you. From now on, I won't allow anyone to bully you, Gu Xiuyuan said seriously. Lin Wan and the child will both be under his protection from now on. He has obtained all the evidence of the Bai family's corruption and bribery over the years. He will give the Bai family an ultimatum. If Bai Xinran does it again, he will turn against her immediately. Originally, considering his father's relationship with the Bai family, he didn't want to go too far. But Bai Xinran bullied Lin Wan time and time again, ignoring his warnings, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He would really feel guilty for not protecting Lin Wan and would feel useless. Bai Xinran should stop trying to bully people by relying on her father's power. Shenzhen is not a city where a mayor can control everything. He used to turn a blind eye, but now that Bai Xinran has bullied his wife, he has to pay the price. Let's go back. Gu Xiuyuan opened the passenger door for Lin Wan and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. Is he Ouyang Qian? Gu Xiuyuan asked knowingly. He never took this man seriously from the beginning. On the way here, I had someone investigate Ouyang Qian's identity, and it turned out to be exactly as I had thought. The Ouyang family only has 2 children in this generation. Ouyang Qian also has a younger sister who is not very old, but her business is thriving. Gu Xiuyuan had met her before and quite admired this promising young woman. Unexpectedly, the Ouyang family appointed the inexperienced Ouyang Qian to a high position. This surprised Gu Xiuyuan, yet it was also within his expectations. Ouyang Qian's younger sister, as the only girl in the family, was outstanding but was never valued. Despite living abroad for many years, Ouyang Qian was still designated as the heir. He felt that some families would eventually fall into ruin because of such disgraceful circumstances. However, Ouyang Qian is quite devoted. He has refused to return to China for Lin Wan's sake, and has even refused to take over the family business. Unfortunately, Lin Wan can only belong to Gu Xiuyuan. No other man can even dream of touching her. Lin Wan hummed softly. I think I can smell a sour smell. He's quite devoted to you, Gu Xiuyuan said, his voice tinged with bitterness. The thought of someone having been by Lin Wan's side for 5 years made him want to step on the gas, drive straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and get their marriage certificate on the spot. He's always been a friend to me. Lin Wan awkwardly turned her head to look out the car window. Why did she subconsciously try to explain to this guy? What her relationship with Ouyang is none of his business. Gu Xiuyuan smiled, pleased with those words. Your man can only be me, and you can only love me, Gu Xiuyuan said shamelessly. He wouldn't allow Lin Wan to like anyone else. Gu Xiuyuan. Lin Wan wanted to bite him. Who likes him? My dear wife, please don't be angry. It was my fault. I won't do it again next time, Gu Xiuyuan said, feigning an apology. Who's your wife? Don't take advantage of me. Just drive your car properly, Lin Wan said angrily. How can this man be so different in public and in private? Where's the cold-faced CEO we were promised? Okay, my wife. Shut up. The two bickered all the way. In the end, Gu Xiuyuan, with his thick skin, gained the upper hand. Lin Wan's face turned red with anger. People are indeed invincible when they have no shame. Soon the Gu family received the payment and explanation from Ouyang. This surprised by Xinran, who hadn't expected Lin Wan to be able to handle it so easily. However, she later heard that it was Gu Xiuyuan who brought Lin Wan back, and then she realized what was going on. In her mind, Lin Wan was only able to win over old Madame Ouyang because of Gu Xiuyuan. Has he really become so biased towards that woman? Bai Xinran was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She dared not provoke Gu Xiuyuan any further. She has found out that the man who was with Lin Wan while she was abroad was none other than Ouyang Qian, the heir of the Ouyang family. To her disappointment, Lin Wan and Ouyang Qian had always just been friends. And those two children were not born to Lin Wan and Ouyang Qian. In other words, Lin Wan is a single mother raising her child. She can endure it, can't she? She endured until Gu Xiuyuan lost interest in Lin Wan and lost his passion for her. She refused to believe that he could actually marry a woman with a child. She repeatedly told herself to stay calm and patient, and that one day Gu Xiuyuan would see her good qualities. But the moment Bai Xinran saw Lin Wan get into Gu Xiuyuan's car, she broke down completely. Chapter 77, Xiao Yang's Secret. Inside the Xiao family villa in Shenzhen. Ever since he met Lin Wan and realized that she was his sister, Xiao Yang's smile has never faded. Sometimes she even hums a little tune at home. Brother, why are you so happy lately? Are you in love? Xiao Wan, the youngest sister of the Xiao family, asked with a gossipy glint in her eyes. Her older brother is already in his early 30s and hasn't even dated anyone, which is making her parents very anxious. Fortunately, her parents were quite open-minded and never forced her older brother to get married and have children, prioritizing his personal feelings. What's going on lately? Is the iron tree about to bloom? Aside from falling in love, she really couldn't think of anything that could cause her older brother to change so much. However, she had heard that her older brother took good care of a female employee in the company, whose surname was apparently Qian. Wen, actually, your brother has something really exciting going on lately, but it's not about dating. I'm not 100% sure yet, so I haven't told you guys yet, Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lately, besides business, all he can think about is Lin Wan and their two children. There's no time to think about anything else. He really wanted someone to share this good news with, but the test results weren't out yet. He wanted to wait until the results came out, and then surprise his family. He was afraid that if he suddenly told them, they would be too surprised and their emotions would fluctuate too much. But now that his younger sister had asked, his desire to share was overflowing. The younger sister, Xiao Wan, and the older sister, Xiao Rou, had never met. Xiao Wan was born several years after Xiao Rou was abducted. Xiao Wan learned everything about her sister from her family. She had only seen photos of Xiao Rou as an infant. So now, Xiao Wan is the best listener in the family. Oh, what's going on? Just tell me already. Stop being so mysterious, Xiao Wan snorted. I'm a little disappointed. I thought my brother was in love. When will his future sister-in-law finally appear? She loves children and hopes to have nieces and nephews soon, so that her home will be lively, and she can have children to play with. Come with me. Xiao Yang led the way into his study. This matter cannot be told to our parents and second child yet. It must be kept a secret for now. So mysterious, Xiao Wan muttered as she followed along. But my appetite has been completely whetted. Her older brother never jokes, so for him to be so happy and mysterious, there must be some incredibly joyous occasion. But what could this happy event be? Xiao Wan entered her elder brother's study with anticipation, and thoughtfully locked the door behind her. Now you can tell me, right? Is it only for me? Xiao Wan asked. Otherwise, there's no need to make it so mysterious in your own home. Yes, whatever I say next, I hope it's just between the two of us for now. We can't let Mom and Dad know, and we can't tell your second brother either. I'll reveal it to them when the time comes. Can you promise me that? Xiao Yang said. No problem, just tell me, bro, Xiao Wan assured him. Xiao Yang then picked up a small photo frame from his desk. Inside the frame was a picture of him holding his younger sister Xiao Rou when he was a child. It was Xiao Rou's first birthday party. Sitting in his lap, Xiao Rou smiled sweetly, like an angel. Xiao Rou has indeed always been their family's little angel. Her birth has raised their family's happiness index several notches. As you know, you originally had an older sister, but she was lost when you were little. Xiao Yang gently stroked the photo with his fingers. I know. It's a source of heartache for my parents, and I don't even dare to mention my sister, Xiao Wan sighed. Her older sister, Xiao Rou, was a taboo subject in their family. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning her, but the search for Xiao Rou never stopped. She was also very sensible and never reopened her parents' wounds. She knew from the time she could remember that she had an older sister, but her sister went missing, and her mother became depressed. It was her birth that healed all of that. When she was little, her mother often talked about her older sister, and often said that her birth saved their family. Although she has never met her sister, she really hopes that one day her sister can come home and visit their parents, so that they can have peace of mind as they get older. This is her greatest wish. She knew how important her sister was to her parents, but she was never worried that her sister's return would take away the love her family had for her. She believed that her sister would love her very much too. When I came back from my last business trip, I met a woman who looks a lot like you. She's exactly 27 years old this year. Xiaoyang looked up at his sister and began to talk about meeting Lin Wan that day. Listening to her older brother's explanation, Xiaowan immediately understood. Brother, you mean she might be my sister? Xiaowan felt her heart start racing. Was her sister going home? My parents are almost 60 years old. Have they finally welcomed their long-awaited eldest daughter? Xiaowan was so excited she almost cried. Yes, I met with her again later. We've already done a paternity test, but the results haven't come out yet, so I haven't told you. Xiaoyang became more and more agitated as he spoke. He stared at his younger sister's face and looked closely. The two sisters really looked alike, except that Xiaowan was taller and looked thinner. Really, brother? My sister is really coming back. Xiaowan could hardly believe her ears. Their family had been searching for their sister for over 20 years without any news, and were almost about to give up when their eldest brother unexpectedly ran into her on a plane. Yes, she will take the children home after the test results come out. Xiaoyang was extremely excited. They've waited too long for this day. Does your sister have a child? Xiaowan asked in surprise. Her sister not only has children, but two. Getting married so young? I wonder how my sister has been doing all these years, and what kind of man she married. There are two twins, a boy and a girl. So not only is your sister coming home, but we also have a nephew and a niece now, Xiaoyang said. He hadn't seen his two children for quite some time. After the mother and children return home, the two children will have to stay at home for a while longer. It's obvious that the two little ones will soon become the apple of their parents' eyes. Twins. Wow, sister, you're so lucky. What does your husband do? Where is he from? Where do they live now? In Shenzhen. Xiaowan bombarded her with a series of questions. She still had so many questions she wanted to ask, but she decided to ask her sister when she got home. She had a child out of wedlock, never got married, and has been living in Shenzhen all these years. Chapter 78. He's good for nothing except being handsome. I've been living abroad with my child for the past few years and only recently came back. I just happened to run into them on that flight. Xiaoyang's voice trembled as he spoke. It's been over 20 years. They've been searching for over 20 years. I always thought my sister had been abducted to another place. Unexpectedly, she had been living not far from them, but they still had no news of her. Fortunately, heaven intervened and allowed their family to reunite. This can be considered a reward for all the good deeds their family has done over the years. He asked Lin Wan about her childhood in the Lin family, and Lin Wan only mentioned that her adoptive parents were not good to her. They didn't say much, but even that little bit was enough to break his heart. His sister, the daughter of the Xiao family, should have been living the life of a princess. However, his fate was completely changed because of the Lin family, and he lived a life worse than that of ordinary people. He won't let that family get away with it. The fact that they took his sister away back then is enough for him to send them to jail. He will also immediately begin investigating matters concerning the Lin family, and he wants to know about Lin Wan's entire upbringing. Their attitude towards Lin Wan will determine how Xiaoyang will send people to take care of them after they go inside. Give birth out of wedlock. Xiaowan felt a pang of heartache. My sister is only in her early 20s. How did she raise the twins all by herself? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. She thought that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't have had the courage to give birth to the child. She is now eagerly awaiting her sister's return home, so that they can protect her from now on, and she will never have to suffer again. Well, thankfully both children are adorable and well-behaved. Xiaoyang could only console himself with this thought. Xiaowan nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. There was joy, but also heartache. I don't know what happened to my sister, or where the children's father went. Seeing his sister's question, Xiaoyang took the initiative to say, the biological father of the two children should be Gu Xiuyuan, but I don't know what happened between Xiao Rou and him. However, I will definitely demand an explanation. From the moment Xiaoyang met Lin Wan, he felt that she looked remarkably like Gu Xiuyuan when they were young. He had a moment of doubt. When Lin Wan came out to see him that day, Gu Xiuyuan also came along. He was almost 100% certain that Gu Xiuyuan was the biological father of the two children. Fate is truly a wondrous thing. If Xiao Rou had grown up in the Xiao family, Gu Xiuyuan would have been the perfect match for her when she grew up. Unexpectedly, the two of them ended up crossing paths again. However, this interaction did not seem to be very pleasant. The Xiao family and the Gu family have a long-standing relationship. You could say that he and Gu Xiuyuan were childhood friends, having grown up in the same circle since they were young. He had never heard of Gu Xiuyuan having a woman in his life, let alone seen him with a girlfriend. Moreover, the Gu family is not short of money, but they lack children. Even under these circumstances, Lin Wan was able to take both children abroad, preferring to raise them herself rather than give them to the Gu family. It's obvious that their story can't be explained in just a few words. But whatever happened between them, he was determined to accept this statement. He could tell that Gu Xiuyuan liked Lin Wan very much. The love in his eyes was undisguised. Of course, he wouldn't force anything and would prioritize Lin Wan's own wishes. If she didn't want to have anything to do with Gu Xiuyuan, the two children would take the surname Xiao and be raised in the Xiao family to inherit their business. These are such wonderful children. Even if the Gu family wanted them, they wouldn't be willing to part with them. However, now is not the time to worry about these things. Lin Wan's true identity is the most important thing. Regardless of who the children's father is, they are all the precious treasures of the Xiao family. Who? Gu Xiuyuan. Xiao Wen's face was full of shock. How could her sister have a child with Gu Xiuyuan? The Gu family has only two brothers, but both are well-known monks who are averse to women. Including that clueless Gu Xiukai, she was really driven crazy by him. Yes, I haven't asked, but our little nephew looks exactly like Gu Xiuyuan when he was a child, even more like Gu Xiuyuan than Gu Xiukai. Xiaoyang glanced at Xiaowen when he mentioned Gu Xiukai. What fatal attraction does the Gu family hold for the Xiao family? How come all the daughters of the Xiao family are related to the sons of the Gu family? He could see through his younger sister's thoughts, but he didn't think much of the second son of the Gu family. He's irresponsible and doesn't do anything right. He acts like a child who hasn't grown up. He's not as good as his brother in anything. Aside from being handsome, Gu Xiukai was a completely useless person in his eyes. His sister deserves better. Oh, really? Then you're quite pretty, aren't you? Xiaowen felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, both children are very good looking. But, Xiaoyang looked at Xiaowen and deliberately asked, are you indirectly praising that brat Gu Xiukai? No way. Xiaowen's face flushed slightly, and she deliberately changed the subject. When will the test results be available? When are you planning to tell mom and dad? Her parents must care about her the most. I wonder how excited they must be to hear this good news. We've been waiting for this for over 20 years. The results will be out soon. I'll tell my parents the truth once they're available, Xiaoyang said. This is definitely the best gift he has given his parents over the years. Lin Wan is right. What if there's even the slightest possibility that she's not Xiao Rou? Wouldn't the old man be disappointed if he knew beforehand? He also hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. After all, his parents were eagerly awaiting a daughter. He wanted to give them a 100% affirmative answer. Okay. Xiaowen nodded. Since learning about this happy event, Xiaowen has started humming little tunes at home. She was especially happy when she thought about how her parents would soon be able to resolve their long-standing issues. When Zhao's mother saw her daughter like this, she asked her what made her so happy. Xiaowen kept her promise to her older brother, only saying that she was going on vacation and planned to travel. She also prepared a gift for her parents, which she was sure they would like. Zhao's mother just smiled and said that her daughter had grown up and become sensible. Since her eldest daughter went missing, Zhao's mother has cherished her youngest daughter as much as her own life. She has always been cherished and protected. At that moment, she had no idea that a truly great gift was about to be presented to her. Xiaoyang also quickly investigated Lin Wan's growth trajectory. He also learned some unexpected news. His colleague, Qian Jiahui, turned out to be Lin Wan's best friend. Chapter 79. Best friends becoming sisters-in-law seems pretty good too. Mr. Xiao. Hello, Mr. Xiao. In the HR department of the Xiao Group, everyone stared in astonishment at the man standing at their office door. The boss rarely comes here. Everyone was curious about what he was doing here all of a sudden. Xiaoyang walked straight to Qian Jiahui, who was working, and said, Miss Qian, there are some things I'd like to talk to you about. Me? Qian Jiahui pointed to herself. Why would President Xiao come looking for her? Looking at that handsome face with a gentle smile, Qian Jiahui's heart was racing. Almost all the unmarried female colleagues in their office considered Xiao Yang their ideal man, and she was no exception. Okay. Xiao Yang nodded. Please. Under everyone's gaze, Qian Jiahui followed Xiao Yang with a bewildered expression. This also drew envy from a group of unmarried female employees. That's Xiao Yang, a golden bachelor, a super handsome guy, who wouldn't want to marry him. But he came here today to see Qian Jiahui. They admitted that Qian Jiahui was somewhat pretty, but not pretty enough to catch Xiao Yang's eye. There were plenty of girls prettier than Qian Jiahui in Shenzhen. Moreover, Qin Kaowai's family is very ordinary, so ordinary that they are no different from everyone else's. What magic does she possess that makes Xiao Yang so proactive? Qin Jiahui looked at the handsome figure in front of her, her hands clenching tightly in nervousness. She didn't usually interact with Xiao Yang, and could only watch him from afar as he was full of vigor. She didn't even dare to fantasize about standing next to him. He stopped in front of Xiao Yang's private reception room and said, "Miss Qian, please come in." Xiao Yang was very polite. He rarely treated people like that, especially women. "Sit down, don't be nervous. I asked you to come here to ask about Lin Wan," Xiao Yang said, getting straight to the point. He didn't mention at all that he could have simply asked his assistant to relay the message to the HR department to have Qian Jiahui come over. In the past, he would always see this girl standing far away watching him when he went to work in the morning, but recently he hasn't seen her at all in the mornings, and Xiao Yang is not used to it. He called her over today not only to talk about Lin Wan, but also to spend some time alone with her. He has been around many outstanding women, but Qian Jiahui is the only one who makes him feel at peace just by seeing her. He had asked his parents many times whether they would have any requirements or restrictions on his dating and marriage, and the answer he received was no. The parents only hope that he can be happy and joyful. What kind of person or what kind of status his future daughter-in-law is not very important. His parents are very open-minded and love him very much. His future is in his own hands. He could also see the word admiration in Qian Jiahui's eyes. Becoming sisters-in-law after best friends seems pretty good too. Xiao Yang wore a gentle smile. Wan. Qian Jiahui looked up and her cheeks began to flush slightly when she saw Xiao Yang's smiling face. She and I are childhood friends. We grew up together. I've heard her mention you before. The first time she was alone with someone made her feel nervous, embarrassed, and a little lost. She didn't intend to hide anything. Since Xiao Yang had come to her today, he must know about her relationship with Lin Wan. So that's why they specifically sought her out today. It was because of Lin Wan. Thinking about this, she felt a little disappointed. But she quickly dismissed the thought. What was she thinking? Apart from Lin Wan, there couldn't possibly be any other connection between her and Xiao Yang. Qian Jiahui repeatedly told herself to come to her senses, that Xiao Yang didn't have any special feelings for her. She fell in love with Xiao Yang the first time she saw him, but she knew that the two of them were like two parallel lines that would never intersect. I dare not have any extravagant hopes. Could you tell me about Wan's life in the Lin family? You don't need to be so reserved. In front of others, I'm your boss, but in private, we're friends. Relax, Xiao Yang said. He thought Qian Jiahui was probably the one who understood him best. Okay, Qian Jiahui agreed verbally, but her body was still very tense. Does she really deserve to be his friend? To an ordinary girl like her, Xiao Yang was someone unattainable. Let alone Xiao Yang. Even after Lin Wan returns to the Lin family, I think their relationship will hardly be the same as before. A rich young lady and an ordinary man are destined to drift further and further apart. The upper class was beyond her reach. She had even prepared herself to lose Lin Wan as a friend. Although it would be very sad, she still sincerely hoped that Lin Wan could return to her biological parents. As a true friend, she sincerely hoped that Lin Wan's future would be better, and she really felt sorry for Lin Wan in the past. It was precisely this simplicity and sincerity that had a fatal attraction for Xiao Yang. It is truly rare to be able to maintain kindness and stay true to one's original aspirations in such a cutthroat society. His only requirement for his future wife is that she be of pure mind. Qian Jiahui tried to take deep breaths to relax and began to talk about Lin Wan's 20 years in the Lin family. They talked about everything from their earliest childhood memories, all the way up to when Lin Wan went abroad alone, and how she almost followed but was stopped by her parents. There was no concealment whatsoever. As Xiao Yang listened to Qian Jiahui's account, he gradually frowned. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. The Lin family didn't treat his sister like a human being at all. They even considered selling Lin Wan, who was already pregnant at the time, for money. At the same time, he admired Qian Jiahui even more. Lin Wan had such a good friend supporting her during her most difficult time. Thank you. It's Xiaorou's good fortune to have such a good friend like you, Xiao Yang said sincerely. It's my good fortune to know her, Qian Jiahui said earnestly. Lin Wan was her only best friend from childhood to adulthood. When she was a child, Lin Wan used her frail body to protect her when she was bullied by other classmates. To her, Lin Wan was like an older sister. In order to shorten the distance between the two of them and make Qian Jiahui less nervous in front of him, Xiaoyang found some topics to talk about, some about Lin Wan and some about their common interests. There was even something about the staff canteen. When it came to food, Qian Jiahui, who was a freeloader, had stars in her eyes. The atmosphere finally eased, and the tension on Qian Jiahui's face gradually faded. Although the two didn't interact much, Xiaoyang knew quite a bit about Qian Jiahui in private. Judging from her personality, unless he took that extra step, there would never be a possibility between them. He was even worried that if he suddenly confessed his feelings, the other person would reject him. So now he needs to cultivate Qian Jiahui's self-confidence and adjust the way the two of them get along. Chapter 80. He wants his sister, and he wants his wife too. Xiaoyang wanted to get closer to Qian Jiahui. The first thing is to make her less reserved in front of him. He was willing to set aside his status and start as ordinary friends. Lin Wan was the best bridge between the two of them. He wants his sister, and he wants his wife too. Mr. Xiao, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back to my office now, Qian Jiahui asked softly. She didn't expect that being alone with Xiaoyang would be so much easier than she had imagined, and Xiaoyang himself wasn't as cold and unapproachable as he usually seemed. Her feelings for Xiaoyang increased significantly. But the more she felt this way, the more afraid she became, fearing that she would sink deeper and deeper into trouble. She knew clearly that there was no possibility between her and Xiaoyang. Knowing there's no future, why get yourself involved? It will only cause more pain in the end. Qian Jiahui wanted to withdraw. Moreover, the entire department knew that Xiaoyang had made an appointment with her, and she was afraid that if she stayed here for too long, gossip would spread. After all, they are both single, and it would be bad for either of them if any rumors were to spread. She still didn't dare to have any illusions about Xiaoyang. She was already very satisfied with being able to get along with him like this, and to receive a word of friendship from him. Although it was all because of Lin Wan. It's unclear whether Xiaoyang didn't hear her because her voice was too soft, or if he did it on purpose. Xiaoyang didn't respond to Qian Jiahui's words, but instead suggested, "It's noon. How about we have lunch together?" He had been secretly watching the time, and he timed it perfectly to lunchtime so that he could have lunch with the person in front of him. He clearly heard what Qian Jiahui said earlier. He pretended to be deaf and dumb, just so that others could see it and hopefully spread some rumors. He just wanted everyone to push this woman into his arms. Isn't this a bad idea? Qian Jiahui wanted to refuse, but her heart was inexplicably filled with anticipation. You can fool everyone else about liking someone, but you can't fool yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. You've given me a deeper understanding of Wanwan's life today, so it's only right that I treat you to dinner. Let's go. Xiaoyang stood up first. A triumphant smile played on his lips. Faced with Xiaoyang's invitation, Qian Jiahui couldn't very well refuse, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go with him. She had assumed that Xiaoyang would take her downstairs in a private elevator. But unexpectedly, this guy specifically took the regular elevator, going wherever there were many people. It was lunchtime, and people were coming and going downstairs at the company. Xiaoyang led Qian Jiahui through the crowd to a nearby restaurant, where he had already made a lunch reservation that morning. Everything was going according to plan. Throughout the journey, Xiaoyang treated Qian Jiahui with great courtesy and respect. They hadn't gone far from the company when they attracted a lot of onlookers. Holy crap, that's President Xiao, a passerby exclaimed, his eyes wide. It seems I've seen something incredible. They had never heard of Xiaoyang ever being in a relationship, so why was he with a girl today? Xiaoyang is a well-known eligible bachelor in Shenzhen, the only one who can rival Gu Xiuyuan of the Gu family. Having been with the company for so long, they have never seen any woman around Xiaoyang, except for Xiao Wan, the second young lady of the Xiao family. Even the assistant is a man. Otherwise what? He's in a relationship. It looks like it. When have you ever seen him smile at someone like that? I'm so envious. Why am I not the one standing next to him? If you're envious, just eat your fill and go to sleep. Maybe it will come true in your dreams. Do you know who this girl is? Have you seen her before? She looks familiar. I'm sure I've seen this beautiful woman at the company before, but I don't know her name. Her name is Qian Jiahui, from the Human Resources Department. No way. CEO Xiao is having a relationship within the company? I thought he would choose a wealthy heiress who was a good match for him. Maybe this Qin Zhehui is a rich heiress who just came here to experience life. Not everyone will be a beast of burden like us. She's so lucky. Look how gentle President Xiao is with her. Don't talk nonsense. There's no certainty about what's going on. Who's talking nonsense? Have you ever seen President Xiao like this? Look, President Xiao smiled at her again. I can't take it anymore. I'm really jealous. Our company has great benefits. They even provide all-you-can-eat dog food. Could this be our future boss's wife? It's hard to say. A group of people started chattering, discussing whether Xiao Yang was in a relationship and who the girl next to him was, and which family's daughter she was. There are also some people in the same department as Qin Zhehui. After lunch, Xiao Yang escorted Qin Zhehui back to the personnel department, waving goodbye to her with a smile. This made it impossible for my colleagues, who were supposed to be taking a lunch break, to fall asleep. Let's eat some melon seeds. Who's going to sleep? When Qin Zhehui turned around, she saw that everyone was staring at her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Xiao Hui. Someone came up to her. You were with President Xiao all morning? You even had lunch together? Are you two dating? Mr. Xiao needed to talk to me about something, and I did him a small favor, so he treated me to dinner. Qin Zhehui didn't know how to explain. She had mentioned to Xiao Yang that people might misunderstand if they ate alone together like this. Xiao Yang said nonchalantly that they were friends, and it was normal for them to eat together. No one would misunderstand. Is that really the case? Qin Zhehui is now skeptical. She felt as if Xiao Yang was deliberately trying to make others misunderstand them. But she quickly suppressed the thought. Xiao Yang didn't need to do that. Their interactions were all for Lin Wan's sake, and she felt that Lin Wan was lucky to have such a loving brother in her family. But the more she tried to explain, the redder her face became, which only fueled her suspicions. Oh, Mr. Xiao wants to see you? What is it? Tell us. Someone couldn't contain their gossip and said something rather impolite. It's not convenient to talk about it. Sorry, I need to rest. Qin Zhehui ignored everyone and took out her small pillow, intending to pretend to be asleep. The matter concerning Lin Wan is a private matter for the Xiao family, and Xiao Yang explicitly stated that even his parents do not know about it. She must keep it a secret first. As for whether the Xiao family will announce Lin Wan's true identity to the public in the future, that's their business. After all, she's just an outsider. But the more she acted this way, the more others felt that there must be something between her and Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had just personally escorted her back, which only fueled the speculation. Chapter 81 Moving. Hearing the gossip about himself and Qin Zhehui over and over, Xiao Yang couldn't stop smiling. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He could clearly sense Qin Zhehui's feelings of liking and restraint towards him. Based on his observation of Qin Zhehui, she was a person with a very strong sense of self-esteem. But he felt that the objective differences between the two of them were never a problem. As long as Qin Zhehui was willing to take one step forward, he would take care of the remaining 99. He wasn't in a hurry to confess his feelings, not wanting to scare her or make her back down because of the gap between them. He wanted her to know how steadfast his feelings for her were. That's why he wanted to use some tricks to make everyone think that the two of them were dating, so that Qin Zhehui couldn't escape even if she wanted to. In the office, Qin Zhehui could only pretend to be asleep to avoid gossip. She didn't want to say anything more, as it would only make things worse. Even though she knew that spending too much time alone with Xiao Yang would lead to misunderstandings, she still couldn't help but follow in his footsteps. So annoying. But the thought of spending time with Xiao Yang brought a touch of sweetness to my heart. However, Qin Zhehui's escape can only temporarily avoid the limelight. The gossip about her and Xiao Yang had already spread like wildfire throughout the company. Their handsome, lifelong single CEO is actually going to fall in love. How could anyone let such explosive gossip pass by? Meanwhile, Lin Wan was preparing to move to a new home with her children. On Friday night, the two little ones packed all their luggage on their own initiative, eager to move into their new home. Starting tomorrow, they will be living with their daddy and mommy. From now on, they will be happy children with their dad and mom by their side. No more envying others. The decision to move was made by the siblings and their father together in order to morally blackmail their mother. Adults say that familiarity breeds affection. Daddy is so good, mommy will definitely fall in love with him after spending time with him. And daddy truly loves mommy too. We're moving soon, are you excited? Gu Xiuyuan asked, looking at the two children who had already put their suitcases in the living room. Happy, the two little ones said in unison. Coco's princess room and Nan Nan's esports room are ready. Daddy can provide whatever you want, Gu Xiuyuan said. He arranged everything in the shortest amount of time. His children want all the things that other children have, and they also want all the things that other children don't have. That's how you can be so capricious when you're rich. Thank you, Daddy. My daddy is the most handsome. Lin Wan was unusually modest. Although he himself had more money than he could ever spend, what his father gave him was different. It was all his father's love for them, which couldn't be measured simply by money. You're going to spoil them like this. How can you give them whatever they want? If they ask you for a plane tomorrow, will you give it to them? Lin Wan complained. Although she loves her children very much, she has always been principled and will not easily fulfill all of their wishes, but will set certain limits. She didn't want to spoil her child. They are still young, and their values are not yet fully formed. They need adults to correct them. She felt that since recognizing Gu Xiuyuan, the two children had almost lost their concept of money, and she didn't think that was a good thing. Sure, we have plenty at home, Gu Xiuyuan said calmly. It's just an airplane. His family had a private plane when he was a kid, so if the kid wants one, they'll just give it to him. He has no shortage of money. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. He didn't think this would spoil the children, because he had enough money to satisfy all their material desires. Lin Wan, She was filled with questions. She was talking about an airplane, not a model. How could this man talk about owning an airplane at home so casually? Is this the difference between people? This gave Lin Wan a strong sense of disconnect. She finally understood where that invisible distance lay between her and Gu Xiuyuan. It's a gap in material resources. Lin Wan felt no love for Ouyang Qian, but she did feel attracted to Gu Xiuyuan. But she always felt there was a barrier between the two of them. So that's the root of the problem. Daddy, do we really have an airplane? Lin Nan's eyes lit up. His favorite things are computers, cars, and airplanes. My biggest wish is to become a pilot when I grow up and fly my own plane freely in the sky. Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever lied to you? Wherever you want to go in the future, we can just fly there in a flash. Gu Xiuyuan even gestured with his hand to indicate that it was an airplane. Daddy, I want to fly a plane when I grow up, Lin Wan said excitedly. He had many things he wanted to do, but his body was too small, and he couldn't do most things except operate the computer. Growing up is such a long process. What a coincidence, Daddy knows how to fly a plane. When you grow up, Daddy will teach you how to fly one. Gu Xiuyuan looked at his son with eyes full of love. He realized today that he seemed to be favoring his daughter and sometimes neglecting his son's feelings. They wanted to use shared interests to bridge the gap between father and son. Yay! The father and son started talking again. Lin Wan somehow ended up sitting on Gu Xiuyuan's lap, and the father and son excitedly talked about their hobbies. Lin Yike listened quietly from the side, occasionally praising her father for being so amazing. Lin Wan found the scene quite heartwarming. In just a few days, the children have become so dependent on Gu Xiuyuan. Should she really reconsider her relationship with Gu Xiuyuan? Once she's officially recognized as part of the Xiao family, she and Gu Xiuyuan will be considered a good match in terms of social status. However, the betrayal by her ex-boyfriend and best friend made it difficult for her to open her heart to others again. She didn't even know how to respond to Gu Xiuyuan's obvious affection. That night, Lin Wan kept Gu Xiuyuan until almost 11 o'clock before leaving, as it was time for the children to go to sleep. Gu Xiuyuan wasn't in a hurry. Tomorrow, the mother and son would move into his house. As long as the children were with him, Lin Wan wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Yike woke up unusually early in the morning, without even needing an alarm clock. She got up obediently at around 6 a.m. and went to wash up. She doesn't know what her daddy's big house looks like yet. Her daddy just said they'd definitely like it. Gu Xiuyuan arrived promptly at 7 o'clock and, using the excuse that he hadn't eaten breakfast, managed to freeload a meal. They even cleaned up the mess after the meal. After returning home these past few days, he often consulted with his family's housekeeper, and now he's quite adept at tidying up and washing dishes. Chapter 82. My wife is so fierce today. Gu Xiuyuan himself never imagined that one day he would be doing housework. Sure enough, after receiving a couple of casual compliments from Lin Wan, he cleaned up the kitchen as well. If it weren't for the heavy burden on his shoulders that he couldn't put down before his younger brother grew up, he would really like to take off that suit, put on an apron, and become a stay-at-home husband, spending his days around his wife and children. His dream was never to be a privileged son of heaven or a domineering CEO. The mother and her two children didn't have much luggage. It was the same stuff they brought back from their trip to China, which Gu Xiuyuan could easily take in one trip. Since his child was found, his driver has almost lost his job. Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the family of 4 as they moved happily, Ouyang Qian, who had been hiding in the shadows since morning, felt so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. He has tried to let go of Lin Wan these past 2 days, but he can't. He truly regretted not stopping Lin Wan from returning to China, and regretted letting her join Gu's company and meet Gu Xiuyuan. But it was all too late. He could only watch helplessly as his beloved woman stood with other men, and he couldn't get even a step closer. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete with Gu Xiuyuan, but that he didn't dare. He thought that 4 years of companionship had built a strong enough relationship with the children, but it could never overcome the blood ties between them and Gu Xiuyuan. Coco hugged Gu Xiuyuan's neck and acted coquettishly, calling him daddy repeatedly. It was a side of her he had never seen before. She would act coquettishly towards him before, but she had never been this intimate. Nan, who is usually very mature, also showed her childlike side in front of Gu Xiuyuan. It's obvious to the naked eye which way the scales in the 2 children's hearts are tipping. Ouyang Qian really can't deceive himself. He was trapped in this vortex of pain, and his psyche became increasingly twisted. Gu Xiuyuan's car traversed almost the entire city of Shenzhen before finally arriving at his villa. This villa is built by the river. It is a detached house with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. The 2 basements have normal natural light from one side. The yard is full of exotic flowers and plants, all of which Gu Xiuyuan paid a lot of money to have people take care of. It has a large garage, a lawn, a swimming pool, a small basketball court, and a gym. Normal living needs can be met without leaving home. Just as Gu Xiuyuan said, you can move in with just your bags. They were greeted by a big boy who looked 7 or 8 parts like Gu Xiuyuan, but with a simple and honest face. Welcome home, elder brother and sister-in-law, Gu Xiuyuan said with a bright, sunny smile. His sister-in-law is even prettier in person than in photos. Apart from looking a bit like Xiaowen, she's perfect in every way. Hello. Lin Wan greeted him with a smile, then secretly pinched Gu Xiuyuan. What do you mean she's my sister-in-law? She and Gu Xiuyuan aren't even dating. You don't even need to ask who this handsome young man is to know who he is. My younger brother is Gu Xiuyuan. You can also call him Kai Kai, Gu Xiuyuan introduced. My wife was really fierce today. She pinched my arm so hard, he was gritting his teeth. Uncle. 2 little heads popped out, smiling as they looked at Gu Xiuyuan. Uncle really does look a lot like Daddy, but he's not as handsome as Daddy, and he looks a bit silly for some reason. Uncle, I'm Nan, and this is my little sister Coco, Lin Nan introduced generously. This was the first relative of the Gu family they met besides their father. It felt strangely familiar. Hello, little ones, my name is Gu Xiuyuan, and I'm your only uncle, you know? Gu Xiuyuan stared at the 2 children, his eyes wide with amazement. She's so good at growing up. She inherited all the best traits from her parents. No wonder he's a family man. Uncle, you're so handsome. Lin Yike praised Gu Xiuyuan sincerely as she looked at his face. He might be a little silly, but he's undeniably handsome. You have good taste. Come on, Uncle will show you around the new house. Gu Xiuyuan grabbed one of them by the hand and ran into the villa. That's the power of blood ties. The children were very close to their uncle the first time they met. It's best for children to be with their own family. Nothing can compare to blood ties and kinship, Gu Xiuyuan said meaningfully, watching the 3 figures run away. Ouyang Qian had been downstairs since this morning. He had noticed it long ago. His continued insistence on this has already aroused his dissatisfaction. Lin Wan didn't say anything. She knew this feeling all too well. She felt the same way when she first met Xiao Yang, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Gu Xiuyuan was the same. When he first met Kiki, he was moved by her, even though he didn't like children. Let's go, I'll show you inside. The master bedroom is on the 3rd floor, Gu Xiuyuan said. Along the way, he introduced the layout of each floor and walked through each room. Let Lin Wan familiarize herself with everything here. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Lin Wan was still shocked by the luxuriousness of the decor. The renovation of this house alone would cost no less than 10 million. She never even dared to dream of such a nice house before. Finally, we arrived at the 3rd floor, which was entirely dedicated to the master bedroom. This is the master bedroom. The walk-in closet is here, your own private space, with a dressing table inside. The bathroom is on the other side. You can leave your things downstairs. The housekeeper will tidy them up, Gu Xiuyuan said before leading Lin Wan downstairs. The master bedroom actually has another walk-in closet, which belongs to him. His clothes, shoes, watches, and so on are all stored there, and he doesn't want Lin Wan to know about it yet. Since it's the master bedroom, it's naturally a room shared by the young couple. Gu Xiuyuan had always kept his own little scheme to himself. There's another building over there. That's where the servants live. They won't disturb our lives, Gu Xiuyuan said, pointing to a small building behind. Us? Lin Wan asked, puzzled. Oh, let's go. Let's take the kids to see the kindergarten. It's right outside the neighborhood. Gu Xiuyuan changed the subject abruptly. The family of 5 walked all the way from their doorstep to the kindergarten, which wasn't a long walk, and took the opportunity to familiarize them with the surroundings. This is a truly wealthy neighborhood. The people who live here are all extremely rich and powerful. From your own terrace, you can see the river view and the skyscrapers across the street. That's the city center. The environment here is great. It's like a self-contained community. You can enjoy both the vibrancy of the city and the tranquility of the suburbs. And all of this requires money that ordinary people can't even imagine. Speaking of this house alone, Lin Wan really likes it. She just felt inexplicably burdened because everything here didn't originally belong to her. Gu Xiuyuan had been playing with the 2 little ones since morning, and he was growing to like them more and more. It's definitely a loss for his parents if they don't come to acknowledge their child now. But in the evening, he still very sensibly and reluctantly left. Chapter 83 Confession. In the afternoon, Gu Xiuyuan made an excuse that a friend had invited him and slipped away. Before leaving, they each carried one of the children. He had only spent half a day with them, but he already didn't want to leave. However, his older brother said yesterday that he would be living here from now on, so he couldn't be so clueless. We need to give my eldest brother's family of 4 time together, especially my eldest brother and sister-in-law. He won't bother you here. He also wanted to go home and show off to his parents that he had taken a lot of photos and videos of the children. We have to make them crave it. Even into the night, the children continued to pester Gu Xiuyuan. The father and his 2 sons had an extremely close relationship. Just as Lin Wan was about to remind Gu Xiuyuan that it was time to go home, she realized that he had changed into his pajamas at some point. Just as Lin Wan was wondering, Gu Xiuyuan said, "It's getting late. We should rest too. The children are all asleep." Rest? Us? Aren't you leaving? Lin Wan looked at Gu Xiuyuan incredulously. He said the house was for the children to go to school, but he never said he would live there too. This is my home. Where am I supposed to go? Gu Xiuyuan said innocently. Didn't we agree that I would live here with the child? Lin Wan asked. Yes, but I didn't say I didn't live here, Gu Xiuyuan said. Lin Wan. Has she been tricked again? Those 2 heartless brats are now teaming up with Gu Xiuyuan to swindle her. Gu Xiuyuan, you deliberately tricked me. Lin Wan looked angry. Right. Lin Wan. They admitted it so quickly, without even offering any explanation. Because I want to be with you, not just for the children, but because I love you. I've never forgotten you since that night 5 years ago. I hope our family can always be together, and that's what the children want too. I know you're not willing to accept me right now, but I can wait until you are. I will marry no one but you in this life, and you shouldn't even think about marrying anyone else. I won't allow it. As Gu Xiuyuan confessed his feelings, he approached the bewildered Lin Wan, gently embraced her, and said softly, Wan, please give me a chance. Let me take care of you and the children to make up for what I've neglected these past few years. Let's also give the children a complete family. This is our shared wish. I will do my best to be a good husband and a good father. Lin Wan was still a little confused. Was this guy confessing his feelings to her? Seeing Lin Wan's bewildered expression, Gu Xiuyuan really wanted to carry her straight back to the bedroom. But he held back, looking into Lin Wan's eyes. I'm very serious. I want to date you, and I want to marry you. You've shown me what it feels like to like someone. First time liking someone? You've never had a girlfriend? Lin Wan looked at Gu Xiuyuan in disbelief. A typical rich, handsome, and successful man nearing 30 has never had a girlfriend. Does he even believe what he's saying? She's not a little girl anymore. She's not that easy to fool. Never before. The only woman I've ever had is you. You know that night. Gu Xiuyuan's body began to heat up as he said this. He could hear his own heart pounding. Do I look like someone who's easy to fool? Lin Wan asked. He asked for it again and again that day, showing no signs of inexperience. I really haven't done it before. You have to believe me. Or you can try again if you don't believe me. Gu Xiuyuan's face was full of expectation. You think I'd test you, you big dummy. Just as Lin Wan was about to curse a few words about shamelessness, she heard a door slam shut in the corridor and her son say, not suitable for children. She had completely forgotten that the children lived on this floor. This man is so indecent. It will set a bad example for children. Let me go. Right now. Go to sleep. Don't come into my room. Don't disturb me. Do you hear me? Lin Wan's face was almost completely red. Didn't this guy say the kids were already asleep? Okay, I'll do whatever my wife says. I'll stay on this floor. Gu Xiuyuan leaned down and kissed Lin Wan's slightly flushed cheek before letting her go. She neither rejected his confession nor his kiss. This indicates that the distance between them is getting closer and closer. After being released, Lin Wan ran back to her room as if fleeing. Lying on the large bed, which was more than 2 meters wide, Lin Wan's heart was still pounding. Gu Xiuyuan's confession and his brief kiss had actually stirred something within her. This is the first time I've felt this way about a man. After much thought, she concluded that being with a man like Gu Xiuyuan, who was good in every way, would definitely not be a bad deal. Most importantly, the children also want to be together. Lin Wan's heart was unknowingly drawing closer to Gu Xiuyuan. On the other side, Gu Xiukai returned home early and boasted to his parents about how cute his 2 children were and how wonderful his sister-in-law was. He rattled off a whole bunch of nonsense. They showed the elderly couple photos and videos of their 2 children, making them so eager that they wished they could bring the children to their side immediately. They should enjoy their family life now. Old Gu, do you acknowledge these 2 children or not? Putting aside what kind of mother they are, at least the children are our own grandchildren. How can you bear to let them wander outside? Gu's mother said. Mr. Gu lowered his head and remained silent. Of course, he wanted to acknowledge the child. This was the eldest grandson of the Gu family. But Lin Wan genuinely looked down on the other person's background. His character was certainly impeccable. At first, he thought Lin Wan wanted to marry into the Gu family with 2 children she had with other men, but the truth was completely different from what Bai Xinran said. He had considered his son's marriage. But the most important thing for a daughter-in-law of the Gu family is her status. No matter how good one's character is, it cannot change one's background. Humph, what an old stubborn man. You may not acknowledge him, but I will. What a fine child he was. Gu's mother looked at the photo again and again. I can't get enough of it. She loves both children equally. Dad, can you stop being so stubborn and clinging to those old ideas? My sister-in-law is really wonderful, and most importantly, my brother likes her. Stop thinking about that woman all the time. She's so annoying. Gu Xiukai wanted to roll his eyes whenever Bai Xinran was mentioned. Not to mention his older brother disliked her. Even she hated that woman. How could someone like that be allowed into their house? Mr. Gu sighed and said, of course I will acknowledge the child, but the child's mother can be someone with a better background. Gu Xiukai was speechless. Fine, forget I said anything. If you think a biological mother is better for a child than a stepmother, I have nothing to say. Anyway, my older brother has already decided on my sister-in-law. If you don't accept my sister-in-law, my brother won't come back. After Gu Xiukai finished speaking, he got up and left. He didn't want to waste any more words. Chapter 84. Was he really that embarrassing for her? Gu Xiukai stormed back to his room. He couldn't understand what his father was thinking. Having a little money is nothing special. This one isn't good enough for that one. True love is more important than anything else. Anyway, if I force him to marry someone he doesn't like in the future, he'll really become a monk. Moreover, if his older brother doesn't want to come back, he can come back, and he won't care too much. I'm a little envious of my older brother and sister-in-law. They have both a son and a daughter, and their little family is so lively and cheerful. However, he now yearns for a freer life. Over the weekend, Gu Xiuyuan took Lin Wan and the child to play around in Shenzhen. As they spent time together, Lin Wan's heart gradually drew closer to Gu Xiuyuan. She wasn't sure if he could be a good husband, but she knew for sure that he was a good father. Monday was the children's first day of school after transferring schools, and Gu Xiuyuan had already prepared his limited edition luxury car. The children at the elite kindergarten are picked up and dropped off in luxury cars every day. His child, of course, should be the most handsome beautiful. When Gu Xiuyuan's limited edition car was parked in front of the kindergarten, it certainly attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was even more surprised when he opened the car door and got out. Just as everyone was wondering how he got here, they saw him take 2 children out of the car. Mr. Gu, what brings you here? Someone asked boldly. Just like you. I'm here to take my child to school. Gu Xiuyuan's face was full of pride. He not only has a son and a daughter, but also twins. All eyes turned to the 2 little ones as soon as they heard those words. Everyone was surprised when they saw Lin Wan's face clearly. Isn't this just a mini version of Gu Xiuyuan? Gu Xiuyuan has a child? When did this happen? How come they've never heard of it? Did we miss some big news? Mr. Gu, this is... Someone asked, staring at the 2 little ones. My children, twins, isn't that obvious enough? Gu Xiuyuan raised the corners of his mouth. The chances of having twins are slim, but he and Lin Wan managed to conceive on their first try. He even wanted to praise himself for being so capable. President Gu is truly blessed, someone praised. He complimented her while glancing at Lin Wan, who had just gotten out of the car. This must be the mother of the twins. She's so beautiful. But they had never seen this woman. There wasn't a single wealthy heiress in Shenzhen that they didn't know. Everyone started speculating in their hearts. Gu Xiuyuan has never had any news of marriage, yet now he has 2 children. It seems this woman is no ordinary person. They probably want to use their children to climb the social ladder. There are quite a few people in their circle who use this method. A mother's status depends on her son. Only by having children can she gain a foothold in a wealthy family. However, with the Gu family's financial resources, not just anyone can become their daughter-in-law. No wonder they raise their children outside. In just a minute or two, Lin Wan became known in everyone's mind as Gu Xiuyuan's shameful mistress. However, it seems that Gu Xiuyuan values these 2 children very much. I am truly blessed, and I owe it all to my wife. Gu Xiuyuan looked at Lin Wan beside him with deep affection. He wanted everyone to know that Lin Wan was his woman, his lover, and that she was the only one who would become Mrs. Gu. Gu Xiuyuan's public remark about his wife made Lin Wan want to hide her head like an ostrich. When did she become his wife? She hasn't even agreed to be his wife yet. She instinctively wanted to refute him, but she didn't want to offend Gu Xiuyuan in public. It was Gu Xiuyuan's words that stopped everyone from making wild guesses. They're openly calling her wife now, so it seems she's settling into her position as Mrs. Gu. Many wealthy heiresses in Shenzhen had pursued Gu Xiuyuan, but were all ruthlessly rejected. This woman actually managed to win over Gu Xiuyuan. I wonder what her background is. Gu Xiuyuan's appearance prompted many people to come over and strike up a conversation. Becoming the center of attention was as unbearable as torture for Lin Wan, who was already socially anxious. Lin Wan didn't feel like she could breathe easily again until she had sent all the children to school and returned to her car. The world was finally quiet. She was most afraid of socializing with strangers. Normally, we would avoid it at all costs. Don't be nervous, you'll get used to it. These are things you'll have to face when you return to the Xiao family. Don't be afraid, I'll always be by your side. Gu Xiuyuan held Lin Wan's hand. He could feel that her palms were sweaty. Today can be considered a kind of experience. After Lin Wan was recognized by the Xiao family, she would have many more occasions where she was flattered. He wanted to help her gradually get used to this kind of life. Lin Wan nodded. She understood the reasoning, but she couldn't avoid feeling aversion towards it. There's no need to worry about the children. The security system here is absolutely the best in Shenzhen. The children are completely safe inside, Gu Xiuyuan said. But he would soon be proven wrong by those words. Okay, just drop me off on the side of the road nearby when we're almost at the company, Lin Wan said. It's not far from their current residence to the kindergarten, whether walking or driving, and it's also convenient to go to their company along the way, so moving was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, she and the children would definitely be late today. It's really too far. No need, just go straight to the underground parking lot and take the elevator up. Gu Xiuyuan wanted to refuse. He just wanted everyone to see that Lin Wan was with him. Don't you think there's enough gossip about us in the company already? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at him. She didn't want to cause herself unnecessary trouble. She came to work, not to cause trouble. She accepted that Gu Xiuyuan would support the child, but she would not accept him supporting her. These are all facts, Gu Xiuyuan said. He didn't think others were talking nonsense. It's a fact that he likes Lin Wan, it's a fact that they have a child, and it's an even more fact that they are now living under the same roof. Although Lin Wan did not explicitly accept his confession, she did not reject it either. If Lin Wan hadn't disagreed, he would have announced it to the world long ago, letting everyone know that he and Lin Wan had 2 children. Why do you have so many excuses? Lin Wan turned her head to look out the car window. Looking at the tall buildings outside, they felt both familiar and strange. She had just passed by the hotel where she knew Gu Xiuyuan. Gu Xiuyuan curled the corners of his lips. No matter how many reasons he had, as long as he achieved his goal, that was all that mattered. After arriving at the underground parking lot, Lin Wan slipped out of Gu Xiuyuan's car like a thief, observing her surroundings as she went. Seeing that no one was around, she quickly took the elevator to the floor where the design department was located. Gu Xiuyuan sighed softly. Was he really that embarrassing for her? Chapter 85, he just said he was my brother-in-law. Lin Wan had just gotten into her work when she received a call from Xiaoyang. He asked her if she had time now, and said he would come over right away. The test results are in, and he wants to see her. Just by listening to his voice, you could tell how excited Xiaoyang was. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Wan grabbed her bag and hurriedly left the office. She had been waiting for this test result for several days, and it finally came out. Although I had already confirmed my true identity, I still wanted a result that was 100% certain. What I've been looking forward to all this time is now making me a little uneasy. What if the test results are inaccurate? What if she isn't a daughter of the Xiao family? Wouldn't it all be a false alarm? She was always anxious about that 1 in 10,000 chance. At this moment, Lin Wan felt uneasy thinking about how she hadn't seen her biological parents and brother for more than 20 years, and that she had a younger sister she had never met. She didn't know how to get along with them. The future will be completely new. As soon as Lin Wan came downstairs, Gu Xiuyuan received the information and then ran out as well. Now he can know immediately about any movement or disturbance from Lin Wan's side. He promised her he would protect her. Xiaoyang and Lin Wan met at a restaurant next to the Gu Group building. Xiaoyang sat by the window, clutching the appraisal report tightly in his hand. "Big brother," Lin Wan called softly. "Xiaoro." Xiaoyang stood up immediately. "Come and sit down." I subconsciously called out my younger sister's nickname. Lin Wan obediently sat down opposite Xiaoyang, her eyes fixed on the appraisal report on the table. "Open it and see for yourself." Xiaoyang pushed the certificate in front of Lin Wan. Lin Wan's hands trembled when she picked up the appraisal report. When she saw the results, she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. She really was Xiaoro, the Xiao family's daughter who had been missing for over 20 years. She rediscovered her true self. Tears blurred my vision. After waiting for so long, she was finally able to completely break away from the Lin family. When she learned that they were not only not her biological parents, but also the bad people who had kidnapped her, she truly felt no burden towards the Lin family from the bottom of her heart. "You are my own sister, Xiaoro, without any doubt." Xiaoyang reached out to wipe away Lin Wan's tears. "I'm going to show this paternity test report to Mom and Dad. They will be very excited and will be ready to welcome you and the child home to our home." The words, "Let's go back to our home," brought tears to Xiaoyang's eyes. After more than 20 years apart, we are finally able to reunite. At the same time, he also felt sorry for his sister's suffering over the past 20 years. "I have a clearer understanding of how much my family has suffered over the years. It is a blessing for all of them that their sister can come home." "Okay." Lin Wan was already sobbing uncontrollably. "Don't cry, okay? This is a good thing. We should laugh, not cry." Xiaoyang held back his tears. Lin Wan nodded, wiping away her tears. She was going back to the home that truly belonged to her. The Lin family held only painful memories for her. Just then, the door to their private room was pushed open. Gu Xiuyuan hurriedly walked in. He couldn't see Lin Wan when he came out, and it took him some effort to find out she was there. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Wan's face covered in tears. She cried? Just as he was about to get angry, he saw that Xiaoyang was sitting opposite Lin Wan, and immediately swallowed back what he wanted to say. The clenched hands loosened. When he opened the door, his attention was on Lin Wan, and he thought she had been bullied by someone. Seeing Gu Xiuyuan barging in, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Gu Xiuyuan, why don't you show him your temper? You're usually so arrogant in front of him. If you want to be his brother-in-law, you have to get past him first. If you offend him, he will never let your sister marry into the family, and your child will never return to the Gu family." He felt that Gu Xiuyuan's behavior today was that of a reckless brute. Gu Xiuyuan naturally noticed Xiaoyang's gaze. He took a deep breath, slowly walked over, and said respectfully, "Brother, you didn't even call me before coming here." He used to look down on Xiaoyang a bit. He was inferior to Xiaoyang in every way since childhood, and now he was always overshadowed by him in business. But now he has no choice but to bow down to Xiaoyang. Who can blame him when he's his brother-in-law? If he offends his brother-in-law before they're even married, will he even be able to get married? "I came here temporarily to deliver the paternity test report to Xiaoro." "What? Does my own sister need your permission to see me?" Xiaoyang's words were not very friendly. He had been secretly competing with Gu Xiuyuan since childhood, but this guy had always been able to keep him in check. These are secondary issues. The most important thing is that his sister has already given birth to 2 children for Gu Xiuyuan, yet she still doesn't have a proper title, and he hasn't even questioned her yet. "No, that's not what I meant. We haven't seen each other in a long time, and I wanted to prepare to entertain you properly since I knew you were coming." Gu Xiuyuan adopted a very humble attitude. He addressed Xiao Yang as brother repeatedly. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. So what if he lowered his head to marry Lin Wan? Why are you here? Lin Wan asked, frowning. Could this guy have planted a spy next to her? He came looking for her not long after she left. I'm here to see you. Gu Xiuyuan glanced at the paternity test results. The result was as expected. He only noticed that Lin Wan and Xiao Yang actually looked quite alike when he learned that they were siblings, except that Xiao Yang had more angular features, while Lin Wan's features were softer. Does our Xiaoro not even have personal freedom now? She's being treated so tightly. Xiao Yang's expression turned a little cold. He spoke without any politeness, putting on airs like an older brother. He was certain that Gu Xiuyuan wouldn't dare to talk back. Although he knew that Gu Xiuyuan cared about his sister, he didn't like this approach. Big brother is right. I was wrong. I'll correct it right away. Gu Xiuyuan admitted defeat without even thinking. Xiao Yang. This attitude was completely unexpected. Is this still the arrogant Gu Xiuyuan he knew? Is the power of love really that great? It's good that you know you're wrong. I'm still your brother-in-law, so be more polite to me in the future. Xiao Yang held his head high. The Xiao family and the Gu family are now competitors. In business battles, he has always been Gu Xiuyuan's defeated opponent. Today, at least he can have some venting and feel a little more at ease. Gu Xiuyuan nodded and then turned to Lin Wan. Why didn't you tell me that my brother was coming today? Who's your brother? Besides, it's me who's acknowledging my brother, not you. He just said he was my brother-in-law. Chapter 86. Going back to the Xiao family with you. Gu Xiuyuan pointed at Xiao Yang and said. Lin Wan felt betrayed by her older brother at that moment. Out of respect for Gu Xiuyuan, Xiao Yang took the initiative to tell the story of how Lin Wan was abducted and how they met. Lin Wan then recounted her life in the Lin family over the years. Hearing about Lin Wan's past, Gu Xiuyuan's fists hardened. The Lin family deserves to die? They actually tried to force Lin Wan to marry someone else even though she was pregnant with his child, all for a little money. The more Gu Xiuyuan listened, the more guilty he felt. If only he had found her sooner. Lin Wan never brought these things up with him. He had only heard snippets of information from the children. That's the whole story. Is there anything else you want to know? Xiao Yang looked calmly at Gu Xiuyuan. He had just learned what was going on between his sister and Gu Xiuyuan. Although he had never liked Gu Xiuyuan's flamboyant manner, they had grown up together and been in the same circle, so he knew Gu Xiuyuan's character quite well. He is a very good person, and most importantly, Gu Xiuyuan is like him. No other woman has ever gotten close to him. He could also tell that Gu Xiuyuan's feelings for Lin Wan were genuine. He could confidently entrust his sister to Gu Xiuyuan, since the two of them already had a child, and the child needed a complete family. Moreover, there is no man in the entire city of Shenzhen who is more worthy of his sister than Gu Xiuyuan. At this moment, Xiao Yang had basically accepted the relationship between the two of them. However, based on his understanding of the Gu family elders, he knew that given Lin Wan's current status, they would never accept her. That's good too. Once Lin Wan is recognized by the Xiao family, it will also dampen the Gu family's arrogance. If she really marries into the family, the Xiao family will naturally support her and provide a generous dowry, enough to keep the Gu family from saying a word. Of course, it doesn't matter if she doesn't want to get married. The Xiao family can support her and her two children. No, that's all. Gu Xiuyuan shook his head gently. He now knows everything about Lin Wan's past. Besides feeling sorry for them, he also wanted to take revenge on the Lin family. And between you and Xiaoro? Xiao Yang asked. I want to marry her. If she's willing to marry me, I'll marry her immediately. If she's not, I'll wait until she is, Gu Xiuyuan said firmly. He knew what Xiao Yang meant. He couldn't wait to get the marriage certificate right now. But the decision-making power was in Lin Wan's hands, so he could only express his opinion. Their relationship needs to be moved forward quickly, and Xiao Yang's attitude is also very important. Okay. Xiao Yang felt a bit more favorably disposed towards Gu Xiuyuan. I'll go back and tell my parents the good news first. Once we're ready, Xiaoro, you can take the child home. Yuan, come along too. It's my invitation. Xiao Yang gave Gu Xiuyuan a look. He now understands Gu Xiuyuan's mentality all too well. Gu wants to take advantage of the Xiao family's recognition of their daughter to announce to the outside world that he and Xiaoro, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, have a child. Then his sister won't be able to escape. Isn't this just like when he pursued Qin Kawai? Thank you, brother. Gu Xiuyuan immediately understood. He had originally thought that Lin Wan would most likely not let him go with her when she took the child to meet her relatives. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang took the initiative to extend an olive branch. This can be considered a tacit acceptance of him. Brother. Lin Wan looked at Xiaoyang helplessly. She felt like her brother was siding with outsiders. Wait, why are all the people around her siding with Gu Xiuyuan? She hasn't decided whether to get married yet. She asked herself several times if she really liked Gu Xiuyuan. The answer is yes, but the feeling isn't very strong. At least not strongly enough for her to be with him right now. Alright, I'll head back now. My parents will be so happy to know. Xiaoyang didn't give Lin Wan a direct answer. After saying that, he got up and left, leaving Lin Wan and Gu Xiuyuan alone. My sister is an adult now. She can make her own choices, and he doesn't want to interfere too much. If the Xiao family and the Gu family were to join forces in the future, he himself couldn't even imagine how terrifyingly powerful they would become. Of course, when faced with the choice of personal gain, he respected his sister's own feelings even more. After Xiaoyang left, Lin Wan didn't think much about spending time alone with Gu Xiuyuan in a room. The two of them took a walk towards the company. You'd better not come to the Xiao family with me, Lin Wan suddenly said. She and Gu Xiuyuan were not officially dating, so what was his status when he went to her parents' house? She always felt that this was strange and embarrassing. My brother invited me. Gu Xiuyuan had no intention of backing down. His family and the Xiao family had a long-standing relationship. Zhao's parents had watched him grow up, and he was very confident that he could get Lin Wan to marry him as quickly as possible. That's my brother. He's also my brother. Lin Wan was speechless. This guy kept calling her brother, and anyone who didn't know better would think they were brothers. That's shameless. Wan. Gu Xiuyuan suddenly stopped and called out softly. He loved calling her name. Huh. Lin Wan turned around and bumped into a broad chest. Gu Xiuyuan pulled her into his arms and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were pregnant back then, and you've suffered these past few years. I couldn't be a part of your past, but let me protect you in the future, okay? He felt heartbroken whenever he thought about the treatment Lin Wan received in the Lin family. Even though she grew up in that environment, Lin Wan's eyes and heart remained pure, untouched by any dust. If he had known she was pregnant with his child, he would have taken her in, taken good care of her, and accompanied the children as they grew up. He has been absent for far too long. Lin Wan wanted to struggle, but listening to the other person's strong heartbeat, her heart gradually calmed down and she relaxed. It seems that with him by my side, I have nothing to fear. She recalled the time she spent with Gu Xiuyuan and felt incredibly at ease. He was incredibly good to her and to the children. Even if it's just for the sake of the children, she should at least give him a chance to love and protect them. She is now eagerly anticipating meeting her biological parents and hopes they can always be by her side. She thinks her children feel the same way. From a child's perspective, it's naturally best to have both parents around. From her own perspective, Gu Xiuyuan was indeed a perfect husband. She has always believed that love is expressed through actions, and Gu Xiuyuan does this very well. She also believed that Gu Xiuyuan's pursuit of her was not solely for the sake of the child. Chapter 87 Call Me Husband. Gu Xiuyuan. Lin Wan lifted her head from Gu Xiuyuan's embrace and looked into his eyes. I'm here, I've always been here. Looking at the person in his arms, Gu Xiuyuan couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Just like when I first met her. I agree to date you, but don't pressure me. We need time, Lin Wan said solemnly. After all, she and Gu Xiuyuan hadn't spent much time together. In the adult world, perhaps compatibility is the most important thing. She has a child with this man, and they are equals in status when she returns to the Xiao family. She feels that she shouldn't feel too inferior. After saying this, Lin Wan felt much more relaxed, a stark contrast to the feeling of making do when she initially agreed to Ouyang Qian's offer. Okay, as long as you're willing to be with me, I'll agree to any conditions. Gu Xiuyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. Uncontrollable excitement. I couldn't even believe my ears. Did he successfully confess his feelings? They had originally planned to start with Zhao's parents. Okay, let go of me now. It's not good for others to see us hugging like this in public. Lin Wan pushed her away. Then let me carry you when we get home tonight, Gu Xiuyuan said shamelessly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with hugging someone outside. Can't. Then I won't let go. Didn't you say you'd agree to any conditions I asked for? This one is not included. Gu Xiuyuan. Call me husband. Just when Lin Wan was at her wit's end with Gu Xiuyuan, Xiaoyang had already driven back home. He wanted to share this huge piece of news with his family. He had already informed his family in advance, and all the family members were waiting for him at home. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Xiaoyang's face was beaming with undisguised joy. I have some great news to share with you. Aside from seeing Gu Xiuyuan holding his sister on the roadside when he left the restaurant, He hadn't stopped smiling. Sure enough, no matter who their sister's boyfriend is, older brothers always feel a sense of unease, and Gu Xiuyuan was no exception. Brother, the results are in. Xiaowen was the first to run over. Just by looking at Xiao Yang's expression, she knew it must be because of this. When she received the news, she skipped class and came back immediately, briefly shattering her image as a top student. Xiao Yang nodded. Big brother, why did you call us back so urgently? Xiao Yan, the second son of the Xiao family, also came over. He was just discussing business when he received the call and came right back. All three siblings in the Xiao family are top students. None of them slack off just because their family is wealthy. Xiao Yang's current achievements are also partly due to his younger brother Xiao Yan. Of course there's good news. I have a big gift for you, Xiao Yang said with a smile, looking at his younger brother. He only shared this matter with his younger sister, Xiao Wan, and kept it from Xiao Yan for the time being. He knew that Xiao Yan had always felt guilty about his younger sister going missing. For more than 20 years, Xiao Yan has lived in the shadow of his younger sister being taken away because of his mischievousness. No one in his family blamed him, but he could never forgive himself. Compared to Xiao Yang, Xiao Yan's personality was slightly more gloomy. What great news is it? Did you get a girlfriend? Or, am I going to be an uncle? Xiao Yan asked. He does hope that his elder brother will soon achieve success and bear fruit. He has no intention of getting married and having children at the moment. When it comes to having more children, their family still has to rely on the eldest son. Can't you think of anything serious? Xiao Yang also saw the expectant look in his parents' eyes. I know they all misunderstood. What good news is it? Why are you keeping us in suspense? Mr. Xiao asked. Actually, he was hoping for good news that his son had a girlfriend. It doesn't matter whose daughter she is or what her background is, as long as my son likes her. He's nothing like that stubborn old man from the Gu family. The two have known each other their whole lives, and he knows that old man all too well. He's very picky about his future daughter-in-law. He always felt that no one was good enough for his two sons. What wonderful news. You're all smiles, Zhao's mother said with a smile, rarely seeing her son so happy. Her expectations were the same as those of the whole family, especially since her eldest son was already in his early 30s. If there's anything more gratifying than her son getting a girlfriend, it's that her Xiao came home. But they've been searching for over 20 years and haven't found a single clue. She herself had already lost confidence. I've given up hope. She wondered where her poor daughter was now and what kind of life she was living. She felt heartbroken whenever she thought about her eldest daughter possibly suffering outside. He will pamper his youngest daughter even more, letting her live like a princess. This is a tremendous joyous occasion, and I'm not exaggerating at all. Xiao Yang asked the whole family to sit down. He's about to reveal the answer. Xiao Yang placed his phone's photo album and a piece of paper in front of his family. Look, this is a big surprise. What is this? Zhao's mother exclaimed instinctively as she looked at the photo album. Is this Xiao? She stared wide-eyed at the people in the photo album in disbelief. This is definitely her eldest daughter. Although she has grown into a young woman and they haven't seen each other for over 20 years, as a mother, she can still recognize her child at a glance. My hand holding the phone started to tremble. She couldn't possibly be wrong. Yes, absolutely. My daughter. Mr. Xiao cried, tears streaming down his face. The child he had been waiting for over 20 years. The person in the photo has the same nose and eyes as him, a face shaped like her mother, and also bears some resemblance to her youngest daughter. Since my son said it was a very happy occasion, it couldn't possibly be wrong. Is his eldest daughter coming back? And this too. Xiao Yang pointed to the paper, his eyes red. Still in a daze, Xiao Yin grabbed the paper. He then discovered that it was a paternity test, which showed that a woman named Lin Wan was his mother's biological child. She's back. Xiao Yin stared blankly at the piece of paper. He had been looking forward to this day for so many years, but when it finally arrived, it felt unreal to him. Over the years, he has had frequent nightmares in which his playful and mischievous behavior attracted his mother's attention, resulting in his younger sister being taken away. He lived in constant pain. At that moment, he felt relieved. My child, we have finally found you. Mother Xiao was already sobbing uncontrollably. Since her daughter Xiao went missing, she has lost her soul as well. For several years, she could only sleep with the help of medication, and it wasn't until the birth of her youngest daughter that her completely broken heart was healed. Just when they were about to give up, a miracle really happened, and her Xiao came back. Chapter 88. The biological father of the two children is Gu Xiuyuan. Xiao Yin closed the paternity test report. Since the test had been done, it meant that the person had been found. There's no need to examine his parents. They wouldn't mistake their own child. Big brother, where did you find Xiao? Xiaoyan asked, both happy and excited, yet also incredulous. His older brother kept it a secret so well. Wenwen's calm demeanor suggests she must have known all along. She's actually been in Shenzhen all these years, Xiaoyang sighed, and said, we've been looking in the wrong direction. They had searched every place in Shenzhen that they could find Xiaoro back then, and they still believed that Xiaoro had been trafficked to another place. Has she been in Shenzhen the whole time? Near us? Zhao's mother asked, sobbing. She never imagined that her daughter had never gone far. But they had never met. Xiaowen sniffled as she wiped away her mother's tears. Xiao Yang then recounted to his family in detail how Xiaoro was taken away, where she was taken, what the situation was like there, and what kind of life she lived. They have the right to know. What a tragedy. How could they treat my child like this? Mr. Xiao cried, covering his face. His daughter was his precious darling when she was at home, but little did he know that the Lin family had been living a life of hardship. What difference is there between the Lin family taking Xiaoro away because of their own selfish desires and cutting flesh off their own bodies? Hearing Xiao Yang's story, Zhao's mother was heartbroken. She carried her daughter for 10 months, raised her with all her heart and soul until she was 2 years old, and now her daughter is being trampled on like this in someone else's home. She blamed herself even more for not paying enough attention to her child, which gave the Lin family an opportunity to take advantage of her, causing her daughter to suffer so much. Her suffering was beyond anyone's comprehension. If it weren't for the birth of her youngest daughter, Wenwen, she would have collapsed long ago. Mom and Dad, don't cry. It's great news that Xiaoro has been found. Isn't this the day we've been waiting for? We should be happy, Xiaoyan said, wiping his eyes as he comforted his parents. This was a day their family had waited for over 20 years. The Xiao family was so surprised and delighted by this generous gift that it took them a long time to recover. Seeing that his parents had calmed down, Xiao Yang took out 2 photos. Mom and Dad, I have some good news to share with you, but please don't get too excited. Xiao Yang then placed the photo in front of his parents. Congratulations, Mom and Dad, on the arrival of your little grandchildren. They are over 4 years old and are twins, a boy and a girl. The boy's name is Nan Nan, Nan as in east, west, south, and north, and the girl's name is Ku as in cute. The Xiao family members all stared wide-eyed at the photo on the table. Xiaoro's child is already this big? Not only did they find their daughter, but they also became grandparents? There were so many surprises today. Zhao's parents held the 2 photos in their hands, looking at them again and again, unable to put them down. I wish I could bring the children over and raise them with me right now. Look how much Coco looks like our Xiaoro when she was little. Mr. Xiao hesitated after saying this, then added, but this Nan Nan, how come he? He was very familiar with his grandson's face. It looked exactly like Gu Xiuyuan's when he was a child. Is it really that much of a coincidence? You don't need to doubt it. The biological father of the 2 children really is Gu Xiuyuan, Xiaoyang said calmly. At least for now, Gu Xiuyuan and Lin Wan seemed to be getting along quite well, even though their child was conceived by a twist of fate. Xiaoyang's words stunned everyone in the Xiao family, and no one spoke for a long time. Xiaoyan frowned. He didn't particularly like either of the Gu family's sons. One is arrogant, the other is a complete idiot. What sins did the Xiao family commit? The eldest daughter gave birth to a child for the Gu family, and the younger daughter also liked the second son of the Gu family. Gu Xiuyuan? That boy from the Gu family? Zhao's father asked. Gu Xiuyuan was someone he watched grow up. This was completely unexpected for them. He had never heard that Gu Xiuyuan had a child. He and Xiaoro. Zhao's mother still didn't ask. Gu Xiuyuan is a well-known, eligible bachelor in Shenzhen. There has never been any news of him dating anyone, let alone getting married. How could he have a child with his own daughter, without any legal status or recognition? She had just thought her daughter was getting married too early. The Gu family is really unethical. Their child is already so old, yet they're still hiding him away. They won't even give him a proper title? At this point, Zhao's parents had already begun to feel dissatisfied with Gu Xiuyuan. This led to resentment towards everyone in the Gu family. Is it because that old man from the Gu family thinks our Xiaoro comes from a bad background and refuses to let her in? Humph. Old man. Father Xiao sneered. His family and the Gu family have been friends for generations, and he knows all too well how much the Xiao family elders value their reputation and how snobbish they are. Things aren't what you think. It's complicated, and I'll explain it to you slowly later. In short, Gu Xiuyuan is treating Xiaoro and the children very well now, and he said he won't marry anyone but Xiaoro. Xiaoyang rarely showed favoritism towards Gu Xiuyuan. He was eventually won over by Gu Xiuyuan's repeated references to his elder brother. Moreover, he couldn't directly tell his parents about the matter between Gu Xiuyuan and Lin Wan. He didn't want the two elderly people to suffer from the humiliation their daughter had endured. They were too old to handle emotional highs and lows. As long as the result is good, the process is no longer that important. However, the Lin family and Zhou Ying and her husband must pay the price. He definitely wouldn't let them go, and he thought Gu Xiuyuan thought the same thing. At least he has some conscience, Zhao's father said with great dissatisfaction. Although his son implied there were hidden reasons behind this matter, he still needed to get an explanation from the Gu family. The child is so old and still has no official status or recognition. What kind of situation is this? Isn't the young lady of the Xiao family good enough for that boy from the Gu family? In terms of social standing, the Xiao family is no less prestigious than the Gu family. Why didn't you bring Xiaoro and the children back? Zhao's mother asked. She still prioritizes her daughter and grandson. The desire to see them, mother and son, is more important than anything else. She doesn't want to wait a moment longer. Xiaoro is ready to bring the children home. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Their return is a joyous occasion for our family, and we need to have a proper ceremony so she can understand how much we miss her and how important she is to us, Xiaoyang explained patiently. He felt this was important. We want Lin Wan and her son to feel loved as soon as they return, and they both need a buffer period. Especially for the elderly, their emotions should not be too agitated. They need a transition period. Then tomorrow, you can pick them up and take them home tomorrow. Zhao's mother's eyes were full of anticipation. Every second was torture for her. Chapter 89 Mrs. Gu. Then I'll call Xiaoro and see if she has time tomorrow. If she does, I'll have her take the kids home and I'll pick them up, Xiaoyang said. Okay. Zhao's mother's eyes were filled with hope. She couldn't wait to see her daughter. But the son is right. They need to give their daughter a sense of ceremony so she knows they have never forgotten her. They have always loved her. After learning that Xiaoro was going home, the atmosphere in the Xiao family changed completely, and everyone's face was filled with joy. The whole house became lively and bustling. Zhao's mother urgently ordered the servants to clean the house thoroughly, inside and out, especially the room where Xiaoro was a child. They wanted to be in the best possible condition to welcome their daughter home. Xiaoyang also confirmed the time with Lin Wan over the phone, and they agreed that he would come to the Xiao family to meet his relatives tomorrow morning. After discussing it, Gu Xiuyuan directly arranged for a luxury store to send a lot of clothes to their house so that they could choose whatever they wanted. When Lin Wan saw the dazzling array of clothes, shoes, and bags delivered to her home, she was stunned. Are they so rich that they can be so capricious? She had only ever seen such things in some exaggerated short dramas. Unexpectedly, it actually happened to her. You can choose whatever you like, or you can keep them all, Gu Xiuyuan said generously, waving his hand. The clothes that were delivered were all made to fit the size of their family of 4, so keeping them all wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, every room in the house has a separate walk-in closet, so there's enough room to store as many clothes as you want. They're going to the Xiao family tomorrow, so they need to be at their best. Especially for him. As the future son-in-law of the Xiao family, he couldn't let the Xiao family feel that he had neglected their daughter. Good attire is the most basic requirement. Keep them all. Or maybe not. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She's never bought anything from this brand before. They're too expensive. If she kept all of them, how much money would that cost? Don't worry about money. Money is the last thing our family needs, Gu Xiuyuan said. This left Lin Wan speechless. Look at this. Is this even human language? The thing they have in abundance is money. It really shows how big the gap is between people. Daddy, can I pick any of these dresses? Lin Yike asked. What can I do if she likes them all? If you like it, it's all yours. Gu Xiuyuan pinched his daughter's chubby cheeks. His daughter deserves all the good things in the world. He would even try to pluck the moon from the sky if he wanted it, let alone these clothes. That's great. Lin Yike cheered excitedly. Suddenly I realized that having a rich dad is really a great thing. Now Daddy and Mommy are together. Daddy is so handsome and rich. He and Mommy are a match made in heaven. Tomorrow they will also reunite with their maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts. They will finally be a big family together. How wonderful. Lin Yike's dresses were all kept, and Lin Yinan picked out a few that he liked, leaving the rest untouched. Lin Wan picked and chose, but all of them seemed too expensive. Gu Xiuyuan simply waved his hand, leaving everything behind and letting her choose at her leisure in the dressing room. This amount of money was just a drop in the ocean for him. Moreover, he thought Lin Wan looked good in everything she wore. Lin Wan's clothes are usually too ordinary, and he wanted her to dress a little better. This made the store manager who delivered the clothes extremely happy. As expected of the #1 luxury family, they are too extravagant. The commission from these clothes alone is enough for her to buy a house. As expected of someone who cares about the family. She was initially envious of Lin Wan for having such a wealthy and loving husband. The store manager did a lot of flattery, praising Mrs. Gu's beauty in various ways. They boasted that it was something unparalleled in heaven and earth. The repeated calls of Mrs. Gu made Lin Wan feel a little awkward. She had only agreed to try dating Gu Xiuyuan, but she hadn't said she wanted to marry him. From now on, you'll be in charge of all our family's money. Then Mrs. Gu will know just how rich our family really is. Gu Xiuyuan's lips curled up slightly. His money is enough for his descendants to squander for generations. I don't want your money, Lin Wan refused. Even if he gave her all his money, she wouldn't dare take it. The two little ones, already dressed in their favorite clothes, looked down at everything from the second-floor atrium and exclaimed, "Daddy really loves Mommy so much. Look, Mommy's blushing so shy. Put all of these in Madam's dressing room," Gu Xiuyuan instructed the housekeeper. Before Lin Wan could react, all the clothes had been moved away. When she checked out, the bill, which was worth tens of millions, made her dizzy with shock. Is this what life in a wealthy family is like? Lin Wan finally understood why so many people were desperate to marry into a wealthy family. The lifestyle was too extravagant, spending tens of millions on clothes without batting an eye. Buying luxury goods is like buying groceries. She just hadn't gotten used to this luxurious lifestyle yet. Before Lin Wan could even react, the new clothes, bags, and shoes had already filled a third of her walk-in closet. Then Gu Xiuyuan took Lin Wan's hand and went back to the room to pick out clothes. Lin Wan was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of clothes. Finally, I randomly picked out a dress and decided that was it. Is this it? Gu Xiuyuan asked. Lin Wan has great taste. He also thinks this dress looks good. Lin Wan nodded. Hurry up and change so I can see, Gu Xiuyuan said, showing no intention of leaving. Then you go out and wait for me, Lin Wan said. No, I'll watch you change. Gu Xiuyuan started being shameless again. Was he just looking to see Lin Wan change clothes? He was lusting after her body. Hurry up and get out of here, or I'll get angry. 3, 2, Lin Wan started counting. 1. Gu Xiuyuan looked at Lin Wan with a mischievous grin. It remained completely still. Then I won't change it. Lin Wan really couldn't do anything about this guy. She knew he was thick-skinned, but she didn't know he was this thick-skinned. Give me a kiss and I'll leave now, or I can kiss you, Gu Xiuyuan said with a wicked grin. No, Lin Wan said angrily. Is there any difference between the two? Then I won't leave. Gu Xiuyuan leaned against the door frame of the dressing room, not moving an inch. Lin Wan was so pestered by him that she reluctantly moved her cheek closer. I didn't say I wanted to kiss here. Gu Xiuyuan pinched Lin Wan's chin and leaned down to kiss her soft lips. Before Lin Wan could react, he reluctantly let go of her, turned around and ran out, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the outside door, he savored the light kiss from earlier. He wanted to continue, but he was afraid that if he didn't run soon, he would be scolded. You pervert! Lin Wan's face started to burn again. Has she fallen into a wolf's den? Chapter 90, Is Godmother going to become aunt? Gu Xiuyuan looked respectable, but Lin Wan had no idea that he was a scoundrel behind the scenes. Lin Wan changed her clothes before opening the door to show Gu Xiuyuan. As soon as the door opened, she stood far away, keeping her distance from the man, to prevent him from making any further moves. As expected, good-looking people look good in anything. The clothes look perfect on you. Gu Xiuyuan looked at Lin Wan with admiration. In his heart, Lin Wan was the most beautiful, without exception. Are you complimenting me or the clothes? Lin Wan asked. I compliment your beauty, your figure, and your good taste, Gu Xiuyuan said with a smile. His eyes were always focused on Lin Wan. Before Lin Wan could speak, Gu Xiuyuan added, being with me is enough proof of how good your taste is. Lin Wan. So he was indirectly praising himself. Gu. Before Lin Wan could even finish calling his name, Gu Xiuyuan pulled her into his arms and kissed her again. The more Lin Wan struggled, the more she agitated Gu Xiuyuan's nerves. He deepened the kiss. 10 minutes later, he was ruthlessly kicked out by Lin Wan again. He leaned against the master bedroom door, looking unhappy. He kept telling himself to give Lin Wan time. She was his woman, the mother of his child, and she couldn't escape him. He can wait, and he is willing to wait. Lin Wan's heart pounded as she locked the door. She had been taken advantage of by this man several times. She wasn't a particularly conservative person, especially since she already had a child, but she felt things were moving too fast. She hoped things could slow down and give her time to fully open her heart. Just then, she suddenly remembered that her older brother had asked her to call Qin Jiahui and invite her to the Xiao family tomorrow. Xiao Yang did not hide his desire to pursue Qin Jiahui from his younger sister. Lin Wan naturally wanted to help her brother make this happen. Qin Jiahui grew up with her, and they were like sisters. It would be perfect if her best friend could become her sister-in-law. She knew Qin Jiahui too well. In her eyes, her best friend was perfect, excellent, in every way. Although the Qin family cannot compare with the Xiao family, they are still considered a well-off family. Qin Jiahui is also an only child and grew up surrounded by love. It was precisely because of this that Qin Jiahui always shone like a little sun on Lin Wan, who lived in the shadows, giving her strength. The only person who stayed by Lin Wan's side during her most difficult time was Qin Jiahui. Hey, Xiaohui, I'm going back to the Xiao family tomorrow. My brother told you about it, right? Are you free tomorrow? Can you come with me? I'm a little nervous, Lin Wan said on the phone. Anyway, her older brother can give her a fake one anytime. Okay, tell me your new address, and I'll come find you. Qin Jiahui agreed readily. On one hand, she wanted to be with Lin Wan, and on the other hand, her desire to see Xiao Yang had overcome her reason. As the two of them have been spending more and more time together lately, she seems to be falling for him. The rationality she had always maintained began to crumble as Xiao Yang drew closer. Another point is that she also wanted to witness her good friend's happy moment. No need. You've never been here before. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the area. A Yuan's driver will pick you up tomorrow morning, Lin Wan said. It hasn't been that long, and you're already calling him a Yuan. Qin Jiahui's laughter came from the phone. She only found out later that Gu Xiuyuan was the father of Lin Wan's 2 children. When she heard the news, her mind went blank for several minutes. Then she felt happy for her best friend, thinking that this was a preordained fate. Gu Xiuyuan is good in every way, Lin Wan is not at a disadvantage. Qin Jiahui also didn't think highly of Ouyang Qian, always feeling that he was gloomy and had a strange feeling about him. Moreover, it's the best thing for children to be with their own father. Lin Wan returned to the Xiao family, and she and Gu Xiuyuan were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. It's practically the perfect ending from a novel. She was somewhat envious, and the main reason she dared not have any illusions about Xiao Yang was the difference in their social status. Don't tease me. How about you? How's your relationship with my older brother? Lin Wan asked directly. She felt that her older brother's reaction was quite obvious, and her best friend seemed a bit slow to react. Your older brother? Qin Jiahui didn't know why Lin Wan asked that. She always felt that Xiao Yang's interactions with her weren't entirely about Lin Wan's matter. Mr. Xiao is a really nice person, Qin Jiahui said. That sharply defined face immediately came to mind. Xiao Yang was exactly her type, from head to toe, inside and out. Just pretty good. Don't you like my older brother? It's not like I can't tell, Lin Wan said. She could tell from the first time Qin Jiahui mentioned Xiao Yang that Qin Jiahui liked her brother. That's why she wanted to fan the flames. Since both of them are interested, they shouldn't waste their time. She's not the type to randomly matchmake couples. Qin Jiahui couldn't refute it, and could only sigh and say, he and I are from completely different worlds. There's no future for us. Qin Jiahui was quite disappointed. Let alone Xiao Yang. Lin Wan wanted to fade out of his world as soon as she returned to the Xiao family. She felt terrible, but that was reality, an insurmountable obstacle for her. How do you know it won't work out if you don't even try? My brother is such a great man. You'd better hurry up and make your move. So how about it? Interested in becoming my sister-in-law? Lin Wan was lying on her bed, making a phone call. Lin Yike slipped into the room like a kitten and lay down next to Lin Wan. Cough, cough. Qin Jiahui almost coughed because of Lin Wan's words. Do you have to be so blunt? Besides, is it really a question of whether she's interested or not? Mommy, does godmother like uncle? Then godmother will be our aunt from now on, right? That's great. I like godmother. Coco's voice came from the phone. The word, aunt, made Qin Jiahui blush. I don't even know how to speak anymore. Hello? Xiaohui, are you listening? Lin Wan asked. Yes, I'm listening. Qin Jiahui lowered her voice. I'm sleepy. You guys should get some rest too. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Wan didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Let them figure it out themselves first. If they're meant to be, they'll definitely be together. After hanging up the phone, Qian Jiahui was unable to calm down for a long time. I kept thinking about Coco's words, auntie, and felt a warm glow inside. I wish she could really be their aunt. The thought of going to the Xiao family tomorrow made Qian Jiahui wide awake. She got out of bed and started picking out clothes to wear the next day. Chapter 91: Returning to the Xiao family. Meanwhile, the Xiao family barely slept a wink all night. I've been busy preparing things. Not only are his daughter and grandson coming home, but his son also said that the girl he likes will come along too. They grew up together with their daughter. This made them feel like they had double the joy. The elderly couple from the Xiao family both felt that they had become more than 10 years younger. When their children are all getting married, their psychological burden will be lighter. Lin Wan woke up very early the next morning. It was just getting light. She drew the curtains, and the room was pitch black. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a black eagle fly over her room. She was so frightened that she woke up completely. She thought she was seeing a ghost. The security here is absolutely secure. There's no chance of thieves appearing. Then the only possibility is seeing a ghost. Don't be afraid, it's me. The room lights instantly turned on. Lin Wan then noticed that Gu Xiuyuan, shirtless, was standing not far from her bed. Are you crazy? Running out here so early in the morning to scare people? After seeing who it was, Lin Wan threw the pillow away. She then secretly glanced at Gu Xiuyuan's abs, which seemed even better than they had been 5 years ago. It can't be my imagination, right? Shaw, what is she thinking about again? Is that the point? I just came to change my clothes, Gu Xiuyuan said innocently. What are you doing changing clothes in my room? Lin Wan said angrily. This man isn't planning to do anything to her while she's sleeping, is he? If he really dares to, she'll be furious. My walk-in closet is here. How am I supposed to get my clothes if I don't come here? Gu Xiuyuan said, a slight smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Yes, he did it on purpose. The master bedroom has 2 walk-in closets, and before Lin Wan arrived, the other closet was already full of his clothes. He comes here to change his clothes every day, but Lin Wan never knew it. Every time, he couldn't help but kiss Lin Wan, who was fast asleep. They left reluctantly. You put the clothes in my room? Lin Wan was a little taken aback. She really didn't know that there was a walk-in closet in this room, and she had never been inside it before. She thought it was used to store miscellaneous items. What is Gu Xiuyuan up to now? Yeah, where else would I put my clothes if not in the master bedroom? Gu Xiuyuan said matter-of-factly. This is the house he bought, his home, and half of the master bedroom originally belonged to him. Put it in your own room, Lin Wan said. She didn't want to be disturbed while she was sleeping. She was terrified when she saw the dark figure. And you also have to be on guard against being ambushed by this man at all times. I don't have a wardrobe in my room, Gu Xiuyuan said, shrugging. If you don't have a wardrobe, hurry up and buy one, Lin Wan said irritably. I have no money, Gu Xiuyuan said shamelessly. Lin Wan, the richest man in Shenzhen, told her he has no money? Who said yesterday that the thing they had the most of was money? This guy did it on purpose. Are you deliberately trying to trick me again? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at him. Yes. Gu Xiuyuan smiled mischievously, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Wan's fair skin beneath her pajamas. That one glance made the evil thoughts he had managed to suppress uncontrollably resurface. Step by step, we walked towards that snow-white expanse. It took Gu Xiuyuan more than 10 minutes to reluctantly put his clothes back on. He originally wanted to take the next step, but Lin Wan refused his advances, citing her upcoming visit to the Xiao family. Gu Xiuyuan looked dejected. Another day of rejection. He was forced to stop before he could do anything in such a short time. Only he knew the extent of his suffering. After leaving Lin Wan's room, he arranged for a driver to pick up Qian Jiahui. He then returned to his own room and took a cold shower to cool down. When Qian Jiahui arrived, Lin Wan had already changed clothes with the children. This was her first time visiting Lin Wan's new home, and also her first time meeting Gu Xiuyuan. It turns out that the legendary CEO is so easygoing. She had originally thought he was someone difficult to get along with. This large villa, which resembled an estate, opened her eyes to a whole new world. It's so good to be rich. This kind of life was something she never dared to dream of. Lin Wan also thoughtfully picked out new clothes for Qian Jiahui. They are similar in build, and even wear the same clothing size. After all, Qian Jiahui might be her future sister-in-law, and Lin Wan still hoped to let her parents see Qian Jiahui's good qualities as much as possible, including her appearance. Looking at Qian Jiahui, who had put on makeup, Lin Yike inexplicably felt that her godmother and uncle looked like a perfect match. She currently ships 2 couples. One is her parents, and the other is her uncle and godmother. She's been obsessed with good looks since she was little, and shipping couples will only make her nutritionally balanced. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the group arrived at the Xiao family manor on time. The servants on both sides of the main gate of the Xiao family had already lined up, waiting to welcome their young lady home. When the car pulled up, the butler immediately went inside to announce its arrival. The moment Lin Wan got out of the car, she saw two elderly people helping each other out of the house. His complexion, which wasn't very good, brightened up when he saw Lin Wan. They've been waiting for this for so many years, and they've finally come back. Xiao Rou, my child. Zhao's mother's voice trembled. She recognized Lin Wan at a glance. Even though Lin Wan has changed a lot since she was a child. But this is a mother's instinct. No matter how many years pass, she will never admit her mistake. She never dreamed that her daughter had been living in Shenzhen, yet they had never met. The thought of the suffering her daughter had endured in the Lin family brought tears to her eyes. At this moment, Zhao's mother only had her daughter in her eyes. Zhao's mother excitedly took a big step forward, almost falling over. Lin Wan helped her up immediately. "Mom, please be careful," Lin Wan exclaimed unconsciously. There was no sense of alienation at all. That one word, "Mom," shattered Zhao's mother's defenses, causing her to completely break down. She hugged Lin Wan's neck, crying and saying, "My child, I've made you suffer." Compared to the longing she had felt over the years, Zhao's mother felt even more heartache for Lin Wan's ordeal. If it hadn't been lost back then, it would have been a precious treasure held in the palm of their hands by the Xiao family. She will also be Shenzhen's top socialite. "Mom," Lin Wan also hugged Zhao's mother tightly. The mother and son cried together. This hug also stirred up Lin Wan's memories. The image of Zhao's mother before my eyes gradually overlapped with the one in my memory. But now my mother has many more gray hairs and looks much more haggard. Just how much damage did her departure cause to this family? It was only after meeting Zhao's mother that Lin Wan realized what a mother should look like. Back when she lived in the Lin family, she never wanted to call Lin's mother Mom, even once. Chapter 92, Welcome Home. Lin Wan has never liked calling her parents Dad or Mom since she was a child. She always felt like she was adopted, but now she knows she wasn't actually her biological child. Even if they were her biological parents, they wouldn't mistreat her, no matter how much they disliked her. Only after arriving at the Xiao family did I realize what it meant to be a biological child. She felt an immediate sense of warmth upon seeing Zhao's parents, even though she had long forgotten what they looked like. She immediately found warmth and a sense of security here. This is her real home. All the family love she had always longed for was here. As Lin Wan and Zhao's mother embraced and wept, a pair of large hands patted her. "Xiao Rou, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Our family is finally reunited." "Dad," Lin Wan let go of Zhao's mother and gave her father, whose eyes were filled with tears, a hug. "Oh, now that you're back, you won't leave again. Your mom and dad can't live without you." Mr. Xiao gently patted his daughter's back, as if guarding some rare treasure. He felt he could no longer allow his daughter to leave his side. "Yes, I won't leave. I'll stay with Mom and Dad," Lin Wan sobbed. This refined and handsome older man is exactly what her father should be like. Her nose and eyes resembled her father's. She thought her father must have been a handsome man like her older brother when he was young. Lin's father had a flat nose and small eyes. She had previously wondered why her daughter didn't resemble her father at all, while her younger brother, Lin Tianbao, was clearly her biological son. Mr. Xiao has always been a very strong-willed and emotionally stable person. She has cried countless times, but only for his daughter. Afraid that his wife and children would see, he sometimes hid in his study and cried. Seeing Zhao's mother sobbing uncontrollably, Linny took her hand and said softly, "Grandma, don't cry, okay? I'll stay with you." Only then did Zhao's mother notice the little dumpling. My attention was focused on my daughter just now. With just one glance, Zhao's mother was certain that this was her grandson, who looked exactly like her little Ro when she was a child. "My dear grandson, let Grandma hold you." Mother Xiao wiped away her tears, squatted down, and hugged Lin Yike. Her regret has always been that she was unable to raise her daughter properly. In that instant, she had already made up her mind that she must treat this child well and make up for the regret of not being by her daughter's side when she was young. Lin Yinan watched longingly as his grandmother held his younger sister. "Come here, Nan. Come here too. Grandma will give you a hug." Zhao's mother reached out her hand to Lin Yinan. My son was right. That kid is practically a carbon copy of Gu Xiuyuan. She felt as if she saw Gu Xiuyuan when he was a child, not only in appearance, but also in demeanor. "Grandma," Lin Wan called out and rushed into her grandmother's arms. From now on, they will have more people to care for them. Zhao's mother held her two little grandchildren tightly, reluctant to let go. Each "grandma" was like heavenly music, melting her heart. She quickly stopped crying and started laughing. She's a grandmother now, and has her own third generation. She should definitely take them out more often to show them off, so that others will know that she has two such wonderful babies. Xiao Yang's gaze remained fixed on the two children. "The last time I saw them was on a plane. Long time no see, you seem to have grown taller. The more I look at it, the more I like it. If it weren't for the fact that their biological father is Gu Xiuyuan, he would definitely have raised the two little ones in the Xiao family." Thinking of this, Xiao Yang gave Gu Xiuyuan a sharp look. "Gu Xiuyuan? Why are you looking at him like that? He hasn't said a single word since he walked in." At this moment, Lin Wan hugged her younger sister Xiao Wan, whom she was meeting for the first time. "Sister, welcome home." Xiao Wan gave Lin Wan a big hug with tears in her eyes. This was the first time she had met her sister, yet it felt as if they had known each other for a long time, a feeling of familiarity and warmth. She wasn't worried at all that her sister's return home would take away the family's affection for her. All she knew was that from then on, there was one more person in the world who loved her unconditionally. "Now that my sister is back, my parents can finally rest easy. Although she has always been pampered, she has not been spoiled. She cares a lot about her parents' feelings." Lin Wan was also very happy to have a younger sister. In the years that she was away from home, her sister filled a lot of the void. When she let go of her sister, Lin Wan's gaze fell on a man who looked a lot like her older brother. She was certain that this was her second brother, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood to the side, his eyes fixed on Lin Wan, his hands clenched into fists. Despite trying to suppress her emotions, her voice still choked with sobs when she spoke. "Welcome home, second brother." Lin Wan took the initiative to step forward. The eldest brother said that when she was little, her second brother was naughty and attracted her mother's attention, which led to her being taken away. Her second brother also lived in this shadow, but she didn't complain at all. She thought that her second brother might not have had it any easier than she had all these years. The psychological damage is far greater than the material deprivation. Upon hearing the word second brother, Xiao Yan could no longer hold back his tears. No one can understand how much he has suffered and how much mental anguish he has endured over the years. He always thought that if his sister hadn't been lost, his family wouldn't have ended up like that. This nightmare haunted him, making it impossible for him to forgive himself. He still felt it was unreal when he saw Lin Wan. That one word, second brother, finally put his mind at ease. The whole family was already in tears. Even the servants who had worked for the Xiao family for many years were moved to tears. Some of the older ones even saw Xiao Rou when she was a child. Their young lady has finally returned home. Qian Zhehui, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but wipe away her tears as she watched this touching scene. Xiao Yang quickly handed over a tissue. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao," Qian Zhehui said, wiping away her tears. She was so caught up in the atmosphere of the family reunion that she didn't even notice when Xiao Yang stood beside her. Her best friend has finally found her own home, and she is truly happy for Lin Wan. Seeing how well the Xiao family treated Lin Wan, she felt relieved. If we ever truly lose contact, I just want her to know that she's doing well. She thought Lin Wan's comment about making her the eldest sister-in-law was just a joke. She had always felt that she and Xiao Yang were not a good match in terms of status, and after coming to the Xiao family today, she could feel the gap between them even more. She had only ever seen such nice houses on TV. "Just call me Xiao Yang in private," Xiao Yang said awkwardly. He didn't like her calling him President Xiao. It made him feel too distant. Qian Zhehui nodded and didn't say anything more. After the family had finished crying, Gu Xiuyuan stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle and Aunt, hello." He adopted a very humble attitude. Chapter 93 Future Daughter-in-Law. Gu Xiuyuan has always been proud, and he rarely bows his head, even in front of his elders, only maintaining the most basic politeness. It was Lin Wan's appearance that made him make many changes. If he wants to marry Lin Wan now, he needs the approval of the entire Xiao family. Moreover, he was completely in the wrong regarding the two children. He has not fulfilled his parental obligations in recent years, and has not given Lin Wan any official status. These are all facts, and he knows he is in the wrong. "You brat, humph." Father Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied with Gu Xiuyuan. He thought that Gu Xiuyuan was unwilling to take responsibility. "All right, everyone come inside." "Ah Yuan, you come in too," said Zhao's mother. She even glanced at her husband, that old man. My son said that the matter was very complicated. She had watched Gu Xiuyuan grow up, so he wouldn't be so irresponsible as to be a complete jerk. She could tell that Gu Xiuyuan's eyes were now only for his daughter. She prefers to believe that they all had their own reasons for their suffering. After Zhao's mother finished crying, she was only happy. Her daughter came back, and she brought her grandson home with her. She's so happy now. Suddenly becoming a grandmother, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. I used to think that since my youngest daughter was still in college, I didn't know when one would get married and have children. The sons are not in a hurry to get married either. I never expected my wish to come true so quickly. Fortunately, I met the girl my eldest son likes today. Just by looking at his face, you can tell he's a good kid. With a smile, Zhao's mother extended her hand to Qin Zhehui. Shall we? Just make yourself at home. Your auntie loves girls the most. Zhao's mother's enthusiasm made Qin Zhehui feel a little overwhelmed. She's only here to keep Lin Wan company. But from the moment she started, Zhao's mother was as warm and welcoming to her as she would to her daughter-in-law. This made Qin Zhehui's heart flutter again. The Xiao family wasn't the aloof and superior group she had imagined. They were as easygoing as their kind-hearted neighbors. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Zhehui was pulled inside by Zhao's mother. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she was stunned by the luxuriousness of its decor. It's just as good as Gu Xiuyuan's new house. She was just an ordinary person, yet she entered 2 luxury homes in one day. As expected, the lives of the rich were completely beyond her imagination. There was plenty of food and dessert prepared inside. The men and women split into 2 groups and chatted about their own topics. Zhao's mother took out 3 thick red envelopes. She gave 2 to the twins. Thank you, Grandma, the 2 little ones said in unison. Good boy. Mother Xiao smiled broadly. The more I look at the 2 children, the more I like them. Indeed, your own child is always the best. Many of her friends are now grandmothers or great-grandmothers and often show off their children. Now it's finally her turn. In her eyes, no other child is as good-looking as hers. The 2 kids will definitely make her proud. Zhao's mother gave another red envelope to Qin Zhehui, whom she liked at first sight. She accepted this daughter-in-law. The other person's background is not important at all. The son's happiness is the most important thing. Auntie, this is absolutely not allowed. Qin Zhehui waved her hands repeatedly. She only came to keep Lin Wan company. Why is she being given a red envelope? This thick stack of papers must have cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, so she dared not accept it. Who receives such a large red envelope after visiting someone else's house? I didn't prepare any other gifts for you, so please accept this. My daughter Xiaoro is so grateful for your care, child. Your aunt is truly thankful. Zhao's mother insisted on stuffing the red envelope into Qin Zhehui's hand. The son has told them the whole story about how his daughter has been accompanied and protected by Qin Zhehui all these years while living with the Lin family. What touched her most was that when her daughter was pregnant abroad alone, Qin Zhehui went to take care of her. They even suggested that Lin Wan return to China so she could help take care of the children. Such character is truly rare and admirable. Where can you find such a wonderful girl? Zhao's mother didn't want her son to miss out on a good opportunity. In the eyes of the Xiao family, Qin Zhehui was kind and reliable. We are best friends, so it's only right that I treat her well, and she treats me just as well, Qin Zhehui said. Qin Zhehui believes that if she and Lin Wan switched places, the other party would also do everything in her power to take care of her. She firmly believed this. They've been good friends for so long because their values align and their character is similar. The 2 of them have been friends for over 20 years and have never had any conflicts. The 2 of them went to and from school together from kindergarten all the way to university. They only stopped contacting each other after Lin Wan went abroad. When Lin Wan was in school, her family was unwilling to give her much money, and Lin Wan's living expenses were often insufficient. She would often share her own living expenses with Lin Wan. She was an only child and always treated Lin Wan like her own younger sister. The relationship between them is more like familial affection. She even thought that if Lin Wan was really her younger sister, at least she wouldn't have to suffer in a place like the Lin family. Just take it if my mom gave it to you, and put it away quickly, Lin Wan said as she stuffed the large red envelope into Qin Zhehui's bag. It seems her mother is very satisfied with Qin Zhehui. She also hoped that her older brother could put in more effort and win the heart of his beloved soon. Only after Lin Wan's persuasion did Qin Zhehui accept the red envelope. That's right. Don't be shy when you come to my house. I like you very much, Mrs. Xiao said, holding Qin Zhehui's hand. Thank you, Auntie, Qin Zhehui said shyly. She was still thinking about how to return the gift. It wasn't a small sum of money after all, and she felt uneasy about taking it. What a good child. How many people are in your family? Zhao's mother asked. The more I look at it, the more I like it. It's just the three of us, my parents and me, Qian Jiahui said. She is very well behaved. As she gradually became more familiar with the place, she began to relax. To her, Zhao's mother was like a kind elder. She had a very good impression of the entire Xiao family. The people here are very gentle and don't have the snobbishness or sense of superiority that other wealthy people do. They were all very approachable. It's no wonder that Lin Wan was able to grow up so well despite growing up in the Lin family's environment. I heard from my son Yang that you also graduated from Shenzhen University? What a coincidence. Yang is from Shenzhen University, and now Wan is too. Zhao's mother deliberately mentioned her son. It has a hidden meaning. She'd seen plenty of wealthy heiresses, but she still preferred someone as kind and innocent as Qian Jiahui. Did President Xiao mention me? Qian Jiahui asked unconsciously. But she regretted it as soon as she asked. Maybe Xiao Yang just mentioned it casually. Of course, Yang often mentions you at home, saying that you have excellent work ability, are down to earth and honest, and are a rare talent. Now I know you and Xiaoro are best friends. We really are destined to be together. Zhao's mother held Qian Jiahui's hand. Chapter 94 can be alive and son-in-law. Zhao's mother kept emphasizing that her son often mentioned Qian Jiahui at home. I also want to try to help my son. She could tell that Qian Jiahui was not someone who would be greedy for money. If it weren't for her son wanting to pursue her, she would have at least adopted a goddaughter. Qian Jiahui was surprised by Zhao's mother's words. She didn't expect that Xiao Yang would mention her at home, and often at that. This made her unconsciously start to overthink, but she was afraid that she was just imagining things. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Xiao, Qian Jiahui said. She glanced at Xiao Yang, who was not far away, and found that he was also looking at her. She immediately turned her face back. The Xiao family's behavior today gives her the wrong impression. I felt somewhat lost. If she were to stand in the shoes of an observer, she would understand it at a glance. But when it happened to her, she couldn't believe it. She still attributed the kindness the Xiao family showed her to Lin Wan. She dared not imagine that such a great opportunity could fall into her lap. She knew her own worth and status very well. She has always had a clear understanding of herself. Big brother, has the iron tree of 10,000 years finally blossomed? Xiaoyan teased his brother. It's rare for a girl to catch his brother's eye. Not only must it bloom, but it must also bear fruit. Xiaoyang said with a smile. He made no secret of his admiration for Qian Jiahui. The reason he didn't confess directly was that he knew Qian Jiahui would reject him because of the gap between them and wouldn't dare to be with him. Today, he wanted to let her know that his family wasn't as complicated as she thought. His family all liked her very much and were very open-minded. They will not judge her based on her background. Once she understands this, his chances of successfully confessing his feelings will increase. Oh my, you haven't even thought of a name for the baby yet, have you? Xiaoyan joked. Since learning last night that his sister was coming home, he has completely opened up and become much more cheerful. He never used to make jokes like that. Xiaoyang naturally noticed his younger brother's change and joked, You'd better hurry up, Mom and Dad are waiting for you to have children. Let's talk about it when we meet the right person. You know me, I don't like anyone, Xiaoyan said. He didn't think he could be as lucky as his older brother in finding true love. But he didn't want to just marry any woman and live a hasty life. Child, come to our house to play whenever you have time. Your aunt will always welcome you, Zhao's mother said to Qian Jiahui, holding Lin Yike in her arms. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Qian Jiahui felt very uneasy. Lin Yike blinked her big eyes innocently and asked, Grandma, will my godmother marry my uncle in the future? Upon hearing this, Qian Jiahui's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Lin Wan almost burst out laughing. The little guy was a great help. Honey, don't talk nonsense, Lin Wan said, pretending to stop her daughter. After all, her brother hadn't confessed yet, and her best friend was very shy. If her older brother had even half as much shamelessness as Gu Xiuyuan, the progress wouldn't be this slow. Your uncle and I are just friends, Qian Jiahui said, still feeling a little sad. But your uncle and grandma both like you very much, Lin Yike continued. He seemed to be speaking without any inhibitions, like a child. My uncle is so stupid, he doesn't even know how to woo a girl. Even adults have their own complexities. She could clearly see that her uncle and godmother liked each other. But the two of them didn't end up together. That's really strange. The men sitting on the other half had no idea what was being said. Their focus was all on Gu Xiuyuan. Surrounded by his father-in-law and two brothers-in-law, Gu Xiuyuan was as obedient as a lamb that had entered a pack of wolves. Tell me what happened. This is outrageous. Father Xiao glared at Gu Xiuyuan. He was genuinely angry about the matter between Gu Xiuyuan and his daughter. However, he didn't rush to get angry, but instead gave Gu Xiuyuan a chance to explain himself. Gu Xiuyuan took a deep breath and recounted his story with Lin Wan in detail. Even if he doesn't say it, Xiao Yang will definitely know, so it's better to just admit everything himself. Now he accepts whatever the Xiao family says and is willing to take responsibility for it. I only found out about the children's existence recently. If I hadn't met Coco, I wouldn't have known I had children. Uncle, elder brother, second elder brother, all the mistakes are my fault. I will definitely take responsibility for them, mother and children. My parents will come to visit another day to discuss our marriage. Everything that's necessary will be included. I am absolutely devoted to Xiaoro and the children, Gu Xiuyuan assured him. That's more like it. Our Xiao family's daughters can't be without a name or status, said Mr. Xiao. Even after knowing the reason, I was still not very happy. He still felt that Gu Xiuyuan was too irresponsible, which led to his daughter raising her child alone abroad. Fortunately, Gu Xiuyuan's attitude was relatively good today, otherwise I would have gone directly to the Gu family. However, the real culprits were that woman named Zhou Ying and that man named Aching. No matter what, Xiao Yang has to stand up for his sister. What are your plans for marriage? Xiao Yan asked. He never liked Gu Xiuyuan's arrogant attitude. I never expected this guy would become my brother-in-law. I'll do whatever you say, as long as you can marry Xiaoro and let me be your live-in son-in-law, Gu Xiuyuan said. He's serious. If Xiao's parents couldn't bear to part with their daughter, he really could give up the Gu family's wealth and come to the Xiao family's home. This statement surprised everyone, leaving them all puzzled. Is this still the same arrogant Gu Xiuyuan? Gu Xiuyuan was determined to marry Lin Wan. If his parents didn't agree, he would really become a live-in son-in-law here. His parents now know that Lin Wan is living with him, but they are clearly bothered by Lin Wan's so-called background. She even wanted to force him to marry by Xinran. He did not reveal Lin Wan's relationship with the Xiao family, and he also refused their request to see the child. Since they despise the children's mother, then they shouldn't even see the children. Anyway, he's not the one who's in a hurry right now. He distinguishes right from wrong very clearly. His parents' prejudice against Lin Wan's background was wrong in his eyes. Even though it's considered unfilial, he insisted on doing it. He deliberately suppressed the news that Lin Wan was going back to the Xiao family to acknowledge her relatives. He wanted to see if his parents would still look favorably upon by Xinran once Lin Wan transformed into the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Lin Wan is the person he wants to protect for the rest of his life. He was willing to give everything for her. He was 5 years too late in giving her the recognition she deserved. Chapter 95 Love from Grandma. Gu Xiuyuan was determined to marry Lin Wan. A proper marriage. Lin Wan will be the only love of his life. That's not necessary, but our daughter can't stand any injustice. Mr. Xiao was also surprised, but what he wanted was an attitude. Gu Xiuyuan's attitude pleased him. Don't worry, Wan. Xiaoro won't suffer any grievances with me, Gu Xiuyuan immediately assured him. In order to leave the best impression on the Xiao family, Gu Xiuyuan was as obedient as a child at this moment. This made the three members of the Xiao family, father and sons, feel somewhat uncomfortable. When had Gu Xiuyuan ever been so humble in front of them? Their Xiaoro actually managed to change a proud man. At lunchtime, Zhao's mother cooked several of her signature dishes herself. These are all my daughter's favorite foods when she was little. Lin Wan instinctively ran into the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you cook. Sweetie, Grandma doesn't need to help. It's too smoky here. Go out and play. The food will be ready soon. Seeing how sensible her little grandson was, Zhao's mother smiled broadly. It's already remarkable that such a young child has this kind of heart. None of her children have ever been in the kitchen since they were little. She couldn't bear to leave the little one in the kitchen. It was too dangerous. What if I get hurt? It's okay, Grandma. I can really do it. Mommy loves my cooking the most, Lin Wan said proudly. Seeing how serious her child was, Zhao's mother's expression immediately changed. Xiaoro, come here. Zhao's mother shouted towards the restaurant. Lin Wan quickly walked over. Being called by her full name was definitely not a good thing. What's wrong, Mom? Lin Wan sensed that her mother seemed unhappy. Such a young child shouldn't be allowed to learn to cook, Zhao's mother said, pointing at Lin Wan. The little one was only a little taller than the stove, yet he was already doing things quite well. They must do a lot of work normally. That's too much. Well, I'm usually busy with work, and he's been taking care of his younger sister since he was very young, Lin Wan said, trying to find an excuse. At this moment, she looked embarrassed, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. She was already used to her child being so independent and sensible. But it might not be the case for others. How old is he? Zhao's mother wanted to complain. When she coughs, the thought of her daughter being alone abroad without any relatives by her side, and how the children were forced to be independent, fills her with heartache. My daughter is raising 2 children alone. What can she do if they aren't independent? It's not just adults and children who suffer. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but Zhao's mother swallowed them back and began to wipe away her tears. On one hand, she felt sorry for her daughter and grandson. On the other hand, she thought that if she had taken better care of the child, Lin Wan wouldn't have lost him. None of the following will happen. Grandma, please don't be angry with Mom. It was my own idea to learn to cook, and it was also my own idea to take care of my little sister. I didn't want Mommy to work too hard, so I've always been happy doing these things. Grandma, please don't worry. Lin Wan held his grandmother's hand to comfort her. He didn't want his mother to be blamed, nor did he want his grandmother to be sad. He could sense that his grandmother truly loved them. Mom. The paper stepped forward and hugged Zhao's mother. It is said that a child with a mother is a treasure. She's happy even when her relatives scold her. I'm so sorry, Xiao. It's all my fault that you and the child have suffered. Zhao's mother sobbed uncontrollably. Mom, no one blames you. Aren't the children and I doing well now? Don't be sad. Lin Wan comforted her mother. My mother must have felt so guilty all these years. In the end, Lin Wan was still kicked out of the kitchen by Zhao's mother. Regardless of what happened before, there's no reason for children in the Xiao family to do chores. Children should do what children should do, instead of living like a little adult. They'll all be part of a big family in the future, so the little ones don't need to be so precocious. They should just enjoy the childhood they are meant to have. Lin Wan stayed in the kitchen to help her mother cook. Hearing the noise, Qian Zhehui ran in as well. Lin Wan and Zhao's mother weren't there, and she felt awkward when she saw Xiaoyang. Finally, all the men in the family got involved, and the servants were given a complete holiday. Today is their family dinner. With the whole family working together, the delicious meal was quickly served. Throughout the meal, Zhao's mother kept serving food to Lin Wan, the 2 children, and even Qian Zhehui. They seemed afraid the children wouldn't have enough to eat. I don't know if they can get used to the food at home. The 2 little ones quickly finished their fight. Their bellies were round and full from eating. I really can't eat anymore. Even so, the family still kept piling food onto their plates. I can't eat anymore, my stomach is full. Burp, Lin Yike said, letting out a burp. She truly felt the love from her family. I've never eaten so much before. But Grandma's cooking is so delicious. Lin Yike is craving something, but her stomach can't take it. Come on, my darlings, drink the soup and clean up the gaps. Mother Xiao ladled out 2 bowls of soup with a smile on her face. The 2 little ones were dumbfounded when they saw the soup in front of her. Grandma, I can't drink anymore. Give it to my brother. Every cell in Lin Yike's body was resisting. I can't drink anymore either. Lin Wan also wanted to refuse. Children need to eat well to grow tall. Come on, darlings, drink it up. Mother Xiao coaxed the 2 little ones. The 2 little ones forced themselves to finish the drink. Everything here is wonderful, except that the love from my grandmother is too heavy. They probably won't be hungry until tomorrow. After the 2 little ones couldn't eat anymore, Lin Wan was also full, and of course, she couldn't escape her mother's catch-up of food. At the dinner table, only Qian Zhehui was still eating. She ate as much as Zhao's mother put on her plate. Although it was a bit unseemly, her aunt's cooking was just to her liking. Seeing Qian Zhehui showing off her food so enthusiastically, Zhao's mother felt very satisfied. She loved children who loved to eat. Xiaoyang found Qian Zhehui rather cute. After spending half a day together, Qian Zhehui finally lost the restraint she had when she first arrived and gradually relaxed. And this is exactly what Xiaoyang hoped for. She gets along well with her family and even gradually considers this place as her own home. He hoped that she could become the mistress of this place in the future. Of course, if she wants to move out in the future, he will definitely prepare a new house, no less luxurious than this one. Qian Zhehui deserves all the good things. Just as his younger brother Xiaoyan had said, Xiaoyang has even thought of names for his future children. It can be said that he has made all the plans for his future, and now all he needs is a wife. Gu Xiuyuan and Qian Zhehui did not leave the Xiao family until after dinner. Lin Wan and the children stayed behind, planning to stay for a few days. Chapter 96, Taking the Initiative. Xiaohui, Xiaoyang called softly. Mr. Xiao. Qian Zhehui looked at Xiao Yang's face and felt her heart skip a beat. Just call me a Yang in private, Xiao Yang corrected. He didn't like her calling him President Xiao. Brother A Yang. Qian Zhehui changed her address. However, the addition of the word brother made Xiao Yang feel awkward. Never mind. He's already made progress. He has to take it one step at a time. I'll take you home, Xiao Yang said softly. After saying that, he draped his coat over Qian Zhehui's shoulders. He then opened the passenger door for her. He needs to create more opportunities for them to be alone together. Thank you. Qian Zhehui wanted to refuse verbally, but her body language betrayed her. She always felt that Xiao Yang treated her very differently. She had been with the company for almost a year and had never seen Xiao Yang treat anyone so well. She thought of Lin Wan's question about whether she wanted to be her sister-in-law and the children's term of endearment for their aunt. Are you happy today? Xiao Yang asked as he drove. His passenger seat will be reserved for Qian Zhehui from now on. Qian Zhehui nodded. She really liked the atmosphere in the Xiao family. Everyone in the family was very loving. It felt similar to her home. This was the first time she had ever felt so relaxed visiting someone else's home. She didn't feel any different from anyone else in the Xiao family. It turns out that wealthy families are not what she imagined. Xiao Yang smiled, satisfied with the affirmative answer. Of course he knew she was happy. Her feelings were written all over her face. Seeing her so relaxed in her own home put his mind at ease. He wanted her to know how wonderful his family was, and that distance between them was not a problem at all. His parents didn't care about any of that. Come over to our house often if you like, and Xiao will spend more time at home in the future. My mom and the others like you very much too, Xiao Yang hinted. He had witnessed firsthand how much his mother adored Qin Ka. His parents would absolutely not object to his marriage. Let's talk about it another time, Qian Zhehui said, not immediately agreeing. She likes the Xiao family. But she's here to keep Lin Wan company today. What reason will she have to go to the Xiao family in the future? She didn't belong to their circle to begin with. She thought the Xiao family liked her because she was Lin Wan's friend. If Xiao Yang were to find a partner, they would probably prefer someone from a similar social standing. The way the Xiao family treated her today made her feel like it was all unreal. Come over whenever you have time, don't be shy. My parents are very open-minded, Xiao Yang emphasized. He hoped that Qian Zhehui could resolve her inner conflict on her own. Since she won't take a step forward, then let him take the step. Take the initiative. Qian Zhehui hummed in response, and then fell silent. My mind is a mess. I keep thinking random thoughts. She was losing her composure. Xiao Yang took the initiative to find topics to talk about throughout the journey, all the way to Qian Zhehui's building. After the car came to a stop, Xiao Yang even helped open the car door. Qian Zhehui originally intended to return the clothes to Xiao Yang and then go upstairs, but by sheer coincidence, she ran into her parents. Xiao Hui is back. Qian's mother saw her daughter first. However, the clothes her daughter was wearing seemed different from those she wore before leaving the house. He was also wearing a man's coat. Standing next to him was a tall, handsome man with an upright demeanor. Qian's parents exchanged a glance, both wondering if their daughter had a boyfriend. Mom and Dad. Qian Zhehui's face flushed when she saw her parents walking over. My instinct was to try to avoid it. Her parents must have misunderstood something. She had forgotten that her parents usually just came back from their walk at this time. We just happened to run into each other. And who is this? Mr. Qian asked, looking at Xiao Yang. If this were his daughter's boyfriend, he would be extremely satisfied. This is my company's boss, Mr. Xiao, Qian Zhehui introduced. There's also a feeling of guilt, like you've been caught red-handed. Hello, uncles and aunts, my name is Xiao Yang, and I'm Xiao Hui's friend. Xiao Yang introduced himself directly. Their attitude was very respectful. Oh, it's Xiao Hui's friend. Come on up and have a seat, said Qian's mother. She could tell from his eyes that this man named Xiao Yang liked her daughter. They were young once too. Thank you, Auntie. Before Qian Zhehui could say anything more, Xiao Yang readily agreed. First, make yourself known to your future in-laws. Come and sit down, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Qian warmly greeted Xiao Yang. Uncle, just call me a Yang. Xiao Yang also had a good impression of Qian's parents. Honest, enthusiastic, and kind. No wonder they were able to raise such a wonderful daughter as Qin Ka. Mrs. Qian made tea for Xiao Yang, and Mr. Qian kept chatting with him. The two got along very well. Xiao Yang didn't leave the Qian family until almost 10 p.m. He deliberately left his coat behind when he left. They didn't even ask you to take the clothes with you, Mrs. Qian said deliberately, unable to hide the smile on her face. She could see right through the two young people's thoughts. Just now, Xiao Yang's words implied that he liked Qin Zhehui and that his family was very satisfied with her. But her daughter just wouldn't get it. She clearly likes Xiao Yang too, doesn't she? The couple only had one daughter, who was already in her mid-20s, and her marriage had always been a source of worry for them. But my daughter doesn't even have a boyfriend. Even a son-in-law who lives with the family would be fine. They just want to hold their grandchildren. I asked around a lot, trying to find out where there were any decent young men. But her daughter refused to see any of them. Because of this, my daughter even moved out for a while. It turns out she already had someone she loved. None of the others who were introduced to me are as good as Xiao Yang today. He's practically the perfect son-in-law. Qian's parents approve of the two of them. They knew the Xiao family was wealthy, but they never thought about their daughter marrying into the family or bringing them a better life. But they could tell that Xiao Yang was sincere, and even his daughter said that the Xiao family were all very kind. Isn't this more important than anything else? Oh dear, I forgot. Qian Zhehui said as she put her coat away, intending to give it to Xiao Yang when she went to work. Your heart is all in people, isn't it? Mrs. Qian said with a smile. Mom, what are you saying? He and I are just friends at most. Qian Zhehui lowered her head. What kind of friend would give you a coat, personally escort you home, and invite you to their house? Silly child, Mr. Qian said with a smile. They could all see it. Mom and Dad, it's not what you think. I went to the Xiao family today because Wan Wan is actually Xiao Yang's younger sister. I went to the Xiao family today to keep Wan Wan company, and this outfit was bought for me by Wan Wan, Qian Zhehui said. Xiao Yang just talked a lot, but he didn't mention anything about the Lin family abducting Lin Wan. He knew that her parents and the Lin family were old acquaintances, so he didn't say much. Chapter 97. Wan Wan is back. Who did you say? Wan Wan. She's back. Mrs. Qian's eyes widened. She had heard that Lin Wan had been forced to run away by the Lin family. After that, I don't know where they went. She asked her daughter, and every time she shook her head. She watched Lin Wan grow up and treated her like her own daughter. Knowing what kind of people the Lin family were, she always felt sorry for the child. Actually, she was happy for Lin Wan when she learned that Lin Wan had completely left the Lin family. But I also worry that she will suffer outside at such a young age. But even if it's bad, it can't be worse than the Lin families, right? The Lin family went crazy searching for them a couple of years ago, even coming to their home to accuse them of harboring Lin Wan and demanding compensation. He also went around cursing Lin Wan, calling her an ingrate who had been raised for so long only to have her run away without even getting a dowry. They still hoped that Lin Wan would never come back and wouldn't be used by the Lin family. She never expected that Lin Wan, who had disappeared for several years, would actually come back. What was even more unexpected was that Lin Wan was actually Xiao Yang's younger sister. Wouldn't that mean she's the daughter of the Xiao Group, the company my daughter works for? No wonder. Lin Wan felt that this child was extraordinary when she was a child, and once suspected where he was adopted from. He was definitely not the child of the relatives in the hometown that the Lin family said. It turns out that the Lin family was so audacious as to abduct a wealthy family's daughter. Fortunately, their family had long since stopped having much contact with the Lin family. Yes, she came back a while ago. She said she would come to see you and Dad when she had time. Qian Zhehui said. Where has she been these past few years? Is she doing well? Mrs. Qian asked. Now that Lin Wan has returned to the Xiao family, she no longer has to worry about being targeted by the Lin family, and Qian's mother can finally relax. She was abroad and just returned to China recently. Actually, she was already pregnant when she left, and she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, who are very cute. The last time I went abroad was actually to visit them, Mom and Dad. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I shouldn't have kept it from you. But I promised Wan Wan I wouldn't tell anyone where she was, Qian Zhehui said apologetically. She didn't want to lie to her parents, but she had promised Lin Wan that she wouldn't tell anyone. Wan Wan is pregnant. Qian's mother asked in surprise. They completely ignored the fact that their daughter had kept it a secret from them. Lin Wan already has a son and a daughter. Who knows when they'll have a third generation? Yes, the children have recognized me as their godmother, Qian Zhehui said. She's so young. Raising two children must be so difficult. Qian's mother began to feel sorry for her. And what about the children's father? One child is already a huge headache, let alone two twins of the same age. How did you manage to bring it over? This matter is a bit complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, but the children's father is Gu Xiuyuan, the president of the Gu Group. However, he only recently reunited with the children, Qian Zhehui said. Gu Xiuyuan? Mr. Qian's eyes widened. He knew about the Gu Group. His company even had some business dealings with them. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan gave birth to 2 children for Gu Xiuyuan. In just a few minutes, Qian's parents were shocked several times. The drama is a bit unrealistic. Yes. So you've been in contact with Wan all this time? Mrs. Qian asked. Yes. Qian Zhehui nodded. You should have told me sooner. I need to go take care of Wan. Mrs. Qian said anxiously. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. She's retired and has plenty of time to help Lin Wan take care of her children. I promised Wan I wouldn't tell anyone. Haven't you always taught me to keep my promises? Qian Zhehui defended herself. Her parents have been telling her this principle since she was a child. This left her parents speechless. This is a principle they themselves taught themselves. The daughter's actions were not wrong. They didn't ask much about the relationship between Lin Wan and Gu Xiuyuan, as it was a matter of personal privacy. They watched Lin Wan grow up, and they knew in their hearts whether she was good or bad. When can we invite Wan and the children over for a meal? I haven't seen her for years, and I'd like to see the kids too, Qian's mother asked. It also gave me the feeling of being a grandmother. Let's do it another day, or go out to eat. She doesn't want to see the Lin family here. After all, Qian Zhehui didn't finish her sentence. Her parents understood. The Lin family already knew that Lin Wan was abducted, or even stolen, from them. The Lin family still lives nearby, and it would be very upsetting for Lin Wan to run into them when she comes over. Actually, your mother and I have long suspected that Wan was stolen by them. When the child came, she was wearing very expensive clothes, and she didn't look like a child her parents didn't want. But they said it was given to them by relatives back home who couldn't raise it anymore. We didn't dare ask any more questions. This child has really suffered. Mr. Qian glanced at his wife. I still feel a little guilty. They were not without doubts. However, that was a private matter for the Lin family, so they couldn't ask too many questions, and they didn't dare to call the police without evidence. Once the facade is broken, it's not easy to meet again. They also refrained from getting involved, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. I thought that since the Lin couple didn't have children, they would at least treat Lin Wan well. But things didn't go as they imagined. He would beat and scold Lin Wan when she was young, and it got even worse after she gave birth to his own son, Lin Tianbao. Even Lin Tianbao bullied Lin Wan when he was very young. It is now almost certain that the Lin couple abducted Lin Wan. The Xiao family is so wealthy, they would never abandon their child. Fortunately, she has now found her family, and the Lin family should be punished. Qian Zhehui clenched her fist. Xiao Yang just told her that he was preparing a surprise for the Lin family, and that he had already found them a place with meals and accommodation included. She can also testify in court if necessary. Since Lin Wan went abroad, she has had no contact with the Lin family. Even if they occasionally meet, she pretends not to see them, especially that Lin Tianbao, who is simply a hooligan. The Lin family used to say that since she and Lin Wan were so close, she should just marry Lin Tianbao and become his wife. This disgusted her so much that she couldn't eat for 2 days. The Lin family is wicked to the core. Driven by selfish desires, he caused the separation of family members for over 20 years. Even if they couldn't have children of their own, they could have gone through the legal adoption process, instead of just picking up someone else's child from the street and taking them home. I'm only saying this to you guys, don't tell anyone else, Qian Zhehui added. Don't worry, they won't say anything. Don't you trust your parents? Mrs. Qian said. Even if their daughter doesn't tell them, they won't say anything carelessly. They never get involved in other people's messes. Moreover, they all agree that the Lin family should be subject to legal punishment. They also have daughters, and they would go crazy if their daughters were taken away. Chapter 98, The Love of Family. How are things going with you and a Yang? Mr. Qian suddenly changed the subject. They kept calling him a Yang, making it seem like they'd known each other for ages. He and Xiao Yang had a really good chat just now. He hadn't met someone he could talk to so well in a long time. Lin Wan is the same age as Xiao Hui, and she already has both a son and a daughter. They also hope that their daughter can at least date someone now. They could see through Xiao Yang's feelings. Wan's older brother can't be bad. As for the Lin couple, the Xiao family will definitely handle it, so they don't need to worry too much. They are relieved that Lin Wan is doing well now. He's my boss. We only became friends because of Wan. Don't overthink it, Qian Zhehui explained, avoiding her parents' gaze. Her heart has always been open and honest, unless it involves Xiao Yang. He's such a good friend to you. Silly child, your parents can tell. This young man is really good. Mrs. Qian's eyes were full of praise. Mom, our family is not a good match for the Xiao family. Qian Zhehui lowered her head and clenched her fingers tightly. She wasn't unaware of the kindness shown to her by the Xiao family or Xiao Yang. My daughter deserves the best man in the world. Mrs. Qian held her daughter's hand. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Of course, she knew what her daughter was thinking. Yang made it very clear today that his family likes you very much, and so does he, Mr. Qian said. Even though Xiao Yang expressed himself very gently, he could still tell from Xiao Yang's tone, since they were both men. Your parents never thought about sending you to some wealthy family to bring us a great life. We just hope you find someone you like, someone you can spend your life with, Mr. Qian continued. Although they were an ordinary family with no special skills, they were still able to grit their teeth and buy 2 houses as a dowry for their daughter's wedding. Perhaps this amount of money is nothing to the Xiao family, but it is his daughter's confidence and backup plan. Even if she chooses the wrong person, she can gracefully leave the marriage without any burden. They only have one child, and no matter how much they have to sacrifice, they only want the best for their daughter. I will do my best to increase my daughter's margin for error. Having someone you understand and love will make your future life much more comfortable, Qian's mother advised. Although she also hoped that her daughter would get married and have children soon, she didn't want her Xiaowei to spend the rest of her life with someone she didn't like, just because of the word suitable. She and her husband went through a lot together before she firmly chose each other. Nearly 30 years have passed, and they still love each other, which gives her peace of mind. She believes that love is the most important thing in marriage. Qian Jiawei nodded silently. But was Xiao Yang's kindness towards her not just a figment of her imagination? She found it hard to believe that such an outstanding man had taken a liking to her. This is too unreal. Qian Jiawei tossed and turned in bed that night, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was filled with Xiao Yang's handsome face, as well as Lin Wan's and her parents' persuasion. She really felt that Xiao Yang treated her differently than he treated others, but he had never explicitly expressed it. Soon, she couldn't help but fantasize about a happy life with Xiao Yang again. Even in her dreams, this man was by her side. For the first time, she had the courage to hold his hand, and even boldly stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. The whole dream was sweet to her. Meanwhile, on the other side was the Xiao family. Seeing the signs of the house being rearranged and the red carpet laid from the front door to the back door, Lin Wan could feel the intense love and expectations her family had for her. It was full of love and a sense of ritual. After 25 years, she has finally returned here. Looking closely at every corner of the house, childhood memories flooded back. Every place here felt incredibly familiar to her. Apart from the fact that all the home appliances are new models, almost everything else remains the same. It's the same style that was popular 20 or 30 years ago. Nothing here has been touched, because I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it when you come back, Xiao Yan said, choking back tears. He pressed his face against Lin Yike, who was still in his arms. The little guy clung to him, calling him uncle repeatedly, which dispelled the gloom deep in his heart. He had dreamt of his sister coming home countless times, and today it finally came true. Lin Wan's eyes welled up with tears again at her second brother's words. My brother is right. Even after all these years, our family has never forgotten to love her. The Xiao family is not short of money, but they can't even afford to buy a new villa just to wait for her to come home. But this wait is endless. She wouldn't have returned to China if she hadn't suddenly received an invitation from the Gu family, and she certainly wouldn't have met Xiao Yang. Her fate was inextricably linked to the Xiao family and even Gu Xiuyuan. This is also the biggest reason why she no longer resists Gu Xiuyuan. Lin Yai cupped Xiao Yan's face in her hands. Uncle, don't cry. My eldest uncle is handsome, and my youngest uncle is handsome too. My aunt is so pretty, just as pretty as me. Their family has really good genes. No wonder she and her brother are so outstanding. Okay, uncle, don't cry. Uncle is happy that you can come home. Xiao Yan smiled through his tears. Coco is happy too. Coco loves her uncle. Lin Yai kissed her uncle on the cheek. This completely won over Xiao Yan's heart. From now on, his niece will be the apple of his eye. The little guy can make him feel great with just one sentence. He unconsciously wanted to make up for his guilt towards Lin Wan by transferring it to Coco. He couldn't be there for his sister as she grew up, but he can watch her children grow up. Lin Wan's memories gradually became clearer. She vaguely remembered the layout of the upstairs room, knew where her parents' rooms were, and remembered that she had a very large princess room. Come on, Xiao, Mom will take you to your room. Zhao's mother came over. Nan, Kiki, you two come along too. Okay, the two little ones said in unison. The two little ones have been in perfect sync since they were able to talk. Many of their ideas even coincided. Xiao Yan held Kiki in his arms, Xiao Wen held Nan's hand, and Zhao's mother pulled Lin Wan along. The family walked up to the second floor. In order to preserve the original appearance of the villa as much as possible until their daughter comes home, they didn't even install an elevator. Lin Wan was shocked the moment she pushed open the door to the room. This room perfectly matches the fragments of her memory. She reached out and touched the little ornaments on the table. Her princess bed was exactly the same as before. Lin Wan has a long memory, but she forgot many things because of fear when she was taken away by the Lin family couple. She only remembers a few things now. Mom, Lin Wan said, her voice trembling with tears. This is a room that Mom specially kept for my sister. It's been over 20 years. Apart from the daily cleaning, nothing here has been moved. It has always remained exactly as it is, Xiuyuan said. Chapter 99, Nan Nan's Spoiled Act. Xiuyuan was very familiar with this room, but she didn't live here. Her mother has brought her here countless times since she was a child. I've also told many stories about my older sister and seen many photos of her when she was little. Although her older sister had already left home when she was born, her sister's image was deeply etched in her mind. If she encountered her sister's man sleeping with her, she thought she would recognize them, mother and son, at a glance. When she was a child, she asked her parents why they didn't move to a new house since the houses here are so old. The parents said they were afraid their daughter wouldn't be able to find her way home when she came back. Warm light filled the entire room, creating a cozy and peaceful atmosphere. The room was large, with a small terrace, and the bed sheets were pink and cute. There were also some toys that looked like they were from a bygone era scattered on the floor. There was also a rag doll on the bed. It's the best lit and largest room on the entire second floor. Even though no one has lived there, it is spotless and has no musty smell. The whole room smells wonderful. Lin Wan was deeply moved. Her whole family has done so much for her. She believes she loves her child very, very much, but she still can't reach the same level as her parents. They are gambling with time on an uncertain future. She wondered what if she never came back. Would they just keep waiting for her? She didn't even dare to think about it. Thankfully, she came back. Nothing has been touched. Mom is just waiting for you to come back and stay. Tears welled up in Zhao's mother's eyes again. Crying and laughing at the same time, it's a happy laugh. It's wonderful to have something lost and then found again. She truly believed she would wait for this her whole life. Lin Wan vaguely remembered that when she was little, a nanny had been taking care of her and living in this room with her. The aunt was very, very good to her. It was precisely because her mother went after her brother that her aunt didn't keep a close eye on her, allowing the Lin family to take advantage of the situation. She doesn't even dare to ask where that aunt went. They probably went back to their hometown a long time ago. Her older brother told her that because she was lost, her mother had raised her younger sister herself and would never dare to let her child out of her sight again. All her memories of the Lin family were unhappy. She had never received any love before Lin Tianbao was born. She couldn't understand why. If she wasn't treating her well, they would steal her home. Over time, she completely forgot that she once had a very happy and warm home. She gradually came to believe that she was the unloved daughter of the Lin family. Lin Wan carefully examined every corner of the room. Her younger sister secretly told her that their mother had always been the one cleaning the room herself. A room was also cleaned up next door for the two children to stay in. As for Gu Xiuyuan, since the engagement hasn't been formally discussed yet, naturally no room will be reserved for him. When it was time for bed, Zhao's mother offered to put Coco to sleep with her. Coco is like Lin Wan from her childhood. She didn't have time to raise her daughter, so she'll raise her granddaughter properly instead. Coco is now the apple of her eye. Xiuyuan also offered to let Nan Nan sleep with him. In their family, everyone must be treated equally, and no child should be neglected. Although he also liked Coco, he couldn't let Nan Nan feel that they were being biased. Since I couldn't get the child, I can only take the older sisters. Xiuyuan grabbed Lin Wan's shoulder. Okay, sister. Okay, Lin Wan readily agreed. She had a lot to say to her sister. It's also a good opportunity to get to know each other better, as the sisters are meeting for the first time today. Lin Wan stayed at the Xiao family's house for several days, sleeping until she naturally woke up every day, and always having delicious food made by her mother. Gu Xiuyuan would shamelessly go to the Xiao family's house for breakfast every morning and stay until evening. He doesn't even go to the company anymore. The two children kept the smiles on the Xiao family members' faces from beginning to end. Xiaoyang would occasionally go to the company, while Xiaoyan would stay home and play with the children. The company is nothing compared to his two precious treasures. It wasn't until the weekend that the family of four finally said goodbye to the elderly. The two little ones will be going to school on Monday. Xiaoyan should go back to school soon. Everyone has their own things to do. Lin Wan promised her parents that she would bring the children back to stay with her whenever she had time on weekends. The elderly couple from the Xiao family watched Lin Wan leave with great reluctance. Although they were reluctant to part this time, they felt much more at ease because they knew their daughter would be back soon. After playing wildly at the Xiao family's house for several days without going to school, the two little ones, who already disliked going to kindergarten, became even more reluctant to go to school. Even Lin Wan, who used to get up on time every day, has started to sleep in like his younger sister. "Mommy, can I not go to school today? I really don't want to go." Lin Wan didn't even want to put on his clothes. He really disliked kindergarten and didn't want to play with childish kids. Since he found his dad and his maternal grandparents' house, he realized that he could be like a little child, able to act spoiled, to be unreasonable, and to rely on adults. Someone will always protect him, so he doesn't have to rush to grow up. Especially when they were at their maternal grandmother's house, everyone took great care of the two siblings. "They are the apple of my eye." His uncle even told him that men can also be affectionate, that they can say they're tired, or that they need to be comforted. No, children must go to kindergarten. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She didn't want her child to develop such a bad habit of avoiding things they didn't want to do. This will make them less courageous and more likely to back down when they grow up. "Can I go back to my grandma's house to stay?" Lin Wan asked again. "Even bringing out your grandma won't work. You've even learned to stay in bed longer." Lin Wan reached out to try and pull Lin Wan out of bed. "Mommy, is my little sister awake yet?" Lin Wan asked. Knowing his sister as he did, Bao was still asleep. "No, your daddy is trying to get her out of bed," Lin Wan said helplessly. Not to mention Gu Xiuyuan, the entire Xiao family dotes on the two children. "Then mommy, please comfort me too." "I'm easy to please," Lin Wan suggested. "It's rare for him to act cute in front of his mom. Usually, only my younger sister acts cute and affectionate." Seeing that her son also wanted to be coaxed, Lin Wan laughed instead. "That's more like a child's behavior. He always acts like a little adult." Lin Wan patiently coaxed her son in the same tone she used to coax her daughter. As expected, Lin Wan never said anything he wasn't sure about. After being coaxed a few times, he immediately got up and started getting dressed. "It feels so good to be coaxed. No wonder my sister likes to be coaxed. How about mommy helps you get dressed today?" Lin Wan said softly. "No. Mommy, turn around. I'm a boy, I won't let mommy see me changing clothes," Lin Wan said seriously. She was still tightly clutching her blanket. Chapter 100. Why bother arguing with a mad dog? Lin Wan covered himself with his blanket. He has been bathing himself since he was 2 years old. When Lin Wan came out after getting dressed, Gu Xiuyuan also carried Lin Yike, who was still rubbing her eyes after changing her clothes, out as well. He had tried everything he could, but his little darling was too hard to please. After dropping the children off at kindergarten, the two rushed to the company. The two disappeared together for several days, then reappeared at the company, sparking another wave of discussion. Everyone assumed they went on vacation together. When everyone first learned that Gu Xiuyuan liked Lin Wan, they all thought it was just a young master's passing fancy, and that it was impossible for him to stay with a woman who already had a child for long. But now their thinking has changed. They think Lin Wan is someone special, really amazing. She managed to win over Gu Xiuyuan, who had always been aloof from women, even while raising 2 children. "I really didn't realize that someone with such an innocent-looking face could be so cunning. It seems that even the greatest heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman." This time was different from the past. Gu Xiuyuan didn't want to suppress these rumors at all. Anyway, he had already gotten past the Xiao family, and marrying Lin Wan was only a matter of time. Since agreeing to be with Gu Xiuyuan, Lin Wan has no psychological burden and doesn't particularly care what others say. Moreover, it is now 100% certain that she is Xiao Rou, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, and in terms of status, she is not unworthy of Gu Xiuyuan. Most importantly, as they spent more time together, her heart grew closer and closer to this man. The only one who cared about these things was Bai Xinran. She was so angry she was about to explode. Since Lin Wan took leave, Gu Xiuyuan has not come to work. She tried calling Gu Xiuyuan, but found that he had already blocked her and hadn't left any contact information. After filing a complaint last time, she no longer felt comfortable going directly to the Gu family to ask. She was afraid that if she complained too much, her family-oriented parents would become dissatisfied with her. Her father called to inquire indirectly, and the Gu family only said that Gu Xiuyuan had moved out and rarely came home, without saying anything else. Bai Xinran felt even worse after receiving this answer. She had blocked him and moved out. He must be living with that vixen Lin Wan. Enraged, she smashed up her office again. Everyone else in the company avoided her. She knew that people were gossiping behind her back, saying that she still refused to resign even after being humiliated so much by Gu Xiuyuan, and hearing these comments made her even angrier. These past few days have felt like an eternity to her. After finally getting Gu Xiuyuan back, her mood improved. But when she saw Lin Wan, her eyes practically shot out sparks. If it weren't for this woman's appearance, she would have won over Gu Xiuyuan long ago. Bai Xinran blamed all her misfortunes on Lin Wan. Lin Wan, here's a very important order. You have to hand it in to me before you leave work today. Bai Xinran said in a condescending manner, slamming a very demanding order onto Lin Wan's desk. She simply refused to resign. As long as she remained there, she could use her power to suppress Lin Wan. She hated seeing that woman act like she didn't care about anything, but then she used dirty tricks behind people's backs. Lin Wan glanced at the design requirements and said calmly, "This can't be completed today. It's too complicated. These clients are the most difficult to deal with. It's impossible to finish a draft without rejecting it 10 or 8 times. She had only just returned when Bai Xinran was already so eager to mess with her. When she first arrived, she would choose to swallow her anger, but she found that this was useless and only made Bai Xinran more aggressive. She might as well just refuse outright. Whether you finish it or not is your problem. Just hand it in to me before you leave work." Bai Xinran rolled her eyes after saying that, and then swayed away. They had long forgotten Gu Xiuyuan's warning. Or rather, she never thought that Gu Xiuyuan would actually do anything to her. After all, the Shenzhen Stock Exchange is still under her father's control. She didn't think the Gu family had any ability to go against her family. Her father's career is currently at its peak, and he could be promoted any day. It's a blessing for the Gu family that she's willing to marry into their family. Gu Xiuyuan is really ungrateful. She couldn't bear to put pressure on Gu Xiuyuan, but she could mess with his sweetheart. She has always been pampered and loved since childhood. When has she ever suffered such injustice? It's just that Gu Xiuyuan is ignorant. But the more this happened, the stronger her desire to conquer became, and the more she wanted to win over Gu Xiuyuan. With a strong political background, Bai Xinran was very confident, and even went so far as to undergo surgery to make herself more beautiful. She even worked on a new project when she wasn't at the company recently. But to her surprise, Gu Xiuyuan didn't even glance at her. However, he allowed her to run rampant in his company. It wasn't that no one had complained, but he still indulged her behavior. This led her to mistakenly believe that Gu Xiuyuan still cared about her to some extent. He didn't react at all, even when she kept chasing away women who wanted to get close to him. It was this illusion that made her feel that Gu Xiuyuan already belonged to her, and Lin Wan's appearance caught her off guard. She hadn't expected Lin Wan to win over Gu Xiuyuan so quickly. This also made her want to get rid of Lin Wan. If she can't get rid of Lin Wan through overt means, she doesn't mind using underhanded methods. Only if Lin Wan disappears, Gu Xiuyuan will be back very soon. Not again. Sister, he frowned as she watched Bai Xinran's departing figure. Although Lin Wan has never admitted it herself, judging from the current situation, she is indeed with Gu Xiuyuan. Given such powerful backing, why be afraid of Bai Xinran? Sister, he was also secretly criticizing Gu Xiuyuan in her heart. Knowing Bai Xinran's character all along, why don't you fire her instead of letting Lin Wan suffer this injustice? She still felt a slight contempt for Gu Xiuyuan. There's nothing I can do. I can't control what other people think. Lin Wan simply put the list aside. However, she didn't intend to go along with Bai Xinran. Now that Gu Xiuyuan and the Xiao family are her backers, she naturally doesn't need to be afraid of Bai Xinran. Gu Xiuyuan told her that he had plenty of evidence of Mayor Bai's corruption and bribery, and that she didn't need to bow down to Bai Xinran and should give him some time. She simply couldn't be bothered to argue with someone as abnormal as Bai Xinran. Are you just going to put up with this? Even Sister, he couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Wan's emotions are so stable. I'll just treat it as a dog barking. I can't argue with a mad dog, Lin Wan said calmly. She genuinely couldn't understand Bai Xinran's thought process. Gu Xiuyuan had already made his rejection clear enough. Why can't we face this problem squarely? She thought that even if she didn't exist, Gu Xiuyuan would never give Bai Xinran a chance. The two of them are from completely different worlds. Bai Xinran just doesn't understand this principle. Chapter 101. Let me tell you a secret. She can only act recklessly because of her father. She's so brainless. If it weren't for her family's good background, she wouldn't even know how she died. Sister, he couldn't help but complain. In her opinion, Bai Xinran was really brainless. This kind of person wouldn't survive more than half an episode in a palace drama. How can someone be so shameless? Gu Xiuyuan went to such extremes, completely ripping off her face, yet she still comes to work as if nothing happened. She desperately wanted Bai Xinran to resign immediately. This kind of rich heiress should go home and be a princess, instead of causing trouble for these cattle and horses. Everyone is already exhausted from work, and now they have to put up with this. If it weren't for Bai Xinran, their director wouldn't have resigned. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. She will eventually pay the price for her willfulness, Lin Wan said. All right, let's get back to work. Gu Xiuyuan's office was already piled high with documents that needed his signature. Oh my Mr. Gu, my young Master Gu, you're finally back. I've been so busy I haven't even had time to spare. I haven't even had time to spend with my girlfriend, the assistant said with a resentful look. Aside from the fact that his signature on those documents was invalid, he did everything else he could. Gu Xiuyuan was gone for a week. He was so busy he was completely overwhelmed. I don't know which of the two is the boss. Your girlfriend is important, but my girlfriend isn't. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't stop smiling. You are? Miss Lin. The assistant's eyes gleamed with gossip. He said that the boss had been acting strangely lately. Although everyone says that Gu Xiuyuan is a cold person, he is actually very nice to him in private, and the two can even joke around. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't help but smile when Lin Wan was mentioned. I knew it. The assistant was also very happy. Lin Wan is good in every way except for taking care of the child. It's clear that Gu Xiuyuan really put his heart into this. Come here, I want to show you something. Gu Xiuyuan opened his phone. So mysterious, what good stuff is it? The assistant peeked over curiously and was immediately stunned. This is... Gu Xiuyuan's phone wallpaper featured two children, and the boy looked remarkably like Gu Xiuyuan. Don't you think this kid looks a lot like me? He's my son, Gu Xiuyuan said proudly. So this is what it feels like to be a dad. I can tell, but you have a son? The assistant was still in shock. And there's a daughter too. Look, my daughter. Gu Xiuyuan desperately wanted to show off his child, and to flaunt that she was Lin Wanqing's. The assistant looked at the girl's photo, and felt that she looked familiar. Isn't this the child that Gu Xiuyuan carried to dinner a while ago? So he really is his biological son. But upon closer inspection, this child looks remarkably like Lin Wan. Just as the assistant was wondering, Gu Xiuyuan said proudly, Wan gave birth to twins for me, a boy and a girl. Assistant. Wait, what did the boss just say? Who gave birth to the child? Lin Wan. No, when did they? My assistant is about to crash. He's been by Gu Xiuyuan's side for years. How could he not know about this? Did Miss Lin give birth to her? The assistant was still confused. When exactly did this happen? Do you still remember that night 5 years ago? Gu Xiuyuan asked. Was that Miss Lin that day? The assistant finally realized. 5 years ago, one night was the only time Gu Xiuyuan lost control, and unexpectedly, that one night resulted in 2 children. This is too much of a coincidence, even more outrageous than the short drama he's watching now. No wonder Gu Xiuyuan fell for Lin Wan so quickly. There was this reason behind it. He suddenly felt that Lin Wan was really lucky. Yes, twins, one shot, one soul. Gu Xiuyuan still carried a sense of pride. Seeing Gu Xiuyuan's smugness, the assistant didn't want to spoil his mood. It has to be our CEO Gu. There's another secret I want to share with you, Gu Xiuyuan said, his mouth babbling on and on. He rarely talks this much at the company. I'm all ears. The assistant leaned closer. It's rare for the boss to be willing to share some gossip with him, although he wouldn't go out and talk about it. Lin Wan isn't the kind of person who climbed the social ladder by having a child, as you think. She's Xiao Yang's younger sister, Gu Xiuyuan said softly. It's obvious what the assistant was thinking. Assistant. He had been shocked twice in just a few minutes. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations on your marriage to Miss Lin. Oh no, Miss Xiao. The assistant began to flatter. Now he understands the situation. No wonder the boss treated Bai Xinran that way a few days ago. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. He had been by Gu Xiuyuan's side for several years, and even the shareholders in the company treated him with respect. However, Bai Xinran was the only one who gave him a hard time. He couldn't wait to see Bai Xinran make a fool of herself. She really thought she could become Mrs. Gu, but little did she know that she was offending the real Mrs. Gu. The assistant had no doubt whatsoever that Gu Xiuyuan would marry Lin Wan. Good lad, you've got a sweet tongue. I'll give you a day off. Go back and spend time with your girlfriend. I'll give you a big gift when we get married, Gu Xiuyuan said with a wave of his hand. The assistant has been with him since he started managing the company, and has made great contributions. When this guy gets married, he should at least send him a wedding house to store the wedding gifts. Really? Then I'm off. The assistant immediately became excited. She dashed out in a flash, afraid that Gu Xiuyuan would change his mind. But he came back on his own a little while later. Why haven't you left yet? If you don't want a holiday, then don't complain in the future. Gu Xiuyuan looked up and glanced at him. No, Mr. Gu, there's a little boy downstairs who looks a lot like you. They say he's your son, the assistant said. He only realized how much the father and son resembled each other when he saw them in person. It looks even more like the picture than in the photo. If Gu Xiuyuan hadn't already warned him, he would have been truly shocked. Gu Xiuyuan's son was accompanied by his daughter. I have no idea how the two little ones ended up here. He told the security guard to keep an eye on the child, and then hurriedly ran back to report to Gu Xiuyuan. I even forgot to make a phone call. Those are his boss's two children. If Bai Xinran saw this, she would go crazy. The assistant is actually quite looking forward to seeing Bai Xinran act crazy, even though she's not exactly normal usually. These two little rascals have skipped school again. They really can't be kept at home anywhere. They're just like my kids. Gu Xiuyuan smiled. This kindergarten has the best security system in the city, so it's quite remarkable that the two of them managed to escape. Given the intelligence of his two children, calling them geniuses wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chapter 102 No kindergarten can keep them in. He was already quite clever when he was young, but these two children have surpassed him in intelligence. Gu Xiuyuan immediately dropped what he was doing and ran downstairs. He couldn't keep his two precious children waiting any longer. The assistant followed closely behind. Why bother with a holiday? Eating melons is the priority. Just an hour ago, the two little ones sat side by side, each supporting their chubby little faces with their tiny hands. Brother, it's really boring here. I don't want to play with those kids anymore. They're too stupid. Why don't we leave? Lin Wan suggested. Did she really dislike this place? Or did she want to go back to her grandmother's house? She didn't have to go to school for those few days. Or it's nice to be at home with Daddy. In short, I'm fine with doing anything, except going to school. She really couldn't stand how boring going to school was. When she first arrived, playing with a few new kids was still somewhat novel, but now all she wants to do is escape, okay? They are all too naive. She didn't want to talk to these kids who usually watch cartoons. They had absolutely nothing to talk about. She's had enough of being the leader of the kids. Now I'm starting to understand why my brother is so withdrawn. His sister's words also successfully moved Lin Wan, but he couldn't run away. He promised his mother that he would study hard and take good care of his younger sister. But it's so boring here. He already knows everything the teacher teaches, so he has no motivation at all. It's completely meaningless. No, you can't. You already made Mommy very angry last time. Mommy told us to go to school properly and not to run around. Lin Wan lectured his younger sister like a little adult. But he was already itching to try. All he needed was a reason to be convinced. As long as he feels at peace with himself, he will definitely be able to get out. I miss my grandma, I miss my dad, and I miss my mom. I really want to see them. It's been 2 or 3 hours since I last saw them, Lin Wan said earnestly. She believed that her brother would eventually grant her any request she made. If Mommy gets angry, Daddy will protect her now. Even though her reasons were somewhat far-fetched, they were enough for Lin Wan. All he needed was an excuse to leave this place with a clear conscience. Whether it's reasonable or not isn't that important. But this place is much more strictly supervised than the previous kindergarten, Lin Wan said as he pondered his plan. I believe my brother must have a way. My brother is the smartest genius in the world. Lin Wan began to flatter him. She knew her brother was susceptible to this trick. Well, there is a way, Lin Wan said, keeping everyone in suspense. He had observed the entire kindergarten from the very first day he enrolled and had already found a safe place to escape. That place is quite remote. It's obvious that no one goes there regularly, and there are no security cameras. After all, who would expect a 4-year-old child to escape from prison? This would be their best escape route, and they wouldn't be discovered. No matter how strict the security measures are, they can't keep him out. I knew my brother would come up with a plan. My brother is the smartest, Lin Wan said with admiration. She really likes and admires her brother. He can solve any problem, and it seems like nothing can stump him. Except for Jiang Yinan. My brother really couldn't handle it. Let's go. Brother will take you to find Daddy and Mommy, Lin Wan said, standing up and walking along the route he had planned. Arriving at the corner that Lin Wan had already observed, they found that no one had cleaned it, the security cameras were broken, and even the iron fence was broken. The two little ones easily crawled out from inside. After coming out, I took a taxi all the way to the Gu Group building. I happened to run into my assistant who was going home for vacation. Uncle, could you please call Gu Xiuyuan out for me? I'm his son, and this is his daughter, Lin Wan said directly to his assistant. You're Lin Wan? The assistant looked at his face excitedly. Uncle knows me. Lin Wan was completely bewildered. He didn't recognize the person in front of him either. I not only know you, but I also know your sister, right, little Lin Yike? The assistant said with a smile. I just found out that the boss has twins, a boy and a girl, so I came to visit. Then please ask Uncle to call our daddy out for a moment, Linny said sweetly. Does anyone in Daddy's company already know about their existence? Okay, right away. Don't wander off. After saying that, the assistant dashed back upstairs. Nan, Kiki. Gu Xiuyuan saw the two small figures from afar. Daddy. The two little ones ran towards Gu Xiuyuan at the same time. Gu Xiuyuan picked up both children and said, You've been skipping school again, haven't you? Nan is going to corrupt your sister. He seems to have gained weight recently, so he'll have to hold the two children more often. They'll grow up soon. He said things that were blaming him, but his tone was full of doting affection. This left the assistant, who had followed him out, completely bewildered. When did their boss become so gentle? Do men all change this much after having children? This Gu Xiuyuan felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Daddy, don't blame my brother. It was Coco who missed you, so she asked my brother to bring me out, Lin Yike said sweetly. She knew her daddy wouldn't blame her. After saying that, she kissed Gu Xiuyuan on the cheek. Lin Wan also kissed his father's cheek, just like his sister did. Then she became shy. He's now learned to act cute too. Come on, Daddy will take you upstairs and show you Daddy's office, okay? We'll have lunch together with your mommy later, Gu Xiuyuan said. I felt so happy inside. The children are so incredibly cute. How could they possibly be wrong? He now desperately wants everyone to know that he and Lin Wan have a child. Okay, the two little ones said in unison, very happy. Gu Xiuyuan grabbed one of them by the hand and prepared to go upstairs. As he passed his assistant, he said, Weren't you supposed to be on vacation? Get out of here, or you'll regret it. Goodbye. The assistant disappeared in a flash. This was a vacation he had finally gotten. There are still many things I want to do with my girlfriend. Gu Xiuyuan simply and openly took the two children back to the company. The return rate is 100%. It quickly caused a stir in the company. Hey, look at President Gu. He brought two children with him. Could they be Lin Wan's too? How could that be? Look again, doesn't that little boy look a lot like President Gu? How could he be Lin Wan's child? Chapter 103. This fierce and scared me. It really does look like it. When did President Gu have a child? I heard him call President Gu daddy, so it can't be wrong. Just by looking at them, you don't even need to judge from their names. How could they possibly look so alike unless they were related by blood? They look like twins. But that little girl does look a bit like Lin Wan. It might just be a coincidence. Lin Wan hasn't been with the company for very long, has she? That's true, but I've never heard of Mr. Gu having had a girlfriend before. How could we possibly know about the affairs of wealthy families? It's perfectly normal for Mr. Gu to have a child at his age, but who the mother is another matter. Mrs. Gu is really good at giving birth. These two children are so good looking. Mr. Gu is very lucky. It might not be Mrs. Gu. I've never heard of Mr. Gu getting married. His wedding would be a huge affair. Maybe she just has two children. It's not that easy to get into the Gu family. That's hard to say, but Mr. Gu seems to really like these two children. It's a pity about Lin Wan. I really thought she might have something going on with President Gu. Oh well, it's normal for someone of President Gu's status to have many children, but he probably wouldn't really be interested in a woman with a child. What's so regrettable about Lin Wan? The most regrettable one is Director Bai, isn't he? He pursued President Gu for so long, and now his child is already so grown up. Isn't she the one who deserves it? No normal person would like someone who's so dramatic and demanding. If I were President Gu, I wouldn't like her either. Alright, keep your voice down. If Director Bai hears you, you'll be in trouble again. Whatever, it's not like I haven't been bullied by her before. She'll never be Mrs. Gu in her life. What's with all the arrogance? If it weren't for her father, what would she be? Hey, I still think President Gu's daughter looks a lot like Lin Wan, so much so. Could it be? No way. This wave of gossip quickly swept through the entire Gu group. It would be hard for Bai Xinran not to know about this. People were talking about it everywhere. Moreover, her lackey informed her immediately. She also filed numerous complaints, saying that so-and-so was gossiping behind her back, saying that she had been chasing Gu Xiuyuan for many years but hadn't succeeded, and that she wasn't even a backup option. But Bai Xinran had no time to care who was talking about her behind her back. My mind is filled with the thought that Gu Xiuyuan has a child. Does he have a child? But when she questioned him last time, didn't he deny it, saying that it wasn't his daughter? What's going on here? Did Gu Xiuyuan lie back then? Bai Xinran's mind is in a mess right now. She really wanted to believe Gu Xiuyuan's words, but since the rumors were circulating so widely in the company, it couldn't possibly be false. Bai Xinran really hoped that these were just her illusions, but the facts were right in front of her. She had barely stepped out of the office when she heard people talking about it. She couldn't hold back any longer and went straight to Gu Xiuyuan's office. Gu Xiuyuan took the two children to his office on the top floor and let them play as they pleased, with plenty of fruit, toys, and snacks. He couldn't even finish his work. He was busy playing with his two children. His two little ones are his most precious treasures. Gu Xiuyuan. The office door was pushed open with a sharp female voice. Gu Xiuyuan, who was playing with his child, frowned unhappily. He knew who it was without even turning around. It seems he has no choice but to take action now. He was too lenient with the Bai family. Especially when he saw his daughter startled, his desire to take down the Bai family reached its peak. What's wrong with you? You scared my daughter. Gu Xiuyuan quickly hugged Kiki and patted her. Baby, don't be afraid, Daddy's here. He wouldn't bear to let his precious little princess suffer even the slightest grievance, so how could he allow outsiders to act presumptuously? Daddy, Annie is so fierce, so scary. Lin Yike looked frightened and kept burrowing into Gu Xiuyuan's arms. Although she was startled, she wasn't in a situation where she needed to be comforted. But just one glance at Bai Xinran was enough for her to know that this woman was not simple and must have ulterior motives towards her father. Daddy belongs to Mommy, and she won't let anyone else have him. This woman is really annoying. Can't she see that her dad already has children? Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you. Gu Xiuyuan's anger flared even more upon hearing his daughter's words. His eyes were blazing with anger as he looked at Bai Xinran. I told you long ago, if you don't want to work here, you can get out. If you're sick, go get treatment. I've already given Mayor Bai enough face. My wife and children are my bottom line. The words wife and children plunged Bai Xinran's heart into despair. The way Gu Xiuyuan spoke softly and gently to the little girl was something she had never seen before. His expressionless face in front of her was already a sign of politeness. It turns out he can be gentle, but that gentleness will never be for her. Bai Xinran is now even jealous of a young girl like Lin Yike. Regardless of whether she was his daughter or not, she didn't want this little girl to snuggle in Gu Xiuyuan's arms and be coaxed by him. Didn't you tell me she wasn't your daughter? You lied to me. Bai Xinran's nerves were pierced by the scene before her. He lied to her. So what if I lied to you? She's still my precious daughter. Gu Xiuyuan said indifferently. However, he genuinely didn't know at the time that Coco was his child. When exactly did you get pregnant? Why did you hide it from me? Bai Xinran's heart trembled. The pain was so intense I couldn't breathe. She had been closely observing him for many years and had never found out that he had been with any woman. She thought Lin Wan was the first. The thought of him sleeping with another woman and having a child with her made her feel resentful. Could this child be Lin Wan's? Bai Xinran then clearly saw the face of the little person in Gu Xiuyuan's arms, and it looked just like Lin Wan. Lin Wan's child is already old enough to call Gu Xiuyuan daddy. He's actually treating someone else's child like his own. Bai Xinran was completely confused. I was pregnant 5 years ago, twins. Look, this is my precious son, Gu Xiuyuan said in a boastful tone, and even reached out to touch his son's head. Bai Xinran then remembered that the rumors she had just heard said that Gu Xiuyuan had brought 2 children in. Only then did she notice the little boy who had been staring at her expressionlessly. That one glance was enough to chill her to the bone. This child has the exact same face as Gu Xiuyuan. He is definitely his biological son. In other words, these two are indeed his biological children. Bai Xinran's last glimmer of hope was shattered. Gu Xiuyuan is indeed pregnant with twins. Chapter 104 Willing to be your child's stepmother. Even after seeing it with her own eyes, Bai Xinran still found it hard to accept the fact. Why didn't you tell me? And who is that woman? Bai Xinran asked, crying. She had never seen any woman with him. The entire Gu family kept the exact time when she conceived the child a secret from her. Gu's parents had been trying to match her up with Gu Xiuyuan, but even they had been lying to her all along. On the surface, he said he preferred her to be his daughter-in-law, but in reality, he already had grandchildren. So what is she? Is she just a tool for the Gu family to climb higher? For the sake of their Bai family's power, they have never even made their own descendants public. She really misjudged the Gu family. She truly felt that she had been completely manipulated by the Gu family over the years. But why did they have to do this? Why did they have to hurt her? She can also have children for Gu Xiuyuan. Even if she can't have twins, she can have 2 or 3 children. As long as Gu Xiuyuan is happy, she is willing to have more of their love's fruits. Even if Gu Xiuyuan wanted to play around with other women, she could turn a blind eye. As long as he didn't get pregnant or bring the women home, she could tolerate it. But the current outcome is hard for her to accept. She felt she had been deeply hurt. However, all of this was just her wishful thinking. Gu Xiuyuan had no intention whatsoever of marrying her and having children. Over the years, Bai Xinran had been obsessed with Gu Xiuyuan because she couldn't have him. She often hypnotized herself into believing that Gu Xiuyuan belonged to her. This fierce-looking auntie, I think you've got it wrong. My daddy and mommy love each other very much, and then they had me and my sister. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, and I have no obligation to report to you. Lin Wan looked up at Bai Xinran and said, word by word. This adult is so old, yet he can't see as clearly as a child. Lin Wan thought this person was simply insane. His father was right. If this aunt was sick, she should have sought treatment sooner. What's wrong with you here? This woman likes her daddy, but it's obvious that her daddy doesn't like her. What exactly is she so infatuated with? People like that are so annoying. When they were in kindergarten, other children would often come up to them and bother them like this, saying they wanted to marry them when they grew up, and so on. He's so annoying. I never knew adults could be so lacking in boundaries. Bai Xinran was so speechless after being rebuked. That's infuriating. Like mother, like son, his mother, who dared to seduce Gu Xiuyuan, must not be a good person. Did you hear that? My son is not even 5 years old, and he already knows this principle. Don't you understand? Everything I have has nothing to do with you, and I don't need to tell you. Gu Xiuyuan looked at his son with an appreciative gaze. The brat is young, but his attack power is considerable. However, today he also decided to let Bai Xinran leave this place completely. He could no longer give the Bai family any face. There was no need for it. It wasn't that he hadn't given them chances, but Bai Xinran hadn't changed at all. Then we'll have no choice but to break off all pretense of civility. As for his parents, he didn't want to explain anything further. Now he is the head of the Gu family. Why are you doing this to me? Why? I've loved you for so many years, and you're having a child with another woman. What's wrong with me? Bai Xinran broke down again. She had asked Gu Xiuyuan these questions many times, but she had never received an answer. Auntie, don't cry. Your makeup is ruined. You need to buy waterproof makeup next time and remember to touch it up regularly. It doesn't look good like this. Girls should learn to love beauty, but more importantly, they should learn to love themselves, Lin Wan added, delivering another blow. Bai Xinran was implying something in his words. These words successfully made Bai Xinran hold back her tears. She sobbed as she took out her phone to look at herself. Her carefully applied makeup was indeed ruined. Auntie's makeup skills need improvement. Also, too much plastic surgery can have side effects. Your face is already quite stiff, so it's not suitable for heavy makeup. Lin Wan added another timely jab. That was his feeling the moment he first saw Bai Xinran. He could understand wanting to look beautiful, but he really couldn't understand why her face would become stiff and she would look like a ghost when she cried. His dad wouldn't have such bad taste. Annie is actually quite good at makeup and dressing up, unlike my mommy, who is naturally beautiful and doesn't need makeup. She looks good in anything. Right, Daddy? My mommy is the most beautiful. Lin Wan looked at Gu Xiuyuan with stars in her eyes. Of course, your mommy is the most beautiful, Gu Xiuyuan said sincerely. It has to be said that the Xiao family has really good genes. The 4 siblings of the Xiao family are all top-notch in terms of looks. So, does Daddy love Mommy the most? Lin Wan continued to ask. Of course, Daddy loves Mommy the most, and I love you both too, Gu Xiuyuan said with a smile. These words were sincere, and not just meant for Bai Xinran. He felt he could never leave his mother and son for the rest of his life. Bai Xinran was furious. The 3 of them, father and sons, were mocking her in unison, and even flaunting their affection in front of her. That's enough. Is that woman really that good? Bai Xinran asked, unwilling to give up. He actually said that woman was his favorite. If you love her so much, why not marry her? They have a child, but no official status. Is this what love is? Bai Xinran just wanted to laugh, feeling sorry for that woman. So what if they had children? So what if they were twins? They still couldn't be seen in public. The Gu family never made them public. The child is already so old, and this is the first time Gu Xiuyuan has brought him out. In the end, it's just 2 illegitimate children and a mistress who can't be brought to the table. What's there to be proud of? But she was still insanely jealous of that woman. Jealous that woman could have a child for Gu Xiuyuan, Jealous that woman could give Gu Xiuyuan a son and a daughter in one pregnancy, and jealous that Gu Xiuyuan was good to those two children. I'm jealous of everything they have. These are all things she wants but can't have. Even a smile from Gu Xiuyuan is a luxury for her. Of course, she is the most wonderful person in the world, Gu Xiuyuan said firmly. There is no doubt about this. He had also wondered if he hadn't met Lin Wan 5 years ago, and if they didn't have a child together, would he have fallen for her now that they were getting along like this? The answer is yes. Even if history could repeat itself and he were given another chance to choose, he would still let Lin Wan get pregnant with his child. Only the difference would be that he wouldn't let her leave his side. I've waited for you for so many years. You know my heart and my love for you have never changed. Why can't you give me a chance? How can you know how good I am if you haven't tried? Yuan, I promise you, as long as you're willing to be with me, I'm willing to be your child's stepmother. Chapter 105. It would be better if she married herself. I'm willing to accept these two illegitimate children. I really don't mind. I'll have more children for you. As long as you like children, I can keep having them. Bai Xinran was already starting to ramble incoherently. Especially when she heard Gu Xiuyuan constantly praising the children's mother, she completely lost her temper. She was unwilling to accept it. With such good qualities, so many high-quality men were pursuing her, but she was only waiting for Gu Xiuyuan. What awaited them was the news that he had a child with another woman. The door to Gu Xiuyuan's office was wide open, and people outside were already secretly gossiping. After hearing Bai Xinran's remarks, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? Isn't this just humiliating Mayor Bai? She may be shameless, but her father still has to be. Everyone in the Gu family knows Bai Xinran's true identity. She often flaunts her background and family history to mock others with their ordinary origins. As the daughter of a mayor, what kind of man couldn't she find? She insists on being a stepmother to the child of a man who doesn't love her, especially since he has a wife. Isn't this just a mistress? The most crucial point is that Gu Xiuyuan really doesn't think much of her. She's really embarrassed herself. How is Mayor Bai supposed to face people now? More and more people gathered outside to watch the spectacle. Some people even brought sunflower seeds and distributed them to everyone. Gu Xiuyuan's assistant happened to have a day off, so no one chased these people away. Moreover, the fact that Gu Xiuyuan didn't close the door means that he doesn't mind if outsiders can see everything inside. Let Bai Xinran embarrass herself to the fullest extent if she wants to. This is better than current TV dramas and the Spring Festival Gala. Auntie, we have our own mother, we don't need a stepmother. Besides, my daddy only loves my mommy. It's immoral for you to break up someone else's family like this. Has no one taught you this principle? Or are your parents also shameless people? Lin Wan stood up. The way he looked at Bai Xinran was hostile. He knew this woman definitely liked his daddy, but he never expected her to be this crazy, actually wanting to replace his mommy. Don't you even look in the mirror? The little guy's face turned red with anger. I never imagined this woman could be so shameless. They finally found their dad, and anyone who wants to break up their family is dreaming. You? How dare you insult my parents? Do you know who my father is? Bai Xinran's face was a mixture of madness and smugness. Her background is her greatest asset. Even if she's from the Gu family, she still gives her father face time and time again. For the Gu family to succeed in their business, they need her father's approval. She knew perfectly well how much her parents valued her. It's just that Gu Xiuyuan is ungrateful and doesn't realize how lucky he is to have married her. Bai Xinran reached out her hand to Lin Wan, but then put it back. She didn't dare. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but she was still very resistant to the idea of hurting Gu Xiuyuan's child. So what if you know? So what if you curse me? Gu Xiuyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clearly saw Bai Xinran raise her hand towards his son and then lower it. She's smart enough to know her place. If she dared to lay a finger on his son today, he would make sure the entire Bai family would never recover. Bai Xinran was stunned by the chill emanating from Gu Xiuyuan. She suddenly felt a wave of fear. Thankfully, she had stopped herself in time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Bai Xinran tried to explain. I don't accept any of your apologies. Get out of here. You're fired now and don't need to come to work anymore. As for Mayor Bai, he should know what to do if he wants to leave himself a way out, Gu Xiuyuan said coldly. Fire me? No, Yuan. No. Mr. Gu, you can't fire me. I was invited here by Uncle Gu. Did you get his permission to do this? Did you think about Uncle Gu's feelings? Bai Xinran looked incredulous. He used to forgive her no matter what she did at the company, but now he says he's going to fire her. She tried to use Gu Xiuyuan's father to suppress him, but none of this mattered to Gu Xiuyuan. I don't need my dad's permission. As for your dad, I've already given him enough face. Get out. Gu Xiuyuan's face was filled with anger. He hated it when this woman called him a Yuan. No, I won't leave. I can't leave you. I want to stay here and work. Don't fire me. Bai Xinran began to panic. She couldn't care about anything else now. All she wanted was to stay by Gu Xiuyuan's side. But Gu Xiuyuan remained unmoved. Gu Xiuyuan, you can't fire me. You know the consequences if you do. My dad won't let you get away with this, Bai Xinran threatened. She's her father's only daughter, and he definitely won't let this go if she suffers this injustice. Gu Xiuyuan's previous actions had already angered her father, who had even advised her to give up on Gu Xiuyuan. But she insisted on staying by Gu Xiuyuan's side. This kind of love that has lasted for so many years cannot be let go of so easily. These words successfully ignited Gu Xiuyuan's anger. He hated being threatened the most. Do they really think a mayor can control everything? Seeing that Bai Xinran had completely gone mad, Gu Xiuyuan was about to have someone throw her out when the two little ones simultaneously looked towards the door. Mommy! The two little ones pounced on it together. All eyes were now on Lin Wan. Skipping class again? Being naughty again? What did you two promise me? Are you trying to make me angry again? Lin Wan wanted to be angry, but was helpless. There was also a hint of embarrassment. The news that Gu Xiuyuan brought his two children to the company had spread like wildfire. It was impossible for her not to know. Inside the office, someone was live streaming Bai Xinran's embarrassing moment. Lin Wan put down her work and rushed over here with Sister He. She had never wanted anyone to know about her relationship with Gu Xiuyuan, but now she couldn't hide it anymore. Even if she doesn't come, Gu Xiuyuan will take the children to find her. Just as I reached the door of the president's office, I heard Bai Xinran say that she wanted to be the stepmother of her child. That sentence disgusted her. Bai Xinran liking Gu Xiuyuan is her own private matter and her right, but it's really disgusting to think that he could directly replace her while she's still alive. Even if she doesn't end up with Gu Xiuyuan, she would never allow someone like Bai Xinran to be her child's stepmother. If a child falls into the hands of such a person, their life will likely be very difficult. In that case, she might as well just get married herself. Mommy, we missed you and Daddy, so we came to see you. Lin Yike started to whine again. Chapter 106 Public Relationship. This is one of Lin Yike's usual tactics. As long as she makes her mother happy, she won't be blamed. Lin Wanming knew her daughter's intentions, but she was still easily swayed by them. She patted her daughter's head and said, "This is the last time. You're not allowed to sneak out again. If you want to come see Daddy and Mommy, we can come pick you up. This is the last time." Lin Wan was really helpless. She had been manipulated by the little brat again. Even though she knew the children were wrong, dangerous, and would have a significant impact on the kindergarten, she just couldn't bring herself to be angry with her own children. She felt that she wasn't a good mother, that she was being too lenient with her children's behavior. The kindergarten is probably in complete chaos now. "This is the last time," the two little ones said in unison. "I won't run around anymore." The two of them came here today for two reasons. One, because kindergarten was too boring, and two, to help expose the relationship between their parents. See, now everyone knows that Daddy and Mommy had them. The scene at the entrance to the CEO's office stunned everyone present, including Sister He, who still doesn't know the truth. There's also Bai Xinran, who's still recovering from her outburst. Today, there are many different speculations about who the biological mother of Gu Xiuyuan's two children is. To everyone's surprise, this person was actually Lin Wan, the woman in Gu Xiuyuan's rumored relationship. Many people thought that Lin Wan quickly got together with Gu Xiuyuan after joining the company, and that the daughter was her child with her ex. It turned out that the child's father was Gu Xiuyuan. Everyone stared in disbelief, and soon all eyes were on Bai Xinran. She sat up in shock while dying, only to find that the clown was herself. The other couple already have a child who is several years old, but Bai Xinran still dreams of marrying Gu Xiuyuan every day. She even went so far as to say that she wanted to be the child's stepmother. This is absolutely the biggest joke of the Gu group today, and it will be something people will laugh about for years to come. No wonder Gu Xiuyuan never paid any attention to Bai Xinran. It turns out he already had someone else in his heart. At this moment, Sister He finally understood why Lin Wan always verbally agreed to take the children out to play, but never actually did it. She used to think that Lin Wan didn't want to have any contact with her outside of work, but now it seems there's another reason. Judging from Lin Wan's son's appearance, she could tell at a glance that he was Gu Xiuyuan's child. How is this possible? How could it be you? Bai Xinran stammered as she looked at Lin Wan. What she least expected and found hardest to accept was that the woman who gave birth to Gu Xiuyuan's child was actually Lin Wan. She always looked down on Lin Wan, thinking that Gu Xiuyuan was just playing around on a whim. I never expected them to be serious, that they had been together for a long time, and that they even had a child. But they kept it a secret from everyone. Even the Gu family, while outwardly saying they want her to be their daughter-in-law, probably already consider Lin Wan their daughter-in-law in private. Everyone was deceiving her. However, perhaps the Gu family doesn't approve of Lin Wan, otherwise they wouldn't have kept her out of the family for several years, even though they have repeatedly expressed their liking for her. This gave Bai Xinran a little more peace of mind. After her initial surprise, Bai Xinran felt even more contempt for Lin Wan. She appears innocent on the surface, but secretly seduces Gu Xiuyuan to get pregnant out of wedlock. Even though she gave birth to twins, she was never allowed to enter the Gu family. A despicable person is utterly unfit for public life. Bai Xinran looked at Lin Wan with endless resentment and jealousy. If she were the mother of these two children, the Gu family would have begged her to become their young mistress long ago. This is the difference between Lin Wan and her. A free-range chicken will always be a free-range chicken. Even if it flies to a high branch, it can never become a phoenix. Why can't it be me? In short, it can't be you. Lin Wan said neither humbly nor arrogantly. She used to be really afraid of others knowing that her child was Gu Xiuyuan's, but now she feels it's time for the children to stand openly in the sunlight. She was well aware that her child had been called an illegitimate child since he was little, and some even called him a bastard. Every time she hears such comments, she feels a heart-wrenching pain. She used to feel inferior in front of Gu Xiuyuan because of her status, but now the Xiao family has given her enough confidence. She asked herself if she loved Gu Xiuyuan, and the answer was yes, but not deeply enough. But for the sake of the two children, whether it's deep enough or not is no longer important. She doesn't think she'll ever be able to fall deeply in love with anyone again. Gu Xiuyuan is her best choice. You bitch. Bai Xinran's eyes were filled with malice as she raised her hand at Lin Wan. Lin Wan drove her to madness with jealousy, causing her to completely lose her mind. Before Bai Xinran's hand could even fall, a large hand firmly grabbed her wrist. Have you made enough of a scene? Gu Xiuyuan's voice was icy. Bai Xinran is incredibly bold, daring to attack Lin Wan in front of him. If Bai Xinran succeeds today, the Xiao family will tear the Bai family to shreds without him even lifting a finger. In Shenzhen, which wealthy family with such a solid foundation doesn't have some kind of background? Do you really think they would be afraid of a mere mayor? It hurts. Bai Xinran felt the pressure on her wrist and broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Xiuyuan directly touched Song Ai's hand, causing Bai Xinran to stumble. I told you, don't mess with my woman, or you'll face the consequences. Gu Xiuyuan looked at Bai Xinran with icy eyes. Are you going to get out of here on your own, or should I have someone carry you out? He knew Bai Xinran would cause trouble when he brought the two children into his office, so he deliberately left the door open. He didn't mind people knowing he had children, and he certainly didn't mind people knowing his woman was Lin Wan. The Joker only ever had Bai Xinran throughout the entire story. Today is the day he completely severs ties with the Bai family. His father was the one who had connections with the Bai family, never him. Rather than saying that he let Bai Xinran run wild to save face for Mayor Bai, it would be more accurate to say that he was saving face for his father. What they fear is never just a small mayor, but rather the powerful backers behind Mayor Bai. However, he recently received news that Mayor Bai's backer was being investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission and would soon be removed from office. He also contributed a great deal of effort to this. Another report says that someone has reported Mayor Bai for alleged corruption and bribery. These events happened exactly what he wanted. He will deliver a fatal blow to the Bai family when necessary. He originally wanted to leave himself an out, but Bai Xinran repeatedly crossed his bottom line. As long as Mayor Bai remains in office, Bai Xinran will not behave herself. Moreover, he knew all too well what Mayor Bai had done. He had been plundering the people's hard-earned money. Getting rid of this person would be a great contribution to society. Gu Xiuyuan remained steadfast in his convictions. Chapter 107 Madly Giving Eye Contact. Bai Xinran ran out of Gu Xiuyuan's office crying once again. He even deliberately bumped into Lin Wan when he passed by. This farce has now come to a complete end. The crowd dispersed and returned to their jobs. There are some plays that Mr. Gu allows them to watch, but others that he doesn't allow them to even glance at. Everyone is well aware of this. However, discussions about Gu Xiuyuan and Lin Wan still occupy the center of gossip. Sister He also left with her questions, knowing that now was not the time to ask them. Only Lin Wan stayed behind. She had to stay with her child. Now that their relationship has been made public, she no longer needs to hide it. It's just that I'm afraid it will be difficult to get along with everyone like before in the future." Just as Lin Wan was about to say a few more words to the two children, Gu Xiuyuan received a call from the kindergarten. The teacher was so frightened when she discovered the two little ones were missing that she almost had a heart attack. These two are Gu Xiuyuan's children, and he was instructed to protect them closely. The children have suddenly disappeared, and the teacher is completely dumbfounded. I immediately reported this to my superiors. Their kindergarten has been in Shenzhen for so long and has always had top-notch security, yet this is the first time a child has gone missing. They lost their little ancestor, whom they couldn't afford to offend. If they can't find these two children, no amount of their lives would be enough to compensate the Gu family. The headmistress panicked and sent security guards to search the park for the two children, while she herself quickly pulled up the surveillance video. The video showed them the direction in which the two children disappeared. They quickly searched the area and found that it was in disrepair and rarely visited. There were surveillance cameras in other places as well, but the kindergarten had never taken the issue seriously. That's why the incident of the child going missing happened today. Furthermore, they deduced that the two children had crawled through the somewhat rotten and dilapidated iron fence. It's just the right size for a 4 or 5-year-old child to crawl through. When the director saw this hole, he felt his vision go black. These two are like living ancestors. How could they find a place like this? Is this the level of intelligence a child should have? Isn't this just setting a trap for her? Once it was confirmed that the children had left the kindergarten area, the principal immediately decided to call the police first and then notify the Gu family. Although they were afraid of being blamed by the Gu family, they couldn't hide it from them no matter what. They have taken the fastest measures possible, and hopefully the two children haven't gone far. "Hello, Principal." Gu Xiuyuan knew who was calling the moment the phone rang. He completely forgot to call the kindergarten to let them know that the child was already in his hands. "President Gu, the two children." The kindergarten principal's voice was urgent. "Don't worry, the children are with me now, and they're safe. I'll send them back to school tomorrow. But the school also needs to strengthen its management. I don't want anything like this to happen again. Money is not a problem. Don't make me say it twice." Gu Xiuyuan hung up the phone immediately after saying that. He invested a lot of money in this kindergarten, but he couldn't even keep an eye on his two children. Although the children are very smart, and their intelligence exceeds his expectations, which is a good thing, the fact that they can run away at such a young age indicates that there are still significant management loopholes in the kindergarten. This matter falls under the responsibility of the kindergarten. Fortunately, the children came looking for them and didn't run around. Otherwise, he would raise the entire kindergarten to the ground. "Kindergarten?" Lin Wan asked. She also felt very troubled, as two children are really difficult to manage. They only obey because they want to. Otherwise, she couldn't control them at all. "When we were living abroad, my two kids were always very well behaved. But lately, I don't know what's wrong with them. Their rebellious phase seems to have come a little too early." She always thought children wouldn't become difficult to manage until they were teenagers. But her child was already difficult to manage before he was even 5 years old. "Yeah, they said those two guys ran away." Gu Xiuyuan also felt helpless. He doesn't really want his children to be too opinionated or too smart, as this would create too many uncertainties and dangers before they grow up. He still believes safety comes first. "You two, stand still and tell me, whose idea was this today?" Lin Wan asked sternly. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Coco, in particular, has run away from kindergarten more than once. Although he found his daddy by sneaking out, such behavior by a child is never a good thing. Although she can't get angry at the children, this is a very serious issue that should be taken seriously. "It's me." The two little ones eagerly raised their hands. They all wanted to take the blame upon themselves. "Who exactly is it?" Lin Wan asked again. "It's me. I'm the older brother, and I'm the one who brought my sister out here." Lin Nan raised his little hand high. After all, he even designed the escape route. Otherwise, the kindergarten wouldn't have waited until now to call. No, I said I wanted to come out with my brother," Lin Yak chimed in. Lin Wan felt a sudden headache. These two kids are getting harder and harder to handle. When Nan was abroad, she was very sensible and never caused her any worry. What's wrong with her lately? I don't know who influenced me. Could it be that now that she's found a daddy, she feels she has someone to rely on and doesn't need to listen to her as much anymore? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at Gu Xiuyuan. It seemed that it really did start with this man. Gu Xiuyuan? What did he do? Why was he given a cold shoulder for no reason? It wasn't him who taught the children to run away. But he didn't dare say it aloud. As for what happened today, Daddy still has to give you a stern talking to. It's not safe for you to run around like that. Mommy will be very worried. And your teacher will be worried too, you know? What if you get kidnapped by bad guys? Will you still want to see Daddy and Mommy? If you want to come visit us again, just call ahead and Daddy will send a car to pick you up. There's absolutely no chance of you sneaking off again, understand? Gu Xiuyuan immediately declared. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, he had to find a way to make his wife happy when she was unhappy. After saying that, he frantically winked at the two children. The little ones immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. We know. We won't run around anymore. We're sorry, Mommy, for making you worry. Don't just make empty promises, you have to keep them, understand? If it happens again, Mommy won't talk to you anymore, Lin Wan said. Having already criticized her and acknowledged her mistake, Lin Wan couldn't bear to continue blaming her. She believes the children have truly realized their mistakes. We know, Mommy, the two little ones replied. What about Bai Xinran? How are you going to explain this to your family and the Bai family? Lin Wan thought of another thorny problem. Chapter 108 Bai Zhengrong's Crimes. Since Gu Xiuyuan's parents and Bai's family have always hoped to bring about the marriage between Gu Xiuyuan and Bai Xinran, it will be difficult for Gu Xiuyuan to explain himself for doing this. Lin Wan didn't really care about her parents' thoughts and actions. She wouldn't care about anything else as long as they didn't directly take her child away. She won't be living with her parents in the Gu family for the rest of her life. But the Bai family is a big problem. Bai Xinran was parachuted in as deputy director without any qualifications or even a decent education, and she caused trouble all the time. The fact that Gu Xiuyuan turned a blind eye to her behavior is enough to show that the Bai family's connections are still very important. Lin Wan didn't really want Gu Xiuyuan to have a direct conflict with the Bai family because of her. No need for any explanation. I told you, I'm confident in dealing with the Bai family. Bai Zhengrong has already been reported, and I'll provide some evidence to bring down the Bai family. He's barely able to protect himself, so he doesn't have time to make things difficult for me. Gu Xiuyuan curled his lips into a smile. He is not afraid of the Bai family at all now. Also, don't overthink things and put yourself under pressure. Protecting you is what I should do, and I can't let you suffer because of me. Gu Xiuyuan put his hands on Lin Wan's shoulders. I want to get rid of the Bai family not just because of you. What the Bai family did is enough to put Bai Zhengrong in jail for life. Gu Xiuyuan gasped when Bai Zhengrong's actions were mentioned. Without investigating, he really wouldn't have known that Bai Zhengrong had committed so many crimes. Embezzlement and bribery were only part of his crimes. Keeping mistresses and having illegitimate children were countless other offenses. Bai Zhengrong's wife turned a blind eye, since making a fuss was pointless anyway. Bai Xinran still believes she is an only child. What Gu Xiuyuan found most unacceptable was that Bai Zhengrong had once driven a female student to her death. The other party refused to comply with him, and was eventually driven to jump off the building. He quickly covered up the matter using his connections, leaving the girl's parents with no way to seek justice and forced to watch helplessly as Bai Zhengrong rose through the ranks under his protection. It is said that one should not bring misfortune upon one's wife and children, but Bai Xinran and her mother have also spent a lot of Bai Zhengrong's dirty money, so they should also be punished. After listening to Gu Xiuyuan's story, Lin Wan remained silent for a long time. She couldn't understand how someone could be so wicked. That person didn't value their life. Did such a person deserve to be an official? Are you really confident? Lin Wan asked worriedly. She was afraid that if Gu Xiuyuan made a mistake, he would suffer the consequences. Of course, even if Bai Zhengrong's backer had fallen, our family still has connections in those areas, Gu Xiuyuan said calmly. Business isn't that easy. He has a lot of things to take care of every year. So don't be afraid. You're my wife. How could I let you suffer with me? Gu Xiuyuan said gently. Bai Zhengrong was bound to fall sooner or later. If Bai Xinran hadn't kept provoking Lin Wan, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. His parents are unaware of the collapse of Bai Zhengrong's backing, or rather, very few people know about it. Otherwise, his parents would definitely not allow him to have any contact with Bai Xinran again. Thinking about how realistic his parents were, Gu Xiuyuan sometimes felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he and his brother both have very positive values. When did I become your wife? Lin Wan's face flushed slightly. She hasn't even registered her marriage with this man yet. Mommy's blushing. Lin Yike reached out and touched Lin Wan's face. This made Lin Wan's face burn even hotter. Don't always say such things in front of the children. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask the kids. Babies, isn't your mommy my wife? Gu Xiuyuan turned his gaze to the two children. Yes, the two little ones said in unison. The better their relationship is, the happier they are. Finally, they are a happy and harmonious family. Daddy is good to mommy. Daddy loves mommy very much. I love mommy very much too. I love daddy too. The two little ones spoke eagerly, each trying to speak first. After lunch, Lin Wan returned to her workstation. Gu Xiuyuan had already made a decision to promote Sister He to deputy director and issued the relevant documents. Gu Xiuyuan also had to continue working on the backlog of tasks, so he could only call over his younger brother, Gu Xiukai, to play with the two children. Soon, the older child and the two younger children were playing together. Although they didn't spend much time together, they were not strangers to each other at all. Lin Wan met many people on her way back to the design department, and everyone greeted her warmly. People who used to ignore her are now very proactive towards her. This change was so fast that Lin Wan herself hadn't even had time to adjust. It had only been half a day. These people changed their tune faster than turning the pages of a book. She disliked this superficial politeness. When she reached the entrance of the design department, she heard people inside still talking about her and Gu Xiuyuan. Let's bet on this. Everyone, guess whether President Gu will marry Lin Wan or not. Bet on this side if you think he will, bet on this side if you think he won't. They've already made it public, so of course he'll marry her. Have you ever seen President Gu treat any woman this well? That's not necessarily true. She's already had twins, a boy and a girl, and the Gu family still hasn't accepted her. That means they don't think much of her. What good is it if only Mr. Gu likes her? You all know how stubborn Mr. Gu is. If Mr. Gu's words carried weight, Billionaire would have taken his place long ago. It's definitely Mr. Gu's own opinion that matters more. Anyway, I bet he will marry her. Didn't you see how much President Gu likes those two kids? Even if the Gu family is unwilling, they are still the children's biological mother. A stepmother is not necessarily a good thing. Wealthy families don't lack children. They can just marry another one and have another. Now that Billionaire is gone, there are still many rich heiresses waiting to marry President Gu. They have plenty of choices. I think so too. It's not so easy to get ahead through children these days, but children born out of wedlock can still inherit property. Yes, there are many children raised outside of wealthy families, more in secret than in the open. It's hard to say right now, but I'll bet on her I'll marry her. Then I won't bet. The discussion got more and more lively. When it's time to work, don't discuss other people's private lives, especially your boss's. Sister He couldn't help but say. She really couldn't listen to it anymore. Although she didn't know the whole story in detail, she could tell that Gu Xiuyuan was sincere and very protective of Lin Wan and the two children. He must have wanted to take this opportunity to make it public today. Hejia's promotion was announced after Billionaire left. She is now the deputy director and the leader of the entire design department. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Chapter 109: The President's Wife. Although many people were dissatisfied with Sister He's sudden promotion, especially those who had been with her for about the same amount of time, or even had more seniority, they were even less willing to accept it. Everyone thought that Sister He got promoted because of Lin Wan. He probably flattered Lin Wan quite a bit behind her back. But they were always dissatisfied, and now Sister He is their leader. These people all returned to their jobs, and the discussion shifted from Lin Wan to quietly discussing Sister He. Having worked in the workplace for so many years, Sister He was well aware of these people's ulterior motives. However, she didn't care much. After all, she was the one who got the promotion and raise, so why should she care what others thought? Besides, in terms of workability, she was no worse than anyone else present. He felt perfectly justified in the promotion. She only learned Lin Wan's true identity today, so there's no question of her trying to curry favor with him. Moreover, she hates people who talk behind others' backs, especially those who spread rumors about them. It's simply incomprehensible. Even though Lin Wan was hiding something from her, she could understand. She could sense from their first meeting that Lin Wan was a special person and definitely not an ordinary person. Just as I expected. When Lin Wan returned to the office again in the afternoon, many colleagues surrounded her, offering her warm greetings, drinks, and desserts. This includes those who gossip behind Hejia's back about currying favor with Lin Wan. One reason was to curry favor with their president's wife, as Lin Wan's status was already a foregone conclusion. Secondly, since everyone didn't get enough of the gossip from this morning, they wanted to dig out some more. However, Lin Wan remained indifferent to the enthusiasm of these people, offering no further response. Regardless of her relationship with Gu Xiuyuan, once she enters this office, she is a colleague to everyone else. Apart from Sister He, she doesn't want to get too close to anyone in private. When she first came to the company and was bullied by Billionaire, the only person who stood by her side and spoke up for her was Sister He. The others were just watching the show, some even hoping she would embarrass herself even more. She is innocent, but not stupid. But after everyone else left, she felt a little awkward facing Sister He. After all, they considered her a friend, and she kept it a secret from them for so long. Even if she wanted to focus on her work now, she would find it difficult to concentrate. Lin Wan invited Sister He directly to the tea room, where it was just the two of them. Sister, just ask whatever you want to ask, Lin Wan said with a sigh. You've kept this from me for so long. Tell me, what's going on between you and President Gu? Let me have a peek, Sister He said with a smile. She still hadn't recovered from what happened that morning. When exactly did Lin Wan get together with Gu Xiuyuan? How come she didn't realize at all that the two of them were old flames? This little girl is really tight-lipped. It's a long story. I met Gu Xiuyuan 5 years ago. I was pregnant then, and I went abroad. I only came back this year. It's a bit complicated, but I am indeed with him now, Lin Wan said in a very soft voice. She didn't want others to know about her private matters with Gu Xiuyuan. Now that she has decided to be with Gu Xiuyuan, her child cannot be labeled as an illegitimate child. He didn't know you were pregnant at the time? Sister He lowered her voice. After all, walls have ears, and she was afraid that someone outside would eavesdrop. As a woman herself, her intuition told her that Gu Xiuyuan was unaware of the existence of the two children. Yes, Lin Wan didn't deny it. I didn't want him to know, I didn't even want to see him again, but Lin Wan didn't continue, thinking that Sister He should understand what she meant. Sister He understood immediately. It seems this was an accident. Since you've met again, it must be fate. And now that you have a child, Mr. Gu is definitely a good match, Sister He said. She couldn't say she was very familiar with Gu Xiuyuan, but over the years she had been with the company, she had watched him rise step by step. The Gu family truly reached its peak under Gu Xiuyuan's leadership. Moreover, she could tell that Gu Xiuyuan was genuinely good to Lin Wan and the child. They were even willing to offend the Bai family. She felt that someone wouldn't take this step unless they were truly sincere. After all, the risks are still quite high. Lin Wan nodded. After chatting with Sister He for a while, they returned to the office. Back at her workstation, Sister He felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She always felt like someone was watching her, like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. She seemed to be the only one who knew the truth. No, absolutely not. She would never betray her friend. She would never tell anyone what Lin Wan had told her. Sister He kept telling herself to stay calm. The Bai family on the other side presented a completely different picture. This is absolutely outrageous. Mayor Bai Zhengrong slammed his hand on the table, making a loud bang. He was already in a terrible predicament these past few days because someone had reported him and the authorities had started investigating him. She was called back by her daughter, who told her that she had been fired by Gu Xiuyuan. Everything happened at once, and Bai Zhengrong was so angry that he was dizzy and disoriented. Isn't this just making things worse for him? Although he has many illegitimate children, Bai Xinran is his only son, whom he has spoiled and pampered since childhood. Especially after his daughter was born, his career progressed smoothly, and he rose through the ranks. He firmly believed that his daughter was a lucky star, and that he was able to rise to prominence thanks to her good fortune. They cherished her with utmost care, treating her like a princess, and she had never suffered such grievances before. But he was helpless. There were so many rich young men in Shenzhen pursuing his daughter, but she just happened to like Gu Xiuyuan, who always had a stern face. The more indifferent the other person is, the more her daughter likes them. He wouldn't have bowed down to the Gu family if it weren't for the children. How can someone who wants to marry off their daughter have to put up with other people's bad temper? The Gu family is quite reasonable and satisfied with their daughter, but Gu Xiuyuan doesn't care about past grievances at all. He's a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. A person who only cares about transactions and not about personal relationships. The politeness shown to him was merely superficial. He sometimes doesn't even bother to be polite to his daughter. My daughter has cried about this several times. It was all right before. At least Gu Xiuyuan could tolerate his daughter's tantrums and fussing. But now it's different. He makes his daughter cry all the time. Today, things have really gotten worse. They've sent them all back. He even had a child with another woman outside of his marriage. That's outrageous. What do you take the Bai family for? Gu Xiuyuan reached out and slapped him across the face with his knuckles. As a man myself, I think it's normal for Gu Xiuyuan to have several women and children outside, but it's not acceptable for him to bring them out. The Gu family is a large and influential family, so they're not afraid of being laughed at. At this time, Bai Zhengrong was unaware of Lin Wan's relationship with the Xiao family, and only thought that Lin Wan was a woman Gu Xiuyuan kept outside. Chapter 110 by Zhengrong. Dad, it's all that Lin Wan's fault. She seduced a Yuan first. A Yuan was just confused for a moment. He would never have treated me like this before. It must be Lin Wan who's behind this. Bai Xinran complained while crying. They put all the blame on Lin Wan. Although Gu Xiuyuan's actions broke her heart, she still couldn't bear to blame him and thought it was Lin Wan's fault. Her Yuan wasn't like this before. You're still defending him now? He's an adult. He knows what he's doing. Don't you know how he treats you? I told you long ago not to chase after him. Not to chase after him. Now look what's happened. You've been wronged, haven't you? You really are, Sai. Bai Zhengrong wanted to criticize her daughter, but ultimately swallowed the words back. Although he didn't love his wife that much, his love for his daughter was genuine. Bai Zhengrong gritted her teeth in anger, angry at Gu Xiuyuan, and also angry at her own daughter for being so disappointing. What kind of man couldn't his daughter find? Why did she choose Gu Xiuyuan? They've hit a brick wall and still won't turn back. I just love him, and I don't want to marry anyone else but him. Isn't it all because of Lin Wan? A Yuan wasn't like this before. Bai Xinran cried, tears streaming down her face. The thought of Gu Xiuyuan's past tolerance towards her would make her rethink her approach to winning him over. She brainwashed herself into believing that Gu Xiuyuan had always been very good to her. What can I say to you? Can't you have any backbone? Aren't there plenty of men besides Gu Xiuyuan? Why is it that you can't live without him? You've completely disgraced me. His child is so grown up, and he's never had any feelings for you. If he had feelings for you, would things have come to this? You silly child, can you stop being so stubborn and give me a break? Bai Zhengrong said, breathless with anger. It was already pretty bad, and now it's even worse. He really misjudged the Gu family. The daughter said that Gu Xiuyuan and that woman had a child that was several years old, and the Gu family had been keeping it from them all along. She also said that Gu Xiuyuan had never been in a relationship. They even fooled him. Hearing her father's words, Bai Xinran, who was already feeling wronged, cried even harder. She just wanted to vent her frustrations, but instead she was met with a barrage of criticism. This broke Bai Xinran's mother's heart. Bai Xinran was her only child. She had been trying to conceive for several years before finally getting pregnant, and it was thanks to this daughter that she was able to secure her position as the legal wife. Otherwise, those guys outside would have already rebelled. Fortunately, her daughter was clever and cute, which won over her husband's heart. She has always spoiled and pampered her precious daughter, so how could she bear to see her cry? All right. The child has been wronged outside, and instead of comforting her when she comes back, you make her suffer. You can only blame them for being so family-oriented. What kind of behavior is this? The child is so old, and they still kept it from us. Bai's mother became angrier as she spoke. Fortunately, she usually got along quite well with the Gu family, and Madame Gu treated her like her own mother-in-law every time she saw her. They're all good actors, huh? She secretly took care of her grandchildren. In her opinion, it was all the Gu family's fault, and there was nothing wrong with her daughter liking Gu Xiuyuan. That guy surnamed Gu is a scoundrel. He betrayed his daughter's sincere heart. Is this something a human being would do? The Gu family is so unrefined. Bai Xinran nestled into her mother's arms and burst into tears. Don't cry, baby. Mom and Dad won't let you suffer for nothing. Bai's mother comforted her daughter, patting her back. Sigh. Bai Zhengrong sighed to the sky. He felt sorry for his daughter when he saw her crying, and he really couldn't bring himself to say anything to blame her. The Gu family should give them an explanation. However, he was recently reported, and his daughter was fired by Gu Xiuyuan. It's really hard for him not to suspect that this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. If Gu Xiuyuan really did this, then he must have a lot of evidence about his shady dealings over the years. At this moment, he didn't dare to confront the Gu family. This will absolutely not do him any good. For now, it seems we can only suffer this in silence. He is powerless to retaliate now, and his daughter can only suffer injustice for nothing. Gu Xiuyuan probably grasped this point. This kid is much smarter than his father. He never fights a battle he's not confident of winning. Bai Zhengrong has less than 2 years left before retirement. As long as he gets through this hurdle and stays stable, he can retire peacefully and enjoy a life of luxury and comfort in his old age. So all he can do now is endure. It's hard to say whether we can get through this current hurdle safely. He had tried his best to leave no trace, but being suddenly reported made it hard not to suspect that the other party had already obtained strong evidence. He also had to keep the mother and her children outside calm. At this critical juncture, he absolutely could not afford to make any mistakes. Bai Zhengrong explained his thoughts to his wife and daughter. What? You mean to just let it go? We've suffered for nothing? Absolutely not. Mother Bai was furious upon hearing these words. She was just about to call the Gu family to ask what was going on. Didn't they want her daughter to be their daughter-in-law? The Gu family had to give a reasonable explanation. They didn't even consider the potential consequences. Seeing that his wife was still so brainless after all these years, Bai Zhengrong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He would have divorced her long ago if it weren't for the fact that she gave birth to a daughter. The reason he longs for the comforts of the outside world is because his wife at home is too stupid and can't keep up with him at all. How could he have been so bewitched by this woman? When he was young, he thought he was good for nothing except for his good looks. As a result, their daughter inherited her mother's traits, possessing only a pretty face but lacking a sharp mind. Otherwise, he would have arranged for his daughter to marry into a high-ranking official family with a position higher than his own long ago. It's better than marrying Gu Xiuyuan no matter what. Dad, don't you think about me at all? I won't marry anyone but a Yuan. I don't mind if he has children, as long as he's willing to marry me. Bai Xinran still clings to this illusion. She hoped her father would use his power to suppress the situation. It doesn't matter if Gu Xiuyuan doesn't love her. All she needs to do is become Mrs. Gu. Once he has children, his heart will gradually return to his parents. She regretted that she acted too late. Am I not clear enough? Use your brains and think about it. Why did I get reported and you get fired around the same time? If the person who reported me was also Gu Xiuyuan, then it means he has evidence. Going to the Gu family now would be like walking into a trap, wouldn't it? Do you think Gu Xiuyuan would let me go? Isn't my situation difficult enough? What more do you want from me? If we do nothing now, maybe he'll be willing to spare our lives. Chapter 111 Jiang Nianan's bombing. Gu Xiuyuan is giving us a warning right now, Bai Zhengrong said. He only noticed this after calming down. Therefore, he was completely unable to do anything. And you? Can't you be a little more responsible? What kind of man can a perfectly good young lady marry? Why do you have to become someone else's stepmother? You may be shameless, but I still have to be. Bai Zhengrong scolded her daughter in anger. He also regretted that he had spoiled his daughter too much. Mom, Bai Xinran, feeling wronged after being criticized, hugged her mother and continued to cry. Why are you taking it out on the child? Hasn't she suffered enough? Even her own father won't stand up for her. Bai's mother hugged her daughter, her heart aching for her. It's all your fault for spoiling him. Bai Zhengrong, feeling resentful, threw down these words and left the house. He still has too many things to deal with. His backer has fallen, and now protecting himself won't be easy. The course of events was exactly as Gu Xiuyuan had anticipated. He knew the Bai family wouldn't dare cause trouble this time, even though he had already put his hand on Bai Zhengrong's face. He dared to openly turn against us because he had prepared ample evidence, and this serves as a warning for now. After all, his father and Bai Zhengrong had a close relationship in the past, and he didn't want his family to be implicated in any way. If Bai Xinran hadn't repeatedly stirred things up, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. His parents also learned about Bai Zhengrong's investigation and began to distance themselves from the Bai family. The most important thing to him was his marriage to Lin Wan. He will go through the process of discussing it with his parents, and regardless of whether they agree or not, he will marry Lin Wan. However, with the Xiao family involved, his parents couldn't possibly disagree. Haven't they always wanted a daughter-in-law who was a good match for them? No one is more suitable than Lin Wan. She can only be Mrs. Gu. Gu Xiuyuan was also planning his marriage proposal and their life together after marriage. Meanwhile, the two little ones had already become inseparable from their uncle, Gu Xiukai. Uncle, you're so handsome. Lin Yike looked at her uncle's handsome face with starry eyes. She likes good-looking people. Her uncle's face is extremely similar to her father's, except that her father looks very smart, while her uncle looks silly and simple-minded. It also has a touch of naivety. Gu Xiukai, who was constantly being praised, couldn't stop smiling. Children are always the best when they're from your own family. He went from disliking children to finding every child adorable, all thanks to his two little ones at home. You have good taste. Gu Xiukai changed the subject. Kids, when are you going home to visit your grandparents? Gu Xiuyuan asked a very probing question. He wasn't sure what the children thought. Although his parents said they looked down on his sister-in-law's background and didn't even want to see their children, he knew that his parents had always hoped that their children could be recognized by their ancestors as soon as possible. If his older brother hadn't been stopping him from telling anyone, he would have already told his parents that his sister-in-law was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. If we just talk it out, things will be fine. Our parents definitely won't object anymore. I have no idea what my older brother is up to. Anyway, his older brother told him not to say anything. and he didn't dare to, so he could only try to persuade the two children. Do Grandpa and Grandma like us? Lin Wan asked. He was curious about what his grandparents looked like and whether they would treat them well. He felt that they had all been reunited with their father for so long, and had met their uncles several times, but their grandparents had never appeared. Perhaps they didn't like them. Of course I like you guys. I like you guys the most, Gu Xiuyuan explained. Do Grandpa and Grandma like Mommy too? Lin Wan asked. If their grandparents don't like their mother, they won't like their grandparents either. If Grandpa and Grandma don't accept Mommy's words, then they shouldn't go back to the Gu family, nor should they take the Gu surname. Anyway, Daddy said they can keep taking Mommy's surname. My uncle also said that they could take the surname Xiao if they wanted. I like it. Gu Xiuyuan hesitated for a moment. His parents haven't told the mother and her two children to come home yet, because they don't really like his sister-in-law's background. But he couldn't hurt the child's feelings. Really? Lin Wan looked into Gu Xiuyuan's eyes. Uncle is lying. Of course it's true. Don't you trust me? Gu Xiuyuan pinched the two little one's cheeks. He really can't lie. He can't even fool a child. Then I'll trust you for now. Lin Wan's phone rang as soon as he finished speaking. It's Jiang Yan'an. When Lin Wan saw this name, he felt like his head was about to explode. This little devil somehow got his phone number. He had clearly been holding back all along. This is terrible. What should he do now? You can't just answer the phone and tell the person he's only 4 years old. No one would believe that. He feels completely numb right now. Why is this little girl so fixated on him? He was really worried to death. Lin Wan didn't dare answer the phone at all. Jiang Yan'an's text messages bombarded me. Snow Wolf, you're not answering my calls, are you? I know this is your number. Believe me or not, I'll have someone take care of you right now. Don't forget you said you'd treat me to 2 meals. Lin Wan could sense the young lady's anger even through text messages. He had promised Jiang Yan'an he would treat her to dinner, and he couldn't afford the consequences if he went back on his word. Who in their organization would dare offend this person? But what should we do now? Lin Wan was truly in a dilemma. He somewhat regretted asking Jiang Yan'an to help investigate the Gu and Xiao families. He should have done it himself. Now we're in trouble. We owe them a favor. He and his sister joined the organization online and never met anyone in real life. Even when speaking, he uses a voice changer to sound like a teenager, telling people he's 16. It was precisely because of his age and voice that Jiang Yan'an kept pestering him, saying that he must be a handsome guy, and that she liked handsome men. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now he's in big trouble. When he didn't answer the phone, Jiang Yan'an sent him one threatening text message after another. Just as Lin Wan was wondering what to do, his eyes fell on his uncle, Gu Xiuyuan. My uncle is in his early 20s now, or even a few years younger. Although he is a bit tall, his eyes are clear like a miner's, and his voice is very similar to the voice he uses when he uses a voice changer. Isn't this a ready-made Snow Wolf? But how could he persuade his uncle to help him play the Snow Wolf? He couldn't just tell the truth. If he said he was a little hacker, his uncle would probably think he had a fever and take him to the hospital. Lin Wan looked at his uncle with the eyes of a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. Chapter 112 Me? Impersonating you? Gu Xiuyuan, who had been being stared at, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Xiuyuan asked. This feeling is so strange. Second uncle, do you love me? Lin Wan moved closer to Gu Xiuyuan. Get to the point. Gu Xiuyuan felt goosebumps all over his body. This kid is definitely not right. Could you do me a favor? Just a small one, Lin Wan asked tentatively. Go ahead and say it. If it's something I can do, why wouldn't I help you? Gu Xiuyuan agreed with a wave of his hand. Kids can't possibly need his help with anything important. It's mostly just stuff to coax them. Although his nephew and niece were a bit precocious and clever, they were still children after all. Gu Xiuyuan was quite confident in handling these two children and could keep them happy. Thank you, uncle. But this matter is a bit complicated. Don't ask too many questions yet. Just do as I say, and I'll explain it to you slowly later. Can you promise me that? Lin Wan said. He hasn't figured out how to explain these things yet. Since we've asked my uncle for help, we'll definitely make sure he finds out the truth later. But it can't be explained clearly in just a few words. You need to make it clear what kind of help you need, otherwise I won't take responsibility. Gu Xiuyuan refused. He always felt like he was being tricked. Uncle, please just agree. My brother and I won't do anything to harm you, uncle, please. Lin Wan began to plead. She discovered that this method could not only manipulate her parents, but also her uncles and aunts. Okay, uncle agrees, alright? You two little devils, I wonder what you're thinking all day long. Gu Xiuyuan immediately surrendered. Thinking that it's just a child's problem anyway, How difficult could it be? He immediately had to give in to his little niece's coquettishness. Their family has a long tradition of being devoted to daughters, but they also have a long tradition of not having daughters. He finally had this little darling in the family, and he was completely helpless with her. He thought that after he got married, he would definitely have such a lovely daughter and raise her like a little princess. He was willing to be spoiled and willing to give everything. You can't go back on your promises. Lin Wan pressed on while the iron was hot. Here's the thing. A friend of mine is coming here, or rather, an online friend. She wants to meet me, so I need you to impersonate me. Lin Wan stated his thoughts directly, fearing that Gu Xiuyuan might change his mind at any moment. Me? Impersonating you? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Gu Xiuyuan was completely bewildered. He's nearly 1.9 meters tall and strong, yet he's impersonating a child who's not even 5 years old. Are you kidding me? Is that netizen an idiot? He suddenly realized that a certain statement was very true. Although children don't lie, they can talk nonsense and can't distinguish between imagination and reality. It's not what you think. My online identity is that of a 16-year-old boy, and my online name is Snow Wolf. My online friends don't know that I'm still in kindergarten. Lin Wan said somewhat awkwardly. She wants me to treat her to a meal. That's why I wanted my uncle to help me out. He could pretend to be me temporarily and treat her to a meal. Just agree to whatever she says. Even Lin Wan himself found these words outrageous. He thought that after he said all this, Gu Xiuyuan might reject him and think he was being ridiculous. But he still underestimated his uncle's thought process. Online friend. Male or female? Is she good looking? If she's a pretty female online friend, I'd be happy to treat you to this meal. Gu Xiuyuan became interested. He didn't even think about what Lin Wan had just said. All the focus was on the gender and appearance of the netizens. I never imagined that such a young child would arrange to meet up with netizens online. A female online friend, Lin Wan sighed, rubbing his forehead. He really hadn't expected this angle. He really had some doubts about whether his second uncle and his father were actually full brothers. If they didn't look so alike, he would have suggested that his dad get a DNA test to see if this uncle was switched at birth in the hospital. He would never dare to say these things to his father today, because with his father's intelligence, he could get all the answers out of him in just a few words. Female online friends are easy to handle, aren't they pretty? Gu Xiuyuan's eyes lit up. Given his background and looks, he was never short of beautiful girls pursuing him, but he just wasn't interested. On the contrary, this female online friend he had never met before gave him a sense of mystery that made him want to unveil her. She must be quite pretty. Lin Wan's lips twitched. So what if she's pretty? Jiang Yan'an is only 13 years old. Then I agree to this. When shall we set off? Gu Xiuyuan asked impatiently. Gu Xiuyuan's change in attitude caught the two little ones off guard. That was a very quick agreement. They were prepared to be questioned, but they agreed so easily. They should have known better than to beat around the bush. Why not just tell him that a pretty female online friend wants him to treat her to dinner? You can arrange a time with her yourself. Remember, your name now is Snow Wolf, and you are 16 years old. Lin Wan handed his phone to Gu Xiuyuan. Because Jiang Yan'an called again. He didn't even reply to the text message. The other side launched a frenzied bombardment. Gu Xiuyuan took the phone without hesitation, pressed the answer button, and said softly, "Hello. Snow Wolf. Do you want to die right now? How many times have I called and texted you? Are you deaf? Are you going to treat me to dinner or not? If you don't, you'll face the consequences." Caught off guard, Gu Xiuyuan was stunned by the roar. No, what happened? Why did they start yelling at me like that? His eardrums were about to burst. Is the other party really that fierce? Is it too late for him to back out now? He has no interest in anything violent. I was too hasty just now. I agreed without asking any questions. I never expected it to turn out like this. These two little guys tricked him, didn't they? When Gu Xiuyuan looked at the two little ones, he saw that they had already turned around and were covering their ears with their hands. Jiang Yan'an was much fiercer than when they first met online. They couldn't bear to look at Gu Xiuyuan anymore. It seemed a bit cruel to throw such a fierce girl at him. Hey, are you mute? Another roar came from the phone. Well, you want to eat, right? I'm pretty busy right now. How about we reschedule for another day? Chapter 113, Jiang Yan'an. Gu Xiuyuan shivered involuntarily as he listened to the roaring voice on the phone. He chickened out. I regretted it too. I shouldn't have agreed to the two little ones so easily. Another day? Do you believe I'll come over right now and twist your head off? The voice on the phone made Gu Xiuyuan's neck feel chilly. It felt as if I didn't obey now, my head would really be ripped off in the next second. He believed Jiang Yan'an's words without a doubt. I, I was wrong. You said where we should meet. Gu Xiukai started to stutter. He had never seen such a fierce girl before. Where did that brat meet his online friends? Are you sure this isn't just a ploy to trick him? Seeing Gu Xiukai's blank expression, Lin Yike shook her head and said, Brother, does second uncle have a bit of a masochistic tendency? I feel like he likes being scolded. Before I could finish complaining, that fierce voice came through the phone again. Right now. I'll send you my location. Get there within half an hour, or you'll face the consequences. Before Gu Xiukai could speak, the call was abruptly disconnected. Phew, Gu Xiukai finally caught his breath. He was about to ask the two little ones what was going on when Lin Wan cut him off. Uncle, let's hurry. She said we have to be there within half an hour, or we'll face the consequences. Lin Wan said, his heart pounding with fear. He knew Jiang Yinan was fierce, but he didn't expect her to be this fierce. Fortunately, he was just a child, so let his second uncle take the blame for now. Anyway, it's just a meal. He'll never mess with this little girl again. If he can't afford to offend her, he'll just avoid her. I should. Gu Xiukai wanted to back out. He really shouldn't have taken this job. The two little ones grabbed Gu Xiukai's hand on each side and ran outside. A little while later, they called their dad to tell him that their uncle had taken them out to play. As they walked, they coaxed, adults have to keep their word. You promised us, so you can't go back on your word, or we might not like you anymore. Uncle, didn't you want us to go back with you to see your grandparents? We can agree to that, Lin Wan said. Consider it a condition for the exchange. Really? Gu Xiukai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't like some of his parents' ideas, they were, after all, his biological parents, and he still wanted them to be happy. Of course it's true. I'm not lying. Let's go. Lin Wan readily agreed. Gu Xiukai had a precise grasp of himself. He, a tall man in his early 20s who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was tricked out by two kindergarten children. Gu Xiuyuan trusted his younger brother quite well. He didn't even ask where the children were going, but simply sent a car and bodyguards to accompany them. He was actually quite pleased that the uncle and nephew had such a good relationship. He never expected his children to be so bold as to contact the dark organization. Lin Wan received a message from Jiang Yinan as soon as he got on the bus. This is the positioning of a restaurant. It's about 20 minutes away from here, and I can get there within half an hour. On the way, Gu Xiukai, who was initially a little apprehensive, suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. He was imagining what Jiang Yinan would be like. She might be a great beauty. He had just heard her voice, and although it sounded fierce, there was a hint of sweetness in it. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant on time. The prices here are among the highest in Shenzhen, so it seems Jiang Yinan is planning to rip him off. Lin Wan patted his chest. Thankfully, it wasn't his turn to pay the bill. His second uncle, on the other hand, has plenty of money. No, it's because the Gu family has plenty of money. His father said they can't spend it all. They simply can't spend it all. Gu Xiukai led his two children into the restaurant and was immediately drawn to a beautiful woman sitting by the window. The beautiful woman has a high ponytail, almond-shaped eyes, delicate features, and light makeup, giving her a cool look. She's a bit aloof. Gu Xiukai has seen all kinds of beautiful women since he was a child, and he has had many suitors, but he is not interested in any of them. Today, however, I was drawn to a beautiful, aloof stranger. The pretty girl was talking to the person next to her when she suddenly turned her head and fixed her gaze on Gu Xiukai. At that moment, Gu Xiukai instinctively shuddered. Are you Wolf Boy? The cool girl asked. Wolf Boy? Who is Wolf Boy? Gu Xiukai was completely dumbfounded. Lin Wan pinched his hand hard and whispered, Young Master Wolf, that's you. I'm calling you. The phrase, Wolf Boy, confirmed the other person's identity for Lin Wan. However, he was also a little confused. Wasn't Jiang Yinan supposed to be only 13 years old? The girl in front of him was almost an adult, so this didn't make sense. And the voices seem a bit different too. Could it be Chang Huan, who works for Jiang Yinan? I heard that Jiang Yinan has a personal bodyguard named Chang Huan, who is young and beautiful, but has skills that ordinary people do not have. Oh, it's me. Gu Xiukai finally realized and asked, You're Jiang Yinan? Gu Xiukai stared at the other person with wide eyes. She turned out to be such a beautiful and dashing girl, far exceeding his expectations. This trip was worthwhile. As she spoke, she pulled the two little ones over and sat down opposite them without any ceremony. My name is Chang Huan. Chang Huan replied coldly. His gaze swept across the faces of the three men, uncle and nephew. That. Gu Xiukai was about to ask Jiang Yinan when he heard a cold voice from the side. You don't even recognize me? Jiang Yan'an looked coldly at Gu Xiuyuan. She had always thought that a genius like Snow Wolf would be very intelligent, but she never expected him to look so simple-minded and a bit silly. It was vastly different from what she had imagined. He's quite good-looking, handsome, and has a clean-cut appearance. He's also very tall, but he looks a bit mature for his age. Is it too early for a 16-year-old to look this young? Moreover, his eyes were full of wisdom, which completely shattered the image of the aloof young man in her mind. As expected, meeting someone in person always ends badly. Jiang Yan'an was somewhat disappointed. It had been quite a while since Snow Wolf joined the organization, and they had been in frequent contact online. She, who was just beginning to experience romantic feelings, still had some affection for him. But reality didn't turn out as she had hoped. Gu Xiuyuan then noticed that there was a little girl next to the aloof girl named Chang Huan. She looked quite young, and although she was tall, she was clearly a child. You? Gu Xiuyuan looked at the other person in a daze. If you look again, I'll twist your head off, Jiang Yan'an said coldly. These words instantly confirmed to Gu Xiuyuan that this was the real Jiang Yan'an. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a teenage girl. His little expectations on the way here vanished in an instant. Chapter 114, The Underworld's Little Heiress. Gu Xiuyuan immediately put away his previous little thoughts. He's a normal person with good upbringing, not a pedophile, and he has no interest in children. But this Chang Huan, he really likes it. So you're Jiang Yan'an. Hello. Gu Xiuyuan said somewhat awkwardly. Who are these two little guys? Jiang Yan'an did not respond to Gu Xiuyuan, but instead looked at the two little ones. They appear to be twins, a boy and a girl, and both are very good looking. The little boy even bears a resemblance to the Snow Wolf. She remembered that Snow Wolf also had a twin sister, whose name in the organization was Snow Fox. I didn't see any Snow Foxes today. Oh well, her main goal was the Snow Wolf anyway, even though the real one was a bit disappointing. He's handsome, but not her type. She prefers men who look intelligent. Take this little guy in front of me, for example. Although he is very young, he looks no more than 4 or 5 years old, but his eyes look very smart, and he is also good looking. She could consider taking him away as a child husband. Lin Wan felt uneasy under Jiang Yan'an's gaze. What's going on? He had already concealed his identity and had his second uncle impersonate him. So how could this guy still be targeting him? The way Jiang Yan'an looked at him made him feel like a lamb to the slaughter. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet Jiang Yan'an's gaze. Humph, the little guy is quite shy. Jiang Yan'an withdrew her gaze and looked at Gu Xiuyuan. These two are my nephew and niece. They are twins, Gu Xiuyuan said. Twins. Jiang Yan'an tapped her fingers on the table and suddenly said, Aren't you a twin too? Where's your sister? Twins. Younger sister? These two words caused Gu Xiuyuan to crash again. The two little ones didn't say anything on the way here, and he's still completely baffled. Aside from knowing that the girl in front of him was named Chang Huan and the girl next to him was named Jiang Yan'an, he knew nothing else. My aunt can't come today because she has something to do, Lin Wan said, looking up and meeting Jiang Yan'an's fox-like eyes. He immediately lowered his head. Your nephew is quite shy? He's quite handsome, and the girl is pretty too. Jiang Yan'an smiled as she looked at Lin Wan beside her. So cute, as delicate as a little doll. I really want to pinch her little cheeks. Thank you, sisters. You two are also super beautiful. Lin Wan praised without reservation. The smile on her face was also very bright. She joined the organization with her brother. Although she rarely spoke, she knew most of the members. She hadn't expected Jiang Yan'an to be so beautiful, second only to her mother in terms of looks. Sister Chang Huan is also beautiful, and she looks younger than she thought. Jiang Yan'an seems to like her brother quite a bit. It's just a pity that her brother is too young. Otherwise, the two of them would really be a perfect match. This is very friendly to her, who is a sucker for good looks. You have such a sweet tongue. Tell your sister what your name is. Jiang Yan'an suddenly became gentle. This was completely different from how she had roared at Gu Xiuyuan just now. When faced with the adorable little girl, she even started to mix up consonants when she spoke. My surname is Lin. You can call me Coco, sister. Lin Wan smiled sweetly. My name is Jiang Yan'an. You can call me Sister Jiang or Sister Yan'an, Jiang Yan'an said with a smile. Little girls are definitely the cutest. The two little ones are twins, but their personalities are so different. The younger sister is cheerful, outgoing, and has a sweet tongue, while the older brother is so introverted that he doesn't even dare to look her in the eye. Sister Xiaojiang, Sister Changhuan, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Lin Wan's eyes were practically sparkling with pink bubbles. She likes pretty young women more than handsome men. As someone who appreciates good looks, I feel really happy when I see good-looking people. It's a pleasure for me to meet you all too, Jiang Yinan said with a smile. The murderous aura he had just displayed was completely gone. Compared to the legendary wolf cub, she is now more interested in these two little guys. She especially loved this little sister. This is probably the biggest gain of the day. Who wouldn't love a cute little baby who's both good-looking and has a sweet tongue? Lin Wan saw his sister chatting so enthusiastically with Jiang Yinan that he didn't even dare to lift his head. He was too guilty, afraid of being recognized. Judging from the expressions of the two people opposite him, they didn't seem to really believe that his second uncle was playing the role of Wolf Boy. Although the chances of recognizing his true identity are slim. After all, he was just a little kid, a completely different person from the impression he left on people in the organization. The more Lin Wan acted coy and hesitant, the more interested Jiang Yinan became. She had actually considered taking him home and raising him as her child husband. He didn't need to be particularly capable, just smart and handsome. It's not a big problem for boys to be a little timid or shy. Anyway, in the future, their organization will belong to her. She's the one who's going to take the lead. Gu Xiuyuan's attention was entirely focused on Chang Huan on the other side. Hello Chang Huan. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Gu Xiuyuan's eyes practically popped out of his head. Chang Huan held a fatal attraction for him. It was the first time he felt attracted to a woman. Even if there is an insurmountable distance between the other person and you. The more this happened, the more he wanted to get closer. Is it hard to imagine? Chang Huan's face remained expressionless. Is this guy really their wolf cub? He's such an idiot. She really found it hard to connect the genius boy Snow Wolf, who had solved so many tricky problems for them, with the idiot in front of her. Moreover, she felt something was off from the moment she entered the room. Although they have never met in person, they keep in frequent contact online. It's as if this guy has never had any contact with them. Especially for the young lady. Wolf Young Master knows that their young lady is only 13 years old, so why would he ask her such a stupid question as whether she is Jiang Yinan? No. I should have treated you to a meal a long time ago, Gu Xiuyuan didn't know what to say. The main problem is that his two little devils didn't explain anything to him earlier, so he's completely at a loss now. They dared not say much, for fear of making a mistake. He really can't lie. So you regret not treating us to dinner sooner because Huan Jie is pretty? Jiang Yinan's gaze suddenly swept over them. Although she was talking to Lin Yak, she was listening to their conversation the whole time. No. Gu Xiuyuan didn't know how to answer. He could only kick Lin Wan with his own feet. This meal was supposed to be a treat. After all, you helped my uncle a lot. Chapter 115 The Appearance of Insufficient Intelligence. Lin Wan, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up and said this. I almost let it slip. If it weren't for the fact that his second uncle looked so much like his father, he would have doubted whether they were really brothers. How did you know? Jiang Yinan looked over with her foxy eyes. The little one knows quite a lot. My uncle said so. Lin Wan only made a glance at Jiang Yinan before immediately lowering his head. I felt so guilty that I felt like the other person could see right through me if I made eye contact with him even once. You talk about everything with a child. Jiang Yinan glanced at Gu Xiuyuan. She wasn't interested in this guy. This guy has been keeping a close eye on Chang Huan, but whether he can take him down depends on how tough he is. Yeah. Gu Xiuyuan wanted to say that Jiang Yinan was just a child too. But he didn't dare say those words out loud. Although Jiang Yinan was young, she exuded a kind of fear that sent chills down his spine. Moreover, he was completely bewildered and dared not say much, for fear of saying something wrong. Before coming, Nan didn't tell him anything, only that he should agree with whatever the other party said. Gu Xiuyuan's reaction only deepened Chang Huan and Jiang Yinan's suspicions. Why was this guy so dazed? Are you really Snow Wolf? Jiang Yinan asked. This is so different from what's shown online. But she only sent her location to Snow Wolf. It's impossible that he didn't want to see her, so he sent someone to impersonate her. It's not impossible, but surely an imposter wouldn't bring two children along. She just asked, and the other party said that they were originally playing outside with the children, but rushed over after receiving her location. It's just a very strange feeling. The difference is quite significant. They couldn't help but have doubts. Of course I am, Gu Xiuyuan said, his voice lacking confidence. My uncle told us he wanted to treat you sisters to dinner because he had troubled you with the investigation into the Gu and Xiao families. Thank you so much, sisters, Lin Yak said, blinking her big eyes. They told Gu Xiuyuan a small part of it on their way here. But it seems that her uncle still hasn't digested that information. Gu Xiukai looked puzzled. Had these two kids had someone investigate their family and the Xiao family? Why does such a tiny person think so much? That's incredibly bold. He'll have to question them thoroughly when he gets back, finding out what they did online and who they associated with. He has to honestly confess anything he doesn't know. You seem to know quite a lot, Jiang Yinan laughed. She might not believe Gu Xiukai's words, but she would believe Lin Yike's words unconditionally. How could such a cute little guy lie? So, you owe us 2 meals, don't even think about getting away with it, Jiang Yinan said. Yes, we owe 2 meals. Gu Xiukai quickly agreed. Nothing else matters. What matters is that he can see Changhuan again. Order whatever you like. Don't be shy. It's on me today, Gu Xiukai said generously. Anyway, his older brother gives him more than he can spend each month's allowance. Jiang Yinan didn't stand on ceremony and ordered all the most expensive signature dishes from the menu. While eating, she asked about things within their organization. She still wanted to find out more about this snow wolf. Something was still off about the snow wolf in front of them. Sure enough, Gu Xiukai couldn't answer any of these questions. How come you don't know anything? Jiang Yinan's gaze towards Gu Xiukai was strange. Excuse me, beautiful lady, my uncle fell a few days ago and hit his head. Lin Wan pointed to his head and said, he's a little silly now. He was sweating bullets when Jiang Yinan and Changhuan were exchanging pleasantries. If Jiang Yinan found out that he had lied to him, she would probably really twist his head off. This little devil is someone you really can't mess with. Apart from their leader, no one in the organization dared to offend her. Even Changhuan, who was by her side, was treated with respect by everyone. Fortunately, they only met once or twice. As long as he could get by, he would never have any further contact with Jiang Yinan in private. When did I? Gu Xiukai was about to say when he had ever injured his head when Lin Wan kicked his leg hard. Ouch, my leg hurts so much. Gu Xiukai grimaced in pain. That brat wasted his breath kicking him so hard. What's wrong? Changhuan asked. When my uncle fell, he hit his head and his leg, and it hurts from time to time, so my dad made my brother and me follow him, Lin Yike said innocently. Her second uncle was already slow-witted, but today, when he met Sister Changhuan, he was completely dumbfounded, staring at her with wide eyes. However, it wouldn't be bad if Sister Changhuan could be my aunt. The two are a good match in terms of appearance. The little girl secretly started shipping couples. As twins who are very close, Lin Yike's thoughts are unusually different from her brother's. Lin Wan wished he would never see these two people again. Should he make Changhuan his aunt? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I see. Jiang Yinan and Changhuan exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything more. Let's try to believe it for now, even if it's just a temporary measure. To change the subject, Lin Yike even sat down between Changhuan and Jiang Yinan and quickly appeased the two young ladies. Despite their significant age difference, the three of them got along very well. Jiang Yinan acted like a gentle older sister in front of Lin Yike, as if she wasn't the fierce person from just now. This finally relieved Lin Wan. Phew. Fortunately, the situation was smoothed over, and they didn't ask too many questions, otherwise the truth would definitely have been revealed. During the meal, they would occasionally exchange a few words with Gu Xiukai, who would just grin foolishly and nod no matter what they said. Especially when Changhuan talks to him. The meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan, and Gu Xiukai swiped his card without even blinking. In Jiang Yinan's mind, the person's snow wolf had no image left at all. She decided to postpone her first romantic encounter for the time being. Before leaving, he reminded the two little ones to take their uncle to see a doctor as soon as possible, as he had some intellectual disability. Changhuan, can I add you on WeChat? Gu Xiukai asked, mustering his courage. This was the first time he had met a girl who made his heart flutter. Is it because we can't contact each other through the organization's internal software? Changhuan raised an eyebrow. Today's wolf boy truly overturned her understanding and imagination. Could someone like that really be a computer genius? Chapter 116, You Like Someone This Fierce? Changhuan couldn't see how this young wolf was very smart. Internal organization software? Just as Gu Xiukai was wondering, Lin Wan reached out from behind and pinched his hand. Yes. Gu Xiukai immediately understood. Then, can I ask you out for dinner again next time? Gu Xiukai asked immediately. Otherwise what? You still owe Yinan a meal, don't try to deny it, Changhuan said. Although the snow wolf was simple-minded, she found it inexplicably interesting. Of course I won't deny it. Just call me when you have time. I can come out any time, or I can pick you up by car. Gu Xiuyuan said. Since Nan Nan wants him to play the Snow Wolf, then he is the Snow Wolf now. He should just focus on playing the role well. At this moment, he only had Chang Huan in his eyes, completely ignoring the protagonist Jiang Yan'an beside him. It seems she was the one who got the treat. I will when I have time, but I'll have to bring the two of them with me. Enan and I really like them, Chang Huan said, pointing to the two little ones. They liked the two little ones very much, and she could also tell that Jiang Yan'an seemed to be very interested in the quiet little boy. Perhaps because she never had any younger siblings growing up, Jiang Yan'an was exceptionally tolerant of children. Okay, Gu Xiuyuan readily agreed. Even without them saying so, he would take care of these two little ones. If they weren't around, he'd be completely lost. Then we'll be going now, Chang Huan said. They still have tasks to carry out. Although Jiang Yan'an is the eldest daughter of the organization, she is not the leader's biological daughter, but an adopted daughter. She started going on missions when she was 10 years old. However, it was Chang Huan who was always assisting. Little cutie, I have to go now, see you next time. Jiang Yan'an leaned down and kissed Lin Yike's little face. I'm really going to miss it. Chang Huan hugged Lin Yike and pinched her cheek before standing up. She also longs to have such a lovely daughter someday. However, ideals are often grand, but reality is often harsh. She was abandoned by her parents when she was a child, and it wasn't easy for her to grow up like this, especially since she was doing something shady. I never imagined I would be able to start my own family, let alone have my own child. Her daughter is certainly adorable, but she doesn't want her child to have a mother who constantly takes risks, or a childhood that may not be very happy. Chang Huan had long since given up on the desire to live a normal life. Or perhaps they had long since given up hope. Her only wish was to stay by Jiang Yan'an's side and protect her. She always treated Jiang Yan'an like her own younger sister, caring for her deeply. Where are you going, sister? Lin Yike asked. She actually knew that the organization had assigned Jiang Yan'an and the others an urgent mission. This is also why Lin Wan has been trying to delay the process, hoping that they will be unable to withstand the pressure and leave Shenzhen first. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan'an found their contact information. Their phone numbers had always been hidden, but it seems they've been hacked. She should remind her brother to upgrade his skills. Lin Wan had the same thought at this time. Since his contact information could be cracked, it means his skills are still lacking. If he can't even hide his location in the future, it will be a very dangerous thing for them. When I first joined the organization, it was just out of curiosity and because it was fun. I never expected to get so deeply involved. Especially now that they have a large family, if their location can be easily cracked, the risk to their family increases dramatically. He has to protect them. He had considered leaving the organization with his sister, but it was not easy to get into such an organization, and it was almost impossible to leave. I heard that those who wanted to quit were all killed. Only one person managed to escape, but he vanished without a trace, and no one knows where he went. It's too late to regret these things now. Improving your skills is the most important thing. Although he always considered himself a genius, he also knew that in this world full of hidden talents, there was always someone more capable. There are always higher heavens beyond heavens, and there are always people beyond people. There are many people more capable than him. Being less skilled than others will only put you in a passive position. My sister has some very important things to do and will be away from here for a while, but we will definitely come back. This is Huan Jie's hometown, and it's also my hometown. Jiang Yan'an's eyes looked into the distance. This city, which she wasn't very familiar with, was where she was born. Chang Huan, who was several years older than her, told her this, adding that she herself was also born here. She always knew that she was just her father's adopted daughter. She even longed for her biological parents. But in this vast sea of people, where should she look for them? Or is it even worth looking for? Chang Huan said she was bought by her adoptive father. Was she really sold by her biological parents? Oh well, if we're meant to be, we'll meet again. She will return here from time to time, because she has found new attachments here. Sisters, I'll miss you. You must come to see me when you come back, Lin Yike said earnestly. She got along very well with the two older women she was meeting for the first time. It felt like we'd known each other for a long time. It was completely different from what she had learned online. We'll miss you too. Jiang Yan'an reached out and patted the little girl's head. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride, Gu Xiuyuan offered. No need. We have our own car. Let's go bye-bye. Jiang Yan'an turned around and pulled Chang Huan away gracefully. Then a red convertible sports car sped away. It disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind. Gu Xiuyuan stared blankly in the direction the car had left. He had always thought his car was pretty good, and he had originally planned to show off today, but he hadn't expected that the girl's car was better and more expensive than his. It's still a limited edition sports car. Outrageously expensive. No, he wants to change cars. He'll go back and discuss it with his older brother. He wants this car too. I can't even see the taillights anymore, Lin Wan said, shaking her head. She felt that her second uncle's soul had followed Chang Huan's sister. Just like how daddy treats mommy. Is this what daddy meant by love at first sight? Do adults develop feelings so quickly? So you like being this fierce? Lin Wan teased. Although Chang Huan had a better temper than Jiang Yinan, he was still someone that his second uncle couldn't handle. Chang Huan's combat prowess is practically unmatched in their organization. Gu Xiuyuan. He was looking at a car. Little kids, don't talk nonsense. Do you even know what like means? You're so precocious for your age. Gu Xiuyuan pinched the two little one's cheeks. Chapter 117, Becoming the Young Lady's Prince Consort. The two little one's words still touched Gu Xiuyuan's heart. He really did fall for Chang Huan. Many girls pursued him, all kinds of girls, but none like Chang Huan. This cool girl really touched his heart. He was looking forward to their next meeting. You two, tell me what happened. Who are Chang Huan and the others? Why are they investigating our family and the Xiao family? What else are you hiding from me? Tell me honestly, or I'll spank you. Gu Xiuyuan waved his hand. Do you still want to see Chang Huan? If you do, then don't ask too many questions. Lin Wan didn't want to say anything more. What did he say? Claiming to have joined a dark organization and brought his sister along sounds incredibly absurd, doesn't it? And mom and daddy will definitely be angry. We can only keep it a secret for now. He must find a way to break away from this organization. Threatening me, huh? I'll spank you. Don't run, slow down. The three uncle, nephew, and uncle ran and joked around. Jiang Yinan looked out the window from inside the car, a hint of disappointment on her face. What? Disappointed? Chang Huan asked as he drove. She knew Jiang Yinan too well. I was so excited before I came, and I kept telling her about the snow wolf. One thing is that he's too different from his online persona, Jiang Yinan said. She's not very interested in people like that. I thought the other person was a smart and sunny young man, but it turned out to be a complete idiot. If it weren't for the stark contrast, she planned to take him back, raise him for a few years, and then have Snow Wolf become her live-in son-in-law when she was a few years older. However, Jiang Yinan turned her head back. I think he really likes you. He's been staring at you the whole time. I don't like idiots either. Chang Huan said this, but a smile appeared on his lips. Most of the time she was indifferent, and few people made her feel interesting. Sister, do you think this snow wolf might be fake? Jiang Yinan asked. That's possible. Let's observe further, Chang Huan said. She shared the same idea as Jiang Yinan. If this is fake, then who is the real snow wolf? Snow Wolf and Snow Fox, a brother and sister, are the only two people in their organization who never show their faces. If he dares to lie to me, I'll make him regret it. Jiang Yinan clenched her small fists. After returning home that evening, Lin Wan turned on his computer and logged into the organization's internal software using the identity of Snow Wolf. Just as he expected, as soon as he opened the group chat, he saw Jiang Yinan telling everyone about meeting them that day. Seeing that the other party really treated Gu Xiuyuan as him, he felt relieved. At least for now, they shouldn't be exposed. He wouldn't have let his own uncle show up if it weren't for the urgency of the situation. Only by leaving no trace can he more easily escape completely. They are too young, and they don't think things through properly. When the group saw the notification that Snow Wolf had come online, it immediately became lively again. Hey, isn't this today's main character? Young Master Wolf, you've met our young lady today, haven't you? It can be considered that the young lady's dream of meeting her idol has come true. If you ask me, young Master Wolf should just move to headquarters and become our young lady's husband. Then we need to let the boss take a look first. Seeing the chatter in the group, Lin Wan was speechless. What kind of male god is he? What kind of prince consort is he? He's only a few years old, and Jiang Yinan herself is only 13. They're all still children. This group of people is really something. He didn't dare to say much in the group chat. These guys have absolutely no sense of propriety. After all, the elites who can enter the top of this organization live a life of constant danger, and many of their ideas are beyond the comprehension of a child like Lin Wan. Can you all shut up? I only said that I met with Wolf Xiao today. Why are you saying all this? If anyone says another word, I'll tear your mouth off. Jiang Yinan blurted out. Don't be angry, Mississippi. I was just joking. That's right, that's right. All right, everyone stop arguing with Yinan. She's still young. Let me get down to business. Recently, several people in the organization have run into trouble, and we still can't find them, let alone know who did it. The severity of this incident must be taken seriously. We may be being targeted, and we must not allow anything like this to happen again. To ensure everyone's safety and facilitate emergency contact, we have customized a special watch for each person in the group. It can locate your location and call for help. This is only available to members of the elite group. It's convenient for everyone to call for help immediately if there are any emergencies while carrying out missions. I and the person closest to you will receive your specific location. It's just a regular watch normally. I don't always turn on location tracking to avoid being tracked by the enemy. Does everyone understand? Just as everyone was making a ruckus, the leader of the organization, Jiang Zhan, who was also Jiang Yan'an's adoptive father, suddenly spoke. Recently, they don't know who's been targeting them, but they've lost both goods and a group of people. Those people vanished without a trace, leaving no trace whatsoever. The leaders of these teams are elite members. The loss of a key general is also a significant loss for the organization. Upon hearing their leader's words, everyone became serious. They knew about the missing people and knew they had to take it seriously. Everyone else picked up their watches themselves, but Snow Wolf and Snow Fox's watches were sent to Shenzhen by Jiang Yan'an. Even after Jiang Yan'an and Chang Huan left Shenzhen, they would still call Lin Wan from time to time, and he would always ask Gu Xiuyuan to come and pick them up. Every time, this guy would eagerly run over to answer the phone, just so he could talk to Chang Huan a little longer. They were also planning where to eat and where to take them to play when they came back next time. So lately he's been spending more and more time at his older brother's house. Fortunately, Lin Wan also liked her brother-in-law very much and welcomed him to her home. Seeing his younger brother often staring blankly at his phone and grinning foolishly, Gu Xiuyuan was quite happy. He thought his silly brother might have finally come to his senses. His current state is similar to when he first got together with Lin Wan. It's obvious he has a girl he likes. They're college students now, not exactly young anymore, so it's normal for them to be in relationships. I just don't know which family's daughter she is. He didn't care, as long as his younger brother was happy. However, his parents were determined to have the brothers marry daughters of powerful and wealthy families, just so they could provide more support to the Gu family and help the company reach new heights. He strongly disliked this kind of marriage arranged for profit, and he also disliked his parents' snobbishness. Chapter 118 Gu Xiuyuan's Plan. Gu Xiuyuan's thoughts on his younger brother's love life and marriage are simple. As long as the other person is healthy in body and mind, and the two people are happy together, that's enough. Nothing else matters. He can provide all the financial support. When he decided to be with Lin Wan, he didn't know that Lin Wan was the daughter of the Xiao family. He only thought that she came from an ordinary family. He didn't care about that. He liked Lin Wan simply because she was Lin Wan, not because she was anyone's daughter or sister. He has enough confidence and ability to take the company to the next level without relying on the help of others. His younger brother didn't need any of that. Being a carefree, rich young master, enjoying wealth and luxury, and being with the person he loved was enough for him. You brat, why are you so happy every day? Are you in love? Gu Xiuyuan asked, sitting down next to his younger brother. Is it that obvious? Gu Xiuyuan thought he had hidden it very well. Could it be that the two little ones have become pregnant? These past few days he has found himself getting more and more involved, and he longs to see Chang Huan every day. It's so obvious, it's practically written all over your face, Gu Xiuyuan said. Really? Gu Xiuyuan touched his face. He himself didn't realize that his behavior had become so obvious. He hadn't intended for anyone to know, since there was no real possibility of anything happening between him and Chang Huan. He figured he could wait until he won her over before telling his family. After all, it's just unrequited love right now. Tell me, which girl is making you so interested? I'll arrange a marriage for you as soon as you graduate from university and settle things down. Don't worry about mom and dad. I'll take care of it. As long as you like her, nothing else matters, Gu Xiuyuan said, patting his younger brother on the shoulder. His family atmosphere was a bit strange. He was not very close to his parents when he was young, and they disagreed on many things. However, she has a very good relationship with her younger brother, who is several years younger than her. Actually, it's not like we're dating. It's just that I like her one-sidedly, and we're not that familiar with each other. We've only met once and had a meal together. I don't know anything about her family situation. But her family seems to be quite wealthy. She drives a sports car, a limited edition one. Brother, are there any wealthy families in Shenzhen with the surnames Chang or Jiang? Gu Xiuyuan asked. He remembered Jiang Yan'an saying that both she and Chang Huan's hometowns were here. He also heard Jiang Yan'an calling Chang Huan's sister, and he figured they weren't surnamed the same, so they were probably cousins. The two little ones wouldn't say much about their sisterhood, so he could only guess from their clothes and car that their family must be well off. Someone surnamed Chang or Jiang? Gu Xiuyuan thought for a moment and said, "No, otherwise I would know him. But the girl is driving a limited edition sports car. If you want to pursue her, you have to show some ability. How about I get you another one? You can choose." "Really, bro?" Gu Xiukai could hardly believe his ears. He hadn't even mentioned it yet, but his brother brought it up on his own initiative. He's definitely his brother. The car he's driving now was one he replaced before the Lunar New Year. "I'm too embarrassed to ask for anything new because of all the advantages. After all, his older brother is the one earning the money in his family now, while he is only responsible for spending it." However, since he was given the choice, he wasn't going to hold back. He happened to have his eye on a new limited edition car recently. "When have I ever lied to you?" "Of course it's true," Gu Xiuyuan said with a smile. "Suddenly, I feel like time has flown by. My younger brother used to follow me around like a little shadow, but now he's grown up so much, taller than me, and old enough to date. Great. Yay. Long live, big brother." Gu Xiukai jumped up excitedly. "Don't be so happy yet. I have conditions too," Gu Xiuyuan said. "Go ahead and say what the conditions are. I'll agree to anything." Gu Xiukai agreed without hesitation. Now he does whatever his elder brother asks him to do, without any disloyalty. It's a very simple thing. Don't leave tonight. Stay here. Tomorrow, take the two children out. Go anywhere you like. I will send people to protect you. The later you come back, the better. Understand? Gu Xiuyuan instructed. It was the weekend, and he needed to create some space for himself and Lin Wan. He's been luring Lin Wan to this villa for quite a while now, and he's still living in the downstairs room without a wardrobe. If things continue like this, he doesn't know when he'll be able to sleep with his wife in his arms again. A plan to win over his wife was brewing in his mind. That's so simple. Gu Xiukai could hardly believe it. Right. I understand. Hee, I'll do it right away. Gu Xiukai grinned mischievously. Even the most naive man would understand what his older brother meant. You brat, you understand. I'm entrusting my happiness to you. Gu Xiuyuan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought about his plans. He and Lin Wan should take things a step further. If possible, they should consummate their marriage today and get their marriage certificate tomorrow. Only then can he truly feel at ease. After receiving Gu Xiuyuan's instructions, Gu Xiukai lingered until 10 p.m., unwilling to leave. "Brother and sister-in-law, can I stay here tonight? I want to spend more time with the children," Gu Xiukai said, trying to find a reason. He even winked at the two little ones. "Yes, Mommy, let Uncle play with us a little longer. Our house is so big anyway," Lin Wan said. "Of course," Lin Wan replied. This is Gu Xiuyuan's house, and as his younger brother, Gu Xiukai is naturally allowed to live here. There's a guest room at home that hasn't been cleaned yet. We can tidy it up and have it shared with Nan Nan or Gu Xiuyuan tonight. She could also tell that the children were very attached to this uncle. She was also very happy that her uncle and nephew had a good relationship. In recent years, children have suffered far too much in terms of family affection. It's a good thing that more people are loving them now. She won't stop it. Moreover, she is growing to love her life more and more. After being recognized by the Xiao family, she had her own family, was able to go back to see her parents often, and had her children by her side. Her relationship with Gu Xiuyuan also became more and more harmonious. Although they never shared a room, their daily interactions were no different from those of any other young couple. This man is a well-dressed CEO at the company during the day, but when he comes home at night, he puts on an apron and learns to cook with the housekeeper or take care of the children. She gradually began to resemble a husband and father. She increasingly felt that Gu Xiuyuan was a good person. She had considered marriage, but since Gu Xiuyuan hadn't brought it up, she definitely wouldn't take that step. Now it seems all that's missing is for Gu Xiuyuan to take the initiative and take that next step. Everything is moving in a positive direction. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll stay here then." Gu Xiukai quietly gave his older brother an okay sign. Chapter 119, Let's Sleep Together Tonight. Gu Xiuyuan suppressed his smile, remaining expressionless. Lin Wan was unaware that she was falling into Gu Xiuyuan's trap step by step. When asked where Gu Xiukai would sleep at night, Gu Xiuyuan said he would take care of it, so Lin Wan didn't ask any further questions. Lin Wan had just lain down in bed when she heard a knock on the door. "Is this Coco?" Lin Wan asked as she got out of bed and opened the door. "Sometimes my daughter will come over with her little pillow and ask to sleep together." But as soon as the door was opened a crack, it was forcefully pushed open by a large hand. A tall figure blocked the light in the corridor, quickly slipped in, and then locked the door. How come it's you? Lin Wan was very surprised to see the man in his pajamas in front of her. Wearing pajamas, Gu Xiuyuan leaned against the door and said in a hoarse voice, "Can we sleep together tonight?" After saying that, Gu Xiuyuan felt his heart pounding. Although he's not young anymore, he only has that one experience with Lin Wan a few years ago. "Can you get out?" Lin Wan said without any politeness. "Go back to your own room." She thought her daughter had arrived. She should have known better than to open the door. This guy promised her he wouldn't do anything reckless. She knew he wouldn't follow the rules. "Kai is sleeping in my room. He talks in his sleep and farts. I don't want to share a room with him," Gu Xiuyuan said with a look of disgust. "Then go sleep with Nan Nan," Lin Wan said speechlessly. "I went there. Nan Nan said he's grown up and doesn't want to share a room with me. He needs privacy." Gu Xiuyuan lied without batting an eye. "Then go sleep in the guest room. There are plenty of rooms available," Lin Wan said. "The guest room hasn't been occupied in a long time and hasn't been cleaned. It's damp inside, and my skin is prone to allergies." Gu Xiuyuan stared at Lin Wan without moving, resisting the urge to pounce on the person in front of me. "Gu Xiuyuan, you've tricked me again. Did you deliberately let a Kai stay behind?" Lin Wan questioned. If she hadn't known this man so well, she would have actually believed his lies. They have so many excuses. No wonder Gu Xiukai suddenly said he wasn't leaving today. She's not stupid. It's so obvious, she can't possibly miss it. "Yes," Gu Xiuyuan admitted without hesitation. "I paid a price of more than 10 million for tonight." The new car that Gu Xiukai wanted cost tens of millions, and he agreed without even blinking. Even if this hadn't happened tonight, he would still have bought this car for Gu Xiukai. He only has one younger brother, so who else would he spoil if not him? What? Before Lin Wan could even process what she meant by paying a price of over 10 million, Gu Xiuyuan hugged her tightly. "Gu Xiuyuan, let me go." When Lin Wan tried to struggle, Gu Xiuyuan simply picked her up and carried her straight to the master bedroom's large bed. When he pulled the soft, fragrant person into his arms, Gu Xiuyuan smelled that same scent from 5 years ago. It was this unique fragrance, the one that only Lin Wan possessed, that had caused him to completely lose his mind and descend into madness 5 years ago. He was instantly overwhelmed by the heat. Normally, he would push her away if he tried to hug her even lightly, but today he would definitely not let go. From then on, he wanted her by his side every single day. "You put it down." Before Lin Wan could finish speaking, Gu Xiuyuan's warm lips devoured her completely. She wanted to resist, but could only let Gu Xiuyuan deepen the kiss. When Gu Xiuyuan released her, Lin Wan had completely lost the strength to resist. Looking at his handsome face so close to hers, Lin Wan used all her strength to press against his chest. "Gu Xiuyuan, if you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry." "I'm sorry." Gu Xiuyuan's voice was slightly choked. "What?" Lin Wan thought she had misheard. I'm sorry for acting impulsively towards you just now. Don't be afraid. I just wanted to hug you and be close to you. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. If you don't like it, I won't do it." Gu Xiuyuan turned over and pulled Lin Wan into his arms. Let her lean against his chest. "I also feel sorry for what happened 5 years ago. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was drunk that day. I don't know how to describe that feeling to you. I couldn't control myself and did something that hurt you." Gu Xiuyuan gently stroked Lin Wan's long hair. He didn't know how to describe the allure Lin Wan had given him that night 5 years ago. He had just tried it. It was definitely not the alcohol that aroused him that night, but Lin Wan herself. He remembered that she had begged him to let her go, but he couldn't do it, and ultimately hurt Lin Wan. 5 years ago, shortly after Gu Xiuyuan took over the company, the Gu family business was already in a mess. His grandfather was a very successful entrepreneur, but his father did not inherit this advantage, and the Gu family business almost collapsed. He struggled to hold on until he took office. At that time, in order to save the Gu group, he spent his days drinking and socializing with people. Every time he drank too much, he would rest in the same room at the same hotel. Women often tried to seduce him when he was drunk, but he always kicked them out, except for Lin Wan. That's how it went. That night, I thought you were one of the people they had put in for me. I originally wanted to kick you out, but when I got close to you, I started to lose my senses. Gu Xiuyuan still remembers that scene. At that moment, his brain felt like it was out of his control. He desperately wanted to possess Lin Wan. "I looked for you, but couldn't find you, and I didn't know you were pregnant. I only recently found out that you were tricked by your friends into going there drunk, and your ex-boyfriend spent the night with your girlfriend in the room next to ours. He wasn't looking for you at all." Gu Xiuyuan clenched his fist as he spoke. He once thought that Lin Wan was someone else who put her in his room, and that it was an accident. After reuniting with Lin Wan, he thoroughly investigated the matter and was surprised to find that Lin Wan had been framed and that the other party only wanted to get her ex-boyfriend. Lin Wan became the only victim that night. He thought about it for a long time and decided to tell Lin Wan the truth. Although it was cruel, she had the right to know. He felt guilty for hurting Lin Wan that night and was disgusted by the behavior of Ching and his wife. Fortunately, Ching was not happy with that woman after his marriage. Hearing Gu Xiuyuan's story, Lin Wan's body began to tremble. She had never known the truth was like this. After returning to China, she met Ching and Zhou Ying, and she knew that the two of them were together. She also knew that Zhou Ying had deliberately gotten her drunk that night and had her lose her virginity in a stranger's bed. Chapter 120, A Heartfelt Confession. All for the sake of getting Ching. She thought Ching was also one of the victims. But she never knew that on the night she disappeared, Ching, whom she loved deeply, did not look for her. She once felt guilty for betraying Ching with her body, and whether it was voluntary or not, she felt that it was a kind of harm to Ching. She also thought that Ching must have gone crazy with worry that night when he couldn't find her. To her surprise, Ching ended up in Zhou Ying's bed that night. No wonder Ching and Zhou Ying appeared at the door of the room together that morning to wait for her. Perhaps they always knew she was in that room. 5 years have passed, and she thought she had gradually let go of this matter. After all, she is very happy now. But when the topic was brought up again, she still felt heartbroken, and her hatred for Zhou Ying seemed to have never diminished. The truth about Ching was like a knife piercing her heart. Even though the current outcome is fortunate, only she knows the hardships and suffering she endured over the past 5 years. Gu Xiuyuan gently patted Lin Wan's back to comfort her. "I'm really sorry. I know the truth is cruel, but I think you should understand it and say goodbye to the past completely." He didn't want the past to become a burden to her. "Although it was an accident, I'm really glad that we've met again after all these years and that we have a child. Isn't this our destiny?" Gu Xiuyuan said softly. He truly felt that God had been kind to him. This will give him a chance to meet Lin Wan again, a chance to make amends for his mistakes, and a chance to make amends to them. He knew how difficult it had been for Lin Wan to give birth to 2 children on her own these past few years, but he also selfishly felt that it was fortunate that these 2 children were the reason he could keep Lin Wan by his side. This was the only selfish aspect of his love for Lin Wan. "Wan, will you accept me? I swear, I have never been with any other woman besides you. My love for you is as clear as day." Gu Xiuyuan pressed his forehead against Lin Wan's forehead. He gently wiped away her tears with his hand. "Believe me, we will be very happy. As for those 2, I have already made them pay the price. I suspect your older brother has already contacted them before me. We won't kill them, but we'll make them suffer terribly. A fate worse than death is their greatest retribution." Gu Xiuyuan has always adhered to humanitarian principles and would never go to extremes. This is the only time he has done something like this. Lin Wan wanted to ask Gu Xiuyuan what they had done, but in the end she didn't ask. None of that matters anymore. Her older brother and Gu Xiuyuan will take care of everything for her. She felt that whatever retribution they received was what Ching and Zhou Ying deserved. "I just wonder if they have ever regretted what they did." Lin Wan took a deep breath and decided not to think about it too much. Living her own life was the most important thing. Thank you for what you did for me," Lin Wan said after a long silence. Her emotions have gradually calmed down. "I should be thanking you. Thank you for giving birth to our children. Thank you for raising them so well. Thank you for coming back to me. Thank you for being willing to move in with me. Thank you for giving me a home." Gu Xiuyuan gently kissed Lin Wan's forehead. They cherished it like a rare treasure. As the eldest grandson of the Gu family, he was raised as the heir from a young age, especially when his grandfather was still alive. They were very strict with him. He wasn't very close to his parents. You could say they only found their parenting experience after their second child was born. Meanwhile, the collateral branches of the Gu family were also eyeing the Gu family's assets like wolves. When he finally managed to take over the company, it was all a mess left by his father. He often lives outside and doesn't go home. He also disagreed with his parents on many points, especially regarding marriage, but he repeatedly gave in to save face for them. He hadn't felt the warmth of family for a very, very long time. And this warmth now comes from Lin Wan and the children. He enjoys his life now. This was also the first time Lin Wan had seen tears in Gu Xiuyuan's eyes. It was the first time I'd ever known that this seemingly powerful and influential man could also have such a vulnerable and sentimental side. Lin Wan didn't try to get rid of Gu Xiuyuan anymore. She had already planned to be with Gu Xiuyuan when she moved in, but she just wanted to give herself some time to calm down. During this time, she gradually fell in love with this man, feeling incredibly secure and warm by his side. The two gradually opened up to each other, lying on the bed looking at each other, talking until late at night. Lin Wan, in particular, had never spoken so much to anyone before. From why she went abroad, to having 2 children, and the children's upbringing, etc. Gu Xiuyuan held her in his arms, listening to her ramble on and on, occasionally responding to her. He was also thinking about having his lawyers sue the Lin family for trafficking women and children. From Lin Wan's account, he could tell that the Lin family had not only abducted the young Lin Wan, but had also never treated her well. They even almost forced her to abort her unborn child and marry her in order to obtain a huge dowry. Now that Lin Wan has returned to the Xiao family and regained Xiao Rou's identity, the Xiao family members and that paternity test are the evidence. Moreover, he thought that if necessary, Qian Zhehui and her parents would also appear in court as witnesses. So many years have passed, and he knows that getting a real conviction is very complicated. But given his status, he understood all too well the principle of, if you want to find fault, you can always find a reason. Moreover, he has the nation's top-notch legal team at his disposal. The Lin couple are definitely going to jail. They can't escape. Once they're in, he won't let them out easily. There will naturally be people